The heat with more missile strikes in Ukraine's capital, as he also adds a new military leader to help turn the tide in Ukraine.
At least 40 FBI agents have joined the search for a missing Georgia toddler who disappeared last Wednesday.
Is the U.S. headed for a freight railroad strike after all? A rail union has rejected the Biden negotiated labor deal. New details ahead.
And an early Halloween treat for one family, including a child with a disability, who are having their wishes come true. Early today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. An act of revenge. That's what Russian President Vladimir Putin is calling his brutal attacks on over a dozen Ukrainian cities. He blames Ukraine for this weekend's key Crimea bridge explosion. More than 84 missiles and 24 drones fired into Ukraine. The attacks hitting the capital for the first time in months. Ukraine says it shot down nearly half the missiles using military air defenses. President Biden condemning the attacks and promising Ukrainian President Zelensky that the U.S. will provide Ukraine with advanced missile defense systems. Our Keir Simmons starts us off from Moscow.
What President Putin called a massive strike on Ukraine, applauded by loyalists like Dmitry Medvedev, once a Western-friendly Russian leader who shared burgers with President Obama and tested an iPhone with Steve Jobs. He again called for dismantling Ukraine's political regime. In Putin's world now, any moderate voices are silent, and many ordinary Russians anxious.
People are worried about the situation in the city and in the country.
Attacks follow Putin's appointment of hardline general Sergei Surovikin, Russia's new commander of the war in Ukraine. He was once jailed after pro-democracy protesters were killed on his watch during an attempted coup in 1991. More recently, General Surovikin was the commander on the ground in Syria when Aleppo was leveled. We liquidated the terrorists, he then told President Putin. Now Putin is calling Ukrainian leaders terrorists. Strikes the newly appointed general's first act. His arrival celebrated by other powerful hardliners like Yevgeny Prigozhin, also known as Putin's chef because he supplied food to the Kremlin, seen here recruiting prisoners for his private army, the Wagner Group, and Chechen warlord Ramzan Kadyrov, who recently posted this video of his teenage sons firing automatic weapons and grenade launchers, saying he was sending them to Ukraine. These events may mark a change in President Putin's offensive in Ukraine. Some of the questions, can it be sustained? And how will Putin and his hardliners react if it fails? The Russian leader has never faced such pressure.
All right, Keir, thank you.
Jamie Dimon, the influential CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, says the U.S. is just 6 to 9 months from recession, priming the pump rising fuel prices. The national average for gas is up for over 10 cents from last week, sitting at $3.92 a gallon. California has the highest average in the country at over $6.30. The rising prices coming on the heels of OPEC announcing a major slash in oil production. NBC's Andrea Mitchell has the details.
The Saudi announcement a blow to American consumers and a gut punch to President Biden, despite his fist-bump summit with the Saudi Crown Prince, when the administration thought they could get a deal to keep production up and prices low before the midterms.
I was able to bring gasoline down well over $1.60, but it's inching up because of what the Russians and the Saudis just did.
Now even Democrats blasting that Riyadh summit and calling for the U.S. to withdraw troops from Saudi Arabia. You would punish Saudi Arabia?
I would reconsider why we provide for the security of a country that seems to have no concern for the security of ours and our allies.
That's because raising oil prices produces more oil profits for Vladimir Putin's war machine. The White House now scrambling to bring prices down. One option, release more oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but it's dangerously low. The president has already released more than 200 million barrels this year. Another possibility, lift sanctions on Venezuela so it can pump more oil. But that country's strongman, Nicolas Maduro, has still not delivered on democratic reforms or pressure U.S. oil companies to keep prices down. Is any of this going to work?
They've sort of run out of bullets. U.S. producers won't listen to them. The Saudis won't listen to them again. It really is, at its core, a supply issue. He has to find somebody who's going to pump more, and nobody wants to do that right now.
The problem for the White House, most of the solutions are long-term, which won't help them for the midterms.
And our thanks to Andre for that report.
Now to breaking news. A Colorado teen who was missing for 10 days has been found safe. Concerns grew for 14-year-old Chloe Campbell after she disappeared following a high school football game. Boulder police say there are signs that the teen took steps to avoid law enforcement and her family, and it doesn't appear she was harmed or held against her will. But they are investigating what happened while she was separated from her family. Officials have asked the media to no longer show the girl's photos now that she has been found.
Meanwhile, in Georgia, the search for a missing toddler continues. 1-year-old Quentin Simon hasn't been seen since last Wednesday. The FBI is now joining the investigation. NBC's Morgan Chesky has the latest.
The desperate search intensifies for missing toddler Quentin Simon, 5 days after the boy was first reported missing.
We are continuing to use every investigative resource available for us to locate little Quentin. We have conducted multiple interviews, executed multiple search warrants, and we've canvassed numerous specific geographic areas.
The lack of information bringing Quentin's grandmother to tears.
And I need everybody to help, everybody that knows anything, anybody. He's just a baby.
It was at her house in Chatham County, Georgia, that Quentin, just 20 months old, was last seen on Wednesday. He was living there along with his 2 siblings, his mother, Leilani Simon, her boyfriend, and Quentin's grandparents. Nearly 1 month ago, police were called to the residence over a fight between Leilani and her mother, Billy Jo. According to the police report, Leilani's brother said she had a history of stealing money to pay for drugs.
Because she's lied to us so many times. And I don't know, it's just bad to say, but she just likes to lie.
Leilani has not responded to the claims made by her brother. Billy Jo filed to have Leilani and her boyfriend evicted. The couple did not immediately leave. And then last Wednesday, the mysterious disappearance. Leilani's boyfriend, Daniel, the last person to see Quentin, according to police, left for work around 6 a.m. Just minutes after the boy's babysitter received a text saying she would not have to watch the little boy that day. She spoke exclusively to News Nation and WSAV.
And then I get a text at 9 o'clock saying, have I seen Quentin? I immediately go to their house. I try to help them look. They didn't want that. So I've just been waiting around like everybody else.
Finally, at 9:42 a.m., mother Leilani called police reporting her son missing. NBC affiliate station WSAV revealing new audio of police dispatch from the day of Quentin's disappearance.
Complaint advised her 1-year-old son is missing. She woke up, her door was open. Advising he's unable to open a door. I think someone came in and took him.
Since that day, Chatham County Police, along with more than 40 FBI agents, have combed the area, but so far have not turned up any new leads.
We believe with the continued assistance of the FBI, we will have a resolution to this case.
Police have yet to name a suspect in the disappearance. And for Quentin's family, each day without answers growing more and more heartbreaking. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
We are just 28 days until the midterms and the gloves are coming off. The latest poll averages from Real Clear Politics show that just about every Senate race is neck and neck. The closest in Ohio, where candidates squared off for the first time last night. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. Bree, good morning. This race has been a bit of a surprise.
Oh, absolutely. Good morning, Philip. Well, former President Trump won Ohio handily in 2016 and 2020, but this Senate race could prove that it is still a battleground state. Just about every poll shows Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan is within striking distance of his Republican rival author J.D. Vance, and that's been largely without help from national Democratic groups. Last night, the two faced off in their first debate, sparring on immigration, foreign policy, the economy, and abortion rights. Ryan has positioned himself as a moderate willing to buck his party, which has a central theme.
Donald Trump said to J.D. Vance, all you do is kiss my to get my support. He said that. That's bad. because that means J.D. Vance is going to do whatever he wants. Mitch McConnell's given him $40 million. He's going to do what he wants. We need leaders who have courage to take on their own party.
I'm not going to take lectures on dignity and self-respect from a guy caught on video kissing up to Chuck Schumer and begging him for a promotion to his next job. That's the kind of guy that Tim Ryan is. Now, he just said, it's so funny, we're getting close to Halloween, and Tim Ryan is put on a costume where he pretends to be a reasonable moderate.
I'm for Ohio. I don't kiss anyone's like him. Ohio needs an kicker, not a kisser.
Okay, thank you, candidates. Another well-rehearsed line.
Meanwhile, top Republicans are rallying around embattled Georgia Senate candidate Herschel Walker. Senators Rick Scott and Tom Cotton will campaign with the GOP hopeful today as he comes under fire for allegations that he paid for a woman's abortion. Walker has maintained he's devoutly anti-abortion. Now, the latest poll averages from Real Clear Politics show he's trailing Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock by about 4 points. The two will face off in their first and only debate on Friday. Philip?
And that debate will be well watched. All right, Bree, thank you.
From politics, let's turn to some chilly weather and developing extremes in the West. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, that cool weather is all due to a cold front that's going to spark some showers and storms today. Some could be as strong to severe as we head throughout the afternoon and overnight hours. There's that cold front. It's going to bring strong winds gusting and also some lightning, some hail in spots, especially in the Midwest, the Great Lakes. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, we're going to see this cold front bringing storms stretching from Texas all the way to Michigan. You can kind of see it blossom. Again, seeing those darker colors, the brighter colors showing us we could see some heavy rain as well. That could lead to a little bit of flooding. This will move off to the northeast by Thursday. 2 to 4 inches of rain is possible, especially in portions of New England. And again, we're looking at the chance for strong to severe storms where you see this green shading here. So Minneapolis, Des Moines, Kansas City could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures are feeling a little warm in the Midwest today. That's before that cold front moves through. And we're also feeling summer-like in the South. We're looking at temperatures in the 80s and 90s in some spots. We're going to be into the 90s tomorrow. All right, guys, some of us waking up to chilly temperatures right around the freezing mark. Some of us feeling like summer. We're going to talk about those temperatures coming up.
All right, looking forward to that, Michelle. Thank you.
Sure.
And fast forwarding into your Tuesday, Amazon's October Prime Day kicks off today for anybody looking to get a jump start on some holiday shopping. The 2 days of deals are available to all Prime members, both new and existing.
Today marks the 10th anniversary of the International Day of the Girl. The United Nations initiative calls for the empowerment and protection of human rights for the 600 million adolescent girls across the globe.
And we're also celebrating National Coming Out Day. The day honors the 1987 March on Washington for lesbian and gay rights. It also commemorates the continued fight for equality. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The head of the Uvalde School District is stepping down in the wake of May's tragic mass shooting at Robb Elementary. Superintendent Hal Harrell announced his retirement in a staff memo after 3 decades with the district. Families of the victims praised the decision during a fiery school board meeting last night, saying that it should have come sooner.
Where were you when we heard the news about my sister being massacred? Your school board members hired you to do your job, and you failed tremendously, causing a lifetime of pain, depression, and mental anguish.
On Friday, the school district's entire police department was suspended for the response to the massacre, which left 19 students and 2 teachers dead.
Jury selection continues today in the sex crimes trial of Harvey Weinstein. Weinstein appeared in an LA courtroom where he faces 11 counts of sexual assault that allegedly involved 5 women in California between 2004 and 2013. One of those women testifying is California Governor Gavin Newsom's wife, Jennifer Siebel Newsom. In a statement, her lawyer says Newsom wants some justice, some measure of justice for survivors. Weinstein has always maintained his innocence, pleading not guilty both in LA and New York, where he was convicted and sentenced to 23 years in prison for rape. Weinstein is appealing his New York conviction.
There is a renewed possibility of a rail strike after the country's 3rd largest railroad union rejected a labor deal. In a statement, the union president said that railroaders do not feel valued, adding that 56% of its more than 11,000 workers voted against the agreement. This comes weeks after President Biden pushed for a labor deal, avoiding a strike in mid-September. The union that rejected that agreement said that a potential strike would not come until November to negotiate a new deal.
Right now, turning to Monday Night Football, and one player proving to be the head chief under the lights in Kansas City.
Kelsey's got another touchdown.
The Raiders got out to a 17-0 lead early until Travis Kelce started to find the end zone. Patrick Mahomes connected with Kelce for 4 touchdowns on the night. That impressive effort gave the Chiefs the lead, and they'd hold on for the win 30-29.
Was a good one. Still to come, like father, like son. Bronny James strikes a major endorsement deal with the swoosh.
And no soup for you, unless you want to make it yourself, from the new Seinfeld cookbook.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, it sucks.
What did you say?
Your meatloaf is mushy, your salmon croquettes are oily, and your eggplant parmesan is a disgrace to this house.
Okay, that's what you're hearing at home, and you're looking to sharpen your culinary skills. We have just the thing for you. Seinfeld, the official cookbook, hits store shelves today with over 60 recipes inspired by George's tuna toasts and Monk's Cafe menu and other foodie favorites from the iconic 90s sitcom. I'm wondering why it took so long for them to come out this thing.
No, you're right. It's been, what, it's 20 years almost or so? Speaking of that, it's been nearly 20 years that LeBron James has been endorsed by Nike, and now it is his son's turn to sign with the swoosh. 18-year-old Bronny James was one of 5 amateur basketball players Nike signed to name, image, and likeness deals on Monday. The high school senior is joined by 2 more high school athletes, as well as 2 women's college standouts. LeBron took to Instagram to congratulate Bronny, saying the legacy continues on.
All right, coming up, Michelle Grossman is back with freeze alerts. Some major temperature swings are on the way.
And we are breaking down barriers this spooky season, why kids who use wheelchairs may be best dressed this Halloween.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. It's a chilly start for many. We're looking at frost advisories, freeze warnings through parts of upstate New York into New England. Temperatures right around the freezing mark in Augusta, but right above the freezing mark in Burlington. Big difference, though, in the plains, Midwest. We're looking at temperatures 15 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year. Back to you guys.
How about that? All right, Michelle, thanks. How a wheelchair can become the foundation for the perfect Halloween costume. Be right back.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
It's almost time for trick-or-treaters to show off their Halloween costumes. And there's no reason children who have disabilities should miss out on any of the fun. A group called Magic Wheelchair is helping create unforgettable costumes. Colton Bradford with our Boston station has the story.
Meet Savannah and Lacey, a Salem-based mother and daughter that love Halloween. But more on that in a moment.
Hi, George. Oh, yes.
When Savannah was around 4 years old, she was diagnosed with Ogden syndrome, a genetic syndrome so rare, only about 100 people in the world live with it.
With Ogden syndrome, Savannah has a cerebral palsy, she has epilepsy, she has a heart condition. So she's a pretty complex girl medically.
Savannah's mother adds that she doesn't want her to miss out on all the fun that life can offer us. And as Salem residents, that includes all the mischief of Halloween. But being wheelchair-bound, that can make finding the perfect costume all the more difficult, but not for this family. They've been everything from the cast of The Wizard of Oz to a delightful troop of Care Bears. And this year, they're taking things to a whole new level thanks to the nonprofit Magic Wheelchair. Savannah loves music, lights, and she also communicates with a program button known as a Big Mac switch.
Savannah will hit it to say trick or treat, and then she'll hit it again to say thank you, happy Halloween. So we've always tried to give her her own voice as much as we can.
Her family and friends found inspiration in one place for all of that to come together. And chances are, you're probably just a little familiar with it here on NBC. Yeah, that's right. The team from Magic Wheelchair and Waltham-based SolidWorks went to work building a scale replica of one of those shiny red chairs that we've all dreamed of sitting in on The Voice, even incorporating the button that Savannah uses to communicate.
Basically, the way it'll work is they can program the chair to do something, have text come off, play music, play a song, voice output, etc. The lights all over the chair. They can control that. All Savannah has to do is hit the button, and the chair will do that.
And just for some perspective, this design team uses the same software that companies like Tesla and Boeing use. Just look at some of these, from castles fit for a real-life princess to monster trucks and motorcycles that could rival anything you've seen on 93 lately. They've created it and cut no corners in the process.
Making these experiences for these families is like everyone's favorite part of the job.
As Savannah and her family set their sights on a busy Halloween season in Salem, her mother says she hopes that people in the community are taught one of the valuable lessons that she's taught them.
To have an open heart, and you know, she's really led my path of who I am today.
And we thank Colton from our Boston affiliate for that story. What a great way to have such a special day for the entire family.
Kudos to Magic Wheelchair.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Coming up on Today, we're celebrating International Day of the Girl with a new mentoring project by the NYPD.
A barrage of deadly strikes across multiple cities in Ukraine serves as President Putin's revenge for the weekend's Crimea bridge attack, as the casualties are stacking up.
The desperate search for a missing Georgia toddler is heating up as 40 FBI agents join in the search.
Caught on camera, a group of boaters in distress fighting off sharks as they waited to be rescued by the Coast Guard in Louisiana.
New troubles for singer and mogul Kanye West after he was suspended from Twitter and Instagram over anti-Semitic remarks.
And it was a Monday night football comeback for the Chiefs as Travis Kelce lit up Arrowhead to pull ahead of the Raiders in a thriller. Early today starts right now. Good Tuesday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. We begin this morning as Ukrainian cities are facing the grim aftermath of Russia's deadly missile assault. More than 84 missiles and 24 drones fired into Ukraine. The attacks hitting the capital for the first time in months. Ukraine says it shot down nearly half the missiles using military air defenses. NBC's Alice Barr starts us off.
Fresh terror in Ukraine as Russian missiles rocked cities across the country, including the capital, Kyiv, where the first attacks in months killed civilians and shattered a relative sense of safety. President Biden condemning what he calls the brutality of Putin's illegal war, promising to stand with Ukraine as long as it takes. Russian President Vladimir Putin calling the strikes retaliation for this explosion that seriously damaged a bridge serving as a crucial military supply line between Russia and the annexed Crimean Peninsula. While Ukraine has not publicly admitted responsibility, President Putin branded it a terrorist attack.
The Ukrainian army is attacking military targets to try to win a war against the Russian armed forces. Putin is attacking civilians to terrorize Ukrainians.
It comes after a series of Russian battlefield losses have ratcheted up the pressure on Putin, who's threatened to use nuclear weapons and instituted a draft to force Russians to fight. Thousands now fleeing the country as rare protests have ignited in the streets.
He's running out of precision-guided munitions. The Russian army is not fighting effectively. The call-up's been a disaster.
The United Nations General Assembly holding an emergency session, weighing a resolution to condemn the sudden escalation in the conflict, including Russia's attempted annexation of 4 regions of Ukraine. Leaders from across the world once again forced to confront one man's war. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC News.
In Iran, anti-government protests are heading into their 4th week. At a university in Tehran, students painted their hands red as outrage grows over the death of Mahsa Amini after she was arrested by the nation's morality police. The country has been cracking down on protesters with gunfire erupting in a western Iranian city. Take a listen. The Associated Press says 2 protesters were killed. And now to NBC's Ali Arouzi, the only Western broadcast journalist in Iran.
Protests and violence continue in Iran, where for weeks demonstrators have been taking to the streets, erupting into anti-government slogans. Iranian security forces and militia clamping down, firing shots and tear gas, beating back protesters. Workers at refineries joined the protests, sparked by last month's death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, taken into custody by the morality police for failing to fully adhere to the country's strict dress code. She died 3 days later. Officials deny any wrongdoing and claim she died of a pre-existing condition. The flames of anger show no signs of ebbing as international condemnation grows against Iran as several governments discuss sanctions. The UK is joining the US in sanctioning senior security officials and Iran's morality police for repression of women. Demonstrations across the country are now being led by fearless and determined young Iranians, with women and schoolgirls often at the helm, waving their hijabs defiantly in the air. This weekend, the flagship news program on Iranian state TV was apparently hacked. And the president of Iran's visit to a women's university backfired when he was heckled by students. An unheard of act of defiance in this country. At another university in Tehran, students painted their hands red in a show of solidarity for students that have been arrested or injured since the unrest began. Protesters seem more emboldened, fearless, chanting, "We're not scared of your tanks and bullets." But authorities keep issuing stern warnings. The Deputy Interior Minister saying harsh sentences will be handed down to demonstrators as a deterrent.
Our thanks to Ali for that report.
The Los Angeles City Council president has stepped down from her leadership role. Leaked audio recordings sparked outrage over the weekend. Council President Nuri Martinez could be heard making racist remarks about a colleague's black child and about indigenous Mexican immigrants. The audio was anonymously posted on Reddit and has not been independently verified by NBC News, and we do not know if it was edited.
In a statement, Martinez says she is sorry and truly ashamed. It's unclear if she is resigning from her council seat or only from her role as president. The other council members heard in the recording also issued apologies. And two sources tell the LA Times that union leader Ron Herrera has resigned over that leaked audio. Herrera apologized for failing to stand up to racist remarks during that conversation.
Council member Mike Bonin, whose young black son was attacked in the audio, says, quote, "It hurts that one of our son's earliest encounters with overt racism comes from some of the most powerful public officials in Los Angeles."
Now to a renewed possibility of a rail strike after the country's third largest railroad union rejected a labor deal. In a statement, the union president said that railroaders do not feel valued, adding that 56% of its more than 11,000 workers voted against the agreement. This comes weeks after President Biden pushed for a labor deal, avoiding a strike in mid-September. The union that rejected that agreement said that a potential strike would not come until November to negotiate a new deal.
Just 28 days until the midterms and the gloves are coming off. The latest poll averages from Real Clear Politics show that just about every Senate race is neck and neck. The closest in Ohio, where candidates squared off for the first time last night. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the latest. And Bree, good morning. This race has been a bit of a surprise so far.
Yeah, it certainly is, Francis. Good morning. Former President Trump won Ohio handily in 2016 and 2020, but this Senate race could prove that it still is a battleground state. Just about every poll shows Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan is within striking distance of his Republican rival, author J.D. Vance. And that's been largely without help from national Democratic groups. Last night, the two faced off in their first debate, sparring on immigration, foreign policy, the economy, and abortion rights. Ryan has positioned himself as a moderate willing to buck his party, which was a central theme.
Donald Trump said to J.D. Vance, "All you do is kiss my to get my support." He said that. That's bad, because that means J.D. Vance is going to do whatever he wants. Mitch McConnell's given him $40 million. He's going to do what he wants. We need leaders who have courage to take on their own party.
I'm not going to take lectures on dignity and self-respect from a guy caught on video kissing up to Chuck Schumer and begging him for a promotion to his next job. That's the kind of guy that Tim Ryan is. Now, he just said, it's so funny, we're getting close to Halloween, and Tim Ryan is put on a costume where he pretends to be a reasonable moderate.
I'm for Ohio. I don't kiss anyone's like him. Ohio needs an kicker, not a kisser.
Okay, thank you, candidates. Another well-rehearsed line.
Meanwhile, top Republicans are rallying around embattled Georgia Senate candidate Herschel Walker. Senators Rick Scott and Tom Cotton will campaign with the GOP hopeful today as he comes under fire for allegations that he paid for a woman's abortion. Walker has maintained he's devoutly anti-abortion. The latest polling averages from Real Clear Politics show he's trailing Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock by about 4 points. The two will face off for their first and only debate on Friday. Francis, back to you.
Watch that one and see if it's as bleeped as many times as that one in Ohio was. All right, Bree, thank you.
The head of the Uvalde School District is stepping down in the wake of May's tragic mass shooting at Robb Elementary. Superintendent Hal Harrell announced his retirement in a staff memo after 3 decades with the district. Families of the victims praised the decision during a fiery school board meeting last night, saying it should have come sooner.
Where were you when we heard the news about my sister being massacred? Your school board members hired you to do your job, and you failed tremendously, causing a lifetime of pain, depression, and mental anguish.
On Friday, the school district's entire police department was suspended for the response to the massacre, which left 19 students and 2 teachers dead.
Jury selection continues today in the sex crimes trial of Harvey Weinstein. Weinstein appeared in an LA courtroom where he faces 11 counts of sexual assault that allegedly involved 5 women in California between 2004 and 2013. One of those women testifying is California Governor Gavin Newsom's wife, Jennifer Siebel Newsom. In a statement, her lawyer says Newsom wants some measure of justice for survivors. Weinstein has always maintained his innocence, pleading not guilty both in LA and in New York. That's where he was convicted and sentenced to 23 years in prison for rape. Weinstein is appealing his New York conviction.
Over the weekend, boaters were saved from shark-infested waters in Louisiana. This daring rescue was caught on camera. Check it out. The Coast Guard came across a real-life Jaws moment while searching for a missing fishing crew after their boat sank miles off the shore. 2 of the boaters were found fending off sharks before being pulled to safety. The other was airlifted by helicopter. Officials report all 3 are safe and in stable condition after being taken to a nearby hospital.
It's terrifying. Okay, let's turn now to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman with a look at some extreme weather brewing in the Midwest. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hi there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, we're going to see the chance for strong to severe weather as we head throughout today, especially tonight into the overnight hours. It's all due to a strong cold front. It's going to drop some temperatures as it moves along, too. So there's that cold front. We're looking in the Midwest, portions of the Great Lakes. It's going to move out to the east tomorrow. You can kind of see those storms blossom. So we're seeing anywhere from Texas to Michigan, some really strong storms, some heavy rain, even some hail is possible, some damaging winds as well. And then the Northeast, you're going to see some rain by Thursday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're feeling summer-like in the Midwest. Temperatures in the 80s, well above normal for this time of year. Also feeling summer-like in the South. Temperatures in the upper 80s in spots. We're going to see the chance for some showers and storms in portions of Florida. All right, guys, some of us feeling very summer-like today, near 90 degrees in spots. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Okay, we'll see you in a bit. Thank you, Michelle. Still to come, why a Tesla rival is recalling nearly all of its vehicles.
And the growing firestorm over Kanye West's anti-Semitic remarks. Next.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're back with a growing controversy surrounding Kanye West. The rapper now suspended from multiple social media platforms after making anti-Semitic statements. Argati Schwartz has more.
You don't love Ye, you love money bag, yo. Kanye West making headlines after posting alarming anti-Semitic statements on Instagram and Twitter.
In the early hours of Sunday morning, the rap star lashing out, tweeting, "I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I am going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who ever opposes your agenda." His Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook accounts have all been suspended. The backlash immediate, with several celebrities and organizations speaking out against his latest statements. Comedian Sarah Silverman tweeting, "Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter, and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The silence is so loud." The Black Jewish Entertainment Alliance also reacting. Ye's recent statements about the Jewish community are hurtful, offensive, and wrong. And actress Jamie Lee Curtis reacting to Kanye's statements, tweeting this: "The holiest day in Judaism was last week. Words matter. A threat to Jewish people ended once in a genocide. Your words hurt and incite violence. You are a father. Please stop." Curtis also blasting him in an interview with Hoda on the Today Show.
I burst into tears. I woke up and burst into tears. DEFCON 3 on Jewish people? What are you doing? It's abhorrent behavior. I hope he gets help. I hope his children get help from him.
The press completely killed us.
This weekend's uproar came on the heels of a controversial fashion show in Paris in which Ye debuted a line of T-shirts with the words "White Lives Matter" boldly printed across the back. He spoke to Fox's Tucker Carlson about the T-shirts.
So you made reference to the White Lives Matter T-shirt, which you brought out at Paris Fashion Week.
Yeah.
Why did you do that, and what did it mean?
You know, people, they're looking for an explanation, and people say, well, as an artist, you don't have to give an explanation, but as a leader, you do.
Yes, I think that's right.
So the answer to why I wrote White Lives Matter on a shirt is because they do. It's the obvious thing.
Kanye also took shots at music mogul Sean Combs, known as Diddy, saying he is controlled by Jewish people, a reference to a long-standing anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
The White Lives Matter T-shirt, I don't rock with it. Don't wear the shirt. Don't buy the shirt.
After terminating his clothing deal with Gap, Kanye also turned his ire to current business partner Adidas, making scathing remarks in recent weeks. The sports brand now reviewing their partnership and putting out this statement. After repeated efforts to privately resolve the situation, we have taken the decision to place the partnership under review. Kanye returned fire on Instagram. "I am Adidas. Adidas raped and stole my designs." He released a video on YouTube where he appears to show pornography to an Adidas executive.
Come on.
A friend of Kanye's repeats his claim that the company stole his designs. We reached out to Adidas for comment, but haven't heard back.
And our thanks to Gotti for that report.
A Tesla rival hits a speed bump. Why Rivian is recalling nearly all of its vehicles.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
A masked killer takes aim and fires. a fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man, it's okay.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We have a consumer alert to tell you about. Rivian Automotive is recalling more than 12,000 cars over a potential steering defect. This includes nearly all of the cars made by the electric vehicle maker. The defect involves a fastener in the front suspension that may not have been fully tightened and could affect the alignment of the front wheels, potentially changing the feel of the steering. In rare cases, the fastener could come loose and lead to a loss of steering control. Company shares have fallen sharply since the recall was announced.
Up next, Michelle's tracking your Tuesday forecast.
And a story we are really pumped about. This gourd squashing the competition and setting a new record.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers. Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. Feeling like summer, especially in the plains, portions of the Midwest. We have an area of high pressure that's pushing up this warm air. It's also humid in spots. And we're going to see those temperatures 15 to 20 degrees above normal for this time of year, especially where you see this red here. And these temperatures are more typical for August. So just how warm is it? We're going to see temperatures into the mid 80s in some spots. Omaha today, 19 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 81 in Minneapolis, 84 in Wichita. As we look towards tomorrow, we're going to see that heat sliding off to the east. So Temperatures in the 90s in Dallas, Houston 92, Little Rock 87, Cincinnati, we're looking at temperatures in the 70s. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you so much, Michelle. So that'll come here on Early Today. The search for a missing toddler in Georgia grows even more urgent by the hour. We'll bring you up to date on the latest.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. We're back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day. Lighten your load. Every single morning.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Fast forwarding into your Tuesday, Amazon's October Prime Day kicks off today for anybody looking to get a jump start on some holiday shopping. The 2 days of deals are available to all Prime members, both new and existing.
Today marks the 10th anniversary of the International Day of the Girl. The United Nations initiative calls for the empowerment and protection of human rights for the 600 million adolescent girls across the globe.
And we are also celebrating National Coming Out Day today. The day honors the 1987 March on Washington for lesbian and gay rights, and also commemorates the continued fight for equality for the LGBTQ+ community.
Jury deliberations will continue today in the defamation trial of Alex Jones. 6 jurors will determine how much the InfoWars host will have to pay the 14 relatives of the 8 victims, along with the FBI agent who responded to the massacre. Jones has already been found liable for defamation. This is the second of 3 suits against Jones by Sandy Hook families. In the first trial, an Austin jury awarded the parents of Jesse Lewis nearly $50 million.
In Georgia, the search intensifies for a toddler missing since last Wednesday. Officials confirm more than 40 FBI agents are on the ground near Savannah looking for 20-month-old Quentin Simon.
The child disappeared from his home last week. The boy's mother called 911 after she woke up and couldn't find her son at home. Chatham County Police have yet to name a suspect in the child's disappearance, and authorities won't rule out a possible criminal investigation related to Quentin's disappearance.
All right, now to Monday Night Football, and one player proving to be chief under the lights in Kansas City.
Mahomes, Kelsey's got another touchdown.
Well, the Raiders got out to a 17-0 lead early, but this is the Chiefs, and Kelsey just started finding the end zone. He finished with 4 touchdown catches, his personal best, as the Chiefs come from behind yet again to beat Las Vegas 30-29. Elsewhere in the league, the Panthers have fired head coach Matt Rule in the 3rd season of a 7-year deal. Rule is still owed around $40 million left on his Carolina contract. Now to baseball, and the first pitch in the ALDS is this afternoon in Houston between the Astros and the Mariners. The Guardians and Yankees play tonight. In the NL, the Braves start their quest for back-to-back titles with Game 1 against the Phillies. And then it is a West Coast showdown in LA in the nightcap.
All right, now to the Super Bowl of pumpkins. Check out this maverick here. The 2,560-pound pumpkin set a new U.S. record at the Half Moon Bay Art and Pumpkin Festival in California. The owner walked away with a little over $23,000. So you do the math there. The payout, about $9 per pound. Wow. It's a lot of pumpkin pie. Enjoy it. Have a great day. See you back here tomorrow.
Good morning. I'm Gotti Schwartz in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, escalation breaking this morning. More explosions in Ukraine. Ukrainian officials report an attack on critical infrastructure in the western city of Lviv, less than 1 day after a wave of Russian missile strikes across the country. Now, international leaders condemning Russia for what it calls retaliation for an explosion that damaged a key bridge in Crimea.
Russia has proven once again that it is a terrorist state that must be deterred in the strongest possible ways.
Plus, new concerns after North Korea simulates a nuclear attack meant to wipe out South Korean and U.S. targets. We'll bring you the latest. Bad omen this morning. Worry on Wall Street and beyond over comments made by a top banking CEO. Why the head of J.P. Morgan says several signs are pointing to a recession in America. Plus, what that could mean for your bottom line. On the agenda, the Supreme Court back in session and set to take on several high-profile cases this week. We'll break down some of the trials to watch that could have widespread implications. And account locked this morning. Kanye West facing the fallout over anti-Semitic posts on social media. More on the rapper's controversial comments, plus the backlash that's now spread to his business partnerships. We're happy to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. Happy you're back again. Yay.
Happy to be back.
So much fun having you here in New York. We begin our show this morning with two major foreign policy challenges for President Biden: the war in Ukraine and North Korea's worrying new missile tests.
Yeah, Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, is still on edge 1 day after Russia carried out a series of strikes on that city and many others in response to Saturday's Crimea bridge explosion. Officials say 19 people died across Ukraine and more than 100 were left injured. This morning, people in Kyiv took shelter again after air raid sirens rang out through the city. Over in Zaporizhia, explosions were heard throughout the night. One person was killed, according to the regional governor, after missiles hit public buildings. President Biden condemned yesterday's attack, quote, in a phone call with President Zelensky. Biden vowed to continue supporting Ukraine by providing it with advanced air defense systems. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry has the very latest from Kyiv.
Good morning, guys. This is a city that is weary, a city that is tired, that once again had air raid sirens throughout a night and is surveying the damage. We're here at a playground to show you the impact crater that one of these rockets left. You can see how destructive each of these individual strikes were, and there were dozens of strikes throughout the day. The death toll currently across the country, more than 19 people dead, more than 100 wounded. And you can see so many of these targets were just civilians' targets, a children's playground. This playground is a miracle that nobody was killed, because this park was bustling at 8:15 in the morning rush hour. And the attacks, as I said, are not over. Officials are stressing that they are worried Russia could carry out another wave of strikes. We've already seen that this morning in the city of Zaporizhia. A dozen rockets landing in one wave, killing one person, but again, hitting infrastructure targets, which is what we're seeing in the western part of the country as well, in the city of Lviv, taking a second round of strikes this morning. We're told the power is still out in that city. Savannah, Gotti.
Cal, stay safe out there. Thanks so much for that.
And now to the latest from North Korea, which is making provocative new comments, saying its recent string of tests were designed to simulate a nuclear strike meant to wipe out South Korean and American targets. We have full team coverage of this latest escalation with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Seoul, South Korea, and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Good morning to the both of you. Matt, I will start with you. So North Korea has conducted 7 missile tests now in recent weeks, including simulated use of its tactical battlefield nuclear weapons. What do we know about those weapons, and why is this happening right now?
Yeah, Savannah, it's an interesting question. It's not just those 7 tests in just the last 2 weeks. That's a really high tempo of testing. It's actually been more than 40 since the beginning of the year, which is unprecedented. We haven't seen that ever So this year has seen a really big ramp up in the testing of all of the missile systems that North Korea has available. And, you know, a lot of these are showing off new technology. You know, hearing from people who watch North Korea, they say there's no reason necessarily to not believe what the North Koreans' explanation is, which is that they have the tech and they're trying to test to see if it works. But at the same time, they're also trying to demonstrate to the world that they have this capability, because up until now, we know that the North Koreans had nuclear capabilities. They tested those decades ago, so they have that. They also have ballistic missile capability. In certain places, they have long-range ballistic missile capability. But what they haven't been able to show is that they can marry the two, that they can deliver a nuclear payload on a ballistic missile, and that it would be effective in reaching places like Seoul, where I am now, or U.S. military assets, military bases in this city or elsewhere on the peninsula, and places like Guam, even the continental United States. So this is a demonstration to show that not only are they able to detonate a nuclear weapon, but that they're able to reach out and use that nuclear weapon in combat. Now, they're also ramping up this technology and doing all of these tests in such a rapid pace because the pace of U.S. and North and South Korean and Japanese military exercises have also been increasing this year. Now, a lot of that has to do with the fact that President Donald Trump is no longer in office, and we're getting back to a footing under Joe Biden where there is more cooperation between the United States and allies here in Northeast Asia. So in many ways, it is the United States and its allies here in this part of the world that is motivating the North Korean response. Savannah?
So, Matt, what is South Korea saying about this? I mean, just earlier this year, a new conservative government was inaugurated in Seoul. How are they responding?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, Savannah. And for better or for worse, you know, the actual government that's in office in South Korea here doesn't necessarily have the same amount of traction that the government in Washington does. So whether there's a conservative government or a liberal government here in Seoul, it really is all about who is in power in Washington, whether it's Donald Trump or whether it's Joe Biden. And the government here, they're responding the way other successive governments in the past have responded. They're condemning these tests and saying that nuclear weapons are not necessary and should not be used. And that is the kind of language that you would hear from any government. But Kim Jong-un has made it clear time and time again that he doesn't even necessarily want to speak to the government here in Seoul. He wants to speak to whoever's in power in Washington. He considers Seoul to be entirely beholden to the government in the United States. And whether he's wrong or whether he's right, that means that it is Washington that sets the tone and the tempo of the diplomacy that happens here on the Korean Peninsula.
Mike,
Savannah?
that's a perfect way to bring you in here. So what is the White House's response here?
Well, to Matt's point, while the North Koreans may want to deal solely with the United States response has always been, and is in this case, to emphasize the unanimity of our alliances in the region. The United States ramping up its contacts, President speaking just in the last week, and the Vice President as well with the Prime Minister of Japan and the President of South Korea. The White House has always emphasized that all these conversations are happening in tandem, in triad, you could say, with these three nations. But there's another point worth considering here, and this is as the White House is monitoring this very closely, a meeting that the president is likely going to have in the next month. The president, in the past, we've seen that China is often a useful interlocutor here in trying to manage these tensions between the United States and its allies in the region, as well as North Korea. Now, President Biden is expected to meet in person for the first time next month with China's President Xi Jinping during a summit in Indonesia. That conversation obviously is going to cover a range of subjects, but the increased tensions in North Korea are likely to be rising to the top of the list.
Absolutely. Mike, also, though, North Korea, of course, isn't our only international concern right now. Ukrainian President Zelensky actually tweeted that he spoke with President Biden yesterday following these renewed Russian attacks we've seen in Ukraine and on the capital city of Kyiv. Do we know what was said during that call and what the White House is saying about this new line of attack from Russia?
Yeah, this is actually the second conversation between these two leaders in about a week, an indication of the extreme concern within the White House. You and I talked last week about the president's closed-door comments at the fundraiser about this as well. The White House saying that the president continued to pledge to continue providing Ukraine with support it needs to defend itself, including advanced air systems, and also to provide security, economic, and humanitarian assistance. In just about an hour, Savannah, President Biden will be taking part in a emergency meeting of the G7 leaders to talk about the urgent response here. And the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is also flying to Brussels for a meeting with G7 defense ministers, where this is going to be at the top of the agenda. Of course, the rising concern here, as there is concern that, well, for the discussions about President Putin looking for an off-ramp, he's not interested in one.
Absolutely. Concerns, as you mentioned, that he expressed of a nuclear Armageddon. And look at the conversation we're having this morning. Mike Memoli and Matt Bradley, thank you both so much for your reporting.
Now to Washington and the latest on the search of Mar-a-Lago. The Justice Department is set to respond by today to former President Trump's request to vacate a ruling from the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. Trump filed the emergency motion to the Supreme Court last week, just hours after the appeals court allowed the DOJ to resume its review of the documents seized in the FBI raid of Mar-a-Lago. Let's bring in NBC News analyst and former federal prosecutor Glenn Kirshner. Glenn, good morning. First, let's go back a little bit here. What's Trump's legal team arguing, and why do they want to reverse the appeals court ruling?
You know, Trump's legal team has been trying to argue that a former president should enjoy some sort of special status in the law. So he should be entitled to, for example, a special master, an independent third party to review everything that the FBI seized from him pursuant to a lawfully issued, a judicially issued search warrant. And, you know, most people, I think, are of the mind that, well, the law should treat everybody the same, should treat everybody equally. So why should a former president get this special treatment, have an independent third party review everything? But, you know, I would hasten to add that the law actually doesn't treat everybody the same. When federal prosecutors, when the FBI searches an attorney's office, well, that attorney will typically get a special master appointed to review all the materials that have been seized for potential attorney-client privilege. I could see the appellate courts wrestling with this unprecedented set of facts, the search of a former president's home, and say, you know what, we're going to put a former president in the category of an attorney. We're going to say we're going to build some extra safeguards into the system and let this special master review run its course. So, you know, we're all closely watching what the 11th Circuit will do. And then, of course, the outlier is Donald Trump's defense team has already filed an emergency appeal with Justice Clarence Thomas, who has supervisory responsibility over the 11th Circuit. So there are a lot of moving legal pieces in this one.
Now, Glenn, when it comes to prosecutors, what options are available to the DOJ when responding to Trump's request? What are you expecting to see from the federal prosecutors?
Oh, I expect they're going to hold the line. They're going to say, listen, we acquired this evidence lawfully pursuant to a judicially issued search warrant. And they're probably going to argue that the president is but a mere mortal and the DOJ should be allowed to go about its business in a timely manner of conducting a criminal investigation of documents that, let's call it what it was, were stolen by the president from the executive branch, from the government, and were seized and returned to the government. And now DOJ needs to do a prompt and thorough investigation to see where criminal liability might lie.
And what's next for the DOJ investigation once this legal battle is passed?
Well, I have to believe they are dug into these documents. They're probably subpoenaing grand jury witnesses to testify about the documents, whether they were shared, whether they were compromised, whether they were leveraged. And, you know, Donald Trump just sort of infamously said at one of his rallies, they're my documents and I want them back. And, you know, that is not only pretty telling, it is also potentially an admission that could be used in a future prosecution if one is brought against Donald Trump.
Glenn Kirshner, thanks so much. Now to your morning news now. Weather, it looks like a pretty big cold front is headed our way. We've got meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
Yeah,
she's in the studio, right?
I know. She's right here in the studio. We got some showers in the middle of the country, right? What's happening?
We have some showers, some storms. By the way, I feel like I'm like a family reunion. You guys look so similar. Like,
I know.
Right?
We're debating on who's going to lose the glasses because there are one set of glasses too many on this desk.
I love it. Both not know what's going on.
You're both adorable. normal. All right. Yeah, let's talk about the storms because we are looking, well, let's start with freeze warnings because it is so cold in so many spots. We're looking at frost advisories, freeze warnings. We're starting out with temperatures in the 30s in a lot of spots. So upstate New York into New Hampshire, Vermont, also Maine, looking at that chilly start. We're looking at temperatures 30s, 40s, 51 degrees right now in New York City. It's going to warm this afternoon once that sun really gets going. But as we look towards the west in the plains, we are so above normal for this time of year, 15 to 20 degrees above normal. It's this big area of high pressure. It's funneling in this warm air, also some humidity. So it's hot, it's humid in some spots, and it feels like August in a lot of spots. So temperatures for the highs today, 15 to 25 degrees above what is average for this time of year. That is in the red, and this is what's ahead of the cold front. Once that cold front moves through, it's going to knock down the temperatures, and we're going to see a big difference over the next several days. But again, it's feeling like August in some spots in mid-October. What does that look like? It looks like 85 degrees in Omaha today, 19 degrees above normal for this time of year. Minneapolis, 81, Wichita, 84. We're warm also in Green Bay, just 75, but that's 14 degrees above normal for this time of year. Then this warmth is going to move off to the east. So there's that cold front back here. Here's the warm air. We're looking at 90s in Dallas, also in Houston tomorrow, 91 in Dallas. That's 12 degrees above normal for this time of year, 69 in Buffalo, 71 in Boston. Then we'll keep it warm on Thursday in portions of the mid-Atlantic. We're looking at temperatures right around 71 on Thursday. We drop it down because that cold front's going to move through the Northeast. That's going to bring the chance for showers and storms. So 66 on Friday, 64 on Saturday. Feeling nice and crisp. It was a great weekend last weekend. We're going to do another one once again this weekend. We have those mild highs. We have the chance for strong to severe storms. I'll get in that in just a second. Much cooler temperatures in the Pacific Northwest. We were warm yesterday. There's that cold front. It's a strong one. It's going to bring the chance for strong wind gusts. It could be damaging. Some lightning, also some hail. We could see some rain and snow mixing into the Rockies, also the high plains. Tomorrow, there's that cold front. You can see the storms kind of blossoming along that cold front from Texas all the way to Michigan. So again, the threat would be damaging winds, some heavy rain, some lightning. And then the Northeast, you're going to have a wet day. It's going to be windy, too, kind of a damp day on Thursday, so plan some indoor activities. We could see a lot of rain, too, generally 2 to 4 inches, the most falling in portions of New England. Mentioning the severe threat today, it's anywhere from Oklahoma into portions of the Great Lakes, so Minneapolis, Des Moines, Kansas City, into Wichita. We're looking at winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail, low chance for a tornado, but it is not zero. And then tomorrow, we're looking at that area expanding. So now we're talking the Southern Plains, the Tennessee Valley, into the Ohio Valley. Once again, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Hail, could see some really heavy rain as well. Generally 2 to 4 inches. Notice those brighter colors. That's where we're expecting the heaviest rain. So portions of Pennsylvania into New York. I love that you're so into this. Also, New England, you're really leaning into this. So you need the umbrella on Thursday. I love it.
You got outfit choices.
I love your weather
coordinating
forecast.
already.
I do, and I like to look at the map and listen and follow what you're saying. So basically, I think you said it's going to be kind of warm and rainy on Thursday, which is kind of nasty.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster.
Yeah. Oh, you're out of here by then. Sad.
Yeah, you're back in LA.
Yeah, exactly.
Where it's always, it's always August and September, October, November,
I know.
December.
But then it gets kind of nice. See, I'm into the fall chill. I like
Me
it.
too.
All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Michelle, thanks. Yeah, coming up on Morning News Now, penalty phase. Closing arguments set to begin in the sentencing phase of convicted Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz.
Jurors now have to decide between life in prison or death. What the families of the victims are saying ahead of this new phase in the trial. That's when we come back. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's get to some economic news and the growing fears of a potential recession. The CEO of America's largest bank now says he believes the U.S. and global economy are indeed heading down that road and fast. Joining us for more on this is CNBC reporter and anchor Juliana Tattlebaum. Juliana, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So we've been talking about these comments from him. This was your interview. You spoke one-on-one with the CEO of JP Chase, Jamie Dimon, where he warned of that looming recession. Tell us more about your conversation and what specifically Dimon is concerned about here.
Savannah, good morning, and thank you for having me. This was a wide-ranging conversation, but I kicked off by asking the JP Morgan chief what he was seeing in the U.S. economy and what the outlook is for the United States. And he essentially said it's not what he's seeing right now that worries him. It's the future, in particular, rising interest rates and the war in Ukraine. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Right now, the U.S. economy is actually still doing well. Consumers have money. You know, fiscal stimulus, they still have more than they had before. They're spending 10% more than last year, 35% more than pre-COVID. Their balance sheets are in great shape. Yes, debt's gone up a little bit, but not nearly to pre-COVID levels. You can't talk about the economy without talking about the stuff in the future. And this is serious stuff, okay? This is inflation, which obviously is, changing the effect of those numbers I just told you about. It's rates going up more than people expected already. Europe is already in a recession, and they're likely to put U.S. in some kind of recession 6 to 9 months from now.
So those were Jamie Dimon's comments around the economy. In terms of markets, I asked him where he sees the S&P 500 index hitting a bottom, and he responded he doesn't know for sure, but he could see it dropping a further 20%. So warning investors could see more pain to come when it comes to stocks.
Absolutely. Juliana, if we do head into a recession, did Dimon say how severe he believes it could potentially be and what kind of impact that has on our economy then long term?
Well, it's clear from his comments that it is not a matter of if, but a matter of when it comes to this recession. Listen to what he had to say about the potential severity.
This is the thing no one ever really knows, right? You have a strong consumer going into it. Businesses are in pretty good shape, but they were amazingly resilient during COVID. Now you have to look at the range of outcomes. It can go from very mild to quite hard, and a lot will rely on what happens to this war. So I think to guess is hard. Be prepared.
Well, as you heard there, two of the main things to watch, according to the JP Morgan chief, are interest rates and where the Federal Reserve goes from here. And something that is much more out of the hands of the Fed and officials in the U.S. is the war in Ukraine, with the tensions escalating in recent weeks, posing a major concern for the bank chief.
Yeah, you mentioned those interest rates, the fact that the Fed's raised them several times. How does Diamond think the Fed is managing inflation? I mean, we've continued to see inflation. It really hasn't brought it down much. How does he feel about that?
Well, this is perhaps the critical question here for investors across the globe. How confident are they that the Fed is going to be able to navigate through this period of uncertainty? And on that front, Jamie Dimon said that the Fed deserves credit for how it handled the COVID pandemic and navigated through that period of uncertainty. But in terms of their more recent policy moves, Dimon said that the Fed waited too long to act. They did too little with hindsight, and now they're clearly motivated to catch up. Depending on the scale of the recession, he could see the Federal Reserve having to cut interest rates next year.
All right, Juliana, great interview, and thanks for joining us with it this morning. And now to the latest in the sentencing trial of convicted Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz. Closing arguments are set to begin today in the penalty phase against him.
Yeah, this comes nearly a year after he pleaded guilty to 17 counts of murder and 17 counts of attempted murder in the deadly 2018 shootings in Parkland, Florida. The jury will begin deliberations tomorrow and will choose one of two possible sentences: life in prison or death.
NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from outside the Broward County Courthouse. Carrie, good to see you. So what are we expecting here to hear in these closing arguments today?
Well, it has been an incredibly emotional penalty phase with so many people testifying. But today what we will hear is the defense attorneys arguing to the 12-member jury here in Florida that Nicholas Cruz's life should be spared, that he should be sentenced to life in prison, that he had a disadvantage from the moment he was born to a mother who was an addict, that he had had a very difficult childhood, and that he did not adjust to society. While the prosecution will argue, the state's attorney will say, if there was ever a heinous crime that deserves the death penalty, it is this. Guys?
And Carrie, I mean, you got to think of the family that's in that courtroom. This trial has to recreate so much trauma of that horrific day for the victims and their families. What are they saying about Cruz's sentencing?
Gotti, there was so much angst going into this trial in the penalty phase here. Some family members of the victims wanted a trial so that they could confront and say something directly to Nicholas Cruz, while others felt that they did not want to stomach this, did not want to relive this, that this has been so incredibly painful. Remember now, this was 2018 that this horror took place on Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in Parkland, Florida, and now it's 2022. But those who did take the stand had powerful statements and powerful testimony. Here is some of it.
Gina Rose Montalto, forever 14. Our daughter, Gina Rose Montalto, was a special girl who...
I was so happy to be her father. She was beautiful, and a gift from God as he chose to bless our family.
My forever 14-year-old little boy, Alex Schachter. Our family is broken. There is this constant emptiness.
Our life has been shattered and changed forever.
Joaquin, I love you, I miss you, and I will never forget that smile of yours.
On February 14th, 2018, my heart stopped beating. Our fourth and youngest child, Elena Petty, was taken back home to live with our Heavenly Father.
I'm still trying to learn to live with this every day. I will miss my son tomorrow. I will miss my son for the rest of my life.
I now struggle every day with the reality that I didn't get to tell Jamie one last time that I love her.
To try to articulate how it has affected me would be for me to rip my heart out and present it to you shattered in a million pieces.
A heartache that will never be erased for the 17 families who lost loved ones and for the 17 attempted murder charges in this case. There needs to be a unanimous decision by the jury for death. If there's even just one juror who votes for life, then the gunman in this case, Nicholas Cruz, would face life in prison. Guys?
Oh, Carrie Sanders, just such impactful statements there from those families. It just breaks your heart. Thank you so much, and we know you'll be watching. We'll check in.
International headlines now. Central America is in recovery mode after getting hit by Hurricane Julia. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with this and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Hey there.
Good morning, Gadi. Good morning, Savannah. Well, at least 28 people were reported dead after Hurricane Julia, as you mentioned, swept through Guatemala and El Salvador throughout the weekend. Now the hurricane has dissipated, but at least on Monday, it was still showering and drenching the two Central American countries with torrential rains. 5 of the victims died after a hillside collapsed on their house, and 9 others lost their lives while performing rescue work. Now let's move to China, where cities like Shanghai and Shenzhen have ramped up COVID-19 measures after infections rose at the highest rates since August. Local authorities have increased testing and closed schools, entertainment venues, and tourist spots. Shanghai, the financial capital of China, said on Monday that it will conduct routine testing at least twice a week until November 10th. And let's stop by New Zealand, where the government has proposed taxing the greenhouse gases produced by farm animals when they burp and pee as part of a plan to tackle climate change. It's all true, I swear. It's not the first time that the tax collector planning on showing up at the cow sheds in New Zealand. Back in 2003, a previous government proposed a tax on animal farts. Now the plan was scrapped after farmers, well, raised the stink about it.
Claudio, you just talked about quite a few bodily functions on TV.
Really milking the cow puns there, huh? Claudia, thank you so much.
Thanks, Claudio.
Oh, yes, thank you.
All right, coming up, a new session for the Supreme Court, and it could have major implications for you.
When we come back here on Morning News Now, we're going to break down some of the biggest cases being heard this week.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We are back now with the Supreme Court entering its second week of a packed new fall term.
That's right. We know the justices will hear 4 cases this week before holding a conference day on Friday to review the arguments. And these will be the last cases the justices hear until October 31st. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now to break down some of those cases. Danny, so let's start with this California law called Proposition 12, right? It's known as the Farm Animal Confinement Initiative. What does that mean?
Basically, California enacted a law that provided for, that said if you're going to sell uncooked meat, particularly pork products in California, then you have to prove that the pigs were raised humanely. But at the Supreme Court, that is really a side issue. This case really isn't about, are pigs cute? Do they deserve better lives? It's really about what's called the Dormant Commerce Clause. In other words, can individual states, and this came up way back in the time of the framers, can individual states engage in prejudice and discrimination against other states, which back in the time of the Revolution and hundreds of years ago, it kind of made sense. Delaware was suspicious of Pennsylvania, so they would enact tariffs and said, don't bring your Pennsylvania corn in here. We want to favor our own Delawarean farmers. So that is where the Dormant Commerce Clause comes. States cannot discriminate against other states. But the argument here that California is making is that this rule doesn't discriminate against any state. If you raise pork in California, you're subject to the exact same rules as someone from Nebraska or anywhere else. Bottom line is, if you can't comply with our humane raising of pork, then you just can't sell in California. You can sell in Canada, you can sell in Iowa, wherever you like. None of you can come here, including California pig farmers.
So it's kind of a Supreme Court case about bacon.
It is. It is, in a sense.
You laughed at me. That was
yes,
Michael.
it is.
Okay, now let's turn to a case that's kind of this battle between copyright, fair use, potentially impacting the art world. Has to do with Andy Warhol. Walk us through this one and what you think about it.
Yeah. Art is in the eye of the beholder, and it's not only in the eye of us as beholders, but 9 unelected justices on the Supreme Court. So every single time one of these cases on copyright law comes before the Supreme Court, believe me, reasonable minds can differ. I would bet that the 3 of us would have wildly divergent views on this Andy Warhol case. And basically what happened was there was a photographer, Lynn Goldsmith, who took photographs of Prince, the late artist. Later on, Andy Warhol did what he does, and he took that work, and there you see some Andy Warhol work right there. It's very distinctive. And he took that Prince photograph, and he ran it through whatever color formatting he did, and he created what is now before the Supreme Court as either, is it a derivative work? Or if it is derivative, then it is Lynn Goldsmith's, and she's entitled to royalties anytime someone uses it. If it is transformative, if it is fair use, then it is no longer really the original work, and Lynn Goldsmith has no dispute. You see a lot of different of those prints there. You can see that what Warhol would do is essentially take a photograph and put a color thing on it. Now, look. Here's how people will differ on this. Take me, for example. I don't get this Andy Warhol stuff. I can do what he did on my iPhone with a filter. So you're telling me that's transformative?
I know, yeah.
But by the way, you may completely disagree, and that's the beauty of it. Now you look at it, the Supreme Court justices are the same way. They may look at this work of Andy Warhol's and say, yeah, I don't get it, which really isn't the legal issue, but it will certainly inform the way the justices decide.
So many implications either way.
Yeah, and
decide,
it's interesting because I actually think his art is amazing, and I couldn't do it myself for sure. But it
right here, I have a filter.
Yeah, you're going to get some tweets about that one. All right, go ahead.
Lastly, as we all go back to work, I mean, they're going to be hearing a lot of cases about going back to work and the workplace. One of them has to do with a foreman, I believe, that's making $200 grand and yet is also asking for and says he qualifies for overtime. What's the situation there?
I love these overtime cases. I used to handle them, full disclosure. I have handled them in the past. But basically, what the argument is you have a worker here who was in an executive type position, supervisory position, made over $200,000 a year. But now, the FLSA, which is the overtime law, which was designed for blue-collar workers to protect them and give them overtime, what happened here is a loophole. And there are entire class action firms that sit around and hunt for these loopholes where they can make millions of dollars, and they seem to have possibly found one, depending on what the court does. Because this worker was paid at a daily rate as opposed to a salary, that is a different regulation, and he may be entitled to overtime, even if he did make over $200,000 a year.
So his daily rate equaled $200 grand, and then he's saying that he gets overtime on top of that.
Well, yes, but the only reason he's before the court is that he was classified as a daily rate worker. An unusual situation. Most people making over $200,000 a year are not daily rate workers, but that may be just the oil industry, the way it works. And this little loophole here might entitle this worker who made over $200,000, I think about $250,000 a year, to overtime. Now, that's another interesting thing is how are they going to prove that? Because I guarantee he wasn't clocking in and out, or if he was, was. I mean, you know, now you get into issues of when he was on his phone, being a supervisor, does that count? So really interesting case. Not really wide-reaching implications because I think this is a very narrow set of facts here.
I'm going to be sitting around thinking about how people just sit around looking for loopholes. Danny Savalos.
Where's our overtime, by the way? It's 7 a.m.
Thank you, Danny.
Coming up, fall is here, and that means cooler temperatures, shorter days, and for a lot of people, a little bit of seasonal sadness. When we come back, some tips on how to keep your spirits up all season long.
Plus, rapper Kanye West under fire over a series of posts on social media. We'll break down the controversy and how it could compromise a key business partnership. That's next on Morning News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. We're back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
Welcome back. It's time now for our weekly mental health check-in. We all know winter's coming, and with the cold weather comes seasonal depression sometimes.
Yeah, we've got some tips, though, to help you get through those darker months. Plus, new studies show COVID may have altered our personalities. We'll walk you through just how much people changed in these last 2 years. Narelle Feliciano joins us now to break down these headlines for us. She's a psychotherapist and author of This Book Won't Make You Happy, 8 Keys to Finding True Contentment. Love the title. Narelle, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So let's start with that seasonal depression. What is it about these months that make people potentially feel worse? And also, of course, tell us what we can do to help ward off these winter blues.
So generally, when the weather gets colder, we're limited in our desire to do certain things like connect socially, going outside, exercising in different ways in the better weather. And that can trigger some depression in people that starts around this time of year when the leaves start changing, when the temperatures get colder, when we have less daylight, and it can extend into early summer even. And it's very similar to other types of depression in that we want to withdraw and isolate, mood changes, our sleeping and eating patterns may change, but the big ones is the loss of joy in the things that we normally do enjoy. And there are many things that we can do to prepare for it going into the season. One is to think about what is difficult for you in this season. Most people who've experienced seasonal depression know what is difficult for them if they take a look at the last year. And now is a time, while we have the motivation to make a plan to connect with other people, to be social, think about how you want to exercise as the season change, even connect with someone to exercise. Those two things in and of itself can help ward off some of the more severe symptoms of seasonal depression. And also, if it gets to a point where you just don't have motivation to do those things, contact a clinician to help you get through it.
And Nero, I want to talk a little bit about that study about how the COVID pandemic might have caused rapid personality shifts. I know when we went into the pandemic, I think I would have considered myself an extrovert.
Yeah.
When we came out of the pandemic, I feel like an introvert. So people that are watching, if you might suspect that you lost some of that joy or the positive personality traits, how does somebody get those back?
So I experienced the same thing, having been more of an extrovert my whole life. So I understand this pretty well. And one of the reasons that we find, and this has affected younger people more so than adults who were still in that developing stage of their personality. Again, one is to recognize the areas that you've changed, whether it's this desire to connect with people or your desire to trust people or be social. And connection is a big piece of it. Talk with your friends, schedule time on the calendar to get together with other people. And connection in and of itself can bring back some of those feelings. The areas that we saw change are people's ability to trust other people. Their social skills have changed. Their ability to think creatively have changed. And all of that is due to stress and isolation that we experienced over the extended period of time during the pandemic.
Nero Feliciano, we appreciate you talking through this with us. So important to talk about this stuff. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And Kanye West is under fire after a series of anti-Semitic posts on Instagram and Twitter. Both social media platforms have already suspended the rapper for violating their community guidelines, with a lot of celebrities now speaking out about the impact of his words.
You don't love Jake, you love money bag, yo.
Kanye West making headlines after posting alarming anti-Semitic statements on Instagram and Twitter. In the early hours of Sunday morning, the rap star lashing out, tweeting, "I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I am going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who ever opposes your agenda." His Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook accounts have all been suspended. The backlash immediate, with several celebrities and organizations speaking out against his latest statements. Comedian Sarah Silverman tweeting, "Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter, and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The silence is so loud." The Black Jewish Entertainment Alliance also reacting. Ye's recent statements about the Jewish community are hurtful, offensive, and wrong. And actress Jamie Lee Curtis reacting to Kanye's statements, tweeting this: "The holiest day in Judaism was last week. Words matter. A threat to Jewish people ended once in a genocide. Your words hurt and incite violence. You are a father. Please stop." Curtis also blasting him in an interview with Hoda on the Today Show.
I burst into tears. I woke up and burst into tears. DEFCON 3 on Jewish people? What are you doing? It's abhorrent behavior. I hope he gets help. I hope his children get help from him.
The press completely killed us.
This weekend's uproar came on the heels of a controversial fashion show in Paris in which Ye debuted a line of T-shirts with the words "White Lives Matter" boldly printed across the back. He spoke to Fox's Tucker Carlson about the T-shirts.
So you made reference to the White Lives Matter T-shirt, which you brought out at Paris Fashion Week.
Yeah.
Why did you do that, and what did it mean?
You know, people, they're looking for an explanation, and people say, well, as an artist, you don't have to give an explanation, but as a leader, you do.
Yes, I think that's right.
So the answer to why I wrote White Lives Matter on a shirt is because they do. It's the obvious thing.
Kanye also took shots at music mogul Sean Combs, known as Diddy, saying he is controlled by Jewish people, a reference to a long-standing anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
The White Lives Matter t-shirt, I don't rock with it. Don't wear the shirt. Don't buy the shirt.
After terminating his clothing deal with Gap, Kanye also turned his ire to current business partner Adidas, making scathing remarks in recent weeks. The sports brand now reviewing their partnership and putting out this statement. After repeated efforts to privately resolve the situation, we have taken the decision to place the partnership under review. Kanye returned fire on Instagram. I am Adidas. Adidas raped and stole my designs. Today, he released a video on YouTube where he appears to show pornography to an Adidas executive.
Yeah, come on.
A friend of Kanye's repeats his claim that the company stole his designs. We reached out to Adidas for comment, but haven't heard back. Now, according to Twitter's policy, enforcement action can range from 12 hours to 7 days, depending on the nature of the violation. And now to some financial news. The third largest railroad union might go on strike.
Yes, NBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other financial news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Yep, so the possibility of a major nationwide rail strike is back on the table after the industry's third largest union rejected a contract deal. More than half of workers who build and maintain tracks opposed the 5-year contract, which offered a 24% raise and $5,000 bonus. The union says railroads didn't go far enough to address the lack of paid and sick time off and working conditions. Both sides will return to the bargaining table before a strike would happen. A walkout could potentially cripple the U.S. economy. Meta Platforms is holding an event today where it's expected to show off new products, including a high-end virtual and augmented reality set. CEO Mark Zuckerberg will give the keynote address. The event comes at a critical time for the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, which has seen its stock fall 60% this year. And shoppers could see major discounts this holiday season. Adobe Analytics says price cuts could be as much as a third or more, especially for gift items like electronics, toys, and computers. Adobe also expects consumers will see a drop in prices for televisions, appliances, clothes, and sporting goods. The majority of deals are expected to fall between Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday, guys.
All right, there we go. Shop. Lots of deals coming. Yes. Lots of shopping coming for me.
Yeah, same.
Silvana, thank you. Coming up, think Black Friday, as we were just talking about, but in October. When we come back, we're going to break down some of those biggest deals and sales we were just talking about from Amazon's Prime Early Access sale.
And an incredible survival story. 3 fishermen rescued after getting lost at sea and fighting off a swarm of sharks. You're watching NBC and Morning News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, Savannah, you're in luck because it's that time of year again already.
Holiday time.
Amazon kicking off the holiday season a little earlier than usual with its Prime Early Access sale. Just think of it as the sequel to Prime Day,
Yeah,
right?
we're going to get into exactly what it means. But starting today, thousands of items will be listed at a deep discount ahead of Black Friday, which is still about a month and a half away. Oh, I like that. We have so much lead up to Christmas, giving customers a chance to get a head start on their holiday shopping.
Yeah, Trey Bodge joins us now to give us a scoop on how to snag the best deals. She's a smart shopping expert at TrueTrade.com. Trey, good morning. What should savvy shoppers be looking for this year on Amazon, and where can we find those sweet deals?
Sure. So Amazon has this 2-day sale, which is brand new, and it's only the second time in 1 year that they've had a sale like this. And so this is so exciting. We're going to be seeing a lot of great deals, particularly on Amazon-owned devices like Fire, Echo, anything in that landscape. And so you can expect to save between 50 to 80% off. And then other brands are having really exciting sales as well, like Sony, Bose, and then lots of toys too. So parents and other folks should definitely be looking at Amazon to see if they can check some holiday items off their list.
So Trey, anybody who's got an Amazon account knows about Prime Day. What's the difference here between Prime Day and whatever this sale is?
So it's very similar, actually. I would say that it's not as large as Prime Day. Obviously, Prime Day has been going for 8 years, and this is the first time that Amazon's had a second sale. So obviously, this is exclusive to Prime members, but if you're not a Prime member, you can actually sign up for a free trial that's 30 days long, and you can check out the sales today. So I would say maybe fewer deals, but just as exciting discounts.
Trey, Amazon is obviously the biggest kid on the block here, but they're not the only retailer that are starting this. When Amazon does something, usually it trickles down everywhere. Where else can people go for some savings right now?
Where can we get a sale?
Yeah, so Amazon's not the only one having a big sale today. Walmart is doing their rollbacks and more sale. Kohl's is having a big sale today. And then Groupon, if you're looking to give more experiential gifts, they have Groupon Day on Thursday. And I'm expecting to see lots of other retailers kind of jumping into the pool right now because it's a very exciting time. According to Bread Financial, who I work with, they found that 55% of people will have started their holiday shopping by the end of the month. And 86% of those people could be convinced to spend more if there are extra perks. And I think that's what retailers are banking on, that consumers are going to overspend a bit because we're looking at kind of a soft holiday shopping season otherwise. And so retailers are offering lots of incentives to excite those consumers.
I'm just suspicious, though. Like, the deals have got to get better. I don't believe Target's Black Friday deals are as good now as they will be on Black Friday.
I believe that 50% stat, because 50% yes here, 50% no. Still too soon. Trey Bodge, thanks so much.
Disagree. Thank you. All right, let's end the hour on an amazing rescue in the Gulf of Mexico that came just in time for 3 fishermen who were lost at sea and fighting off a group of sharks. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Key Biscayne with the details. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Savannah, Gotti, good morning. Sounds like 3 words you don't want to hear in the same sentence together: shark-infested waters. And yet, that is exactly how this played out. These boaters went at 10 o'clock in the morning, were supposed to return at sunset. When that didn't happen, one of their spouses contacted the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard then scours an area the size of Rhode Island with marginal chances for survival. They said somewhere between 10 and 15%, maybe, with life vests on. But they were aided by one fateful clue.
This morning, an unbelievable rescue in shark-infested waters. 3 missing boaters saved in the Gulf of Mexico while fending off a swarm of sharks.
They had multiple lacerations on their hand, almost down to the bone.
The 3 fishermen had been floating in the water for 28 hours.
That's clear the vessel.
One man found drifting, hoisted in the air, assisted by a rescue swimmer. The other 2 nearly half a mile away, clinging to a cooler, as rescuers saw as many as 4 sharks circling nearby. The men set out from Venice, Louisiana Saturday morning, but never returned home. For hours, Coast Guard teams searched the massive area by air and sea. And then around noon Sunday, a miraculous stroke of luck. One of the men somehow able to get cell phone service briefly, sending a rough Google Maps location.
He told me he had 2% battery, and he fired off that text message.
With no coordinates, the rescuers managing to track them down anyway.
Using kind of geolocation and orienting ourselves to the map and some of the contours from Google Maps of the Gulf of Mexico, we're able to, in the command center, identify the location.
Within 2 hours, the boaters were spotted some 25 miles offshore.
We actually were able to recover one of the life jackets that had been eaten through by a shark.
2 were bitten, and all 3 exhausted and treated for hypothermia, but incredibly alive.
It's difficult for us to describe how lucky they were that all these things happened in their favor.
And guys, just to give you some more color on the conditions that these boaters were up against, it was rough waves, 3 to 5 feet. It just so happens that one of the Coast Guard choppers spots someone 1,000 feet up in the water with a life vest on. That is what catalyzed this entire rescue. Marine experts say there's a higher number of sharks right now in the Gulf of Mexico than normal. Bull sharks and tiger sharks, they were punching them off. As you heard, hands bitten down to the bone, and yet they survived. Pretty amazing.
Oh, there are so many details that I don't even know how to process what you just told us, Sam.
Punching them in the face.
That's what
you're supposed to do.
I see a movie coming.
Yeah. I mean, an hour after hour after hour.
5-foot waves?
Life. Yikes.
Yeah. All right, Sam Brock. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you for blowing our minds.
Yeah. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Gotti Schwartz. Joe Fryer is off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, Russia's wrath. Ukraine is on alert this morning following dozens of deadly attacks across the country, including in the capital of Kyiv. We've got a report from Kyiv on how people are recovering after months of calm in that city. Plus, the latest from Moscow, where Vladimir Putin is vowing to attack again days after Ukraine destroyed a critical bridge linking Russia to Crimea. The final stretch, just the weeks left until Election Day, and candidates are neck and neck in some of the most important races that could change the balance of power in Washington. This morning, we're taking a closer look at Ohio's Senate race. Republican J.D. Vance and Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan exchanging jabs in their first debate. We've got the big takeaways and what it could mean for other races across the country. Also this morning, hacked. Some of the nation's largest airports fall victim to cyber attacks. From LaGuardia to O'Hare and LAX, the ways these hackers tried to target major hubs and what it could mean for the future of cyber attacks on our infrastructure. Plus, celebrating her. Today is the International Day of the Girl, putting a focus on the challenges millions of girls are facing around the world. The human rights issues activists are putting front and center this year to make sure the future is brighter for the next generation.
What a timely time to be having International Day of the Girl and be having that conversation as we're watching what's unfolding in Iran, as what we've seen in Afghanistan. It's pretty amazing to be talking about it. And for you, girl dad.
I know.
International Day of the Girl.
Every time I see one of these stories, it just means something completely
exactly.
different.
Oh, that's awesome.
But we begin this hour in Ukraine, which is still reeling from a series of Russian missile strikes that targeted several cities across the country.
In Kyiv, they're picking up the pieces from yesterday's attack, but many were forced to take cover again after air raid sirens blared throughout the capital. And in Lviv this morning, new strikes have left parts of the city without power, according to the mayor. President Biden has condemned yesterday's, quote, brutal attack. He's taking part in today's emergency meeting with G7 leaders to discuss the situation in Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry has the latest from Kyiv.
Hey guys, good morning. This is a city that is waking up weary after another night of air raid sirens and the sounds of rockets being shot out of the sky by air defense systems. At least 2 rockets, we understand, shot out of the sky over the Kyiv region. 16 shot down this morning alone across the country, but some rockets striking Ukrainian cities once again. The city of Zaporizhzhia taking 12 hits, we understand, this morning alone. At least 1 person dead there, another dozen wounded. To the western part of the country, the city of Lviv hit again this morning. We understand the power is out there, but this capital city is surveying the damage. We're here at one of the sites of the strike, and you can see Kyiv residents coming here not just to survey the damage, but to document the damage. It is a miracle, guys, that nobody was killed in this park. When you add to that this was a children's playground, a popular children's playground. And all morning, we've been seeing families come with their kids, not just to survey the damage, but kids asking to take selfies in front of the crater, in front of the playground that they used to play in. It is a heartbreaking thing to watch, guys. Savannah, Gotti.
Cal, stay safe out there.
Thank you.
And over in Russia, nationalist commentators and state media are praising the Kremlin's response to Saturday's explosion on the Crimea bridge, which Moscow blames on Ukraine.
And some are now saying that Russia should keep up the intensity seen over the last 24 hours. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has more from Moscow.
Hey there, good day to you. Western government officials are describing Russia's latest onslaught on Ukraine as desperate. That, of course, is not the message from the Kremlin. This is the front page of Russia's government newspaper with a picture of Vladimir Putin and the headline, "No one should have any doubts." This morning, more attacks following what President Putin called his massive strike across Ukraine yesterday, potentially marking a new escalation in the conflict. With his retaliation for the attack on his prized Crimea bridge, the Russian leader responding to internal pressure to hit back. The dramatic attacks on civilian centers, signaling an uptick in violence as Russia aims to turn the tide after military setbacks. The US concerned. President Biden speaking with President Zelensky, pledging to provide support, including air systems. Today, President Putin will meet with the head of the UN nuclear watchdog, traveling to Russia after meeting with President Zelensky, trying to negotiate a demilitarized zone around a nuclear power station. While President Zelensky is set to speak at an emergency meeting of the G7, on the agenda, is this a new phase in Russia's offensive? Russia is drafting 300,000 men. At a mobilization station 100 miles outside Moscow, this man says he's sending his 22-year-old grandson to fight. I feel positive, he says. This woman's husband and father to her child is leaving. She says, I have an emptiness inside. Russia's newly appointed commander of its Ukraine operation has a ruthless reputation. He was on the ground in Syria when Aleppo was leveled. The hardliners around President Putin increasingly vocal, like Chechen warlord Ramzan Kadyrov, who posted video of his sons firing automatic weapons and rocket launchers, saying he was sending them to fight in Ukraine. This morning, we met 61-year-old Alexander Solodovnikov, a Moscow businessman driving a cab for now. He says he's met young people fleeing the country and men going to fight.
For some of the reason, fleeing the country, someone staying.
He says he even took a pregnant wife around Moscow, buying clothes for her husband on the front line.
Yes, because she loves her husband and she wants to get him the best.
One question loudly being asked in the West today is whether or not Russia's latest offensive is sustainable. That is not a question, of course, being asked here in Moscow. Since the beginning of the conflict, I have asked Russian government officials, what happens if your strategy doesn't work? They didn't have an answer in February. They don't seem to have an answer now. But we have heard from Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, talking about negotiations. He says the US says it is open to negotiations with Russia, but this is a lie. We haven't received any serious offers of contact.
All right, Keir, thank you so much.
Yeah, and following the Russia's military attacks in Ukraine this morning, we are learning more about a cybersecurity threat across the country from Russian hackers. More than a dozen websites for major U.S. airports, including Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta and Los Angeles International Airport, were temporarily knocked offline on Monday.
A pro-Russian group known as Killnet has been targeting countries supporting Ukraine. And just last week, the group claimed responsibility for taking down several U.S. state government websites. For more, we're joined by NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward. He's at Oakland International Airport in California, which was not impacted. But Jake, I mean, it seems as though no flights were affected by yesterday's cyber attack, but this hack is still significant. Walk us through why.
Well, the reason, Savannah, is that on the one hand, we had really just a small set of airports across the country, some very major ones, but a small group, about a dozen we were able to confirm, affected by this hack. But this hack was more of an irritation than anything truly damaging. It really just attacked the public-facing websites of these airports with a denial of service attack, basically overloaded them with traffic. And that's really just means that those are the websites that you would go to see, you know, how long the security line is at the airport. It did not affect flight operations. It did not affect air traffic control systems. It did not affect scheduling systems. So those are really the systems that could have brought this, you know, an airport to its knees. The reason it is so significant, however, is that it fits this pattern we're seeing of increased hostility from pro-Kremlin hackers inside Russia, who seem to be determined to inflict pain wherever they can, certainly on those state websites that you mentioned, or irritation in the case of these airports on any country that supports Ukraine. And so the question here is, we've seen something just irritating at the beginning of this week. What are we going to see that might be more sinister coming down the line, Savannah?
And Jake, we see those denial of service attacks. Then there are also those ransomware attacks, right? Just last week, one of the largest hospital chains was hit by a ransomware attack. Last month, the LA school district was targeted as well. Are any of these attacks related? Are they being coordinated? Are they following a similar pattern?
Well, Gotti, as you know, it's very hard to actually link attacks together in any particular way, even when people do claim that they are the same. In this particular case, it does not seem that these were connected. KillNet is very much a group that goes for denial of service attacks, these very irritating sort of tsunamis of incoming traffic that shut down websites. They really only affect, again, the public-facing portions of our online infrastructure. But these other attacks you mentioned on schools and regional hospitals are a much bigger deal. Those are true ransomware attacks where they get inside a system, shut it down, and won't turn it back on until their demands are met. We have seen an increase in those sorts of attacks, and it's all just a reminder that we are only as safe as the least protected parts of our infrastructure. That's why, you know, experts are so concerned about this particular attack on airports. It's just irritating for now, but it, of course, just means we all have to be extremely vigilant going forward, you guys.
Jake, how can we prevent these types of attacks? What's being done to keep us safe?
Well, this is really the thing. I mean, the Department of Transportation has not particularly commented on these airport attacks, but CISA, the cybersecurity agency that coordinates the response, said that they are investigating. The FBI is involved. So we have a large law enforcement infrastructure taking a look at this particular thing because airports are so essential to the functioning of the American economy. But it also, of course, just reminds us that you need IT infrastructure at every level of American life these days. I mean, a few years ago, we wouldn't have even been talking about having IT people at a regional hospital or a school or an airport looking for inbound attacks from hackers. Now we're in a world in which you have literally every organization at every level of American life has to get involved in some way. It turns out we do have the technology, but the resources are spread thin. The hope is that we can just stay out in front of these kinds of attacks as they become more intense, and that is what people are forecasting as the Russia-Ukraine situation gets worse and worse, you guys.
And it's only going to get more complex from there. Jake Ward, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. And turning now to the high-stakes midterm elections, which are exactly 4 weeks from today.
Yeah, the control of Congress is up for grabs this November, and while previous election cycles have seen the party in power lose seats in the midterms, this year could be different, and who better to break down where we stand right now than NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Steve, good morning.
At the board.
Yeah.
Yay, we missed you.
We totally missed you. Can you walk us through what's at stake here right now in the Senate and the House with 1 month to go for those that are counting?
Well, I appreciate you saying you missed me. You'll probably all be sick of me in the next 28 days. But
we want a Kornacki cam always.
Yeah, they were talking about Amazon Prime Day coming early. We want Kornacki coming early.
It is early, but it's you know, we've got early voting beginning in some states too. And the states you ask about, I mean, the Democrats have majorities right now, but by the slimmest possible margins in both chambers. In the Senate, remember, it's 50-50. Kamala Harris, the vice president, breaks the tie. That's how the Democrats have the majority there. And in the House side, it's 222-213. It means the Republicans just need a gain of 5 seats. If Republicans can gain 5 seats in the House, they flip it, they win control of it. So the Democrats with precarious control in these midterm elections. And you mentioned it. Historically, the president's job approval rating says a lot about how these midterm ratings go. And Biden's job approval rating is not good. The average right now in all the polling that's out there is under 43%. Typically, this has been a level where the president's party does not do well. well in midterm elections. Donald Trump, Barack Obama, go back to Bill Clinton in 1994. So this number right here, when you show that precarious balance of power, this bodes very well for Republicans and their chances of getting control of the Senate and the House. But where things get a little bit tricky and complicated potentially this time around is this, the generic ballot. When you ask folks, Democrats or Republicans, which one would you rather see control Congress here? Well, Republicans lead on that question right now, but it's less than a point. This is a 0.9% margin for Republicans right now. What we've seen in the past in wave elections, we've seen unpopular presidents, and then we've seen the opposition party pretty comfortably ahead on the generic ballot. Here, the Republicans are ahead, but less than a point. So it introduces a little bit of uncertainty. Republicans hope that this will be a late forming wave. Democrats look at this number and take a little hope from it that maybe they could defy some of that history. But I think 28 days out, there's some uncertainty in the air that we typically haven't had at this point of midterm elections.
Absolutely. Okay, Steve, now, first look at us both. You're taking on your every word and leaning us close to the monitors as we can to see your numbers. Okay, Steve, what are the big issues, though? Let's talk through issues on the minds of voters as they're casting ballots. Like you said, early voting already started in some places.
Yeah, so let's take a look here from our NBC poll, and we ask people, what is the single most important issue to you as you make up your mind for the midterm elections? And I think there's a couple ways to slice this here. You see the list. I would kind of merge these two, cost of living, inflation, jobs, and the economy. If you kind of combine those two, economy, inflation, put them together, that's basically a third of voters, 34%, saying that one of those two things is the most important issue to them. And among that group, about a third of the electorate there, Republicans have an advantage of 29 points over the Democrats. So that is the biggest advantage Republicans have. It's on inflation and it's on the economy. And the other big advantage Republicans have right here is on crime. You see a lot of Republicans, not a lot of people say crime's the top issue. It's 7%, but Republicans are running a lot of ads on crime. They, again, have nearly a 30-point advantage when it comes to that issue of crime. Flip it around. What's keeping Democrats in the game? Potentially two things stand out. One is abortion in the wake of that Supreme Court ruling. Again, it's not a huge number here, 8% who cite this as their top choice, but it's a lot more Democratic than Republican in terms of who these folks say they're going to be voting for. So I think this has motivated some Democratic voters. And then there's this one. You see at the top, threats to democracy. Democrats have really tried to make Donald Trump January 6th, the aftermath of the 2020 election, the fact that so many Republican candidates are running this year, echoing what Donald Trump says about 2020. Democrats have tried to make that a big issue as well. And this is the folks who cite this as their top issue, an overwhelmingly Democratic group. And so I think that's one thing you say, can this defy history for Democrats? What Democrats are hoping could help them do that is we see something here with Donald Trump's lingering presence we haven't seen in the past with former presidents. Maybe that changes the dynamics a little bit.
Also, what a difference a year or two makes. Look at COVID, only 1%. Absolutely. Interesting. Yeah.
Now, Steve, I know most of these races are tight races, but what are some of the biggest races you're keeping an eye on right now?
Let's look at it from the Senate standpoint, where, again, you know, Republicans need a net gain of 1 seat and they get control of the Senate. So let's take a look here. There's one race right now. It's in Nevada where there's Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto is actually trailing Republican in the poll. The Republican challenger leads in the polling average in Nevada. So if this were to be what happens on Election Day, this would be a gain for Republicans. They would flip a Democratic seat. It'd be a net gain of a seat. They need, overall, Republicans do a net gain of a seat to get the Senate. So Nevada is their most promising prospect. Now, for Democrats, if Republicans are going to gain a Democratic seat, where could Democrats win that seat back? Their most promising prospect is right here in Pennsylvania. This is a Republican-held seat right now. Pat Toomey not running for re-election, but a Republican-held seat. And you see here the Democrat John Fetterman leads Mehmet Oz, the Republican, by nearly 4 points in the polling average. So, again, if Republicans were to flip Nevada and Democrats were to flip Pennsylvania, they'd even things out. And Democrats, in a scenario like that, if everything else remained the same, Democrats would keep control. But the biggest wild card, I think, is this. It is in Georgia. Raphael Warnock, the Democratic incumbent. Herschel Walker is challenger. You know, a lot of controversy around Walker, certainly in the last week. Not a lot of polling in the last week, so we're keeping a close eye to see how things change here. But the one thing to keep in mind in Georgia is there is a third-party candidate, a libertarian in this race, usually gets 2 or 3%, and Georgia has a runoff rule. If you can't, you have to get 50% plus one, or it goes to a runoff. We saw it 2 years ago. Remember those Senate races in Georgia? Nobody got 50%. They had the runoff. Senate control was decided in Georgia. Not impossible. We could have a runoff in Georgia and be waiting until December to find out who controls the Senate.
Ooh, there we go. Gosh. Doesn't it just make you so excited when he's going through all these numbers? Yeah. Steve, we love it. It's so good to have you back and doing this work. I kind of have a stomachache. Steve Kornacki.
Happy to do it.
Thank you so much. We always appreciate you. We'll have more midterms coming up from Ohio, where we saw some fireworks last night.
And next, the Democrats are calling on President Biden to stop selling weapons to Saudi Arabia.
It's all in response to the decision to slash oil production. We'll tell you what these calls could mean for how much you're paying at the pump. That's next. You're watching Morning News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it. This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Now we're going to get to the latest in the Mississippi water crisis. State officials reported the emergency response has topped more than $12 million. But people on the ground say they're paying high water bills, even though they still don't have access to clean water. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asimwa has the latest.
For Virginia Evans, the water crisis in Jackson didn't just start. She's been struggling to fully pay her water bill for 6 years.
I went to the water company, and they were unable to give me any information. There's nothing that they could do to help me.
Evans says she stopped getting bills for 11 months. When she finally received one in 2017, costs accumulated, she says, to roughly $6,000.
What do you use the water for in your house?
I boil it, basically, to wash the dishes. We do the laundry, and sometimes I water the plants.
But that's it?
That's it.
In Jackson, some residents tell NBC News they're facing inflated bills for water they can't drink or use.
It is heavy.
Today, the city runs the water system and handles billing. In 2010, Siemens Corporation installed new water meters and created a new billing system. Some residents say this is when billing issues began. The city sued Siemens in 2019, alleging that at least 10,000 of the 60,000 new meters were not functioning correctly, resulting in unpaid accounts. Siemens settled for $90 million. Siemens did not acknowledge wrongdoing, and the company says it worked with the city to address challenging issues. Last week, frustration boiled over.
$1,310 water bill for a widow woman that's 82 years old. Get one check a month. Come on here.
Councilman Kenneth Stokes leading a community meeting where some individuals say their water bills surpass $17,000. The mayor's office says inconsistent billing is due to water meter and billing software problems. Each issue is being handled on a case-by-case basis.
Should residents be paying these water bills that some are saying are inaccurate for water that may be unsafe?
No, they should. Why should you pay for water you can't drink? It's not right.
Councilman Stokes now urging for more to be done.
You can't allow a state to not make sure water is safe, clean, and drinkable. You can't do that.
As for Virginia Evans, she's still making water bill payments, though unsure if she'll ever be able to pay off her balance.
I can't pay $6,000, and this is impossible.
Zinklea Samoa, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
Some Democrats are calling on President Biden to freeze all weapons sales to Saudi Arabia after OPEC announced it would be slashing oil outputs. The move comes as the Biden administration struggles to keep gas prices down here in the United States. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest on the political and foreign policy fallout.
The Saudi announcement a blow to American consumers and a gut punch to President Biden, despite his fist-bump summit with the Saudi Crown Prince, when the administration thought they could get a deal to keep production up and prices low before the midterms.
I was able to bring gasoline down well over $1.60, but it's inching up because of what the Russians and the Saudis just did.
Now even Democrats blasting that Riyadh summit and calling for the U.S. to withdraw troops from Saudi Arabia. You would punish Saudi Arabia?
I would reconsider why we provide for the security of a country that seems to have no concern for the security of ours and our allies.
That's because raising oil prices produces more oil profits for Vladimir Putin's war machine. The White House now scrambling to bring prices down. One option, release more oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but it's dangerously low. The president has already released more than 200 million barrels this year. Another possibility, lift sanctions on Venezuela so it can pump more oil. But that country's strongman, Nicolas Maduro, has still not delivered on democratic reforms or pressure U.S. oil companies to keep prices down. Is any of this going to work?
They've sort of run out of bullets. U.S. producers won't listen to them. The Saudis won't listen to them again. It really is, at its core, a supply issue. He has to find somebody who's going to pump more, and nobody wants to do that right now.
Thanks to Andrea Mitchell for that report. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular is now $3.92 this morning. That is up 12 cents from a week ago and 21 cents from last month.
That is still a lot less than where you live in LA, isn't it? All right, now let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now in the studio with the latest forecast.
Cute red pants.
I know, you're obsessed with those pants. I mean, I saw you shopping for them right after.
I tried to find them, they're sold out.
Julie, now we know what to get her for Christmas.
Yeah.
Put that on our list. Just ask Santa. Maybe they'll be delivered.
They're probably wearing them. They're red enough, you know?
Everybody's wearing telling me I need to Christmas shop now, so here we go.
Here we go. Put them in your cart, but we can't find them, so you're not getting them. Okay. All right. Weather-wise, we're pretty quiet once again. We've been pretty quiet the past few days, but we're going to be quiet once again. We have a few weather stories, though, that we're watching. Mild highs in the east once again. A really nice day, but a cold front's going to come through in the next couple of days. That's going to bring those temperatures down. We're looking at strong storms. That's due to the cold front that I was just talking about. We could see damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail. Also, the chance of a tornado, although that risk is low. Heavy rainfall, too. Much cooler back behind this front. This front's going to slide to the east and it's going to knock down those temperatures. But before that, we're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year. So here's the setup. There's that strong fall cold front. It's bringing the threat for strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and also some lightning, rain and snow mixing in the Rockies and also the high plains. It's that time of year where we're going to start to mix in that snow once again. And then notice tomorrow, we're seeing that cold front stretching all the way from Texas to Michigan, and those storms really blossoming, right? So we're seeing those brighter colors where you see the darker colors. That's where we're expecting the heaviest rainfall. We could see some flash flooding in some spots. But the main story here, we're going to see winds along this front and also the chance for some hail. And that will be the story as we go throughout Thursday as this makes its way towards the northeast. So it's going to be a windy, wet, breezy day on Thursday in the northeast. The heaviest rain falling in portions of New England. We could see 2 to 4 inches of rain and locally higher amounts. This is for this evening, overnight hours. This is a risk for strong to severe weather. We're looking anywhere from Minneapolis to Des Moines, Kansas City, and Wichita. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and also watching the chance for some hail.
All right. Wow. A lot going on, as always. Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
More international headlines now. And new this morning, Israel has announced a historic new maritime border agreement with Lebanon.
Claudia Lavanga joins us now from Rome with this and more. Good morning, Claudia.
Good morning, guys. Well, this historic agreement over the shared maritime border between Israel and Lebanon was announced this morning by Israel's prime minister. But while Lebanon has not confirmed yet that such a deal has been reached, well, such an agreement would be a major breakthrough in the relations between the two countries, which have been officially at war since 1948, the year Israel was established. Now, let's come back here to Italy, where a volcano on Stromboli, an island north of Sicily, has erupted, releasing a huge plume of smoke into the air and lava into the sea. Stromboli is a small but popular tourist destination here in Italy, despite the fact that its volcano is one of the most active in the world and has been regularly erupting since 1932. And finally, let's go to Japan, where COVID travel restrictions have finally been lifted today, just in time for the start of the beautiful foliage season. Droves of tourists have started to arrive in Japan to admire the colorful leaves and foliage, eat sushi and go shopping. Well, the government hopes that the return of tourists will boost, of course, its economy, guys.
Absolutely beautiful. Good that tourists get to go see that. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
And coming up, the countdown to the critical midterm elections.
Voters in Ohio can start heading to the polls tomorrow. We're breaking down last night's fiery Senate debate and why the Democratic candidate says President Biden should not run again in 2024. Stay with us.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
We are back now. There you see it with more politics and the latest on that contentious Senate race in Ohio.
Yeah, Democratic candidate and current Ohio Congressman Tim Ryan squared off against his Republican opponent, author J.D. Vance, in the first televised debate of the race, which quickly descended into a war of words between those two candidates.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now with the very latest from Cleveland. He's going to play us some of those words. He's going to tell us what happened, some fireworks. Tell us about the biggest moments, Jesse.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah and Gotti. So here's what we're looking at. Several issues that they tangled on: abortion. They talked about China. There were buzzwords that we were expecting to hear from these two candidates. They also, as we expected, were talking about authenticity. Who was more Ohio-esque, if you will, because this is what a lot of the ads have been about, is who is portraying himself more authentically. But there were, of course, as there typically are in these events, some blockbuster moments that had the potential to go viral, and here are perhaps some of the biggest ones from last night. Take a listen.
The reality of it is I have been a pain in the rear end to Nancy Pelosi. And if Chuck Schumer's the leader, of the time. I will be a pain in the rear end to him, too. I'm for Ohio. I don't kiss anyone's ass like him. Ohio needs an kicker, not an kisser.
I find it interesting how preoccupied you are with this at a time when people can't afford groceries, people can't afford to walk down the streets safely. Let's focus on the significant issues right now.
And that last soundbite right there, Gotti, was Vance responding to Ryan, trying to pin him to a group of Republicans who are seen as more extreme, who Vance has campaigned with and has been tied to, and Vance trying to turn this back to what he talked about being a significant issue like the economy, which we, of course, know is something top of mind for many voters. So this is the kind of sparring that went on between the two. And for Ryan, that is walking a very delicate tightrope because he doesn't want to alienate Republican voters, but at the same time, he wants to create some separation from himself because he is trying to court people from the right, even as the Democratic candidate.
Yeah, Jesse, that exchange, I woke up this morning, saw it on Twitter, then Instagram, then TikTok. I mean, it's everywhere, but we know that it's actually issues like healthcare, abortion, the opioid epidemic. That's what's on a lot of voters' minds in Ohio right now. So what do the candidates have to say about that?
Yeah, and this is a state, Gotti, that has been hit particularly hard in the opioid crisis. And so fentanyl was another one of those buzzwords we heard people talking about time and again. Here's what both candidates said in regards to drug issues.
I'm not going to take a backseat to you or anybody else on fentanyl, drugs, or immigration or anything else. Somebody that would, what kind of man would start a fake nonprofit to try to deal with addiction and not spend any money on anybody?
None of this is true, of course. And here's the problem with what Tim Ryan said. It's shameful for you to attack me, given that my family was affected by this problem. Why are the people who've gotten rich off the opioid epidemic funding Tim Ryan and attacking me? The answer is obvious, because this guy is the biggest fan of pharma, and he's the biggest fan of illegal pharma, which is the Mexican drug cartels that are bringing this poison into our country.
I just need a chance to respond to that. My record is impeccable on
Clearly it's not, Tim.
Pharmaceuticals and taking on big pharma. Okay?
Is that why they give you tens of thousands of dollars?
I don't vote with them. I don't vote with them.
But you do take their money.
So we saw that similarly play out on issues surrounding China. Both candidates trying to take a strong stance on China and trying to say that his opponent is whether you want to say it's weak on China or somehow entangled with China. So they're both trying to take the mantle on issues like that, drugs and China and others as well that came up. And again, it comes back to that issue of authenticity. Who do voters think has the more authentic approach to an issue that they aren't necessarily as different on, but there were certainly differences as well on issues like abortion.
Jesse, we know the Senate could so easily tip either way here. Explain how crucial this particular race, this particular seat, this particular state is to each party.
Yeah, so obviously we are watching this race closely, as are political observers all over the country. This is a Senate seat currently held by a Republican. So if J.D. Vance were victorious, it wouldn't necessarily impact the net difference in the Senate. However, because it is closer than you might have thought, remember, this is a state that former President Donald Trump won twice, and yet this appears to be a neck-and-neck Senate race. Obviously, we don't have enough polling to know for sure, and all of that polling at the end of the day isn't as good as when you see the voting results after the election. But it appears to be very close, and Republicans have dumped in millions of dollars here to try to prop up J.D. Vance. And on the other side of this race, Tim Ryan is trying to keep his Democratic Party at arm's length. He has explicitly told me in an interview that he doesn't want to have President Joe Biden campaigning here with him. He even went after the president yesterday, saying he doesn't want him to run for re-election, and he criticized Vice President Kamala Harris's response to the border. So he is trying to stand apart from the Democratic Party. However, because he has made this a close race, there are also questions in Democratic circles as to whether or not the Democratic Party should be doing more to help him here. So at the end of the day, if the Democrats could win this race, it could potentially give them a bigger advantage in the Senate. Obviously, it depends on how other races play out, but this is very much a Republican seat to lose. And if it goes to J.D. Vance, if J.D. Vance wins this election, then it would maintain the status quo. Obviously, that is contingent on how other Senate races play out across the country, Savannah.
Jesse Kirsch, so comprehensive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, a season of savings.
Yeah, Amazon kicks off another Prime Day sale. We're going to tell you how they're trying to win over inflation-weary customers coming up next.
Good morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
back now and headed to the world of sports and the NBA's next generation of athletes.
Yeah, yesterday, LeBron James's oldest son, along with 4 other players, signed their very first name, image, and likeness endorsement deals with Nike.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk is right here on set with us with more on the latest on this. This is interesting. Hey, Steph.
Yeah, it certainly helps to have the greatest of all time be your father, right? LeBron James is widely considered one of the greatest basketball players. He's also a dedicated family man and a doting father of 3. Now his oldest son, LeBron Jr., also known as Bronny, is a high school hoop star, and he's already making a name for himself and a lot of money off the court.
This morning, a new generation of basketball royalty signing a deal fit for a king. High school senior Bronny James, the oldest son of NBA legend LeBron James, inking a name, image, and likeness contract with Nike, the iconic brand his father has worn his entire pro career. In a statement, Bronny writing, "Getting a chance to team up with Nike and continue my family's legacy both on the court and in the community is wild. It really means a lot to me." The 18-year-old is considered a top 50 player in the class of 2023.
Oh, the deflection and the steal by Bronny James.
Bronny's dad regularly spotted at his games, cheering him on. Ohio State among the schools who have already offered the Sierra Canyon High School star a scholarship. Buckeyes fans even serenading him at a football game.
Bronny James is coming into his own as a marketable athlete. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs on him, and it just makes sense. There's a natural fit there for him with Nike.
Last year, after decades of debate, amateur athletes were given the chance to profit off their own name, image, and likeness, meaning college players, as well as some high schoolers, depending on where they live, including Bronny, can earn money from endorsements, appearances, and social media.
It's the next step for the first son of arguably the greatest basketball player who ever lived.
And Bronny is already a bankable star in his own right. He's a highlight mixtape regular, including this one, showing a side-by-side dunk comparison with his dad, as well as one of the key figures in an Amazon Prime docuseries following his high school team.
I'm just Bronny. I don't really get called LeBron anymore.
He's also a cover star, gracing Sports Illustrated with his esports squad, and alongside his dad and younger brother, Bryce.
It's been an unbelievable summer, and just seeing their growth, both as basketball players, but most importantly as young men. I'm a proud father.
A proud father whose son is following in his footsteps and reaching for even greater heights.
LeBron James signed a lifetime deal with Nike in 2015, and he was Bronny's age 18 when he first signed with them back in 2003.
Oh my gosh, isn't that funny? Yeah.
Now with this kind of lucrative deal in the bag, what's next for Bronny?
Well, unlike his dad, who could go straight from high school to the NBA, you can no longer do that. So he either play in college or he could go overseas for a while and then the NBA.
I got to say, Ohio State, we want Bronny. I didn't look at it. It didn't move him.
He was unfazed.
To that. Yeah. All right.
You won't need a scholarship.
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm sure anyone would be happy to have him. Stephanie, thank you so much. And now to more financial headlines. The price of bacon might go up soon.
Yeah, and CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with this and more. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Well, the Supreme Court will hear arguments today over an animal cruelty law that could raise the cost of bacon and other pork products. The outcome is critical to the pork industry, but it could also help define the state's ability to pass laws with impact outside their borders. The case involves a California law that says pork sold in the state must come from pigs whose mothers were raised with adequate space to lie and turn around. PayPal says it's not fining people for spreading misinformation. The company says it mistakenly published a new policy that would charge users $2,500, but the update was quickly taken down. PayPal says the fine was never intended to be inserted in the policy and apologized for the confusion. The company came under fire from users and former executives on Twitter. Bumble is bringing an element of the Ted Lasso to life. Banter, the fictional dating app featured on the hit show. banter acts like a blind date. Users can't see each other's photos right away and must first connect through text messages. Bumble will hold a banter event every Thursday night through the end of the year. You'll be able you'll be connected to someone based on your search preferences and will chat with that person for 3 minutes. If you match, you'll be able to see their photos. Users will also get 2 months free of Apple TV Plus, guys.
Because why not?
Because why not? Exactly.
Get on here, go meet somebody you've never seen before, and you get to watch some shows.
All right. And then watch Ted Lasso together.
Yeah, exactly. Also, apologies to everyone at home for showing you all those bacon pictures at breakfast time.
Yeah, around this time of day.
I know. All I can think about.
Very cool.
I've
So
talked about
hungry.
it 3 times now on the show. Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
And staying with your money, Black Friday is still about a month and a half away, but that is not stopping Amazon from getting a jump on the holiday shopping season very early.
That's right. Today and tomorrow, Prime members will get to take advantage of Amazon's early access sale. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more on how to find those best deals.
Hey there. Well, we've been keeping tabs on the growing list of big box retailers bumping up Black Friday as excess inventory clogs store shelves and inflation puts pressure on people's wallets. Already, research shows online sales are up 10% compared to this time last year, and now Amazon joins the mix. So this morning, we're diving into the new deals at the online giant so you can save big on your holiday shopping.
It's a season of savings unlike any other as Amazon joins the race this morning to win over inflation-weary Americans wanting to spread out their holiday spending.
Having sales like this that happen now in October and then again in November as part of Cyber, I think is really important to give people the choice for when and how to shop.
With holiday spending now anticipated to grow at its slowest pace since 2015, Amazon is dropping hundreds of thousands of deals for Prime members in its early access sale today and tomorrow. From 80% off some Fire TVs to 70% off select Echo devices. Experts say the steepest sales will be on Amazon products. But shoppers will also find slashed prices for other brands, including Peloton, KitchenAid, Adidas, and some of the season's most coveted toys.
You've got 6 kids. How big of a deal is finding those really super sales?
Essentially, it makes or breaks Christmas.
Lorraine White was up at 4:30 this morning to start monitoring Amazon's top 100 list, which drops deals throughout the 2-day event. And we've got the top tips to help maximize your savings. First, click on the Lightning Deals button for big discounts lasting just a short amount of time, typically an hour or 2.
Getting the essentials on those sales really saved me a lot of money. That's for sure.
Savings tip number 2, know what to buy now versus later. While it's important to snag your must-haves before they go out of stock, experts say you may be able to get even deeper discounts on many TVs, computers, and sporting goods over Thanksgiving weekend.
When Black Friday rolls around, those items are probably going to be bundled with some pretty hefty gift card deals.
And finally, don't let these big sales blow your budget. A new report reveals 40% of consumers are having a harder time affording their bills compared to a year ago. And credit card debt is getting more expensive with interest rates eclipsing 18%. So experts say make your shopping list early and stick to it.
Be mindful of your purchases and to do your absolute best to try to pay it off before the end of the billing period, before the interest has a chance to accrue.
One other point of caution, before you click check out, do a quick search on the item's price history with websites like Camel. That will show you just how good of a deal you're actually getting. Back to you.
Emily, with that important point, 18% on credit cards. That's a big takeaway.
Yeah, it is. What'd you say? Camel. Never heard of that. All right. Thanks, Emily. Coming up today is the International Day of the Girl, and it's taking on more significance this year.
Yeah, we're going to take a closer look at how women are fighting for their rights in Iran and Afghanistan and how the UN is highlighting the challenges millions of girls are facing right now. That's coming up next.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
And welcome back. Today is International Day of the Girl, a day to take action to improve the lives of young girls.
Yeah, this morning we're going to show you a program by the New York City Police Department that started as a safe place to talk, but became an invaluable lesson on how to listen. Today's show anchor Hoda Kotb has more.
The love and affection in the room was already evident even before they knew the cameras were rolling.
She's always on her toes. She's always asking questions. She's always walking around. Have you heard about this? Have you heard about that?
This bond between Detective Tanya Duhaney and 21-year-old Renee Alexander was fostered over the last 4 years through Girls Talk, a mentoring program started by the NYPD to support teenage girls. How do you go about establishing that kind of trust with young women?
Basically, with me, with establishing trust is just me being consistent with them. Starting with a phone call, visiting their schools, taking them on certain events that we host. It just starts like that.
What are you receiving from this wonderful officer next to you?
I receive open arms, and you don't get that a lot from people during this age. And when I first saw her, I didn't see the suit. I saw that smile.
Company attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. Take your seats.
Chief Juanita Holmes created Girls Talk. She's also the NYPD's first woman named Chief of Patrol, and now the first woman to oversee New York's Police Academy. And even while breaking all these barriers, Chief Holmes believes Girls Talk is her greatest legacy. Why did you feel like there was this need to help these young girls?
I would be working wee hours of the morning, seeing 13, 14-year-old young ladies out. I would say, what are you doing out here? You know, this time of night. Part of public safety is helping to change lives. It's just not just fighting crime. And I think it started from there.
And what she started, a few small meetings between female officers and girls in just one precinct, turned into a Girls Talk movement across the entire city. It's how Officer Nikisha Pierre and 14-year-old Carlinda Fletcher first met in the middle of the pandemic. Carlinda had been struggling with the isolation of remote learning and needed someone to lean on. When something got hard like that, where did your head and heart go?
So I didn't really ask for help because it was such like a difficult time.
How did you think it was going to get fixed?
I really didn't think it was going to get fixed at all.
But then Carlinda's mom signed her up for Girls Talk, and Officer Pierre showed up at her door.
First of all, I was actually pretty scared because I thought I was going to get in trouble. I thought I was in trouble.
Oh, because it was police?
Yeah.
Oh, you were like, this is not good. Okay, and then what happened?
When I met her, like, she was the most happiest person ever. When time went on, like, I felt like I can trust her, and I told her everything that's been going on.
Wow. This kind of trust doesn't happen all the time. It's a special connection.
She's opening up, and her spirit is coming out, and she's growing into a beautiful young woman.
Renee, tell me, how has Girl Talk changed you?
It definitely taught me to listen, but also you have to be comfortable with uncomfortability. We share our stories like a sisterhood. It's connecting soul to soul.
Are you Oprah? A soul-to-soul connection that all started from a single heart-to-heart.
Are you Oprah?
Amazing.
Hoda, thank you so much for that story. And talking about paying it forward, Renee, she just announced that she's in the process of applying to the police academy because she wants to help other young women, just like Detective Tanya helped her.
Oh, my God. What an incredible story. We're going to stay on this now. More on International Day of the Girl. We want to bring in UNICEF Associate Director of Gender Equality, Lauren Rumble. Lauren, thank you so much for being here. Happy International Day of the Girl. We're so happy to have you with us. So, I mean, today is actually, this is the 10th anniversary of the International Day of the Girl. Big year for International Day of the Girl. And issues regarding girls and women, they are really at the forefront right now. We have seen so much of this abortion rights conversations, fight for equality in Afghanistan. We've been so moved. We've been talking this week about the images coming out of Iran, what women are standing up for there. Talk to us about why this day is so important at this moment in time and how a focus like this can actually make a difference.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm feeling absolutely thrilled to be celebrating today with the world's 600 million girls and young women around the world who are really poised to take on the future. This day matters because it's a day when we can actually focus our attention on girls' rights, as this picture shows us, their voices, their agency, and ultimately their power. We saw from those images of Iran, Afghanistan, here in the United States, how important it is that we stand with girls, that really girls' rights right now are in crisis, and we need to take urgent action if we're going to reverse that trend.
Yeah, talking about crisis, I mean, this year we have seen girls and women take matters into their own hands to work on a better future. Places like Afghanistan and Iran, they're literally putting their lives on the line. What does that tell you about the strength of women and girls?
It tells us that women and girls are incredibly powerful. And they're even more powerful when we stand behind them and with them, amplifying their voices and really saying that girls' rights, no matter where you grow up, matter. All girls are equal and are the same. And in fact, you know, whenever I talk to girls, when I met girls in Afghanistan, in other countries, what they're asking for is not money or food. They're asking for skills. They're asking for education. What girls want to do is make the world a better place, just like we saw in that video earlier on. And so why wouldn't we want to put more resources and attention in their hands?
Absolutely. And the word that I think of when I see those images you talk about strength is brave. They're so brave, so much of what we're seeing right now. So this is the 10th anniversary. What's changed in a decade? What positive change have you seen, especially with this day giving us this focus?
So there are some gains to celebrate. We do know that over the last 10 years, there's more girls likely to attend primary school than their mothers or older sisters or aunts. We also know that girls are living longer, healthier, and more productive lives. They're more likely to be employed and have less children. However, I mentioned girls' rights being in crisis right now. Girls are still facing incredible obstacles, things like the COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, ongoing conflict and political instability threatens girls first and foremost. When schools are shuttered, they're isolated, they can't learn. They're already doing 2 to 3 times more care work than their brothers, which means that the stigma and the stereotypes are holding them back. We're seeing 1 in 5 girls married before their 18th birthday, 1 in 3 experiencing some kind of sexual violence. So we need the world's attention to both celebrate and actually take the investments in action that are needed.
We certainly do. And Lauren Rumble, you're doing that right now. You're helping us put attention on it. We appreciate you. And again, happy International Day of the Girl.
Thanks, you too. Thanks for having me.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning. I'm Gotti Schwartz in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, escalation breaking this morning. More explosions in Ukraine. Ukrainian officials report an attack on critical infrastructure in the western city of Lviv, less than 1 day after a wave of Russian missile strikes across the country. Now, international leaders condemning Russia for what it calls retaliation for an explosion that damaged a key bridge in Crimea.
Russia has proven once again that it is a terrorist state that must be deterred in the strongest possible ways.
Plus, new concerns after North Korea simulates a nuclear attack meant to wipe out South Korean and U.S. targets. We'll bring you the latest. Bad omen this morning, worry on Wall Street and beyond over comments made by a top banking CEO. Why the head of J.P. Morgan says several signs are pointing to a recession in America. Plus, what that could mean for your bottom line. On the agenda, the Supreme Court back in session and set to take on several high-profile cases this week. We'll break down some of the trials to watch that could have widespread implications. And account locked this morning. Kanye West facing the fallout over anti-Semitic posts on social media. More on the rapper's controversial comments, plus the backlash that's now spread to his business partnerships. We're happy to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. Happy you're back again. Yay.
Happy to be back.
So much fun having you here in New York. We begin our show this morning with two major foreign policy challenges for President Biden: the war in Ukraine and North Korea's worrying new missile tests.
Yeah, Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, is still on edge one day after Russia carried out a series of strikes on that city and many others in response to Saturday's Crimea bridge explosion. Officials say 19 people died across Ukraine and more than 100 were left injured. This morning, people in Kyiv took shelter again after air raid sirens rang out through the city. Over in Zaporizhia, explosions were heard throughout the night. One person was killed, according to the regional governor, after missiles hit public buildings. President Biden condemned yesterday's attack, quote, in a phone call with President Zelensky. Biden vowed to continue supporting Ukraine by providing it with advanced air defense systems. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry has the very latest from Kyiv.
Good morning, guys. This is a city that is weary, a city that is tired, that once again had air raid sirens throughout a night and is surveying the damage. We're here at a playground to show you the impact crater that one of these rockets left. You can see how destructive each of these individual strikes were, and there were dozens of strikes throughout the day. The death toll currently across the country, more than 19 people dead, more than 100 wounded. And you can see so many of these targets were just civilians' targets, a children's playground. This playground is a miracle that nobody was killed, because this park was bustling at 8:15 in the morning rush hour, and the attacks, as I said, are not over. Officials are stressing that they are worried Russia could carry out another wave of strikes. We've already seen that this morning in the city of Zaporizhia. A dozen rockets landing in one wave, killing one person, but again hitting infrastructure targets, which is what we're seeing in the western part of the country as well, in the city of Lviv, taking a second round of strikes this morning. We're told the power is still out in that city. Savannah, Gotti.
Cal, stay safe out there. Thanks so much for that.
And now to the latest from North Korea, which is making provocative new comments, saying its recent string of tests were designed to simulate a nuclear strike meant to wipe out South Korean and American targets. We have full team coverage of this latest escalation with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley in Seoul, South Korea, and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. Good morning to the both of you. Matt, I will start with you. So North Korea has conducted 7 missile tests now in recent weeks, including simulated use of its tactical battlefield nuclear weapons. What do we know about those weapons, and why is this happening right now?
Yeah, Savannah, it's an interesting question. It's not just those 7 tests in just the last 2 weeks. That's a really high tempo of testing. It's actually been more than 40 since the beginning of the year, which is unprecedented. We haven't seen that ever. So this year has seen a really big ramp up in the testing of all of the missile systems that North Korea has available. And, you know, a lot of these are showing off new technology. You know, hearing from people who watch North Korea, they say there's no reason necessarily to not believe what the North Koreans' explanation is, which is that they have the tech and they're trying to test to see if it works. But at the same time, they're also trying to demonstrate to the world that they have this capability, because up until now, we know that the North Koreans had nuclear capabilities. They tested those decades ago, so they have that. They also have ballistic missile capability. In certain places, they have long-range ballistic missile capability. But what they haven't been able to show is that they can marry the two, that they can deliver a nuclear payload on a ballistic missile, and that it would be effective in reaching places like Seoul, where I am now, or U.S. military assets, military bases in this city or elsewhere on the peninsula, and places like Guam, even the continental United States. So this is a demonstration to show that not only are they able to detonate a nuclear weapon, but that they're able to reach out and use that nuclear weapon in combat. Now, they're also ramping up this technology and doing all of these tests in such a rapid pace because the pace of U.S. and North and South Korean and Japanese military exercises have also been increasing this year. Now, a lot of that has to do with the fact that President Donald Trump is no longer in office, and we're getting back to a footing under Joe Biden where there is more cooperation between the United States and allies here in Northeast Asia. So in many ways, it is the United States and its allies here in this part of the world that is motivating the North Korean response. Savannah?
So, Matt, what is South Korea saying about this? I mean, just earlier this year, a new conservative government was inaugurated in Seoul. How are they responding?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, Savannah. And for better or for worse, you know, the actual government that's in office in South Korea here doesn't necessarily have the same amount of traction that the government in Washington does. So whether there's a conservative government or a liberal government here in Seoul, it really is all about who is in power in Washington, whether it's Donald Trump or whether it's Joe Biden. And the government here, they're responding the way other successive governments in the past have responded. They're condemning these tests and saying that nuclear weapons are not necessary and should not be used. And that is the kind of language that you would hear from any government. But Kim Jong-un has made it clear time and time again that he doesn't even necessarily want to speak to the government here in Seoul. He wants to speak to whoever's in power in Washington. He considers Seoul to be entirely beholden to the government in the United States. And whether he's wrong or whether he's right, that means that it is Washington that sets the tone and the tempo of the diplomacy that happens here on the Korean Peninsula.
Mike,
Savannah?
that's a perfect way to bring you in here. So what is the White House's response here?
Well, to Matt's point, while the North Koreans may want to deal solely with the United States response has always been, and is in this case, to emphasize the unanimity of our alliances in the region. The United States ramping up its contacts, President speaking just in the last week, and the Vice President as well with the Prime Minister of Japan and the President of South Korea. The White House has always emphasized that all these conversations are happening in tandem, in triad, you could say, with these three nations. But there's another point worth considering here, and this is as the White House is monitoring this very closely, a meeting that the president is likely going to have in the next month. The president, in the past, we've seen that China is often a useful interlocutor here in trying to manage these tensions between the United States and its allies in the region, as well as North Korea. Now, President Biden is expected to meet in person for the first time next month with China's President Xi Jinping during a summit in Indonesia. That conversation obviously is going to cover a range of subjects, but the increased tensions in North Korea are likely to be rising to the top of the list.
Absolutely. Mike, also, though, North Korea, of course, isn't our only international concern right now. Ukrainian President Zelensky actually tweeted that he spoke with President Biden yesterday following these renewed Russian attacks we've seen in Ukraine and on the capital city of Kyiv. Do we know what was said during that call and what the White House is saying about this new line of attack from Russia?
Yeah, this is actually the second conversation between these two leaders in about a week, an indication of the extreme concern within the White House. You and I talked last week about the president's closed-door comments at the fundraiser about this as well. The White House saying that the president continued to pledge to continue providing Ukraine with support it needs to defend itself, including advanced air systems, and also to provide security, economic, and humanitarian assistance. In just about an hour, Savannah, President Biden will be taking part in a emergency meeting of the G7 leaders to talk about the urgent response here. And the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is also flying to Brussels for a meeting with G7 defense ministers, where this is going to be at the top of the agenda. Of course, the rising concern here, as there is concern that, well, for the discussions about President Putin looking for an off-ramp, he's not interested in one.
Absolutely. Concerns, as you mentioned, that he expressed of a nuclear Armageddon. And look at the conversation we're having this morning. Mike Memoli and Matt Bradley, thank you both so much for your reporting.
Now to Washington and the latest on the search of Mar-a-Lago. The Justice Department is set to respond by today to former President Trump's request to vacate a ruling from the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. Trump filed the emergency motion to the Supreme Court last week, just hours after the appeals court allowed the DOJ to resume its review of the documents seized in the FBI raid of Mar-a-Lago. Let's bring in NBC News analyst and former federal prosecutor Glenn Kirshner. Glenn, good morning. First, let's go back a little bit here. What's Trump's legal team arguing, and why do they want to reverse the appeals court ruling?
You know, Trump's legal team has been trying to argue that a former president should enjoy some sort of special status in the law. So he should be entitled to, for example, a special master, an independent third party to review everything that the FBI seized from him pursuant to a lawfully issued, a judicially issued search warrant. And, you know, most people, I think, are of the mind that, well, the law should treat everybody the same, should treat everybody equally. So why should a former president get this special treatment, have an independent third party review everything? But, you know, I would hasten to add that the law actually doesn't treat everybody the same. When federal prosecutors, when the FBI searches an attorney's office, well, that attorney will typically get a special master appointed to review all the materials that have been seized for potential attorney-client privilege. I could see the appellate courts wrestling with this unprecedented set of facts, the search of a former president's home, and say, you know what, we're going to put a former president in the category of an attorney. We're going to say we're going to build some extra safeguards into the system and let this special master review run its course. So, you know, we're all closely watching what the 11th Circuit will do. And then, of course, the outlier is Donald Trump's defense team has already filed an emergency appeal with Justice Clarence Thomas, who has supervisory responsibility over the 11th Circuit. So there are a lot of moving legal pieces in this one.
Now, Glenn, when it comes to prosecutors, what options are available to the DOJ when responding to Trump's request? What are you expecting to see from the federal prosecutors?
Oh, I expect they're going to hold the line. They're going to say, listen, we acquired this evidence lawfully pursuant to a judicially issued search warrant, and that the president is but a mere mortal, and the DOJ should be allowed to go about its business in a timely manner of conducting a criminal investigation of documents that, let's call it what it was, were stolen by the president from the executive branch, from the government, and were seized and returned to the government. And now DOJ needs to do a prompt and thorough investigation to see where criminal liability might lie.
And what's next for the DOJ investigation once this legal battle is passed?
Well, I have to believe they are dug into these documents. They're probably subpoenaing grand jury witnesses to testify about the documents, whether they were shared, whether they were compromised, whether they were leveraged. And, you know, Donald Trump just sort of infamously said at one of his rallies, they're my documents and I want them back. And, you know, that is not only pretty telling, it is also potentially an admission that could be used in a future prosecution if one is brought against Donald Trump.
Glenn Kirshner, thanks so much. Now to your morning news now. Weather, it looks like a pretty big cold front is headed our way. We've got meteorologist Michelle Grossman.
Yeah,
she's in the studio, right?
I know. She's right here in the studio. We got some showers in the middle of the country, right? What's happening?
We have some showers, some storms. By the way, I feel like I'm like a family reunion. You guys look so similar. Like,
I know.
Right?
We're debating on who's going to lose the glasses because there are one set of glasses too many on this desk.
I love it.
We'll both not know what's going on.
You're both adorable. All right. Yeah, let's talk about the storms because we are looking. Well, let's start with freeze warnings because it is so cold in so many spots. We're looking at frost advisories, freeze warnings. We're starting out with temperatures in the 30s in a lot of spots. So upstate New York into New Hampshire, Vermont, also Maine, looking at that chilly start. We're looking at temperatures 30s, 40s, 51 degrees right now in New York City. It's going to warm this afternoon once that sun really gets going. But as we look towards the west in the plains, we are so above normal for this time of year, 15 to 20 degrees above normal. It's this big area of high pressure. It's funneling in this warm air, also some humidity. So it's hot, it's humid in some spots, and it feels like August in a lot of spots. So temperatures for the highs today, 15 to 25 degrees above what is average for this time of year. That is in the red, and this is what's ahead of the cold front. Once that cold front moves through, it's going to knock down the temperatures, and we're going to see a big difference over the next several days. But again, it's feeling like August in some spots in mid-October. What does that look like? It looks like 85 degrees in Omaha today, 19 degrees above normal for this time of year. Minneapolis, 81, Wichita, 84. We're warm also in Green Bay, just 75, but that's 14 degrees above normal for this time of year. Then this warmth is going to move off to the east. So there's that cold front back here. Here's the warm air. We're looking at 90s in Dallas, also in Houston tomorrow, 91 in Dallas. That's 12 degrees above normal for this time of year, 69 in Buffalo, 71 in Boston. Then we'll keep it warm on Thursday in portions portions of the mid-Atlantic. We're looking at temperatures right around 71 on Thursday. We drop it down because that cold front's going to move through the Northeast. That's going to bring the chance for showers and storms. So 66 on Friday, 64 on Saturday. Feeling nice and crisp. It was a great weekend last weekend. We're going to do another one once again this weekend. We have those mild highs. We have the chance for strong to severe storms. I'll get in that in just a second. Much cooler temperatures in the Pacific Northwest. We were warm yesterday. There's that cold front. It's a strong one. It's going to bring the chance for strong wind gusts. It could be damaging. Some lightning, also some hail. We could see some rain and snow mixing into the Rockies, also the high plains. Tomorrow, there's that cold front. You can see the storms kind of blossoming along that cold front from Texas all the way to Michigan. So again, the threat would be damaging winds, some heavy rain, some lightning. And then the Northeast, you're going to have a wet day. It's going to be windy, too, kind of a damp day on Thursday, so plan some indoor activities. We could see a lot of rain, too, generally 2 to 4 inches, the most falling in portions of New England. Mentioning the severe threat today, it's anywhere from Oklahoma into portions of the Great Lakes, so Minneapolis, Des Moines, Kansas City, into Wichita. We're looking at winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail, a low chance for a tornado, but it is not zero. And then tomorrow, we're looking at that area expanding. So now we're talking the Southern Plains, the Tennessee Valley, into the Ohio Valley. Once again, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Hail, could see some really heavy rain as well. Generally 2 to 4 inches. Notice those brighter colors. That's where we're expecting the heaviest rain. So portions of Pennsylvania into New York. I love that you're so into this. Also, New England, you're really leaning into this. So you need the umbrella on Thursday. I love it.
You got outfit choices.
I love your weather
coordinating
forecast.
already.
I do, and I like to look at the map and listen and follow what you're saying. So basically, I think you said it's going to be kind of warm and rainy on Thursday, which is kind of nasty.
It's a roller coaster.
Yeah. Oh, you're out of here by then. Sad.
Yeah, you're back in LA.
Yeah, exactly.
Or it's always August and September, October, November, December.
But then it gets kind of nice. See, I'm into the fall chill. I like it.
Me too.
All right, Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
Michelle, thanks. Yeah, coming up on Morning News Now, penalty phase. Closing arguments set to begin in the sentencing phase of convicted Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz.
Jurors now have to decide between life in prison or death. What the families of the victims are saying ahead of this new phase in the trial. That's when we come back. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. Let's get to some economic news and the growing fears of a potential recession. The CEO of America's largest bank now says he believes the U.S. and global economy are indeed heading down that road and fast. Joining us for more on this is CNBC reporter and anchor Juliana Tattlebaum. Juliana, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So we've been talking about these comments from him. This was your interview. You spoke one-on-one with the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, Jamie Dimon, where he warned of that looming recession. Tell us more about your conversation and what specifically Dimon is concerned about here.
Savannah, good morning, and thank you for having me. This was a wide-ranging conversation, but I kicked off by asking the JP Morgan chief what he was seeing in the U.S. economy and what the outlook is for the United States. And he essentially said it's not what he's seeing right now that worries him. It's the future, in particular, rising interest rates and the war in Ukraine. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Right now, the U.S. economy is actually still doing well. Consumers have money. Fiscal stimulus, they still have more than they had before. They're spending 10% more than last year, 35% more than pre-COVID. Their balance sheets are in great shape. Yes, debt's gone up a little bit, but not nearly to pre-COVID levels. You can't talk about the economy without talking about the stuff in the future. And this is serious stuff, okay? This is inflation, which obviously is, changing the effect of those numbers I just told you about. It's rates going up more than people expected already. Europe is already in a recession, and they're likely to put U.S. in some kind of recession 6-9 months from now.
So those were Jamie Dimon's comments around the economy. In terms of markets, I asked him where he sees the S&P 500 index hitting a bottom, and he responded he doesn't know for sure, but he could see it dropping a further 20%. So warning investors could see more pain to come when it comes to stocks.
Absolutely. Juliana, if we do head into a recession, did Dimon say how severe he believes it could potentially be and what kind of impact that has on our economy then long term?
Well, it's clear from his comments that it is not a matter of if, but a matter of when it comes to this recession. Listen to what he had to say about the potential severity.
This is the thing no one ever really knows, right? You do have a strong consumer going into it. Businesses are in pretty good shape, but they were amazingly resilient during COVID. Now you have to look at the range of outcomes. It can go from very mild to quite hard, and a lot will rely on what happens to this war. So I think to guess is hard. Be prepared.
Well, as you heard there, two of the main things to watch, according to the JP Morgan chief, are interest rates and where the Federal Reserve goes from here. And something that is much more out of the hands of the Fed and officials in the U.S. is the war in Ukraine, with the tensions escalating in recent weeks, posing a major concern for the bank chief.
Yeah, you mentioned those interest rates, the fact that the Fed's raised them several times. How does Dimon think the Fed is managing inflation? I mean, we've continued to see inflation. It really hasn't brought it down much. How does he feel about that?
Well, this is perhaps the critical question here for investors across the globe. How confident are they that the Fed is going to be able to navigate through this period of uncertainty? And on that front, Jamie Dimon said that the Fed deserves credit for how it handled the COVID pandemic and navigated through that period of uncertainty. But in terms of their more recent policy moves, Dimon said that the Fed waited too long to act. They did too little with hindsight, and now they're clearly motivated to catch up. Depending on the scale of the recession, he could see the Federal Reserve having to cut interest rates next year.
All right, Juliana, great interview, and thanks for joining us with it this morning. And now to the latest in the sentencing trial of convicted Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz. Closing arguments are set to begin today in the penalty phase against him.
Yeah, this comes nearly a year after he pleaded guilty to 17 counts of murder and 17 counts of attempted murder in the deadly 2018 shootings in Parkland, Florida. The jury will begin deliberations tomorrow and will choose one of two possible sentences: life in prison or death.
NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from outside the Broward County Courthouse. Carrie, good to see you. So what are we expecting here to hear in these closing arguments today?
Well, it has been an incredibly emotional penalty phase with so many people testifying. But today what we will hear is the defense attorneys arguing to the 12-member jury here in Florida that Nicholas Cruz's life should be spared, that he should be sentenced to life in prison, that he had a disadvantage from the moment he was born to a mother who was an addict, that he had a very difficult childhood, and that he did not adjust to society. While the prosecution will argue, the state's attorney will say, if there was ever a heinous crime that deserves the death penalty, it is this. Guys?
And Carrie, I mean, you got to think of the family that's in that courtroom. This trial has to recreate so much trauma of that horrific day for the victims and their families. What are they saying about Cruz's sentencing?
Gotti, there was so much angst going into this trial in the penalty phase here. Some family members of the victims wanted a trial so that they could confront and say something directly to Nicholas Cruz, while others felt that they did not want to stomach this, did not want to relive this, that this has been so incredibly painful. Remember now, this was 2018 that this horror took place on Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in Parkland, Florida, and now it's 2022. But those who did take the stand had powerful statements and powerful testimony. Here is some of it.
Gina Rose Montalto, forever 14. Our daughter, Gina Rose Montalto, was a special girl who...
I was so happy to be her father. She was beautiful and a gift from God as he chose to bless our family.
My forever 14-year-old little boy, Alex Schachter. Our family is broken. There is this constant emptiness.
Our life has been shattered and changed forever.
Joaquin, I love you, I miss you, and I will never forget that smile of yours.
On February 14th, 2018, my heart stopped beating. Our fourth and youngest child, Elena Petty, was taken back home to live with our Heavenly Father.
I'm still trying to learn to live with this every day. I will miss my son tomorrow. I will miss my son for the rest of my life.
I now struggle every day with the reality that I didn't get to tell Jamie one last time that I love her.
To try to articulate how it has affected me would be for me to rip my heart out and present it to you shattered in a million pieces.
A heartache that will never be erased for the 17 families who lost loved ones and for the 17 attempted murder charges in this case. There needs to be a unanimous decision by the jury for death. If there's even just one juror who votes for life, then the gunman in this case, Nicholas Cruz, would face life in prison. Guys?
Carrie Sanders, just such impactful statements there from those families. It just breaks your heart. Thank you so much, and we know you'll be watching. We'll check in.
International headlines now. Central America is in recovery mode after getting hit by Hurricane Julia. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with this and more. Good morning, Claudio.
Hey there.
Good morning, Gadi. Good morning, Savannah. Well, at least 28 people were reported dead after Hurricane Julia, as you mentioned, swept through Guatemala and El Salvador throughout the weekend. Now the hurricane has dissipated, but at least on Monday, it was still showering and drenching the two Central American countries with torrential rains. 5 of the victims died after a hillside collapsed on their house, and 9 others lost their lives while performing rescue work. Now let's move to China, where cities like Shanghai and Shenzhen have ramped up COVID-19 measures after infections rose at the highest rates since August. Local authorities have increased testing and closed schools, entertainment venues and tourist spots. Shanghai, the financial capital of China, said on Monday that it will conduct routine testing at least twice a week until November 10th. And let's stop by New Zealand, where the government has proposed taxing the greenhouse gases produced by farm animals when they burp and pee as part of a plan to tackle climate change. change. It's all true, I swear. It's not the first time that the tax collector planning on showing up at the cow sheds in New Zealand. Back in 2003, a previous government proposed a tax on animal farts. Now the plan was scrapped after farmers, well, raised the stink about it.
Claudio, you just talked about quite a few bodily functions on TV.
Really milking the cow puns there, huh? Claudia, thank you so much.
Thanks, Claudio.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, a new session for the Supreme Court, and it could have major implications for you.
When we come back here on Morning News Now, we're going to break down some of the biggest cases being heard this week.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We are back now with the Supreme Court entering its second week of a packed new fall term.
That's right. We know the justices will hear 4 cases this week before holding a conference day on Friday to review the arguments. And these will be the last cases the justices hear until October 31st. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now to break down some of those cases. Danny, so let's start with this California law called Proposition 12, right? It's known as the Farm Animal Confinement Initiative. What does that mean?
Basically, California enacted a law that provided for, that said if you're going to sell uncooked meat, particularly pork products in California, then you have to prove that the pigs were raised humanely. But at the Supreme Court, that is really a side issue. This case really isn't about, are pigs cute? Do they deserve better lives? It's really about what's called the Dormant Commerce Clause. In other words, can individual states, and this came up way back in the time of the framers, can individual states engage in prejudice and discrimination against other states, which back in the time of the Revolution and hundreds of years ago, it kind of made sense. Delaware was suspicious of Pennsylvania, so they would enact tariffs and said, don't bring your Pennsylvania corn in here. We want to favor our own Delawarean farmers. So that is where the Dormant Commerce Clause comes. States cannot discriminate against other states. But the argument here that California is making is that this rule doesn't discriminate against any state. If you raise pork in California, you're subject to the exact same rules as someone from Nebraska or anywhere else. Bottom line is, if you can't comply with our humane raising of pork, then you just can't sell in California. You can sell in Canada, you can sell in Iowa, wherever you like. None of you can come here, including California pig farmers.
So it's kind of a Supreme Court case about bacon.
It is. It is, in a sense.
You laughed today. That was very
yes,
cool.
It is.
Okay, now let's turn to a case that's kind of this battle between copyright, fair use, potentially impacting the art world. Has to do with Andy Warhol. Walk us through this one and what you think about it.
Yeah. Art is in the eye of the beholder, and it's not only in the eye of us as beholders, but 9 unelected justices on the Supreme Court. So every single time one of these cases on copyright law comes before the Supreme Court, believe me, reasonable minds can differ. I would bet that the 3 of us would have wildly divergent views on this Andy Warhol case. And basically what happened was there was a photographer, Lynn Goldsmith, who took photographs of Prince, the late artist. Later on, Andy Warhol did what he does, and he took that work, and there you see some Andy Warhol work right there. It's very distinctive. And he took that Prince photograph, and he ran it through whatever color formatting he did, and he created what is now before the Supreme Court as either, is it a derivative work? Or if it is derivative, then it is Lynn Goldsmith's, and she's entitled to royalties anytime someone uses it. If it is transformative, if it is fair use, then it is no longer really the original work, and Lynn Goldsmith has no dispute. You see a lot of different of those prints there. You can see that what Warhol would do is essentially take a photograph and put a color thing on it. Now, look. Here's how people will differ on this. Take me, for example. I don't get this Andy Warhol stuff. I can do what he did on my iPhone with a filter. So you're telling me that's transformative?
I know, yeah.
But by the way, you may completely disagree, and that's the beauty of it. Now you look at it, the Supreme Court justices are the same way. They may look at this work of Andy Warhol's and say, yeah, I don't get it, which really isn't the legal issue, but it will certainly inform the way the justices decide.
So many implications either way.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I actually think his art is amazing, and I couldn't do it myself for sure. But it
right
is
here, I have a filter.
Yeah, you're going to get some tweets about that one. All right, go ahead.
Lastly, as we all go back to work, I mean, they're going to be hearing a lot of cases about going back to work and the workplace. One of them has to do with a foreman, I believe, that's making $200,000 and yet is also asking for and says he qualifies for overtime. What's the situation there?
I love these overtime cases. I used to handle them, full disclosure. I have handled them in the past. But basically, what the argument is you have a worker here who was in an executive type position, supervisory position, made over $200,000 a year. But now, the FLSA, which is the overtime law, which was designed for blue-collar workers to protect them and give them overtime, what happened here is a loophole. And there are entire class action firms that sit around and hunt for these loopholes where they can make millions of dollars, and they seem to have possibly found one, depending on what the court does. Because this worker was paid at a daily rate as opposed to a salary, that is a different regulation, and he may be entitled to overtime, even if he did make over $200,000 a year.
So his daily rate equaled $200,000, and then he's saying that he gets overtime on top of that.
Well, yes, but the only reason he's before the court is that he was classified as a daily rate worker. An unusual situation. Most people making over $200,000 a year are not daily rate workers, but that may be just the oil industry, the way it works. And this little loophole here might entitle this worker who made over $200,000, I think about $250,000 a year, to overtime. Now, that's another interesting thing is how are they going to prove that? Because I guarantee he wasn't clocking in and out, or if he was, I mean, you know, now you get into issues of when he was on his phone, being a supervisor, does that count? So really interesting case. Not really wide-reaching implications because I think this is a very narrow set of facts here.
I'm going to be sitting around thinking about how people just sit around looking for loopholes. Danny Savalos.
Where's our overtime, by the way? It's 7 a.m.
Thank you, Danny.
Coming up, fall is here, and that means cooler temperatures, shorter days, and for a lot of people, a little bit of seasonal sadness. When we come back, some tips on how to keep your spirits up all season long.
Plus, rapper Kanye West under fire over a series of posts on social media. We'll break down the controversy and how it could compromise a key business partnership. That's next on Morning News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Internal affairs. Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city turned crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back. It's time now for our weekly mental health check-in. We all know winter's coming, and with the cold weather comes seasonal depression sometimes.
Yeah, we've got some tips, though, to help you get through those darker months. Plus, new studies show COVID may have altered our personalities. We'll walk you through just how much people changed in these last 2 years. Narelle Feliciano joins us now to break down these headlines for us. She's a psychotherapist and author of This Book Won't Make You Happy, 8 Keys to Finding True Contentment. Love the title. Narelle, good morning. Thanks for joining us. So let's start with that seasonal depression. What is it about these months that make people potentially feel worse? And also, of course, tell us what we can do to help ward off these winter blues.
So generally, when the weather gets colder, we're limited in our desire to do certain things like connect socially, going outside, exercising in different ways in the better weather. And that can trigger some depression in people that starts around this time of year when the leaves start changing, when the temperatures get colder, when we have less daylight, and it can extend into early summer even. And it's very similar to other types of depression in that we want to withdraw and isolate, mood changes, our sleeping and eating patterns may change, but the big ones is the loss of joy in the things that we normally do enjoy. And there are many things that we can do to prepare for it going into the season. One is to think about what is difficult for you in this season. Most people who've experienced seasonal depression know what is difficult for them if they take a look at the last year. And now is a time, while we have the motivation to make a plan to connect with other people, to be social, think about how you want to exercise as the season change, even connect with someone to exercise. Those two things in and of itself can help ward off some of the more severe symptoms of seasonal depression. And also, if it gets to a point where you just don't have motivation to do those things, contact a clinician to help you get through it.
And Narelle, I want to talk a little bit about that study about how the COVID pandemic might have caused rapid personality shifts. I know when we went into the pandemic, I think I would have considered myself an extrovert. Yeah. When we came out of the pandemic, I feel like an introvert. So people that are watching, if you might suspect that you lost some of that joy or the positive personality traits, how does somebody get those back?
So I experienced the same thing, having been more of an extrovert my whole life. So I understand this pretty well. And one of the reasons that we find, and this has affected younger people more so than adults who were still in that developing stage of their personality. Again, one is to recognize the areas that you've changed, whether it's this desire to connect with people or your desire to trust people or be social. And connection is a big piece of it. Talk with your friends, schedule time on the calendar to get together with other people. And connection in and of itself can bring back some of those feelings. The areas that we saw change are people's ability to trust other people. Their social skills have changed. Their ability to think creatively have changed. And all of that is due to stress and isolation that we experienced over the extended period of time during the pandemic.
Nora Feliciano, we appreciate you talking through this with us. So important to talk about this stuff. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And Kanye West is under fire after a series of anti-Semitic posts on Instagram and Twitter. Both social media platforms have already suspended the rapper for violating their community guidelines, with a lot of celebrities now speaking out about the impact of his words.
You don't love Ye, you love money bag, yo.
Kanye West making headlines after posting alarming anti-Semitic statements on Instagram and Twitter. In the early hours of Sunday morning, the rap star lashing out, tweeting, "I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I am going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who ever opposes your agenda." His Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook accounts have all been suspended. The backlash immediate, with several celebrities and organizations speaking out against his latest statements. Comedian Sarah Silverman tweeting, "Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter, and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The silence is so loud." The Black Jewish Entertainment Alliance also reacting. Ye's recent statements about the Jewish community are hurtful, offensive, and wrong. And actress Jamie Lee Curtis reacting to Kanye's statements, tweeting this: "The holiest day in Judaism was last week. Words matter. A threat to Jewish people ended once in a genocide. Your words hurt and incite violence. You are a father. Please stop." Curtis also blasting him in an interview with Hoda on the Today Show.
I burst into tears. I woke up and burst into tears. DEFCON 3 on Jewish people? What are you doing? It's abhorrent behavior. I hope he gets help. I hope his children get help from him.
The press completely killed us.
This weekend's uproar came on the heels of a controversial fashion show in Paris in which Ye debuted a line of T-shirts with the words "White Lives Matter" boldly printed across the back. He spoke to Fox's Tucker Carlson about the T-shirts.
So you made reference to the White Lives Matter T-shirt, which you brought out at Paris Fashion Week.
Yeah.
Why did you do that, and what did it mean?
You know, people, they're looking for an explanation, and people say, well, as an artist, you don't have to give an explanation, but as a leader, you do.
Yes, I think that's right.
So the answer to why I wrote White Lives Matter on a shirt is because they do. It's the obvious thing.
Kanye also took shots at music mogul Sean Combs, known as Diddy, saying he is controlled by Jewish people, a reference to a long-standing anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
The White Lives Matter T-shirt, I don't rock with it. Don't wear the shirt. Don't buy the shirt.
After terminating his clothing deal with Gap, Kanye also turned his ire to current business partner Adidas, making scathing remarks in recent weeks. The sports brand now reviewing their partnership and putting out this statement. After repeated efforts to privately resolve the situation, we have taken the decision to place the partnership under review. Kanye returned fire on Instagram. "I am Adidas. Adidas raped and stole my designs." Today, he released a video on YouTube where he appears to show pornography to an Adidas executive. A friend of Kanye's repeats his claim that the company stole his designs. We reached out to Adidas for comment, but haven't heard back.
Now, according to Twitter's policy, enforcement action can range from 12 hours to 7 days, depending on the nature of the violation. And now to some financial news. The third largest railroad union might go on strike.
Yeah, CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other financial news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yep, so the possibility of a major nationwide rail strike is back on the table after the industry's third largest union rejected a contract deal. More than half of workers who build and maintain tracks opposed the 5-year contract, which offered a 24% raise and $5,000 bonus. The union says railroads didn't go far enough to address the lack of paid and sick time off and working conditions. Both sides will return to the bargaining table before a strike would happen. A walkout could potentially cripple the U.S. economy. Meta Platforms is holding an event today where it's expected to show off new products, including a high-end virtual and augmented reality set. CEO Mark Zuckerberg will give the keynote address. The event comes at a critical time for the parent company of Facebook and Instagram, which has seen its stock fall 60% this year. And shoppers could see major discounts this holiday season. Adobe Analytics says price cuts could be as much as a third or more, especially for gift items like electronics, toys, and computers. Adobe also expects consumers will see a drop in prices for televisions, appliances, clothes, and sporting goods. The majority of deals are expected to fall between Thanksgiving and Cyber Monday, guys.
All right, there we go. Lots of deals coming.
Yes.
Lots of shopping coming for me.
Yes, same.
Lana, thank you. Coming up, think Black Friday, as we were just talking about, but in October.
Yeah.
When we come back, we're going to break down some of those biggest deals and steals we were just talking about from Amazon's Prime Early Access sale.
And an incredible survival story. 3 fishermen rescued after getting lost at sea and fighting off a swarm of sharks. You're watching NBC and Morning News Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks. It's not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Well, Savannah, you're in luck because it's that time of year again already.
Holiday time.
Amazon kicking off the holiday season a little earlier than usual with its Prime Early Access sale. Just think of it as the sequel to Prime Day,
Yeah,
right?
we're going to get into exactly what it means. But starting today, thousands of items will be listed at a deep discount ahead of Black Friday, which is still about a month and a half away. Oh, I like that. We have so much lead up to Christmas, giving customers a chance to get a head start on their holiday shopping.
Yeah, Trey Bodge joins us now to give us a scoop on how to snag the best deals. She's a smart shopping expert at TrueTrade.com. Trey, good morning. What should savvy shoppers be looking for this year on Amazon, and where can we find those sweet deals?
Sure. So Amazon has this 2-day sale, which is brand new, and it's only the second time in 1 year that they've had a sale like this. And so this is so exciting. We're going to be seeing a lot of great deals, particularly on Amazon-owned devices like Fire, Echo, anything in that landscape. And so you can expect to save between 50 to 80% off. And then other brands are having really exciting sales as well, like Sony, Bose, and then lots of toys too. So parents and other folks should definitely be looking at Amazon to see if they can check some holiday items off their list.
So Trey, anybody who's got an Amazon account knows about Prime Day. What's the difference here between Prime Day and whatever this sale is?
So it's very similar, actually. I would say that it's not as large as Prime Day. Obviously, Prime Day has been going for 8 years, and this is the first time that Amazon's had a second sale. So obviously, this is exclusive to Prime members, but if you're not a Prime member, you can actually sign up for a free trial that's 30 days long, and you can check out the sales today. So I would say maybe fewer deals, but just as exciting discounts.
Oh.
Trey, Amazon is obviously the biggest kid on the block here, but they're not the only retailer that are starting this. When Amazon does something, usually it trickles down everywhere. Where else can people go for some savings right now?
Where can we get a sale?
Yeah, so Amazon's not the only one having a big sale today. Walmart is doing their rollbacks and more sale. Kohl's is having a big sale today. And then Groupon, if you're looking to give more experiential gifts, they have Groupon Day on Thursday. And I'm expecting to see lots of other retailers kind of jumping into the pool right now because it's a very exciting time. According to Bread Financial, who I work with, they found that 55% of people will have started their holiday shopping by the end of the month. And 86% of those people could be convinced to spend more if there are extra perks. And I think that's what retailers are banking on, that consumers are going to overspend a bit because we're looking at kind of a soft holiday shopping season otherwise. And so retailers are offering lots of incentives to excite those consumers.
I'm just suspicious, though. Like, the deals have got to get better. I don't believe Target's Black Friday deals are as good now as they will be on Black Friday.
I believe that 50% stat, because 50% yes here, 50% no. Still too soon. Trey Bodge, thanks so much.
Disagree. Thank you. All right, let's end the hour on an amazing rescue in the Gulf of Mexico that came just in time for 3 fishermen who were lost at sea and fighting off a group of sharks. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Key Biscayne with the details. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Savannah, Gotti, good morning. Sounds like 3 words you don't want to hear in the same sentence together: shark-infested waters. And yet, that is exactly how this played out. These boaters went at 10 o'clock in the morning, were supposed to return at sunset. When that didn't happen, one of their spouses contacted the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard then scours an area the size of Rhode Island with marginal chances for survival. They said somewhere between 10 and 15%, maybe with life vests on. But they were aided by one fateful clue.
This morning, an unbelievable rescue in shark-infested waters. 3 missing boaters saved in the Gulf of Mexico while fending off a swarm of sharks.
They had multiple lacerations on their hand, almost down to the bone.
The 3 fishermen had been floating in the water for 28 hours.
That's clear the vessel.
One man found drifting, hoisted in the air, assisted by a rescue swimmer. The other 2, nearly half a mile away, clinging to a cooler, as rescuers saw as many as 4 sharks circling nearby. The men set out from Venice, Louisiana, Saturday morning, but never returned home. For hours, Coast Guard teams searched the massive area by air and sea. And then around noon Sunday, a miraculous stroke of luck. One of the men somehow able to get cell phone service briefly, sending a rough Google Maps location.
He told me he had 2% battery, and he fired off that text message.
With no coordinates, the rescuers managing to track them down anyway.
Using kind of geolocation and orienting ourselves to the map and some of the contours from Google Maps of the Gulf of Mexico, we're able to, in the command center, identify the location.
Within 2 hours, the boaters were spotted some 25 miles offshore.
We actually were able to recover one of the life jackets that had been eaten through by a shark.
2 were bitten and all 3 exhausted and treated for hypothermia, but incredibly alive.
It's difficult for us to describe how lucky they were that all these things happened in their favor.
And guys, just to give you some more color on the conditions that these boaters were up against, it was rough waves, 3 to 5 feet. It just so happens that one of the Coast Guard choppers spots someone 1,000 feet up in the water with a life vest on. That is what catalyzed this entire rescue. Marine experts say there's a higher number of sharks right now in the Gulf of Mexico than normal. Bull sharks and tiger sharks, they were punching them off. As you heard, hands bitten down to the bone, and yet they survived. Pretty amazing.
Oh, there are so many details that I don't even know how to process what you just told us, Sam.
Punching them in the face. That's what you're supposed to do.
I see a movie coming.
Yeah. I mean, an hour after hour after hour.
5 foot waves?
Yikes.
Yeah. All right, Sam Brock. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you for blowing our minds.
Yeah. And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Right now on Morning News Now, Russia's wrath. Ukraine is on alert this morning following dozens of deadly attacks across the country, including in the capital of Kyiv. We've got a report from Kyiv on how people are recovering after months of calm in that city. Plus, the latest from Moscow, where Vladimir Putin is vowing to attack again days after Ukraine destroyed a critical bridge linking Russia to Crimea. The final stretch, just the weeks left until Election Day, and candidates are neck and neck in some of the most important races that could change the balance of power in Washington. This morning, we're taking a closer look at Ohio's Senate race. Republican J.D. Vance and Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan exchanging jabs in their first debate. We've got the big takeaways and what it could mean for other races across the country. Also this morning, hacked. Some of the nation's largest airports fall victim to cyber attacks. From LaGuardia to O'Hare and LAX, the ways these hackers tried to target major hubs and what it could mean for the future of cyber attacks on our infrastructure. Plus, celebrating her. Today is the International Day of the Girl, putting a focus on the challenges millions of girls are facing around the world. The human rights issues activists are putting front and center this year to make sure the future is brighter for the next generation.
What a timely time to be having International Day of the Girl and be having that conversation as we're watching what's unfolding in Iran, as what we've seen in Afghanistan. It's pretty amazing to be talking about it. And for you, girl dad.
I know.
International Day of the Girl.
Every time I see one of these stories, it just means something completely
exactly.
different.
Oh, that's awesome.
But we begin this hour in Ukraine, which is still reeling from a series of Russian missile strikes that targeted several cities across the country.
In Kyiv, they're picking up the pieces from yesterday's attack, but many were forced to take cover again after air raid sirens blared throughout the capital. And in Lviv this morning, new strikes have left parts of the city without power, according to the mayor. President Biden has condemned yesterday's, quote, brutal attack. He's taking part in today's emergency meeting with G7 leaders to discuss the situation in Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry has the latest from Kyiv.
Hey guys, good morning. This is a city that is waking up weary after another night of air raid sirens and the sounds of rockets being shot out of the sky by air defense systems. At least 2 rockets, we understand, shot out of the sky over the Kyiv region. 16 shot down this morning alone across the country, but some rockets striking Ukrainian cities once again. The city of Zaporizhzhia taking 12 hits, we understand, this morning alone. At least 1 person dead there, another dozen wounded. To the western part of the country, the city of Lviv hit again this morning. We understand the power is out there, but this capital city is surveying the damage. We're here at one of the sites of the strike, and you can see Kyiv residents coming here not just to survey the damage, but to document the damage. It is a miracle, guys, that nobody was killed in this park. When you add to that this was a children's playground, a popular children's playground. And all morning, we've been seeing families come with their kids, not just to survey the damage, but kids asking to take selfies in front of the crater, in front of the playground that they used to play in. It is a heartbreaking thing to watch, guys. Savannah, Gotti.
Cal, stay safe out there.
Thank you.
And over in Russia, nationalist commentators and state media are praising the Kremlin's response to Saturday's explosion on the Crimea bridge, which Moscow blames on Ukraine.
And some are now saying that Russia should keep up the intensity seen over the last 24 hours. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons has more from Moscow.
Hey there, good day to you. Western government officials are describing Russia's latest onslaught on Ukraine as desperate. That, of course, is not the message from the Kremlin. This is the front page of Russia's government newspaper with a picture of Vladimir Putin and the headline, "No one should have any doubts." This morning, more attacks following what President Putin called his massive strike across Ukraine yesterday, potentially marking a new escalation in the conflict. With his retaliation for the attack on his prized Crimea bridge, the Russian leader responding to internal pressure to hit back. The dramatic attacks on civilian centers, signaling an uptick in violence as Russia aims to turn the tide after military setbacks. The US concerned. President Biden speaking with President Zelensky, pledging to provide support, including air systems. Today, President Putin will meet with the head of the UN nuclear watchdog, traveling to Russia after meeting with President Zelensky, trying to negotiate a demilitarized zone around a nuclear power station. While President Zelensky is set to speak at an emergency meeting of the G7, on the agenda, is this a new phase in Russia's offensive? Russia is drafting 300,000 men. At a mobilization station 100 miles outside Moscow, this man says he's sending his 22-year-old grandson to fight. I feel positive, he says. This woman's husband and father to her child is leaving. She says, I have an emptiness inside. Russia's newly appointed commander of its Ukraine operation has a ruthless reputation. He was on the ground in Syria when Aleppo was leveled. The hardliners around President Putin increasingly vocal, like Chechen warlord Ramzan Kadyrov, who posted video of his sons firing automatic weapons and rocket launchers, saying he was sending them to fight in Ukraine. This morning, we met 61-year-old Alexander Solodovnikov, a Moscow businessman driving a cab for Now. He says he's met young people fleeing the country and men going to fight.
For some of the reason, or for reason fleeing the country, someone staying.
He says he even took a pregnant wife around Moscow, buying clothes for her husband on the front line.
Yes, because she loves her husband and she wants to get him the best.
One question loudly being asked in the West today is whether or not Russia's latest offensive is sustainable. That is not a question, of course, being asked here in Moscow. Since the beginning of the conflict, I have asked Russian government officials, what happens if your strategy doesn't work? They didn't have an answer in February. They don't seem to have an answer now. But we have heard from Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, talking about negotiations. He says the US says it is open to negotiations with Russia, but this is a lie. We haven't received any serious offers of contact.
All right, Keir, thank you so much.
Yeah, and following the Russia's military attacks in Ukraine this morning, we are learning more about a cybersecurity threat across the country from Russian hackers. More than a dozen websites from major U.S. airports, including Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta and Los Angeles International Airport, were temporarily knocked offline on Monday.
A pro-Russian group known as Killnet has been targeting countries supporting Ukraine. And just last week, the group claimed responsibility for taking down several U.S. state government websites. For more, we're joined by NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward. He's at Oakland International Airport in California, which was not impacted. But Jake, I mean, it seems as though no flights were affected by yesterday's cyber attack, but this hack is still significant. Walk us through why.
Well, the reason, Savannah, is that on the one hand, we had really just a small set of airports across the country, some very major ones, but a small group, about a dozen we were able to confirm, affected by this hack. But this hack was more of an irritation than anything truly damaging. It really just attacked the public-facing websites of these airports with a denial of service attack, basically overloaded them with traffic. And that's really just means that those are the websites that you would go to see, you know, how long the security line is at the airport. It did not affect flight operations. It did not affect air traffic control systems. It did not affect scheduling systems. So those are really the systems that could have brought this, you know, an airport to its knees. The reason it is so significant, however, is that it fits this pattern we're seeing of increased hostility from pro-Kremlin hackers inside Russia, who seem to be determined to inflict pain wherever they can, certainly on those state websites that you mentioned, or irritation in the case of these airports on any country that supports Ukraine. And so the question here is, we've seen something just irritating at the beginning of this week. What are we going to see that might be more sinister coming down the line, Savannah?
And Jake, we see those denial of service attacks. Then there are also those ransomware attacks, right? Just last week, one of the largest hospital chains was hit by a ransomware attack. Last month, the LA school district was targeted as well. Are any of these attacks related? Are they being coordinated? Are they following a similar pattern?
Well, Gotti, as you know, it's very hard to actually link attacks together in any particular way, even when people do claim that they are the same. In this particular case, it does not seem that these were connected. KillNet is very much a group that goes for denial of service attacks, these very irritating sort of tsunamis of incoming traffic that shut down websites. They really only affect, again, the public-facing portions of our online infrastructure. But these other attacks you mentioned on schools and regional hospitals are a much bigger deal. Those are true ransomware attacks where they get inside a system, shut it down, and won't turn it back on until their demands are met. We have seen an increase in those sorts of attacks, and it's all just a reminder that we are only as safe as the least protected parts of our infrastructure. That's why, experts are so concerned about this particular attack on airports. It's just irritating for now, but it, of course, just means we all have to be extremely vigilant going forward, you guys.
Jake, how can we prevent these types of attacks? What's being done to keep us safe?
Well, this is really the thing. I mean, the Department of Transportation has not particularly commented on these airport attacks, but CISA, the cybersecurity agency that coordinates the response, said that they are investigating. The FBI is involved. So we have a large law enforcement infrastructure taking a look at this particular thing because airports are so essential to the functioning of the American economy. But it also, of course, just reminds us that you need IT infrastructure at every level of American life these days. I mean, a few years ago, we wouldn't have even been talking about having IT people at a regional hospital or a school or an airport looking for inbound attacks from hackers. Now we're in a world in which you have literally every organization at every level of American life has to get involved in some way. It turns out we do have the technology, but the resources are spread thin. The hope is that we can just stay out in front of these kinds of attacks as they become more intense, and that is what people are forecasting as the Russia-Ukraine situation gets worse and worse, you guys.
And it's only going to get more complex from there. Jake Ward, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. And turning now to the high-stakes midterm elections, which are exactly 4 weeks from today.
Yeah, the control of Congress is up for grabs this November, and while previous election cycles have seen the party in power lose seats in the midterms, this year could be different, and who better to break down where we stand right now than NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Steve, good morning.
At the board.
Yeah.
Yay, we missed you.
We totally missed you. Can you walk us through what's at stake here right now in the Senate and the House with 1 month to go for those that are counting?
Well, I appreciate you saying you missed me. You'll probably all be sick of me in the next 28 days. But
we want a Kornacki Kim always.
Yeah, they were talking about Amazon Prime Day coming early. We want Kornacki coming early.
It is early, but it's we've got early voting beginning in some states too. And the stakes you ask about, I mean, the Democrats have majorities right now, but by the slimmest possible margins in both chambers. In the Senate, remember, it's 50-50. Kamala Harris, the vice president, breaks the tie. That's how the Democrats have the majority there. And in the House side, it's 222-213. It means the Republicans just need a gain of 5 seats. If Republicans can gain 5 seats in the House, they flip it, they win control of it. So the Democrats with precarious control in these midterm elections. And you mentioned it. Historically, the president's job approval rating says a lot about how these midterm ratings go. And Biden's job approval rating is not good. The average right now in all the polling that's out there is under 43%. Typically, this has been a level where the president's party does not do well in midterm elections. Donald Trump, Barack Obama, go back to Bill Clinton in 1994. So this number right here, when you show that precarious balance of power, this bodes very well for Republicans and their chances of getting control of the Senate and the House. But where things get a little bit tricky and complicated potentially this time around is this, the generic ballot. When you ask folks, Democrats or Republicans, which one would you rather see control Congress here? Well, Republicans lead on that question right now, but it's less than a point. This is a 0.9% margin for Republicans right now. What we've seen in the past in wave elections, we've seen unpopular presidents, and then we've seen the opposition party pretty comfortably ahead on the generic ballot. Here, the Republicans are ahead, but less than a point. So it introduces a little bit of uncertainty. Republicans hope that this will be a late forming wave. Democrats look at this number and take a little hope from it that maybe they could defy some of that history. But I think 28 days out, there's some uncertainty in the air that we typically haven't had at this point of midterm elections.
Absolutely. Okay, Steve, now first look at us both. You're hanging on your every word and leaning us close to the monitors as we can to see your numbers. Okay, Steve, what are the big issues, though? Let's talk through issues on the minds of voters as they're casting ballots. Like you said, early voting voting's already started in some places.
Yeah, so let's take a look here from our NBC poll, and we ask people, what is the single most important issue to you as you make up your mind for the midterm elections? And I think there's a couple of ways to slice this here. You see the list. I would kind of merge these two: cost of living, inflation, jobs, and the economy. If you kind of combine those two, economy, inflation, put them together, that's basically a third of voters, 34%, saying that one of those two things is the most important issue to them. And among that group, about a third of the electorate there, Republicans have an advantage of 29 points over the Democrats. So that is the biggest advantage Republicans have. It's on inflation and it's on the economy. And the other big advantage Republicans have right here is on crime. You see a lot of Republicans, not a lot of people, say crime's the top issue. It's 7%, but Republicans are running a lot of ads on crime. They, again, have nearly a 30-point advantage when it comes to that issue of crime. Flip it around. What's keeping Democrats in the game? Potentially two things stand out. One is abortion in the wake of that Supreme Court ruling. Again, it's not a huge number here, 8%, who cite this as their top choice, but it's a lot more Democratic than Republican in terms of who these folks say they're going to be voting for. So I think this has motivated some Democratic voters. And then there's this one. You see at the top, threats to democracy. Democrats have really tried to make Donald Trump January 6th, the aftermath of the 2020 election, the fact that so many Republican candidates are running this year, echoing what Donald Trump says about 2020. Democrats have tried to make that a big issue as well. And this is the folks who cite this as their top issue, an overwhelmingly Democratic group. And so I think that's one thing you say, can this defy history for Democrats? What Democrats are hoping could help them do that is we see something here with Donald Trump's lingering presence we haven't seen in the past with former presidents. Maybe that changes the dynamics a little bit.
Also, what a difference a year or two makes. Look at COVID, only 1%. Absolutely. Interesting. Yeah.
Now, Steve, I know most of these races are tight races, but what are some of the biggest races you're keeping an eye on right now?
Let's look at it from the Senate standpoint, where, again, you know, Republicans need a net gain of 1 seat, and they get control of the Senate. So let's take a look here. There's one race right now. It's in Nevada, where there's Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto is actually trailing Republican in the poll. The Republican challenger leads in the polling average in Nevada. So if this were to be what happens on Election Day, this would be a gain for Republicans. They would flip a Democratic seat. It'd be a net gain of a seat. They need, overall, Republicans do a net gain of a seat to get the Senate. So Nevada is their most promising prospect. Now, for Democrats, if Republicans are going to gain a Democratic seat, where could Democrats win that seat back? Their most promising prospect is right here in Pennsylvania. This is a Republican-held seat right now. Pat Toomey not running for re-election, but a Republican-held seat. And you see here the Democrat John Fetterman leads Mehmet Oz, the Republican, by nearly 4 points in the polling average. So again, if Republicans were to flip Nevada and Democrats were to flip Pennsylvania, they'd even things out. And Democrats, in a scenario like that, if everything else remained the same, Democrats would keep control. But the biggest wild card, I think, is this. It is in Georgia. Raphael Warnock, the Democratic incumbent. Herschel Walker is challenger. You know, a lot of controversy around Walker, certainly in the last week. Not a lot of polling in the last week, so we're keeping a close eye to see how things change here. But the one thing to keep in mind in Georgia is there is a third-party candidate, a libertarian in this race, usually gets 2 or 3%, and Georgia has a runoff rule. If you can't, you have to get 50% plus one, or it goes to a runoff. We saw it 2 years ago. Remember those Senate races in Georgia? Nobody got 50%. They had the runoff. Senate control was decided in Georgia. Not impossible. We could have a runoff in Georgia and be waiting until December to find out who controls the Senate.
Ooh, there we go. Gosh. Doesn't it just make you so excited when he's going through all these numbers? Yeah. Steve, we love it. It's so good to have you back and doing this work. I kind of have a stomachache. Steve Kornacki.
Happy to do it.
Thank you so much. We always appreciate you. We'll have more midterms coming up from Ohio, where we saw some fireworks last night.
And next, the Democrats are calling on President Biden to stop selling weapons to Saudi Arabia.
It's all in response to the decision to slash oil production. We'll tell you what these calls could mean for how much you're paying at the pump. That's next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Morning, Al.
Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
To have you along with us.
We need to
to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too. This is it.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now we're going to get to the latest in the Mississippi water crisis. State officials reported the emergency response has topped more than $12 million. But people on the ground say they're paying high water bills, even though they still don't have access to clean water. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah has the latest.
For Virginia Evans, the water crisis in Jackson didn't just start. She's been struggling to fully pay her water bill for 6 years.
I went to the water company, and they were unable to give me any information. There's nothing that they could do to help me.
Evans says she stopped getting bills for 11 months. When she finally received one in 2017, costs accumulated, she says, to roughly $6,000.
What do you use the water for in your house?
I boil it, basically, to wash the dishes. We do the laundry, and sometimes I water the plants.
But that's it?
That's it.
In Jackson, some residents tell NBC News they're facing inflated bills for water they can't drink or use.
It is heavy.
Today, the city runs the water system and handles billing. In 2010, Siemens Corporation installed new water meters and created a new billing system. Some residents say this is when billing issues began. The city sued Siemens in 2019, alleging that at least 10,000 of the 60,000 new meters were not functioning correctly, resulting in unpaid accounts. Siemens settled for $90 million. Siemens did not acknowledge wrongdoing, and the company says it worked with the city to address challenging issues. Last week, frustration boiled over.
A $1,310 water bill for a widow woman that's 82 years old, get one check a month. Come on here.
Councilman Kenneth Stokes leading a community meeting where some individuals say their water bills surpass $17,000. The mayor's office says inconsistent billing is due to water meter and billing software problems. Each issue is being handled on a case-by-case basis.
Should residents be paying these water bills that some are saying are inaccurate for water that may be unsafe?
No, they should. Why should you pay for water you can't drink? It's not right.
Councilman Stokes now urging for more to be done.
You can't allow a state to not make sure water is safe, clean, and drinkable. You can't do that.
As for Virginia Evans, she's still making water bill payments, though unsure if she'll ever be able to pay off her balance.
I can't pay $6,000, and this is impossible.
Zincle Asamoah, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
Some Democrats are calling on President Biden to freeze all weapons sales to Saudi Arabia after OPEC announced it would be slashing oil outputs. The move comes as the Biden administration struggles to keep gas prices down here in the United States. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest on the political and foreign policy fallout.
The Saudi announcement a blow to American consumers and a gut punch to President Biden, despite his fist-bump summit with the Saudi Crown Prince, when the administration thought they could get a deal to keep production up and prices low before the midterms.
I was able to bring gasoline down well over $1.60, but it's inching up because of what the Russians and the Saudis just did.
Now even Democrats blasting that Riyadh summit and calling for the U.S. to withdraw troops from Saudi Arabia. You would punish Saudi Arabia?
I would reconsider why we provide for the security of a country that seems to have no concern for the security of ours and our allies.
That's because raising oil prices produces more oil profits for Vladimir Putin's war machine. The White House now scrambling to bring prices down. One option, release more oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but it's dangerously low. The president has already released more than 200 million barrels this year. Another possibility, lift sanctions on Venezuela so it can pump more oil. But that country's strongman, Nicolas Maduro, has still not delivered on democratic reforms or pressure U.S. oil companies to keep prices down. Is any of this going to work?
They've sort of run out of bullets. U.S. producers won't listen to them. The Saudis won't listen to them again. It really is, at its core, a supply issue. He has to find somebody who's going to pump more, and nobody wants to do that right now.
Thanks to Andrea Mitchell for that report. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular is now $3.92 this morning. That is up 12 cents from a week ago and 21 cents from last month.
That is still a lot less than where you live in LA, isn't it? All right, now let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now in the studio with the latest forecast.
Cute red pants.
I know, you're obsessed with those pants. I mean, I saw you shopping for them right after.
I tried to find them, they're sold out.
Julie, now we know what to get her for Christmas.
Yeah.
Put that on our list. Just ask Santa. Maybe they'll be delivered.
You're probably wearing them. They're red enough, you know.
Apparently, everybody's telling me I need a Christmas shop now, so here we go.
Here we go. Put them in your cart, but we can't find them, so you're not getting them. Okay. All right. Weather-wise, we're pretty quiet once again. We've been pretty quiet the past few days, but we're going to be quiet once again. We have a few weather stories, though, that we're watching. Mild highs in the east once again. A really nice day, but a cold front's going to come through in the next couple of days. That's going to bring those temperatures down. We're looking at strong storms. That's due to the cold front that I was just talking about. We could see damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail. Also, the chance of a tornado, although that risk is low. Heavy rainfall, too. Much cooler back behind this front. This front's going to slide to the east and it's going to knock down those temperatures. But before that, we're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year. So here's the setup. There's that strong fall cold front. It's bringing the threat for strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and also some lightning, rain and snow mixing in the Rockies and also the high plains. It's that time of year where we're going to start to mix in that snow once again. And then notice tomorrow, we're seeing that cold front stretching all the way from Texas to Michigan, and those storms really blossoming, right? So we're seeing those brighter colors where you see the darker colors. That's where we're expecting the heaviest rainfall. We could see some flash flooding in some spots. But the main story here, we're going to see winds along this front and also the chance for some hail. And that will be the story as we go throughout Thursday as this makes its way towards the northeast. So it's going to be a windy, wet, breezy day on Thursday in the northeast. The heaviest rain falling in portions of New England. We could see 2 to 4 inches of rain and locally higher amounts. This is for this evening, overnight hours. This is the risk for strong to severe weather. We're looking anywhere from Minneapolis to Des Moines, Kansas City, and Wichita. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and also watching the chance for some hail.
All right. Wow. A lot going on, as always. Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
More international headlines now. And new this morning, Israel has announced a historic new maritime border agreement with Lebanon.
Claudia Lavanga joins us now from Rome with this and more. Good morning, Claudia.
Good morning, guys. Well, this historic agreement over the shared maritime border between Israel and Lebanon was announced this morning by Israel's prime minister. But while Lebanon has not confirmed yet that such a deal has been reached, well, such an agreement would be a major breakthrough in the relations between the two countries, which have been officially at war since 1948, the year Israel was established. Now, let's come back here to Italy, where a volcano on Stromboli, an island north of Sicily, has erupted, releasing a huge plume of smoke into the air and lava into the sea. Stromboli is a small but popular tourist destination here in Italy, despite the fact that its volcano is one of the most active in the world and has been regularly erupting since 1932. And finally, let's go to Japan, where COVID travel restrictions have finally been lifted today, just in time for the start of the beautiful foliage season. Droves of tourists have started to arrive in Japan to admire the colorful leaves and foliage, eat sushi and go shopping. Well, the government hopes that the return of tourists will boost, of course, its economy, guys.
Absolutely beautiful. Good that tourists get to go see that. All right, Claudio, thank you so much.
And coming up, the countdown to the critical midterm elections.
Voters in Ohio can start heading to the polls tomorrow. We're breaking down last night's fiery Senate debate and why the Democratic candidate says President Biden should not run again in 2024. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We are back now. There you see it with more politics and the latest on that contentious Senate race in Ohio.
Yeah, Democratic candidate and current Ohio Congressman Tim Ryan squared off against his Republican opponent, author J.D. Vance, in the first televised debate of the race, which quickly descended into a war of words between those two candidates.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now with the very latest from Cleveland. He's going to play us some of those words. He's going to tell us what happened, some fireworks. Tell us about the biggest moments, Jesse.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah and Gotti. So here's what we're looking at. Several issues that they tangled on. Abortion. They talked about China. There were buzzwords that we were expecting to hear from these two candidates. They also, as we expected, were talking about authenticity. Who was more Ohio-esque, if you will, because this is what a lot of the ads have been about, is who is portraying himself more authentically. But there were, of course, as there typically are in these events, some blockbuster moments that had the potential to go viral, and here are perhaps some of the biggest ones from last night. Take a listen.
The reality of it is I have been a pain in the rear end to Nancy Pelosi. And if Chuck Schumer's the leader, I will be a pain in the rear end to him, too. I'm for Ohio. I don't kiss anyone's ass like him. Ohio needs an ass kicker, not an ass kisser.
I find it interesting
how preoccupied you are with this at a time when people can't afford groceries, people can't afford to walk down the streets safely. Let's focus on the significant issues right now.
And that last soundbite right there, Gotti, was Vance responding to Ryan, trying to pin him to a group of Republicans who are seen as more extreme, who Vance has campaigned with and has been tied to, and Vance trying to turn this back to what he talked about being a significant issue like the economy, which we, of course, know is something top of mind for many voters. So this is the kind of sparring that went on between the two. And for Ryan, that is walking a very delicate tightrope because he doesn't want to alienate Republican voters, but at the same time, he wants to create some separation from himself because he is trying to court people from the right, even as the Democratic candidate.
Yeah, Jesse, that exchange, I woke up this morning, saw it on Twitter, then Instagram, then TikTok. I mean, it's everywhere, but we know that it's actually issues like healthcare, abortion, the opioid epidemic. That's what's on a lot of voters' minds in Ohio right now. So what do the candidates have to say about that?
Yeah, and this is a state, Gotti, that has been hit particularly hard in the opioid crisis. And so fentanyl was another one of those buzzwords we heard people talking about time and again. Here's what both candidates said in regards to drug issues.
I'm not going to take a backseat to you or anybody else on fentanyl, drugs, or immigration or anything else. Somebody that would, what kind of man would start a fake nonprofit to try to deal with addiction and not spend any money on anybody?
None of this is true, of course. And here's the problem with what Tim Ryan said. It's shameful for you to attack me, given that my family was affected by this problem. Why are the people who've gotten rich off the opioid epidemic funding Tim Ryan and attacking me? The answer is obvious, because this guy is the biggest fan of pharma, and he's the biggest fan of illegal pharma, which is the Mexican drug cartels that are bringing this poison into our country.
I just need a chance to respond to that. My record is impeccable on
clearly it's not, Tim.
Pharmaceuticals and taking on big pharma. Okay?
Is that why they give you tens of thousands of dollars?
I don't vote with them. I don't vote with them.
But you do take their money.
So we saw that similarly play out on issues surrounding China. Both candidates trying to take a strong stance on China and trying to say that his opponent is whether you want to say it's weak on China or somehow entangled with China. So they're both trying to take the mantle on issues like that, drugs and China and others as well that came up. And again, it comes back to that issue of authenticity. Who do voters think has the more authentic approach to an issue that they aren't necessarily as different on, but there were certainly differences as well on issues like abortion.
Jesse, we know the Senate could so easily tip either way here. Explain how crucial this particular race, this particular seat, this particular state is to each party.
Yeah, so obviously we are watching this race closely, as are political observers all over the country. This is a Senate seat currently held by a Republican. So if J.D. Vance were victorious, it wouldn't necessarily impact the net difference in the Senate. However, because it is closer than you might have thought, remember, this is a state that former President Donald Trump won twice, and yet this appears to be a neck-and-neck Senate race. Obviously, we don't have enough polling to know for sure, and all of that polling at the end of the day isn't as good as when you see the voting results after the election. But it appears to be very close, and Republicans have dumped in millions of dollars here to try to prop up J.D. Vance. And on the other side of this race, Tim Ryan is trying to keep his Democratic Party at arm's length. He has explicitly told me in an interview that he doesn't want to have President Joe Biden campaigning here with him. He even went after the president yesterday, saying he doesn't want him to run for re-election, and he criticized Vice President Kamala Harris's response to the border. So he is trying to stand apart from the Democratic Party. However, because he has made this a close race, there are also questions in Democratic circles as to whether or not the Democratic Party should be doing more to help him here. So at the end of the day, if the Democrats could win this race, it could potentially give them a bigger advantage in the Senate. Obviously, it depends on how other races play out, but this is very much a Republican seat to lose. And if it goes to J.D. Vance, if J.D. Vance wins this election, then it would maintain the status quo. Obviously, that is contingent on how other Senate races play out across the country, Savannah.
Jesse Kirsch, so comprehensive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, a season of savings.
Yeah, Amazon kicks off another Prime Day sale. We're going to tell you how they're trying to win over inflation-weary customers coming up next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Back now and headed to the world of sports and the NBA's next generation of athletes.
Yeah, yesterday, LeBron James's oldest son, along with 4 other players, signed their very first name, image, and likeness endorsement deals with Nike.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk is right here on set with us with more on the latest on this. This is interesting. Hey, Steph.
Yeah, it certainly helps to have the greatest of all time be your father, right? LeBron James is widely considered one of the greatest basketball players. He's also a dedicated family man and a doting father of 3. Now his oldest son, LeBron Jr., also known as Bronny, is a high school hoop star, and he's already making a name for himself and a lot of money off the court.
This morning, a new generation of basketball royalty, signing a deal fit for a king. High school senior Bronny James, the oldest son of NBA legend LeBron James, inking a name, image, and likeness contract with Nike, the iconic brand his father has worn his entire pro career. In a statement, Bronny writing, "Getting a chance to team up with Nike and continue my family's legacy both on the court and in the community is wild. It really means a lot to me." The 18-year-old is considered a top 50 player in the class of 2023.
Oh, the deflection and the steal by Bronny James.
Bronny's dad regularly spotted at his games, cheering him on. Ohio State among the schools who have already offered the Sierra Canyon High School star a scholarship. Buckeyes fans even serenading him at a football game.
Bronny James is coming into his own as a marketable athlete. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs on him, and it just makes sense. There's a natural fit there for him with Nike.
Last year, after decades of debate, amateur athletes were given the chance to profit off their own name, image, and likeness, meaning college players, as well as some high schoolers, depending on where they live, including Bronny, can earn money from endorsements, appearances, and social media.
It's the next step for the first son of arguably the greatest basketball player who ever lived.
And Bronny is already a bankable star in his own right. He's a highlight mixtape regular, including this one, showing a side-by-side dunk comparison with his dad, as well as one of the key figures in an Amazon Prime docuseries following his high school team.
I'm just Bronny. I don't really get called LeBron anymore.
He's also a cover star, gracing Sports Illustrated with his esports squad, and alongside his dad and younger brother, Bryce.
It's been an unbelievable summer, and just seeing their growth, both as basketball players, but most importantly as young men. I'm a proud father.
A proud father whose son is following in his footsteps and reaching for even greater heights.
LeBron James signed a lifetime deal with Nike in 2015, and he was Bronny's age 18 when he first signed with them back in 2003.
Oh my gosh, isn't that funny? Yeah.
Now with this kind of lucrative deal in the bag, what's next for Bronny?
Well, unlike his dad, who could go straight from high school to the NBA, you can no longer do that. So he either play in college or he could go overseas for a while and then the NBA.
I got to say, Ohio State, we want Bronny. We didn't look at it didn't move him.
He was unfazed.
To that, yeah. All right.
Well, you won't need a scholarship.
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm sure anyone would be happy to have him. Stephanie, thank you so much. And now to more financial headlines. The price of bacon might go up soon.
Yeah, and CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with this and more. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Well, the Supreme Court will hear arguments today over an animal cruelty law that could raise the cost of bacon and other pork products. The outcome is critical to the pork industry, but it could also help define the state's ability to pass laws with impact outside their borders. The case involves a California law that says pork sold in the state must come from pigs whose mothers were raised with adequate space to lie and turn around. PayPal says it's not fining people for spreading misinformation. The company says it mistakenly published a new policy that would charge users $2,500, but the update was quickly taken down. PayPal says the fine was never intended to be inserted in the policy and apologized for the confusion. The company came under fire from users and former executives on Twitter. Bumble is bringing an element of the Ted Lasso to life. Banter, the fictional dating app featured on the hit show. Banter acts like a blind date. Users can't see each other's photos right away and must first connect through text messages. Bumble will hold a Banter event every Thursday night through the end of the year. You'll be able you'll be connected to someone based on your search preferences and will chat with that person for 3 minutes. If you match, you'll be able to see their photos. Users will also get 2 months free of Apple TV Plus, guys.
Because why not?
Because why not? Exactly.
Get on here, go meet somebody you've never seen before, and you get to watch some shows.
And then watch Ted Lasso together.
Yeah, exactly. Also, apologies to everyone at home for showing you all those bacon pictures at breakfast time.
Yeah, around this time of day.
I know, think about
very
it.
cool.
I've
So
talked about it
hungry.
3 times now on the show. Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
And staying with your money, Black Friday is still about a month and a half away, but that is not stopping Amazon from getting a jump on the holiday shopping season very early.
That's right. Today and tomorrow, Prime members will get to take advantage of Amazon's early access sale. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more on how to find those best deals.
Hey there. Well, we've been keeping tabs on the growing list of big box retailers bumping up Black Friday as excess inventory clogs store shelves and inflation puts pressure on people's wallets. Already, research shows online sales are up 10% compared to this time last year, and now Amazon joins the mix. So this morning, we're diving into the new deals at the online giant so you can save big on your holiday shopping.
It's a season of savings unlike any other as Amazon joins the race this morning to win over inflation-weary Americans wanting to spread out their holiday spending.
Having sales like this that happen now in October and then again in November as part of Cyber, I think is really important to give people the choice for when and how to shop.
With holiday spending now anticipated to grow at its slowest pace since 2015, Amazon is dropping hundreds of thousands of deals for Prime members in its early access sale today and tomorrow. From 80% off some Fire TVs to 70% off select Echo devices. Experts say the steepest sales will be on Amazon products. But shoppers will also find slashed prices for other brands, including Peloton, KitchenAid, Adidas, and some of the season's most coveted toys.
You've got 6 kids. How big of a deal is finding those really super sales?
Essentially, it makes or breaks Christmas.
Lorraine White was up at 4:30 this morning to start monitoring Amazon's top 100 list, which drops deals throughout the 2-day event. And we've got the top tips to help maximize your savings. First, click on the Lightning Deals button for big discounts lasting just a short amount of time, typically an hour or 2.
Getting the essentials on those sales really saved me a lot of money. That's for sure.
Savings tip number 2, know what to buy now versus later. While it's important to snag your must-haves before they go out of stock, experts say you may be able to get even deeper discounts on many TVs, computers, and sporting goods over Thanksgiving weekend.
When Black Friday rolls around, those items are probably going to be bundled with some pretty hefty gift card deals.
And finally, don't let these big sales blow your budget. A new report reveals 40% of consumers are having a harder time affording their bills compared to a year ago. And credit card debt is getting more expensive with interest rates eclipsing 18%. So experts say make your shopping list early and stick to it.
Be mindful of your purchases and to do your absolute best to try to pay it off before the end of the billing period, before the interest has a chance to accrue.
One other point of caution, before you click check out, do a quick search on the item's price history with websites like Camel. That will show you just how good of a deal you're actually getting. Back to you.
Emily, with that important point, 18% on credit cards. That's a big takeaway.
Yeah, it is. What'd you say? Camel. Never heard of that. All right. Thanks, Emily. Coming up today is the International Day of the Girl, and it's taking on more significance this year.
Yeah, we're going to take a closer look at how women are fighting for their rights in Iran and Afghanistan and how the UN is highlighting the challenges millions of girls are facing right now. That's coming up next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Today is International Day of the Girl, a day to take action to improve the lives of young girls.
Yeah, this morning we're going to show you a program by the New York City Police Department that started as a safe place to talk, but became an invaluable lesson on how to listen. Today's show anchor Hoda Kotb has more.
The love and affection in the room was already evident even before they knew the cameras were rolling.
She's always on her toes. She's always asking questions. She's always walking around. Have you heard about this? Have you heard about that?
This bond between Detective Tanya Duhaney and 21-year-old Renee Alexander was fostered over the last 4 years through Girls Talk, a mentoring program started by the NYPD to support teenage girls.
How do you go about establishing that kind of trust with young women?
Basically, with me, with establishing trust is just me being consistent with them. Starting with a phone call, visiting their schools, taking them on certain events that we host. It just starts like that.
What are you receiving from this wonderful officer next to you?
I receive open arms, and you don't get that a lot from people during this age. And when I first saw her, I didn't see the suit. I saw that smile.
Company attention.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
Take your seats.
Chief Juanita Holmes created Girls Talk. She's also the NYPD's first woman named Chief of Patrol, and now the first woman to oversee New York's Police Academy. And even while breaking all these barriers, Chief Holmes believes Girls Talk is her greatest legacy.
Why did you feel like there was this need to help these young girls?
I would be working wee hours of the morning, seeing 13, 14-year-old young ladies out. I would say, what are you doing out here? You know, this time of night. Part of public safety is helping to change lives. It's just not just fighting crime. And I think it started from there.
And what she started, a few small meetings between female officers and girls in just one precinct, turned into a Girls Talk movement across the entire city. It's how Officer Nikisha Pierre and 14-year-old Carlinda Fletcher first met in the middle of the pandemic. Carlinda had been struggling with the isolation of remote learning and needed someone to lean on.
When something got hard like that, where did your head and heart go?
So I didn't really ask for help because it was such like a difficult time.
How did you think it was going to get fixed?
I really didn't think it was going to get fixed at all.
But then Carlinda's mom signed her up for Girls Talk, and Officer Pierre showed up at her door.
First of all, I was actually pretty scared because I thought I was going to get in trouble. I thought I was in trouble.
Oh, because it was police?
Yeah.
Oh, you were like, this is not good. Okay, and then what happened?
When I met her, like, she was the most happiest person ever. When time went on, like, I felt like I can trust her, and I told her everything that's been going on.
Wow. This kind of trust doesn't happen all the time. It's a special connection.
She's opening up, and her spirit is coming out, and she's growing into a beautiful young woman.
Renee, tell me, how has Girl Talk changed you?
It definitely taught me to listen, but also you have to be comfortable with uncomfortability. We share our stories like a sisterhood. It's connecting soul to soul.
Are you Oprah?
A soul-to-soul connection that all started from a single heart-to-heart.
Are you Oprah?
Amazing.
Hoda, thank you so much for that story. And talking about paying it forward, Renee, she just announced that she's in the process of applying to the police academy because she wants to help other young women just like Detective Tanya helped her.
Oh, my God. What an incredible story. We're going to stay on this now. More on International Day of the Girl. We want to bring in UNICEF Associate Director of Gender Equality, Lauren Rumble. Lauren, thank you so much for being here. Happy International Day of the Girl. We're so happy to have you with us. So, I mean, today is actually, this is the 10th anniversary of the International Day of the Girl. Big year for International Day of the Girl. And issues regarding girls and women, they are really at the forefront right now. We have seen so much of this abortion rights conversations, fight for equality in Afghanistan. We've been so moved. We've been talking this week about the images coming out of Iran, what women are standing up for there. Talk to us about why this day is so important at this moment in time and how a focus like this can actually make a difference.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm feeling absolutely thrilled to be celebrating today with the world's 600 million girls and young women around the world who are really poised to take on the future. This day matters because it's a day when we can actually focus our attention on girls' rights, as this picture shows us, their voices, their agency, and ultimately their power. We saw from those images of Iran, Afghanistan, here in the United States, how important it is that we stand with girls, that really girls' rights right now are in crisis, and we need to take urgent action if we're going to reverse that trend.
Yeah, talking about crisis, I mean, this year we have seen girls and women take matters into their own hands to work on a better future. Places like Afghanistan and Iran, they're literally putting their lives on the line. What does that tell you about the strength of women and girls?
It tells us that women and girls are incredibly powerful. And they're even more powerful when we stand behind them and with them, amplifying their voices and really saying that girls' rights, no matter where you grow up, matter. All girls are equal and are the same. And in fact, whenever I talk to girls, when I met girls in Afghanistan, in other countries, what they're asking for is not money or food. They're asking for skills. They're asking for education. What girls want to do is make the world a better place, just like we saw in that video earlier on. And so why wouldn't we want to put more resources and attention in their hands?
Absolutely. And the word that I think of when I see those images you talk about strength is brave. They're so brave, so much of what we're seeing right now. So this is the 10th anniversary. What's changed in a decade? What positive change have you seen, especially with this day giving us this focus?
So there are some gains to celebrate. We do know that over the last 10 years, there's more girls likely to attend primary school than their mothers or older sisters or aunts. We also know that girls are living longer, healthier, and more productive lives. They're more likely to be employed and have less children. However, I mentioned girls' rights being in crisis right now. Girls are still facing incredible obstacles, things like the COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, ongoing conflict and political instability threatens girls first and foremost. When schools are shuttered, they're isolated, they can't learn. They're already doing 2 to 3 times more care work than their brothers, which means that the stigma and the stereotypes are holding them back. We're seeing 1 in 5 girls married before their 18th birthday, 1 in 3 experiencing some kind of sexual violence. So we need the world's attention to both celebrate and actually take the investments in action that are needed.
We certainly do. And Lauren, you're doing that right now. You're helping us put attention on it. We appreciate you. And again, happy International Day of the Girl.
Thanks, you too. Thanks for having me.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Right now on Morning News Now, Russia's wrath. Ukraine is on alert this morning following dozens of deadly attacks across the country, including in the capital of Kyiv. We've got a report from Kyiv on how people are recovering after months of calm in that city. Plus, the latest from Moscow, where Vladimir Putin is vowing to attack again days after Ukraine destroyed a critical bridge linking Russia to Crimea. The final stretch, just the weeks left until Election Day, and candidates are neck and neck in some of the most important races that could change the balance of power in Washington. This morning, we're taking a closer look at Ohio's Senate race. Republican J.D. Vance and Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan exchanging jabs in their first debate. We've got the big takeaways and what it could mean for other races across the country. Also this morning, hacked. Some of the nation's largest airports fall victim to cyber attacks. From LaGuardia to O'Hare and LAX, the ways these hackers tried to target major hubs and what it could mean for the future of cyber attacks on our infrastructure. Plus, celebrating her. Today is the International Day of the Girl, putting a focus on the challenges millions of girls are facing around the world. The human rights issues activists are putting front and center this year to make sure the future is brighter for the next generation.
What a timely time to be having International Day of the Girl and be having that conversation as we're watching what's unfolding in Iran, as what we've seen in Afghanistan. It's pretty amazing to be talking about it. And for you, girl dad.
I know.
International Day of the Girl.
Every time I see one of these stories, it just means something completely
different. Oh, that's awesome.
But we begin this hour in Ukraine, which is still reeling from a series of Russian missile strikes that targeted several cities across the country.
In Kyiv, they're picking up the pieces from yesterday's attack, but many were forced to take cover again after air raid sirens blared throughout the capital. And in Lviv this morning, new strikes have left parts of the city without power, according to the mayor. President Biden has condemned yesterday's, quote, brutal attack. He's taking part in today's emergency meeting with G7 leaders to discuss the situation in Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry has the latest from Kyiv.
Hey guys, good morning. This is a city that is waking up weary after another night of air raid sirens and the sounds of rockets being shot out of the sky by air defense systems. At least 2 rockets, we understand, shot out of the sky over the Kyiv region. 16 shot down this morning alone across the country, but some rockets striking Ukrainian cities once again. The city of Zaporizhzhia taking 12 hits, we understand, this morning alone. At least 1 person dead there, another dozen wounded. To the western part of the country, the city of Lviv hit again this morning. We understand the power is out there, but this capital city is surveying the damage. We're here at one of the sites of the strike, and you can see Kyiv residents coming here not just to survey the damage, but to document the damage. It is a miracle, guys, that nobody was killed in this park. When you add to that this was a children's playground, a popular children's playground. And all morning, we've been seeing families come with their kids, not just to survey the damage, but kids asking to take selfies in front of the crater, in front of the playground that they used to play in. It is a heartbreaking thing to watch, guys. Savannah, Gotti.
Cal, stay safe out there.
Thank you.
And over in Russia, nationalist commentators and state media are praising the Kremlin's response to Saturday's explosion on the Crimea bridge, which Moscow blames on Ukraine.
And some are now saying that Russia should keep up the intensity seen over the last 24 hours. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons has more from Moscow.
Hey there, good day to you. Western government officials are describing Russia's latest onslaught on Ukraine as desperate. That, of course, is not the message from the Kremlin. This is the front page of Russia's government newspaper with a picture of Vladimir Putin and the headline, "No one should have any doubts." This morning, more attacks following what President Putin called his massive strike across Ukraine yesterday, potentially marking a new escalation in the conflict. With his retaliation for the attack on his prized Crimea bridge, the Russian leader responding to internal pressure to hit back. The dramatic attacks on civilian centers, signaling an uptick in violence as Russia aims to turn the tide after military setbacks. The US concerned. President Biden speaking with President Zelensky, pledging to provide support, including air systems. Today, President Putin will meet with the head of the UN nuclear watchdog, traveling to Russia after meeting with President Zelensky, trying to negotiate a demilitarized zone around a nuclear power station. While President Zelensky is set to speak at an emergency meeting of the G7, on the agenda, is this a new phase in Russia's offensive? Russia is drafting 300,000 men. At a mobilization station 100 miles outside Moscow, this man says he's sending his 22-year-old grandson to fight. I feel positive, he says. This woman's husband and father to her child is leaving. She says, I have an emptiness inside. Russia's newly appointed commander of its Ukraine operation has a ruthless reputation. He was on the ground in Syria when Aleppo was leveled. The hardliners around President Putin increasingly vocal, like Chechen warlord Ramzan Kadyrov, who posted video of his sons firing automatic weapons and rocket launchers, saying he was sending them to fight in Ukraine. This morning, we met 61-year-old Alexander Solodovnikov, a Moscow businessman driving a cab for Now. He says he's met young people fleeing the country and men going to fight.
For some of the reason, or for reason fleeing the country, someone staying.
He says he even took a pregnant wife around Moscow, buying clothes for her husband on the front line.
Yes, because she loves her husband and she wants to get him the best.
One question loudly being asked in the West today is whether or not Russia's latest offensive is sustainable. That is not a question, of course, being asked here in Moscow. Since the beginning of the conflict, I have asked Russian government officials, what happens if your strategy doesn't work? They didn't have an answer in February. They don't seem to have an answer now. But we have heard from Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, talking about negotiations. He says the US says it is open to negotiations with Russia, but this is a lie. We haven't received any serious offers of contact.
All right, Keir, thank you so much.
Yeah, and following the Russia's military attacks in Ukraine this morning, we are learning more about a cybersecurity threat across the country from Russian hackers. More than a dozen websites for major U.S. airports, including Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta and Los Angeles International Airport, were temporarily knocked offline on Monday.
A pro-Russian group known as Killnet has been targeting countries supporting Ukraine. And just last week, the group claimed responsibility for taking down several U.S. state government websites. For more, we're joined by NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward. He's at Oakland International Airport in California, which was not impacted. But Jake, I mean, it seems as though no flights were affected by yesterday's cyber attack, but this hack is still significant. Walk us through why.
Well, the reason, Savannah, is that on the one hand, we had really just a small set of airports across the country, some very major ones, but a small group, about a dozen we were able to confirm, affected by this hack. But this hack was more of an irritation than anything truly damaging. It really just attacked the public-facing websites of these airports with a denial of service attack, basically overloaded them with traffic. And that's really just means that those are the websites that you would go to see, you know, how long the security line is at the airport. It did not affect flight operations. It did not affect air traffic control systems. It did not affect scheduling systems. So those are really the systems that could have brought this, you know, an airport to its knees. The reason it is so significant, however, is that it fits this pattern we're seeing of increased hostility from pro-Kremlin hackers inside Russia, who seem to be determined to inflict pain wherever they can, certainly on those state websites that you mentioned, or irritation in the case of these airports on any country that supports Ukraine. And so the question here is, we've seen something just irritating at the beginning of this week. What are we going to see that might be more sinister coming down the line, Savannah?
And Jake, we see those denial of service attacks. Then there are also those ransomware attacks, right? Just last week, one of the largest hospital chains was hit by a ransomware attack. Last month, the LA school district was targeted as well. Are any of these attacks related? Are they being coordinated? Are they following a similar pattern?
Well, Gotti, as you know, it's very hard to actually link attacks together in any particular way, even when people do claim that they are the same. In this particular case, it does not seem that these were connected. KillNet is very much a group that goes for denial of service attacks, these very irritating sort of tsunamis of incoming traffic that shut down websites. They really only affect, again, the public-facing portions of our online infrastructure. But these other attacks you mentioned on schools and regional hospitals are a much bigger deal. Those are true ransomware attacks where they get inside a system, shut it down, and won't turn it back on until their demands are met. We have seen an increase in those sorts of attacks, and it's all just a reminder that we are only as safe as the least protected parts of our infrastructure. That's why, you know, experts are so concerned about this particular attack on airports. It's just irritating for now, but it of course just means we all have to be extremely vigilant going forward, you guys.
Jake, how can we prevent these types of attacks? What's being done to keep us safe?
Well, this is really the thing. I mean, the Department of Transportation has not particularly commented on these airport attacks, but CISA, the cybersecurity agency that coordinates the response, said that they are investigating. The FBI is involved. So we have a large law enforcement infrastructure taking a look at this particular thing because airports are so essential to the functioning of the American economy. But it also, of course, just reminds us that you need IT infrastructure at every level of American life these days. I mean, a few years ago, we wouldn't have even been talking about having IT people at a regional hospital or a school or an airport looking for inbound attacks from hackers. Now we're in a world in which you have literally every organization at every level of American life has to get involved in some way. It turns out we do have the technology, but the resources are spread thin. The hope is that we can just stay out in front of these kinds of attacks as they become more intense, and that is what people are forecasting as the Russia-Ukraine situation gets worse and worse, you guys.
And it's only going to get more complex from there. Jake Ward, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you. And turning now to the high-stakes midterm elections, which are exactly 4 weeks from today.
Yeah, the control of Congress is up for grabs this November, and while previous election cycles have seen the party in power lose seats in the midterms, this year could be different. And who better to break down where we stand right now than NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Steve, good morning.
At the board.
Yeah.
Yay, we missed you.
We totally missed you. Can you walk us through what's at stake here right now in the Senate and the House with 1 month to go for those that are counting?
Well, I appreciate you saying you missed me. You'll probably all be sick of me in the next 28 days. But
we want a Kornacki cam always.
Yeah, they were talking about Amazon Prime Day coming early. We want Kornacki coming early.
It is early, but it's you know, we've got early voting beginning in some states too. And the states you ask about, I mean, the Democrats have majorities right now, but by the slimmest possible margins in both chambers. In the Senate, remember, it's 50-50. Kamala Harris, the vice president, breaks the tie. That's how the Democrats have the majority there. And on the House side, it's 222-213. It means the Republicans just need a gain of 5 seats. If Republicans can gain 5 seats in the House, they flip it, they win control of it. So the Democrats with precarious control in these midterm elections. And you mentioned it, historically, the president's job approval rating says a lot about how these midterm ratings go. In Biden's job approval approval rating is not good. The average right now in all the polling that's out there is under 43%. Typically, this has been a level where the president's party does not do well in midterm elections. Donald Trump, Barack Obama, go back to Bill Clinton in 1994. So this number right here, when you show that precarious balance of power, this bodes very well for Republicans and their chances of getting control of the Senate and the House. But where things get a little bit tricky and complicated potentially this time around is this, the generic ballot. When you ask folks, Democrats or Republicans, which one would you rather see control Congress here? Well, Republicans lead on that question right now, but it's less than a point. This is a 0.9% margin for Republicans right now. What we've seen in the past in wave elections, we've seen unpopular presidents, and then we've seen the opposition party pretty comfortably ahead on the generic ballot. Here, the Republicans are ahead, but less than a point. So it introduces a little bit of uncertainty. Republicans hope that this will be a late forming wave. Democrats look at this number and take a little hope from it that maybe they could defy some of that history. But I think 28 days out, there's some uncertainty in the air that we typically haven't had at this point of midterm elections.
Absolutely. Okay, Steve, now, first look at us both. You're taking on your every word and leaning us close to the monitors as we can to see your numbers. Okay, Steve, what are the big issues, though? Let's talk through issues on the minds of voters as they're casting ballots. Like you said, early voting's already started in some places.
Yeah, so let's take a look here from our NBC poll, and we ask people, what is the single most important issue to you as you make up your mind for the midterm elections? And I think there's a couple ways to slice this here. You see the list. I would kind of merge these two, cost of living, inflation, jobs, and the economy. If you kind of combine those two, economy, inflation, put them together, that's basically a third of voters, 34%, saying that one of those two things is the most important issue to them. And among that group, about a third of the electorate there, Republicans have an advantage of 29 points over the Democrats. So that is the biggest advantage Republicans have. It's on inflation and it's on the economy. And the other big advantage Republicans have right here is on crime. You see a lot of Republicans, not a lot of people say crime's the top issue. It's 7%, but Republicans are running a lot of ads on crime. They, again, have nearly a 30-point advantage when it comes to that issue of crime. Flip it around. What's keeping Democrats in the game? Potentially two things stand out. One is abortion in the wake of that Supreme Court ruling. Again, it's not a huge number here, 8% who cite this as their top choice, but it's a lot more Democratic than Republican in terms of who these folks say they're going to be voting for. So I think this has motivated some Democratic voters. And then there's this one. You see at the top, threats to democracy. Democrats have really tried to make Donald Trump January 6th, the aftermath of the 2020 election, the fact that so many Republican candidates are running this year, echoing what Donald Trump says about 2020. Democrats have tried to make that a big issue as well. And this is the folks who cite this as their top issue, an overwhelmingly Democratic group. And so I think that's one thing you say, can this defy history for Democrats? What Democrats are hoping could help them do that is we see something here with Donald Trump's lingering presence we haven't seen in the past with former presidents. Maybe that changes the dynamics a little bit.
Also, what a difference a year or two makes. Look at COVID, only 1%. Interesting. Yeah.
Now, Steve, I know most of these races are tight races, but what are some of the biggest races you're keeping an eye on right now?
Let's look at it from the Senate standpoint, where, again, Republicans need a net gain of 1 seat and they get control of the Senate. So let's take a look here. There's one race right now. It's in Nevada where there's Democratic incumbent Catherine Cortez Masto is actually trailing Republican in the poll. The Republican challenger leads in the polling average in Nevada. So if this were to be what happens on Election Day, this would be a gain for Republicans. They would flip a Democratic seat. It'd be a net gain of a seat. They need, overall, Republicans do a net gain of a seat to get the Senate. So Nevada is their most promising prospect. Now, for Democrats, if Republicans are going to gain a Democratic seat, where could Democrats win that seat back? Their most promising prospect is right here in Pennsylvania. This is a Republican-held seat right now. Pat Toomey not running for re-election, but a Republican-held seat. And you see here the Democrat John Fetterman leads Mehmet Oz, the Republican, by nearly 4 points in the polling average. So again, if Republicans were to flip Nevada and Democrats were to flip Pennsylvania, they'd even things out. And Democrats, in a scenario like that, if everything else remained the same, Democrats would keep control. But the biggest wild card, I think, is this. It is in Georgia. Raphael Warnock, the Democratic incumbent. Herschel Walker is challenger. A lot of controversy around Walker, certainly in the last week, Not a lot of polling in the last week, so we're keeping a close eye to see how things change here. But the one thing to keep in mind in Georgia is there is a third-party candidate, a libertarian in this race, usually gets 2 or 3%, and Georgia has a runoff rule. If you can't, you have to get 50% plus one, or it goes to a runoff. We saw it 2 years ago. Remember those Senate races in Georgia? Nobody got 50%. They had the runoff. Senate control was decided in Georgia. Not impossible. We could have a runoff in Georgia and be waiting until December to find out who controls the Senate.
Ooh, there we go. Gosh. Doesn't it just make you so excited when he's going through all these numbers? Yeah. Steve, we love it. It's so good to have you back and doing this work.
Me out.
I kind of have a stomachache. Steve Kornacki.
Happy to do it.
Thank you so much. We always appreciate you. We'll have more midterms coming up from Ohio, where we saw some fireworks last night.
And next, the Democrats are calling on President Biden to stop selling weapons to Saudi Arabia.
It's all in response to the decision to slash oil production. We'll tell you what these calls could mean for how much you're paying at the pump. That's next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Morning, Al. Morning, Cap.
Good morning. Welcome to today.
I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
As we look out over the latest city-turned crime scene, we see the things left behind. We're back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back. Now we're going to get to the latest in the Mississippi water crisis. State officials reported the emergency response has topped more than $12 million. But people on the ground say they're paying high water bills, even though they still don't have access to clean water. NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah has the latest.
For Virginia Evans, the water crisis in Jackson didn't just start. She's been struggling to fully pay her water bill for 6 years.
I went to the water company, and they were unable to give me any information. There's nothing that they could do to help me.
Evans says she stopped getting bills for 11 months. When she finally received one in 2017, costs accumulated, she says, to roughly $6,000.
What do you use the water for in your house?
I boil it, basically, to wash the dishes. We do the laundry, and sometimes I water the plants.
But that's it?
That's it.
In Jackson, some residents tell NBC News they're facing inflated bills for water they can't drink or use. It is heavy. Today, the city runs the water system and handles billing. In 2010, Siemens Corporation installed new water meters and created a new billing system. Some residents say this is when billing issues began. The city sued Siemens in 2019, alleging that at least 10,000 of the 60,000 new meters were not functioning correctly, resulting in unpaid accounts. Siemens settled for $90 million. Siemens did not acknowledge wrongdoing, and the company says it worked with the city to address challenging issues. Last week, frustration boiled over.
$1,310 water bill for a widow woman that's 82 years old. Get one check a month. Come on here.
Councilman Kenneth Stokes leading a community meeting where some individuals say their water bills surpass $17,000. The mayor's office says inconsistent billing is due to water meter and billing software problems. Each issue is being handled on a case-by-case basis. Should residents be paying these water bills that some are saying are inaccurate for water that may be unsafe?
No, they should. Why should you pay for water you can't drink? It's not right.
Councilman Stokes now urging for more to be done.
You can't allow a state to not make sure water is safe, clean, and drinkable. You can't do that.
As for Virginia Evans, she's still making water bill payments, though unsure if she'll ever be able to pay off her balance.
I can't pay $6,000, and this is impossible.
Zinklea Samoa, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
Some Democrats are calling on President Biden to freeze all weapons sales to Saudi Arabia after OPEC announced it would be slashing oil outputs. The move comes as the Biden administration struggles to keep gas prices down here in the United States. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest on the political and foreign policy fallout.
The Saudi announcement a blow to American consumers and a gut punch to President Biden, despite his fist-bump summit with the Saudi Crown Prince, when the administration thought they could get a deal to keep production up and prices low before the midterms.
I was able to bring gasoline down well over $1.60, but it's inching up because of what the Russians and the Saudis just did.
Now even Democrats blasting that Riyadh summit and calling for the U.S. to withdraw troops from Saudi Arabia. You would punish Saudi Arabia?
I would reconsider why we provide for the security of a country that seems to have no concern for the security of ours and our allies.
That's because raising oil prices produces more oil profits for Vladimir Putin's war machine. The White House now scrambling to bring prices down. One option, release more oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but it's dangerously low. The president has already released more than 200 million barrels this year. Another possibility, lift sanctions on Venezuela so it can pump more oil. But that country's strongman, Nicolas Maduro, has still not delivered on democratic reforms or pressure U.S. oil companies to keep prices down. Is any of this going to work?
They've sort of run out of bullets. U.S. producers won't listen to them. The Saudis won't listen to them again. It really is, at its core, a supply issue. He has to find somebody who's going to pump more, and nobody wants to do that right now.
Thanks to Andrea Mitchell for that report. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular is now $3.92 this morning. That is up 12 cents from a week ago and 21 cents from last month.
That is still a lot less than where you live in LA, isn't it? All right, now let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now in the studio with the latest forecast.
Cute red pants.
I know, you're obsessed with those pants. I mean, I saw you shopping for them right after.
I tried to find them. They're sold out.
Julie, now we know what to get her for Christmas.
Yeah.
Put that on our list. Just ask Santa. Maybe they'll be delivered.
You're probably wearing them. They're red enough, you know.
Everybody's telling me I need a Christmas shop now, so here we go.
Here we go. Put them in your cart, but we can't find them, so you're not getting them. Okay. All right. Weather-wise, we're pretty quiet once again. We've been pretty quiet the past few days, but we're going to be quiet once again. We have a few weather stories, though, that we're watching. Mild highs in the east once again. A really nice day, but a cold front's going to come through in the next couple of days. That's going to bring those temperatures down. We're looking at strong storms. That's due to the cold front that I was just talking about. We could see damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail. Also, the chance of a tornado, although that risk is low. Heavy rainfall, too. Much cooler back behind this front. This front's going to slide to the east and it's going to knock down those temperatures. But before that, we're looking at temperatures well above normal for this time of year. So here's the setup. There's that strong fall cold front. It's bringing the threat for strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and also some lightning, rain and snow mixing in the Rockies and also the high plains. It's that time of year where we're going to start to mix in that snow once again. And then notice tomorrow, we're seeing that cold front stretching all the way from Texas to Michigan, and those storms really blossoming, right? So we're seeing those brighter colors where you see the darker colors. That's where we're expecting the heaviest rainfall. We could see some flash flooding in some spots. But the main story here, we're going to see winds along this front and also the chance for some hail. And that will be the story as we go throughout Thursday as this makes its way towards the northeast. So it's going to be a windy, wet, breezy day on Thursday in the northeast. The heaviest rain falling in portions of New England. We could see 2 to 4 inches of rain and locally higher amounts. This is for this evening, overnight hours. This is the risk for strong to severe weather. We're looking anywhere from Minneapolis to Des Moines, Kansas City, and Wichita. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, and also watching the chance for some hail.
All right. Wow. A lot going on, as always. Michelle, thank you so much.
Sure.
More international headlines now. And new this morning, Israel has announced a historic new maritime border agreement with Lebanon.
Claudia Lavanga joins us now from Rome with this and more. Good morning, Claudia.
Good morning, guys. Well, this historic agreement over the shared maritime border between Israel and Lebanon was announced this morning by Israel's prime minister. But while Lebanon has not confirmed yet that such a deal has been reached, well, such an agreement would be a major breakthrough in the relations between the two countries, which have been officially at war since 1948, the year Israel was established. Now, let's come back here to Italy, where a volcano on Stromboli, an island north of Sicily, has erupted, releasing a huge plume of smoke into the air and lava into the sea. Stromboli is a small but popular tourist destination here in Italy, despite the fact that its volcano is one of the most active in the world and has been regularly erupting since 1932. And finally, let's go to Japan, where COVID travel restrictions have finally been lifted today, just in time for the start of the beautiful foliage season. Droves of tourists have started to arrive in Japan to admire the colorful leaves and foliage, eat sushi and go shopping. Well, the government hopes that the return of tourists will boost, of course, its economy, guys.
Absolutely beautiful. Good that tourists get to go see that. All right, Claudia, thank you so much.
And coming up, the countdown to the critical midterm elections.
Voters in Ohio can start heading to the polls tomorrow. We're breaking down last night's fiery Senate debate and why the Democratic candidate says President Biden should not run again in 2024. Stay with us.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
We are back now. There you see it with more politics and the latest on that contentious Senate race in Ohio.
Yeah, Democratic candidate and current Ohio Congressman Tim Ryan squared off against his Republican opponent, author J.D. Vance, in the first televised debate of the race, which quickly descended into a war of words between those two candidates.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now with the very latest from Cleveland. He's going to play us some of those words. He's going to tell us what happened, some fireworks. Tell us about the biggest moments, Jesse.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah and Gotti. So here's what we're looking at. Several issues that they tangled on: abortion. They talked about China. There were buzzwords that we were expecting to hear from these two candidates. They also, as we expected, were talking about authenticity. Who was more Ohio-esque, if you will, because this is what a lot of the ads have been about, is who is portraying himself more authentically. But there were, of course, as there typically are in these events, some blockbuster moments that had the potential to go viral, and here are perhaps some of the biggest ones from last night. Take a listen.
The reality of it is I have been a pain in the rear end to Nancy Pelosi. And if Chuck Schumer's the leader, I will be a pain in the rear end to him, too. I'm for Ohio. I don't kiss anyone's ass like him. Ohio needs an kicker, not a kisser.
I find it interesting how preoccupied you are with this at a time when people can't afford groceries, people can't afford to walk down the streets safely. Let's focus on the significant issues right now.
And that last soundbite right there, Gotti, was Vance responding to Ryan, trying to pin him to a group of Republicans who are seen as more extreme, who Vance has campaigned with and has been tied to, and Vance trying to turn this back to what he talked about being a significant issue like the economy, which we, of course, know is something top of mind for many voters. So this is the kind of sparring that went on between the two. And for Ryan, that is walking a very delicate tightrope because he doesn't want to alienate Republican voters, but at the same time, he wants to create some separation from himself because he is trying to court people from the right, even as the Democratic candidate.
Yeah, Jesse, that exchange, I woke up this morning, saw it on Twitter, then Instagram, then TikTok. I mean, it's everywhere, but we know that it's actually issues like healthcare, abortion, the opioid epidemic. That's what's on a lot of voters' minds in Ohio right now. So what do the candidates have to say about that?
Yeah, and this is a state, Gotti, that has been hit particularly hard in the opioid crisis. And so fentanyl was another one of those buzzwords we heard people talking about time and again. Here's what both candidates said in regards to drug issues.
I'm not going to take a backseat to you or anybody else on fentanyl, drugs, or immigration or anything else. Somebody that would, what kind of man would start a fake nonprofit to try to deal with addiction and not spend any money on anybody?
None of this is true, of course. And here's the problem with what Tim Ryan said. It's shameful for you to attack me, given that my family was affected by this problem. Why are the people who've gotten rich off the opioid epidemic funding Tim Ryan and attacking me? The answer is obvious, because this guy is the biggest fan of pharma, and he's the biggest fan of illegal pharma, which is the Mexican drug cartels that are bringing this poison into our country.
I just need a chance to respond to that. My record is impeccable on
Clearly it's not, Tim.
Pharmaceuticals and taking on big pharma. Okay?
Is that why they give you tens of thousands of dollars?
I don't vote with them. I don't vote with them.
But you do take their money.
So we saw that similarly play out on issues surrounding China. Both candidates trying to take a strong stance on China and trying to say that his opponent is whether you want to say it's weak on China or somehow entangled with China. So they're both trying to take the mantle on issues like that, drugs and China and others as well that came up. And again, it comes back to that issue of authenticity. Who do voters think has the more authentic approach to an issue that they aren't necessarily as different on, but there were certainly differences as well on issues like abortion.
Jesse, we know the Senate could so easily tip either way here. Explain how crucial this particular race, this particular seat, this particular state is to each party.
Yeah, so obviously we are watching this race closely, as our political observers all over the country. This is a Senate seat currently held by a Republican. So if J.D. Vance were victorious, it wouldn't necessarily impact the net difference in the Senate. However, because it is closer than you might have thought, remember, this is a state that former President Donald Trump won twice, and yet this appears to be a neck-and-neck Senate race. Obviously, we don't have enough polling to know for sure, and all of that polling at the end of the day isn't as good as when you see the voting results after the election. But it appears to be very close, and Republicans have dumped in millions of dollars here to try to prop up J.D. Vance. And on the other side of this race, Tim Ryan is trying to keep his Democratic Party at arm's length. He has explicitly told me in an interview that he doesn't want to have President Joe Biden campaigning here with him. He even went after the president yesterday, saying he doesn't want him to run for re-election, and he criticized Vice President Kamala Harris's response to the border. So he is trying to stand apart from the Democratic Party. However, because he has made this a close race, there are also questions in Democratic circles as to whether or not the Democratic Party should be doing more to help him here. So at the end of the day, if the Democrats could win this race, it could potentially give them a bigger advantage in the Senate. Obviously, it depends on how other races play out, but this is very much a Republican seat to lose. And if it goes to J.D. Vance, if J.D. Vance wins this election, then it would maintain the status quo. Obviously, that is contingent on how other Senate races play out across the country, Savannah.
Jesse Kirsch, so comprehensive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up on Morning News Now, a season of savings.
Yeah, Amazon kicks off another Prime Day sale. We're going to tell you how they're trying to win over inflation-weary customers coming up next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Back back now and headed to the world of sports and the NBA's next generation of athletes.
Yeah, yesterday, LeBron James's oldest son, along with 4 other players, signed their very first name, image, and likeness endorsement deals with Nike.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk is right here on set with us with more and the latest on this. This is interesting. Hey, Steph.
Yeah, it certainly helps to have the greatest of all time be your father, right? LeBron James is widely considered one of the greatest basketball players. He's also a dedicated family man and a doting father of 3. Now his oldest son, LeBron Jr., also known as Bronny, is a high school hoop star, and he's already making a name for himself and a lot of money off the court.
This morning, a new generation of basketball royalty, signing a deal fit for a king. High school senior Bronny James, the oldest son of NBA legend LeBron James, inking a name, image, and likeness contract with Nike, the iconic brand his father has worn his entire pro career. In a statement, Bronny writing, "Getting a chance to team up with Nike and continue my family's legacy both on the court and in the community is wild. It really means a lot to me." The 18-year-old is considered a top 50 player in the class of 2023.
Oh, the deflection and the steal by Bronny James.
Bronny's dad regularly spotted at his games, cheering him on. Ohio State among the schools who have already offered the Sierra Canyon High School star a scholarship. Buckeyes fans even serenading him at a football game.
Bronny James is coming into his own as a marketable athlete. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs on him, and it just makes sense. There's a natural fit there for him with Nike.
Last year, after decades of debate, amateur athletes were given the chance to profit off their own name, image, and likeness, meaning college players, as well as some high schoolers, depending on where they live, including Bronny, can earn money from endorsements, appearances, and social media.
It's the next step for the first son of arguably the greatest basketball player who ever lived.
And Bronny is already a bankable star in his own right. He's a highlight mixtape regular, including this one, showing a side-by-side dunk comparison with his dad, as well as one of the key figures in an Amazon Prime docuseries following his high school team.
I'm just Bronny. I don't really get called LeBron anymore.
He's also a cover star, gracing Sports Illustrated with his esports squad, and alongside his dad and younger brother, Bryce.
It's been an unbelievable summer, and just seeing their growth, both as basketball players, but most importantly as young men. I'm a proud father.
A proud father whose son is following in his footsteps and reaching for even greater heights.
LeBron James signed a lifetime deal with Nike in 2015, and he was Bronny's age 18 when he first signed with them back in 2003.
Oh my gosh, isn't that funny? Yeah.
Now with this kind of lucrative deal in the bag, what's next for Bronny?
Well, unlike his dad, who could go straight from high school to the NBA, you can no longer do that. So he either play in college or he could go overseas for a while and then the NBA.
I got to say, Ohio State, we want Bronny. We didn't look at it didn't move him.
He was unfazed.
To that. Yeah. All right.
Well, you won't need a scholarship.
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm sure anyone would be happy to have him. Stephanie, thank you so much. And now to more financial headlines. The price of bacon might go up soon.
Yeah, and CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with this and more. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Well, the Supreme Court will hear arguments today over an animal cruelty law that could raise the cost of bacon and other pork products. The outcome is critical to the pork industry, but it could also help define the state's ability to pass laws with impact outside their borders. The case involves a California law that says pork sold in the state must come from pigs whose mothers were raised with adequate space to lie and turn around. PayPal says it's not fining people for spreading misinformation. The company says it mistakenly published a new policy that would charge users $2,500, but the update was quickly taken down. PayPal says the fine was never intended to be inserted in the policy and apologized for the confusion. The company came under fire from users and former executives on Twitter. Bumble is bringing an element of the Ted Lasso to life. Banter, the fictional dating app featured on the hit show. banter acts like a blind date. Users can't see each other's photos right away and must first connect through text messages. Bumble will hold a banter event every Thursday night through the end of the year. You'll be connected to someone based on your search preferences and will chat with that person for 3 minutes. If you match, you'll be able to see their photos. Users will also get 2 months free of Apple TV Plus, guys.
Because why not?
Because why not? Exactly.
Get on here, go meet somebody you've never seen before, and you get to watch some shows. All right.
And then watch Ted Lasso together.
Yeah, exactly. Also, apologies to everyone at home for showing you all those bacon pictures at breakfast time.
Yeah, around this time of day.
I know. Like, think about
very
it.
cruel.
I've
So
talked about it
hungry.
3 times now on the show. Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
And staying with your money, Black Friday is still about a month and a half away, but that is not stopping Amazon from getting a jump on the holiday shopping season very early.
That's right. Today and tomorrow, Prime members will get to take advantage of Amazon's early access sale. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more on how to find those best deals.
Hey there. Well, we've been keeping tabs on the growing list of big box retailers bumping up Black Friday as excess inventory clogs store shelves and inflation puts pressure on people's wallets. Already, research shows online sales are up 10% compared to this time last year, and now Amazon joins the mix. So this morning, we're diving into the new deals at the online giant so you can save big on your holiday shopping.
It's a season of savings unlike any other as Amazon joins the race this morning to win over inflation-weary Americans wanting to spread out their holiday spending.
Having sales like this that happen now in October and then again in November as part of Cyber, I think is really important to give people the choice for when and how to shop.
With holiday spending now anticipated to grow at its slowest pace since 2015, Amazon is dropping hundreds of thousands of deals for Prime members in its early access sale today and tomorrow. From 80% off some Fire TVs to 70% off select Echo devices. Experts say the steepest sales will be on Amazon products. But shoppers will also find slashed prices for other brands, including Peloton, KitchenAid, Adidas, and some of the season's most coveted toys.
You've got 6 kids. How big of a deal is finding those really super sales?
Essentially, it makes or breaks Christmas.
Lorraine White was up at 4:30 this morning to start monitoring Amazon's top 100 list, which drops deals throughout the 2-day event. And we've got the top tips to help maximize your savings. First, click on the Lightning Deals button for big discounts lasting just a short amount of time, typically an hour or 2.
Getting the essentials on those sales really saved me a lot of money. That's for sure.
Savings tip number 2, know what to buy now versus later. While it's important to snag your must-haves before they go out of stock, experts say you may be able to get even deeper discounts on many TVs, computers, and sporting goods over Thanksgiving weekend.
When Black Friday rolls around, those items are probably going to be bundled with some pretty hefty gift card deals.
And finally, don't let these big sales blow your budget. A new report reveals 40% of consumers are having a harder time affording their bills compared to a year ago. And credit card debt is getting more expensive with interest rates eclipsing 18%. So experts say make your shopping list early and stick to it.
Be mindful of your purchases and to do your absolute best to try to pay it off before the end of the billing period, before the interest has a chance to accrue.
One other point of caution, before you click check out, do a quick search on the item's price history with websites like Camel. That will show you just how good of a deal you're actually getting. Back to you.
Emily, with that important point, 18% on credit cards. That's a big takeaway.
Yeah, it is. What'd you say? Camel. Never heard of that. All right. Thanks, Emily. Coming up today is the International Day of the Girl, and it's taking on more significance this year.
Yeah, we're going to take a closer look at how women are fighting for their rights in Iran and Afghanistan and how the UN is highlighting the challenges millions of girls are facing right now. That's coming up next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
And welcome back. Today is International Day of the Girl, a day to take action to improve the lives of young girls.
Yeah, this morning we're going to show you a program by the New York City Police Department that started as a safe place to talk, but became an invaluable lesson on how to listen. Today's show anchor Hoda Kotb has more.
The love and affection in the room was already evident even before they knew the cameras were rolling.
She's always on her toes. She's always asking questions. She's always walking around. Have you heard about this? Have you heard about that?
This bond between Detective Tanya Duhaney and 21-year-old Renee Alexander was fostered over the last 4 years through Girls Talk, a mentoring program started by the NYPD to support teenage girls.
How do you go about establishing that kind of trust with young women?
Basically, with me, with establishing trust is just me being consistent with them. Starting with a phone call, visiting their schools, taking them on certain events that we host. It just starts like that.
What are you receiving from this wonderful officer next to you?
I receive open arms, and you don't get that a lot from people during this age. And when I first saw her, I didn't see the suit. I saw that smile.
Company attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. Take your seats.
Chief Juanita Holmes created Girls Talk. She's also the NYPD's first woman named Chief of Patrol, and now the first woman to oversee New York's Police Academy. And even while breaking all these barriers, Chief Holmes believes Girls Talk is her greatest legacy.
Why did you feel like there was this need to help these young girls?
I would be working wee hours of the morning, seeing 13, 14-year-old young ladies out. I would say, what are you doing out here? You know, this time of night. Part of public safety is helping to change lives. It's just not just fighting crime. And I think it started from there.
And what she started, a few small meetings between female officers and girls in just one precinct, turned into a Girls Talk movement across the entire city. It's how Officer Nikisha Pierre and 14-year-old Carlinda Fletcher first met in the middle of the pandemic. Carlinda had been struggling with the isolation of remote learning and needed someone to lean on.
When something got hard like that, where did your head and heart go?
So I didn't really ask for help because it was such like a difficult time.
How did you think it was going to get fixed?
I really didn't think it was going to get fixed at all.
But then Carlinda's mom signed her up for Girls Talk, and Officer Pierre showed up at her door.
First of all, I was actually pretty scared because I thought I was going to get in trouble. I thought I was in trouble.
Oh, because it was police?
Yeah.
Oh, you were like, this is not good. Okay, and then what happened?
When I met her, like, she was the most happiest person ever. When time went on, like, I felt like I can trust her, and I told her everything that's been going on.
Wow. This kind of trust doesn't happen all the time. It's a special connection.
She's opening up, and her spirit is coming out, and she's growing into a beautiful young woman.
Renee, tell me, how has Girl Talk changed you?
It definitely taught me to listen, but also you have to be comfortable with uncomfortability. We share our stories like a sisterhood. It's connecting soul to soul.
Are you Oprah?
A soul-to-soul connection that all started from a single heart-to-heart.
Are you, Oprah? Hoda, thank you
Amazing.
so much for that story. And talking about paying it forward, Renee, she just announced that she's in the process of applying to the police academy because she wants to help other young women, just like Detective Tanya helped her.
Oh, my God. What an incredible story. We're going to stay on this now. More on International Day of the Girl. We want to bring in UNICEF Associate Director of Gender Equality, Lauren Rumble. Lauren, thank you so much for being here. Happy International Day of the Girl. We're so happy to have you with us. So, I mean, today's this is the 10th anniversary of the International Day of the Girl. Big year for International Day of the Girl. And issues regarding girls and women, they are really at the forefront right now. We have seen so much of this abortion rights conversations, fight for equality in Afghanistan. We've been so moved. We've been talking this week about the images coming out of Iran, what women are standing up for there. Talk to us about why this day is so important at this moment in time and how a focus like this can actually make a difference.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm feeling absolutely thrilled to be celebrating today with the world's 600 million girls and young women around the world who are really poised to take on the future. This day matters because it's a day when we can actually focus our attention on girls' rights, as this picture shows us, their voices, their agency, and ultimately their power. We saw from those images of Iran, Afghanistan, here in the United States, how important it is that we stand with girls, that really girls' rights right now are in crisis, and we need to take urgent action if we're going to reverse that trend.
Yeah, talking about crisis, I mean, this year we have seen girls and women take matters into their own hands to work on a better future. Places like Afghanistan and Iran, they're literally putting their lives on the line. What does that tell you about the strength of women and girls?
It tells us that women and girls are incredibly powerful. And they're even more powerful when we stand behind them and with them, amplifying their voices and really saying that girls' rights, no matter where you grow up, matter. All girls are equal and are the same. And in fact, you know, whenever I talk to girls, when I met girls in Afghanistan, in other countries, what they're asking for is not money or food. They're asking for skills. They're asking for education. What girls want to do is make the world a better place, just like we saw in that video earlier on. And so why wouldn't we want to put more resources and attention in their hands?
Absolutely. And the word that I think of when I see those images you talk about strength is brave. They're so brave, so much of what we're seeing right now. So this is the 10th anniversary. What's changed in a decade? What positive change have you seen, especially with this day giving us this focus?
So there are some gains to celebrate. We do know that over the last 10 years, there's more girls likely to attend primary school than their mothers or older sisters or aunts. We also know that girls are living longer, healthier, and more productive lives. They're more likely to be employed and have less children. However, I mentioned girls' rights being in crisis right now. Girls are still facing incredible obstacles, things like the COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, ongoing conflict and political instability threatens girls first and foremost. When schools are shuttered, they're isolated, they can't learn. They're already doing 2 to 3 times more care work than their brothers, which means that the stigma and the stereotypes are holding them back. We're seeing 1 in 5 girls married before their 18th birthday, 1 in 3 experiencing some kind of sexual violence. So we need the world's attention to both celebrate and actually take the investments in action that are needed.
We certainly do. And Lauren Rumble, you're doing that right now. You're helping us put attention on it. We appreciate you. And again, happy International Day of the Girl.
Thanks, you too. Thanks for having me.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Tuesday, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, October 11th. Airport hack. A highly coordinated cyber attack took down the websites of some of the biggest airports in the country. But the question is, who did it? All signs point to pro-Russian hackers.
Exhaustive search. Dozens of law enforcement agents in Georgia scrambling in their hunt for a missing toddler. New questions about the morning the little boy disappeared as the manhunt now enters its 6th day.
COVID confusion. Florida Surgeon General now recommending that young men actually do not get the new COVID vaccine, saying it could lead to deadly heart attacks. We'll tell you what you need to know coming up next.
Bilingual brand. Meet a Latina mom who didn't see books for her kids in English and Spanish, so she decided to make her own. The smash hit success that's even caught the eye of tech titan Apple.
Thanks so much for being here and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start now with an alarming trend: cyber attacks targeting entire U.S. infrastructure.
On Monday, more than a dozen airport websites across the country were attacked, including two of the nation's busiest airports. Experts say the coordinated cyber attacks were led by pro-Russian hackers.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now from Oakland International Airport. Jake, I mean, this is a big deal. There appears to be an increase in these types of hostilities against the United States, although no actual flights or airport operations were affected by Monday's cyber attack. Do explain to us why this is a big deal. I mean, why does this matter?
Well, Morgan, there was good news and bad news in the aftermath of this attack. The good news was this was, for the most part, just an annoyance, nothing that did long-term damage. In this case, the hackers took down the public-facing websites of airports, and people don't really use those except to see, how long the security line might be or what the parking rates might be. This was literally just overloading that public website with too much traffic so that it would crash. And this happened at more than a dozen airports across the country. Here in Oakland was not one of them. Most airports were spared, but there's the very clear sense of testing the fences, and that's the bad news here. We have seen an increase in hostile action, in this case from a group claiming to be a group of pro-Kremlin hackers inside Russia. And so at the moment, what they seem to be doing is something that's really just little more than annoying, but it's really not clear what more sinister plans they might have going forward, more.
Yeah, Jake, it's interesting that you say testing. That was my question. I also want to talk about last week. We saw one of the largest hospital chains in the country hit with a ransomware attack. Last month, LA School District, which is the second largest in the country, also fell victim to ransomware. What do we know about whether these attacks are related, and is that what our airports are facing next?
Well, the ones that you mentioned there do not seem to be connected directly to the same group that's claiming the airport attacks. On the other hand, those are vastly more damaging attacks. Those sorts of attacks in which they really get inside the systems of, in this case, regional hospitals or schools, and then shut it all down and demand money or anything else in exchange for reopening the system. That is a true, crusher of an attack. We did not see that in this airport case. We do know, however, that the group that claimed to do this one, which calls itself KillNet, it's one of those hacker names that sounds very scary, was perpetrated by a group that's really just known for that kind of avalanche of traffic sort of attack, not getting inside systems. But we've seen them do other scarier things. They went after both the Kentucky and Colorado state websites, the ones that would, have election results on election night. It's the kind of thing that is concerning. So we haven't seen in this case any sort of ransomware attack on an airport yet, but that's why everybody is on high alert, because we're seeing so much increased activity, especially as things heat up between Russia and Ukraine.
Jay, quickly, while I still have you, what is the government doing to prevent these attacks? And also, more importantly, what can we do to protect our information?
Well, it really is, just that simple list you've seen again and again. I mean, if you spend as much time on email as I do, you know when something is wrong. And so you just have to be suspicious about everything incoming. Any new attachments that come in, anybody who looks familiar to you but is acting strangely in their emails, all of that stuff is an indication that you shouldn't fall for it. And the problem, of course, is that no system is safer than the least protected part of it. And so we all have to be extra vigilant, whether we work in an airport, a school, or whether we're on our own, you guys.
All right, don't click on download any links or attachments that are unfamiliar to you. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward, we appreciate it. Thank you, Jake.
Vicki, now let's head down to Georgia, where an intense search is happening right now for a missing toddler. More than 40 FBI agents have joined with local police officers to look for the 20-month-old. The boy's family says he was last seen at his grandmother's house. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the latest.
The desperate search intensifies for missing toddler Quentin Simon.
We are continuing to use every investigative resource available for us to locate little Quentin. We have conducted multiple interviews, executed multiple search warrants, and we've canvassed numerous specific geographic areas.
The lack of information bringing Quentin's grandmother to tears.
And I need everybody to help, everybody that knows anything, anybody. He's just a baby.
It was at her house in Chatham County, Georgia, that Quentin, just 20 months old, was last seen on Wednesday. He was living there along with his two siblings.
his mother, Leilani Simon, her boyfriend, and Quentin's grandparents. Nearly 1 month ago, police were called to the residence over a fight between Leilani and her mother, Billie Jo. According to the police report, Leilani's brother said she had a history of stealing money to pay for drugs.
Because she's lied to us so many times. And I don't know, it's just bad to say, but she just likes to lie.
Leilani has not responded to the claims made by her brother. Billie Jo filed to have Leilani and her boyfriend evicted. The couple did not immediately leave. And then last Wednesday, the mysterious disappearance. Leilani's boyfriend, Daniel, the last person to see Quentin, according to police, left for work around 6 a.m. Just minutes after the boy's babysitter received a text saying she would not have to watch the little boy that day. She spoke exclusively to News Nation and WSAV.
And then I get a text at 9 o'clock saying, have I seen Quentin? I immediately go to their house. I try to help them look. They didn't want that. So I've just been waiting around like everybody else.
Finally, at 9:42 a.m., Mother Leilani called police reporting her son missing. NBC affiliate station WSAV revealing new audio of police dispatch from the day of Quentin's disappearance.
Complaint about her 1-year-old son is missing. She woke up, her door was open. Advising he's unable to open a door, thinks someone came in and took him.
Since that day, Chatham County Police, along with more than 40 FBI agents, have combed the area, but so far have not turned up any new leads.
We believe with the continued assistance of the FBI, we will have a resolution to this case.
Police have yet to name a suspect in the disappearance. And for Quentin's family, each day without answers growing more and more heartbreaking. Morgan Chesky, NBC News.
We want to move overseas now to Ukraine. Air raid sirens blaring out for the second straight day there as Russia launched a new barrage of missiles overnight. More than 100 missiles have been fired into the country since Monday, causing rolling blackouts and damaging critical infrastructure. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry joins us now from Kyiv. Cal, Kyiv came under attack again this morning, really reminding the people who live there of the early days of this invasion back in February. What are you seeing and hearing on the ground today?
Yeah, the people who live here say it is eerily familiar to that initial bombardment that Russia carried out yesterday. Most of the city was under cover for most of the day. We had multiple volleys of rockets strike here in the capital. Today, we woke up to the sound of air raid sirens, and some people around the city could hear rockets being shot out of the sky by air defenses. The air defenses protecting the capital on this day, but not true in so many other cities. Zaporizhzhia, for example, took about a dozen rocket hits. There's one person dead there. Kyiv, Lviv, I'm sorry, in the western part of the country, the power is still out there. You're looking here at aftermath of some of these strikes. They really are countrywide, and the targets are, by and large, these infrastructure targets. The goal seems clear here, to start cutting the power in some of these cities, especially as the winter months close in. The death toll right now, Vicky, 19 dead and more than 105 wounded across the country. We do fear that that death toll could rise in the coming hours.
Cal, President Zelensky called into a G7 meeting this morning. He's asking President Biden and the West for more military aid, specifically anti-aircraft missiles, things that can fire down, you know, the kinds of attacks that are coming in from Russia. Is there a sense that he's going to get what he's asking for?
Yeah, so according to President Biden, he is. I mean, that's what he said on the call last night. The G7 meeting is about fleshing out some of those details, making it clear to these other world leaders why it is important. And look, President Zelensky is basically making the point that there are citizens in this city who have returned trying to get the capital back on its feet and are now sleeping underground in subways because, of course, rockets continue to rain in from the sky. So this air defense system is key. We heard the mayor of Kyiv talk about this yesterday at the scene of one of these attacks, saying that the air defense system knocking down about half the rockets that were fired. They need more ammunition for it, and they need better systems. And according to the West, they're going to get it, Vicky.
All right, NBC News correspondent Cal Perry for us in Kyiv today. Cal, thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Does seeing your bank account balance make you just, you know, a little bit stressed?
If it does, you are not alone. 49% of adults say their statement triggers negative feelings. Yeah. Joining us now is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, this survey is really interesting. It broke down the different age groups. So who is the most stressed when they look at their accounts?
Good question. So that first 49% figure applies to everyone, but the group that is the most anxious about money, millennials. 48% of millennials, roughly aged 26 to 41, experience money-related worries. Experts say that's not surprising, though, since many are still not yet firmly established in their careers, but they are seeing increasing expenses as they start families and buy homes or try to buy homes. Now, the stock market is no doubt causing financial worries for many, but there's at least one way to take advantage of falling stock prices, and that is through a Roth IRA conversion. Now, that is where you take a traditional IRA and convert it to a Roth. What that means is you pay income taxes on the conversion amount, but then it will grow tax-free. So with this year's loss in value in the markets, your tax bill is also lower, and hopefully your account will eventually rebound. Now, you can see just how to do that and, importantly, mistakes to avoid on CNBC.com. And guys, if you like shopping but you don't like paying, who doesn't? Here's a handy new offering from teen apparel retailer Hollister. It's rolled out a new system that lets shoppers pass their online shopping carts onto someone else for payment. No doubt teens are going to love this system. Parents, maybe not so much.
Wow.
It could, though, help Hollister boost sales. Teens, of course, they like to shop, but they may not have credit cards. So there you go. Solution, just forward it on to your parents.
Do you have to be a teen?
I don't think there's an age limit. Asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend. I gotta say, I think I need to see a therapist after that report. I feel triggered after that report.
Millennial
check.
Stress check.
Your partner.
Yeah, that's right. Trying to buy a house check. Yeah, wow.
All of the above.
Triggered.
Okay.
CNBC's Deirdre Bose. I'm not sure if I should thank you for that report, but thanks, Deirdre. Well, critical care for soon-to-be mothers is disappearing from rural America, but what is behind this alarming maternal health crisis? We'll give you a hint coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For more than a decade now, rural hospitals have been shutting down their maternity wards. These medical facilities are closing their units in part because of financial struggles and low patient numbers. But closing these units could put expectant mothers in real danger if an emergency happens. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo has this report.
I had woken up at
around 11:30, and I stood up and I was bleeding very heavily.
During her second pregnancy, Rachel Tuberville's condition became harrowing in just a matter of minutes.
I was experiencing a placental abruption, and my baby was having heart decelerations.
Within an hour of arriving at Sharon Hospital in rural Connecticut, Rachel had an emergency C-section to deliver her son Colin.
I think that being so close to a hospital made it possible for everything to work out the way that it did.
But that care might not be available much longer for expecting mothers in Sharon. The hospital's owner, Nuvance Health, is currently seeking regulatory approval to close the maternity ward. In a statement to NBC News, Nuvance said it has faced continuous financial challenges and low patient volume in the labor and delivery unit. But for most people, that would mean a 45-minute drive to the nearest hospital at least.
Time is of the essence.
Dr. Howard Mortman delivers babies at Sharon Hospital and has a private OB/GYN practice. He was part of Rachel's care team after her pregnancy.
She's another example of if Sharon Hospital isn't there in that proximity, I don't know that Rachel's around. I certainly don't know that her baby's around.
Dr. Mortman also has a more personal connection.
My sister, Gail, she is disabled because of delay in care at her birth. And I said, I'm going to become an obstetrician. I'm going to dedicate myself to preventing what happened to my sister, Gail.
But maternal care has been disappearing from rural communities for more than a decade. In 2004, 898 rural counties did not have hospital obstetrics units. By 2018, an additional 200 rural hospitals were without labor and delivery services, according to researchers.
We're in the midst of a maternal health crisis. The CDC tells us that about 60% of pregnancy-related deaths are preventable.
Experts say rural hospitals in America are more prone to staffing and financial challenges because they serve a higher proportion of low-income families in areas with fewer births.
These vital resources are leaving communities that often need them most.
Back in Connecticut, Sharon Hospital must first get approval from the state to end birthing services. But Connecticut's Office of Health Strategy confirms to NBC News that they're actively investigating whether Sharon Hospital illegally terminated its birthing services without a state-required certificate of need. In a statement, Nuvance Health said that Sharon Hospital was committed to working with OHS and that they have closely followed the process required. But as we await a decision from OHS, the labor and delivery unit remains fully open and operational. 4 years later, Rachel says she and her son are both perfectly healthy.
To me, it's scary to think about what could have happened with that extra hour added onto an already very scary situation. I don't really know what would have happened.
And we should mention the U.S. has the highest maternal mortality rate in all high-income countries. And as for Sharon Hospital specifically, the next step in the process is a public hearing that's set to take place this month so members of the community can weigh in about what this closure would mean for them. Back to you.
An ongoing railroad strike could cripple the economy and domestic travel. And now it's back to the bargaining table. The third largest railroad union is rejecting its latest deal brokered by the Biden administration.
The union president says the railroads aren't doing enough to address unpaid time off and sick days. The union says it will not strike until after Congress returns next month.
It's college financial aid filing season yet again, and millions of families could be leaving much needed money on the table. We'll tell you the 3 things you can do now to save money next semester. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Yeah, I love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, the midterm elections are less than a month away, and the stakes really could not be higher for President Biden and really his party. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki breaks down the key races and the issues for us at the big board.
All right, 28 days, exactly 4 weeks to Election Day. Let's take a look here. Obviously, remind you, Democrats have the majority in the Senate, but barely. It's 50-50. Kamala Harris breaks the tie for Democrats right now. Republicans just need to pick up one seat. They get the Senate. On the House side, again, look at that Democratic majority, single digits. Republicans need to get to 218. That means a gain of just 5 seats gives Republicans the House. So clear opportunities there for Republicans to flip both chambers. And if you just look at Joe Biden's approval rating, you see right here, it's under 43% in the polling average. History says when a president's at that level, heading into a midterm, the other party tends to do pretty well. So in terms of getting those majorities, you look at Biden's approval rating, Republicans look at that and say, gives him a real good chance of it. But what's not tracking with Biden's approval rating and what's making this a little more complicated is this, the generic ballot. When you ask folks, Democrats, Republicans, who do you want to control Congress? Republicans lead here, but it's less than 1 point. It's 9/10 of 1 point. Typically, when we've seen presidents with low job approval ratings like Biden, their parties have not been doing well in the generic ballot. Democrats doing a little better than you would expect given Biden's approval rating. There's the suspense heading into this election. In terms of issues that could decide it, we ask in our NBC poll, what's the single most important issue to you in terms of making up your mind in this election? Put these two together here. Cost of living, inflation, jobs in the economy. Economy and inflation, that's a combined 34%, 1/3 of voters say that's the top issue for them. Overwhelmingly, those voters say they're voting Republican by a 29-point margin. Where did Democrats get their advantage? When we talked about abortion over the summer, certainly the Supreme Court ruling, not a ton of people, 8%, saying abortion's the top issue, but among that 8%, heavily Democratic. And then there's this threats to democracy, 20% saying that's the top issue for them. Democrats have been trying to make Donald Trump, January 6th, the aftermath of 2020, a major issue. Again, this an overwhelmingly Democratic group here. Take a look at a couple key races here. Nevada Senate race. This is the only Democratic incumbent right now in the Senate who trails in the polling average. Catherine Cortez Masto could be a gain for Republicans here if they're able to hold on. And conversely, this is a Republican seat in Pennsylvania right now. Pat Toomey not running for re-election. It's the only Republican-held seat where the Democrat leads in the polling. So if the Democrats were to lose a state like Nevada, they need to win a state like Pennsylvania to offset it. And, of course, the biggest wild card in all of this, the race in Georgia, the drama, controversy around Herschel Walker. And remember, in Georgia, it's a runoff state. If no one gets to 50%, They'll have a runoff in December. Not impossible, but we will be waiting on Georgia for a runoff to find out who controls the Senate, just like last time around.
Georgia on our minds. Thank you, Steve. The Ohio Senate hopefuls faced off for the first time last night in a debate that was both heated and personal. Congressman Tim Ryan and author J.D. Vance, they're competing to replace retiring Republican Senator Rob Portman. During last night's debate, the two candidates clashed over issues like the economy, abortion, and their loyalty to their party leaders.
The reality of it is I have been a pain in the rear end to Nancy Pelosi. And if Chuck Schumer's the leader, I will be a pain in the rear end to him, too. I'm for Ohio. I don't kiss anyone's ass like him. Ohio needs an ass kicker, not an ass kisser.
That is the soundbite making the rounds. The race is tight, with Vance leading by less than 2%, according to the latest polling released from Real Clear Politics. Former President Trump won Ohio in both the 2020 and 2016 elections.
Well, Vicki, after nearly 100 days of dropping prices, gas is inching back up. AAA says the national average is now $3.92 per gallon, which is up 12 cents from last week and a whopping 21 cents from just 1 month ago. Analysts say we should brace for prices heading back up over the $4 per gallon mark due to cuts in oil production. Thrill-seeking iPhone 14 users are dealing with a pretty unique problem. The Wall Street Journal reports roller coasters are triggering some new iPhones and Apple Watches to make emergency calls. The roller coaster's plunging drops apparently activate the iPhone's crash detection system. Police near Cincinnati, Ohio, report at least a half-dozen accidental calls from police on rides at the Kings Island amusement park. Well, the purchasing power of Latinos in America surges to nearly $2 trillion. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back this Tuesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. Making news right now. 3 Jewish women in Kentucky are suing the state, arguing that laws banning abortion violate their religious rights. This is an argument often used by conservative Christians. In their lawsuit, the women claim that because Kentucky law says life begins at fertilization, it imposes Christian teaching of when life begins. Judaism does not define when life actually starts.
Former Hawaiian Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard says she's leaving the Democratic Party, tweeting, "I can no longer remain in today's Democratic Party that is now under the complete control of an elitist cabal of warmongers." Gabbard ran unsuccessfully for the party's presidential nomination back in 2020.
And prosecutors have dropped charges against Adnan Syed in the 1999 murder of his former girlfriend. This coming just weeks after his conviction was overturned. He was sentenced to life behind bars in 2000. That case gained national attention 8 years ago when the podcast Serial featured the investigation. Syed spent 23 years in prison before he was released last month.
The free application for federal student aid, which is more commonly known as FAFSA, helps more than 15 million college students pay for tuition each and every year.
Yeah, it was key when I was applying for colleges. Yet the #1 reason many high school grads don't go to college is because they say they can't afford it. Many of them don't even apply for FAFSA benefits. Here to explain why all students should apply, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson, who is also a mom of 2 kids who will be entering college this fall. Yes, absolutely. Round of applause. Sharon, you always have great advice, and in this case, it's really personal and current for you. What do we need to know about applying for this federal financial aid program? Why is it so important?
Well, first of all, we need to know to do it. If you're a parent wondering whether or not you should apply for federal student aid, you need to do it. You need to see if you could be eligible for grants, scholarships, for work study, or for loans. All of those types of federal student aid could be available to your student, to your family. The sooner you file, the better, because you may find that some of that aid is not available if you wait until the last moment to file for that academic year. And you want to make sure that you fill out the form properly on studentaid.gov. That's also a great place to figure out how much you may get. You can do an estimator tool, use an estimator tool there to figure out what your financial aid may be, at least from the federal government. Key things you need to have to do it. FSA ID. You can find that on the website of the Department of Education, your social security number, your driver's license numbers for your student. If the student is a dependent, your social security number may also be needed. You will also need to file your tax documents if you are, your child is a dependent. And you want to make sure that you also provide records of untaxed income, records of assets, and the schools that your child is going to attend or may be applying to.
You know, it's interesting, Sharon, I'm thinking about that, you know, looking back, I remember that I didn't apply for the FAFSA, and I think it's so important that you just kind of shoot your shot and do it. And I know that you spent several hours this weekend completing the FAFSA for your kids. I mean, what are some of the common mistakes that people make when they are filling out those applications?
Well, first of all, you need to know that federal aid does include loans, too. So some people who say, I may not qualify for aid, your child could likely qualify for a loan, which gives them some skin in the game, and you may want to look down that route, especially with the cost rising so much. But also a common mistake, which I made, was not actually getting an FSA ID for the student and for the parent if the child is a dependent. So now I'm waiting a couple of days for my daughter to get her FSA ID. Also, you don't want to leave certain information blank like that, because then you can't submit the form. You don't want to give incorrect personal information. You want to make sure you have the right tax information and make sure your assets are correct, knowing that your retirement accounts do not count there. You don't have to include those, parents. And then also make sure that you have an email address that you're using that you're going to check regularly, because when you get the student aid report back from the government, you want to make sure that everything on that FAFSA form was correct and correct any mistakes that you may have to correct.
And Sharon, just briefly, I mean, what should students do if they or their parents don't actually have some of those required documents?
Well, some folks may not have completed their 21 tax return if they're applying for the 23-24 school year. So that may be an issue, or they can't find it if they did file. Go to irs.gov, look up the tool there to find out what your tax receipt was, or your tax transcript, they call it. And then also you could go, if you are not sure if you're going to file, then use a W-2, 1099 form. Contact an employer to get those documents.
All right, CNBC's Sharon Epperson with this news that I know we can all use, if not now, perhaps sometimes in the future. Sharon, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely, anytime.
And good luck to your kids.
Morgan, Florida's Surgeon General saying no to COVID vaccines like Pfizer and Moderna for young men. He is warning that it can cause higher rates of cardiac-related deaths among men 18 to 39. But here's the thing. Many public health officials say this is not true, and it's a dangerous recommendation based on a very small study. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now to help us clear this up. So, Guad, let's be clear. This is the Surgeon General of Florida. What is he saying, and why are so many other public health officials pushing back?
Vicki, correct. So this essentially means this is coming from the Florida Department of Health. So the Surgeon General first shared the information on Twitter saying that the Department of Health in Florida conducted an analysis of the risks of the COVID-19 mRNA vaccines, and they found an increased risk in males 18 to 39. Now, the number that they are sharing is what got a lot of people's attention. They're essentially saying there's an increased risk of 84% in cardiac-related deaths among males. And because of this, they are now recommending against young males 18 to 39 from receiving the COVID-19 mRNA vaccine. Vicki?
Guad, talk about the study that they're referring to and what a small sample size it was, and then talk to us about what Florida's Surgeon General is saying to the criticism, because a lot of folks have come out and said this is far too small of a study, and the way that the data was parsed out is not in accordance to how a normal peer-reviewed study would go.
Right. So right away, Twitter actually had temporarily removed the tweet where the Surgeon General had informed their findings and their recommendation. I spoke with the director of the Institute for Vaccine Safety at Johns Hopkins this morning, Daniel Salmon, who pointed out, as someone who's in the scientific community, what he thinks are the flaws with the information that's being shared. Simply, he tells me that they are not revealing details of the methodology, that this was not reviewed by peers, and they're also not talking about the benefits that the vaccine has. So there's not enough information from the data that has been shared by the Surgeon General, and that's why there has been a push from the scientific community. Meanwhile, the Surgeon General is back on Twitter defending his decision, saying that he has a right to share the information that they have and the data. In fact, he's saying there's far less attention being paid to safety and the concerns of many individuals that have been dismissed, and he says these are important findings that should be communicated to Floridians. Now, when I spoke with a medical expert, what he tells me is the first step the science community would like to see is for these findings to be reviewed by other peers, because that is the process that should be taken, according to the expert, Vicki.
Yeah, and I think the takeaway also is if you are in that age group and you have concerns, to talk directly to your doctor. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas, thank you so much.
A new landmark study is raising concerns and stirring controversy over the effectiveness of colonoscopies. But should the study change how often people actually get screened? NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson tells us what we need to know.
In one of the largest studies ever, European researchers found colonoscopy screenings cut cancer risk by 18% and made no difference in death rates.
Does this mean people should not get colonoscopies?
No, it doesn't mean that. I think it comes down to a personal choice.
In the U.S., colonoscopies are recommended every 10 years, starting at age 45.
Should this study change the screening guidelines?
No, I don't believe it should change the screening guidelines. I think it adds to further evidence about the benefits and the importance of having screens completed.
This week's study in the New England Journal of Medicine looked at more than 84,000 healthy people between 55 and 64 in Poland, Norway, Sweden, and the Netherlands. Some 28,000 were asked to get colonoscopies, but just short of 12,000 did. Those that got the test saw a significant difference, reducing the risk of colorectal cancer by a third and dying from that cancer by half.
The benefit occurs if the test is done. And when it's not done, what we see is exactly what we saw in this study, is that we don't expect the benefit to happen.
Colorectal cancer is the second most common cause of cancer death in the United States. Yet, according to the CDC, 1 in 5 Americans aged 50 to 75 have never been screened. The bottom line, doctors say tests are only effective if people are willing to get them. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Well, Latino buying power is at an all-time high, but there's still a huge gap when it comes to products made by and for the Latino community. Well, now one woman is finding incredible success by meeting that demand in the form of children's books. Canticos founder and mother, Susie Jaramillo, says that she set out to make a bilingual children's brand that was so high quality, the world simply could not ignore it.
For Susie Jaramillo,
this is Skeletina.
The story of success started on page 1 before the birth of her second child.
Like, I started Canticos when I was pregnant, and I was like, you're a Latina here in the United States, and you want to raise children who are proud of who they are, who feel like they draw strength from their culture, from their roots. And so I wanted to put something out into the world that would give families that.
And then when we turned the book,
we have Spanish.
So, the Venezuelan American created Canticos, a series of bilingual children's books featuring traditional Spanish nursery rhymes.
When you became a mom, was there a lot of inventory? Were there a lot of books in English and in Spanish?
No, not at all. Not at all. And not only books, there were no books, there were no tech products.
So what made you say, I can do something about this?
Well, I'm an artist, right? And I know how to build brands. I know how to build teams. I got this.
And she did. We first spoke to Jaramillo back in 2019, right when her company was first on the rise. Now, they've sold more than 200,000 books and grown into a multi-platform brand that includes games, videos, and even learning apps. All tools that help parents like Raul Gonzalez and Erica Giolini share traditions with their children.
Well, my wife Erica is always telling me that we should speak more Spanish to the kids. I'm first-generation Mexican, so these books are perfect for the kids to kind of pick up on the Spanish in a fun way and then put them to bed.
Meeting a need that's bigger than ever. Latinos are now the largest racial or ethnic minority group in America, spending more than $1.8 trillion on consumer goods in 2020 alone.
What do parents tell you?
They'll come up to me and they'll say, oh my God, my kids are bilingual because of you.
A new kind of story for the next generation.
Muy bien. Well, we do want to point out that it's not just the children's books that are taking off. In fact, just this month, the tech company Apple featured her and the company's co-founder in a list of 7 Hispanic app owners who they say are breaking barriers with technology.
Love everything about that story. All right, coming up, online shoppers are primed and ready to cash in on deep discounts. We're going to go inside Amazon's jump start on holiday shopping. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The oldest son of NBA star LeBron James is already making a name for himself. LeBron Jr., or Bronny, as most people know him, just signed a deal with Nike, and he's just going into his final season of high school basketball. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk with the story.
A new generation of basketball royalty, signing a deal fit for a king. High school senior Bronny James, the oldest son of NBA legend LeBron James, inking a name, image, and likeness contract with Nike, the iconic brand his father has worn his entire pro career. In a statement, Bronny writing, "Getting a chance to team up with Nike and continue my family's legacy both on the court and in the community is wild. It really means a lot to me." The 18-year-old is considered a top 50 player in the class of 2023.
Oh, the deflection and the steal by Bronny James.
Bronny's dad regularly spotted at his games, cheering him on. Ohio State among the schools who have already offered the Sierra Canyon High School star a scholarship. Buckeyes fans even serenading him at a football game.
Bronny James is coming into his own as a marketable athlete. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs on him, and it just makes sense. There's a natural fit there for him with Nike.
Last year, after decades of debate, amateur athletes were given the chance to profit off their own name, image, and likeness, meaning college players as well as some high schoolers, depending on where they live, including Bronny, can earn money from endorsements, appearances, and social media.
It's the next step for the first son of arguably the greatest basketball player who ever lived.
And Bronny is already a bankable star in his own right. He's a highlight mixtape regular, including this one, showing a side-by-side dunk comparison with his dad, as well as one of the key figures in an Amazon Prime docuseries following his high school team.
I'm just Bronny. I don't really get called LeBron anymore.
He's also a cover star, gracing Sports Illustrated with his esports squad, and alongside his dad and younger brother, Bryce.
It's been an unbelievable summer, and just seeing their growth, both as basketball players, but most importantly as young men. I'm a proud father.
A proud father whose son is following in his footsteps and reaching for even greater heights.
Well, congratulations to him. That was NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
Well, for the first time ever, Amazon is hosting its second Prime Day event of the year as the online retailer looks to kickstart early holiday shopping.
But shoppers should expect to see some big deals from competing retailers this week as well. Everybody's trying to sell off all that excess inventory now coming off those cargo ships. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now. Emily, you're going to help us make the most of this, right?
Absolutely.
So we're a few hours into the Prime event. I'm actually in the market for a vacuum cleaner. That's the Christmas present I'd like to give to myself.
I'm so glad you said this. We will talk about
this. Okay, so tell me, what are the things we need to look for? Because just because there's a sale doesn't mean it's always the best price.
Absolutely, yeah. And there are a lot of deals to navigate through. They are offering hundreds of thousands of deals between today and tomorrow. Experts typically say the steepest deals you will find from Amazon products. So think Kindle, Echo, some of the Fire TVs, and we're talking 70 to even 80% off. Some really steep discounts there. But you'll also find other brands on sale: Adidas, Sony, toys like Lego and Barbie. But one of the cool things that you should keep an eye out for are the lightning deals. These are deals that if you have the Amazon app, you go on, you click the lightning deals button. I have it up right now, and they're temporary. So some of the things right now that we're seeing, 42% off a cordless vacuum cleaner.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of which, also, earlier this morning I saw gift cards on sale. There's been different, cordless charging devices, things along those lines. So a lot to look for.
Wow. I mean, I think you just won the lotto with that.
So I don't know if I can take advantage of the lightning
this
deal.
Feels like almost like a video game.
Yeah, a couple hours, the countdown is on.
But I guess the question then becomes when, because I feel like there's a lot of big holiday shopping days. So when would be the best time to buy?
I think the important thing to remember is that this is not the last week of sales. We're definitely seeing this continuation. And actually some new industry analysis suggests that the best time, the steepest discounts will still be around Thanksgiving weekend. So you don't have to fret if you're missing out today or tomorrow. So that's something to keep in mind. And they actually released. We have some of the breakdown of some of the recommended items around that time, including electronics, televisions, toys, apparel, computers, and furniture.
All right, we will pace ourselves.
That's the way to do it.
Absolutely. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa, thank you.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's International Day of the Girl, and we're highlighting a special program hosted by the New York City Police Department.
Female officers of the NYPD are connecting with young girls across the city through their new mentorship program called Girls Talk. Today, co-host Hoda Kotb gives us an inside look.
The love and affection in the room was already evident even before they knew the cameras were rolling.
She's always on her toes. She's always asking questions. She's always walking around. Have you heard about this? Have you heard about that?
This bond between Detective Tanya Duhaney and 21-year-old Renee Alexander was fostered over the last 4 years through Girls Talk, a mentoring program started by the NYPD to support teenage girls.
How do you go about establishing that kind of trust with young women?
Basically, with establishing trust is just me being consistent with them. Starting with a phone call, visiting their schools, taking them on certain events that we host. It just starts like that.
What are you receiving from this wonderful officer next to you?
I receive open arms, and you don't get that a lot from people during this age. And when I first saw her, I didn't see the suit. I saw that smile.
Company attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. Take your seats.
Chief Juanita Holmes created Girls Talk. She's also the NYPD's first woman named Chief of Patrol, and now the first woman to oversee New York's Police Academy. And even while breaking all these barriers, Chief Holmes believes Girls Talk is her greatest legacy.
Why did you feel like there was this need to help these young girls?
I would be working wee hours of the morning, seeing 13, 14-year-old young ladies out. I would say, what are you doing out here? You know, this time of night. Part of public safety is helping to change lives. It's just not just fighting crime. And I think it started from there.
And what she started, a few small meetings between female officers and girls in just one precinct, turned into a girls' talk movement across the entire city. It's how Officer Nikisha Pierre and 14-year-old Carlinda Fletcher first met in the middle of the pandemic. Carlinda had been struggling with the isolation of remote learning and needed someone to lean on. When something got hard like that, where did your head and heart go?
So I didn't really ask for help because it was such like a difficult time.
How did you think it was going to get fixed?
I really didn't think it was going to get fixed at all.
But then Carlinda's mom signed her up for Girls Talk, and Officer Pierre showed up at her door.
First of all, I was actually pretty scared because I thought I was going to get in trouble. I thought I was in trouble.
Oh, because it was police?
Yeah.
Oh, you were like, this is not good. Okay, and then what happened?
When I met her, like, she was the most happiest person ever. When time went on, like, I felt like I can trust her, and I told her everything that's been going on.
Wow. This kind of trust doesn't happen all the time. It's a special connection.
She's opening up, and her spirit is coming out, and she's growing into a beautiful young woman.
Renee, tell me, how has Girl Talk changed you?
It definitely taught me to listen, but also you have to be comfortable with uncomfortability. We share our stories like a sisterhood. It's connecting soul to soul.
Are you Oprah? A soul-to-soul connection that all started from a single heart-to-heart.
Our thanks to Hoda Kotb for that report.
Well, here's what's trending now. Singer and actress Selena Gomez is giving fans a raw and very real look at her battle with mental illness.
Let me make a promise. I am going to stop living like this. How do I learn how to breathe my own breath again?
Gomez opens up about stardom and living with lupus, bipolar disorder, depression, and anxiety, all in the upcoming Apple TV documentary, My Mind and Me. It was filmed over the course of 6 years and premieres on November 4th. Gomez recently launched a mental health platform called Wondermind. She's also trying to raise $100 million for mental health services over the next 10 years.
Good for her.
Yeah.
Pop music meets politics, and it could have a big impact on the upcoming midterm elections. The nonprofit group Headcount says voter registration campaigns from Harry Styles, Ariana Grande, Lizzo, Billie Eilish, and other stars have helped register, get this, Morgan, more than 150,000 voters.
That is pretty cool. Yeah, we love to see it. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just, get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Good Tuesday to you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, October 11th. Airports Offline, a pro-Russian hacking group, is believed to be responsible for temporarily taking down the websites of more than a dozen U.S. airports.
Lucky to be alive. 3 missing boaters are safe but scarred. They're now sharing a harrowing tale of fighting off sharks with their bare hands. This after their fishing boat went down 25 miles off the coast of Louisiana.
Life or death. Closing arguments begin today in the sentencing trial of Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz. He killed 17 people back in 2018. The jury must now choose between the death penalty or life without possibility of parole.
Causing controversy, a new study is raising doubts about the effectiveness of colonoscopies, long considered to really be the gold standard of colon cancer screenings. We'll tell you exactly what you need to know coming up next.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start with an alarming trend of escalating cybersecurity threats targeting key United States infrastructure.
That's right. At least 13 U.S. airport websites, including 2 of the busiest, that's Atlanta and Los Angeles, were temporarily kicked offline Monday by a group of Russian hackers.
NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now from Oakland International Airport. And Jake, just last week, the same Russian hacking group also targeted several state government websites. Walk us through what happened here and how prepared are we for an actual cyber attack that could actually disable some of these sites?
Well, you guys, for a big chunk of yesterday, airport websites, the public-facing sites that you might use to check how long the line is at security or what it costs to pay for parking, were offline for the most part because of a denial of service attack. That's the kind of attack where hackers basically flood a website with more traffic than it can handle and crash it as a result. Major airports across the country were affected in this way. But the great news here is that these hackers did not get inside the essential systems of the airport. They never touched air traffic control. They never got inside any of the scheduling systems, any of the stuff that could have really brought the transportation infrastructure to its knees. The trouble here, of course, is that this is obviously a sort of testing of the fences. This was just a nuisance perpetrated by a pro-Kremlin hacker group. But the worry here is that while this was just a sort of a pain on this particular day, it could inflict vastly more pain if they try something else in the future, you guys.
Now, Jake, the reality is that this is a growing trend that's happening all across the country, and it's really not just limited to airports. I mean, in fact, if you look at one cybersecurity company, it said that at least 26 school districts have been infected with ransomware, and that's just in the last year alone. So how should such public places, we're talking airports, schools, hospitals, really be beefing up their defenses at this point?
Well, what's amazing in my line of work is speaking to people who 10, 15 years ago really only needed to know which one was the cheapest router to buy or who had the fastest internet connection. That was the role of an IT specialist once upon a time. Today, those people are extraordinarily well versed in world affairs. They know exactly what's going on in Russia and Ukraine. And that's why in this case, it's so significant that the group taking responsibility, at least claiming responsibility for these attacks on airports, is a group called KillNet. It's a very cool and scary sounding name, but they are just denial of service actors. They essentially just know how to flood websites. But they've done damage that way in the past. As you mentioned, they took down the websites of a couple of different state agencies, one in Kentucky, one in Colorado. Those are the agencies where you might actually look for election results a month from now. And so that is certainly concerning. And then all these ransomware attacks that you talk about, that's a much bigger deal. That's where you get inside an organization, you take control of the internal systems, you scramble the data, and you say, I won't unscramble it until you meet my demands. I mean, all of this is very, very scary because because we just don't know who the least protected node of our essential infrastructure is going to be. It might be an airport like this. It might be a school, and that's why all of us have to be vigilant from now on, you guys.
Yeah, it's really important that you mentioned the election. So much at stake, especially at this time. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward for us. Jake, thank you.
We turn now to a terrifying ordeal with a happy ending. 3 fishermen were left stranded at sea off the Gulf of Mexico in shark-infested waters for more than 24 hours after their boat sank. We're going to go to NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, who is standing by in Key Biscayne Beach, Florida. Sam, take us through this situation, and what do these guys do that help them survive shark-filled waters?
It sounds like an episode of Survivor, Vicky, and certainly they were putting their survival skills to the test. You're talking about 3 guys who were late 30s, early 40s, going out for recreational fishing. They left in the morning, did not come back at sunset when their families thought they were going to return. So one of their spouses called the U.S. Coast Guard and explained that they thought something might have happened. The likeliest scenarios, you saw a cold front come through, a strong wind, capsized their boat, and they ended up in the Gulf of Mexico for 28 hours.
Wow.
Luckily, they were very smart, and they put on life vests. Those life vests not only gave them buoyancy, but allowed the Coast Guard ultimately to find one of them just sitting in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico. Vicky, they were looking through an area the size of Rhode Island to try to find these 3 guys. One of them was in a life vest. 2 other ones were clinging to a cooler a half-mile away. And yet somehow the stars aligned, and the U.S. Coast Guard members got them back safely.
Wow, what an incredible story. So you're saying actually they weren't even all together, they were separated. Some of them were with the cooler, some of them had the life vest. You talked about how the Coast Guard was able to track them down this huge area. But what did they do? How did they survive? Because did they actually have to fight off some of these sharks?
So they did. They had to fend off the sharks by essentially punching them. And according to the U.S. Coast Guard, their hands were almost bitten down to the bone.
Oh, my gosh.
That's how long this was going on for. But the most spectacular, seriously, right? But the most spectacular part about this was the fact that they weren't getting cell phone reception, obviously, but for about a 2-minute window. One of them did. All these text messages were coming in from friends and family members saying, you know, the U.S. Coast Guard is looking for you right now. Wow. Where are you? They were able to send out a picture with a Google map location to a family member who then sent it to the Coast Guard. They used it. They looked at it, tried to figure out the contours of where the picture was actually from, and they were able to locate within 1,000 or so feet of where one of them was. That's what catalyzed the entire rescue.
Incredible story of survival. I'm looking forward to when they get home, they get recovered, and then they tell their story in first person for us. But that was a great recap. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock with the memorable story of the day. Thank you, Sam.
Well, right now, closing arguments in the sentencing trial of the Parkland shooter are underway. Very soon, the jury will decide whether Nicholas Cruz should get the death penalty or life in prison without parole for killing 17 people at the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in February in 2018. NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders has been following the story since the very beginning there, and he joins us now from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Kerry, a lot is at stake in that courthouse there behind you. I mean, what are the attorneys saying in these, final arguments?
Well, the jury of 12 will decide whether the gunman here, who has confessed, Nicholas Cruz, whether he will get life in prison or whether he will be sentenced to die. We can go live into the courtroom right now. This is the defense right now presenting its defense, suggesting that Nicholas Cruz should spend his life in prison. We're going to listen to about 5-6 seconds here of this. So let's listen for a moment.
An attorney referenced or a witness referenced or a doctor believed was important in forming their opinion, you can ask us for that, and we can pull it for you. But they're here. This is Nicholas's life. If you want to read it.
Now, earlier, before lunchtime, the prosecution had an opportunity to present their side of the case. This is what the prosecutor had to say.
And I submit to you that the right decision is a decision fortified by truth and justice. It takes into account the facts, the law, and the truth. The appropriate sentence for Nicholas Cruz is the death penalty.
And so it's now going to be up to the jury to finish listening to all of the presentations today, and then tomorrow they will begin deliberating. Again, this is not a case of guilt or innocence. It's strictly a case of the sentence, whether it should be life in prison or the death penalty. Morgan?
You know, Carrie, the victims, they had to face that shooter in court and then testify about the horror they experienced that day. And the families who lost loved ones had to relive all that pain. And I know that you've spoken to some of those survivors. Are they looking for justice? And really, what does justice even mean for them at this point?
You know, that is such a good question. It is the same thing that so many of the families of the 17 who died. And remember, it's not just 17 people who were shot and killed. There are another 17 attempted murders. So there are victims who survived this, plus just the community in general, especially those who were at the school that day, who were all victimized. And it's very hard for them to define justice. Some of them made it very clear that what they would like to see is a death penalty. Others say that they're going to wait to see what the jury does and accept whatever the jury decides. But at the end of the day, this has been a very long, drawn-out process. I mean, this happened on Valentine's Day in 2018, and now we're in 2022. This part of the sentencing has been going on since July. This is a very long, drawn-out process for the family members who have lived through this, and this is what some of them had to say about what they're now experiencing. The calculation locally is that this has already hit $1 million and will go beyond. Does that dollar figure bother you in any way?
I mean, this young man is, you know, living a structured life. There's defense attorneys hugging him. He gets to eat food. And now all the money that's being spent, yes, it bothers me very much. And many of my students have to pay out of pocket a copay to just get some kind of mental health help. And that bothers me a lot.
We may see the jury's decision on a sentence as early as tomorrow. Morgan?
Wow. All right. Great reporting. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders on the ground there in Florida for us. Carrie, thank you.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Confidence in small businesses across the United States went up last month despite high inflation.
There is a but. More business owners say they feel pessimistic about the economy's future. Here with us right now, CNBC reporter Frank Holland. Frank, give us the lowdown. What boosted people's confidence when it actually came to those small businesses?
Well, good afternoon. The main factor here in September was the easing of labor shortages that helped the widely watched index from the National Federation of Independent Business rise for a second straight month. However, there's more pessimism, with fewer business owners expecting better conditions 6 months from now, and inflation does indeed remain their single biggest concern. Congress is also moving closer to changing the rules surrounding retirement savings. New proposals will make it easier to save for retirement. That is expected to happen, as this is a rare issue that has bipartisan support. Among the possible changes, a hike in the so-called saver's credit for contributing to an IRA or a 401k, an increase to so-called catch-up contributions, the extra amount that workers over 50 can contribute to their retirement plans, and easier and less costly access to your retirement funds in case of emergencies.
I got to say, that's so important, Frank, that you bring that up. It's also very confusing. People should definitely talk to someone if they have questions.
Yeah, absolutely. You should definitely talk to your financial advisor. Get more details how this works for you in your particular situation.
Absolutely. CNBC reporter Frank Holland. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
Coming up, hospitals are warning of a massive spike in respiratory illnesses, and it's not just COVID. What's behind the uptick and how you can protect yourself and your family after this. You're watching NBC News Daily.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You were
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Well, public health officials are firing back after Florida's Surgeon General advised against young men getting those new COVID vaccines like Pfizer and Moderna. And he's actually now claiming that a small state study shows it can cause higher rates of cardiac-related deaths among men between the ages of 18 and 39. But officials say that that claim is actually dangerous and not true. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now live from Miami. Guad, there's a lot to unpack here, and people's health is on the line. So back in March, the Surgeon General also announced that healthy children should not get the vaccine, and then he later softened that stance. So what's sort of behind this warning, and really how reliable is the study that he's citing?
Morgan, that is correct. So the Surgeon General in Florida once again contradicting what the general scientific community agrees with in the United States. So he first shared this information on Twitter, saying that the Department of Health in Florida conducted this analysis of the COVID-19 mRNA vaccines, and they found an increased risk in young men when it comes to cardiac-related deaths. Now, there's been pushback because of the information that has been released and the data. So the Surgeon General in Florida is now recommending against young men 18 to 39 from receiving the vaccine, yet the experts are saying they did not share, the state and the Surgeon General have not shared details or the methodology or the way they found this data. They've also mentioned that the data has not been peer reviewed. I spoke with the director at the Institute for Vaccine Safety at Johns Hopkins, who told me there's too many unknowns. And although he did say that there is some risks to all vaccines, he says the benefits outweigh the few risks when it comes to the COVID-19 vaccine. And of course, you have the recommendation from the CDCs, which is a complete opposite of what we're hearing now from the state of Florida and the Surgeon General. Morgan?
Yeah, a lot of back and forth there, and certainly a lot of reaction. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas for us there from Miami. Guad, thank you so much.
Morgan, this winter season, hospitals are preparing for a surge in viral illnesses. COVID is expected to stick around, and now we're going to see a lot of other respiratory viruses that have been quietly spreading during the pandemic. Those are expected to reach high levels. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now. Erica, what specific infections are hospitals seeing, and also why are they on the rise?
Hey, Vicki. Yeah, so let me take that second question first. They're rising because now we're pretty much all unmasked, and we are mingling in ways that we have not done within the past few years. Now, the good news here is that the number of daily COVID cases do seem to be decreasing. However, on the other hand, cases of influenza, RSV, enteroviruses are increasing, especially among children, even otherwise healthy children. And there are also some predictions from the Mayo Clinic, for example, that COVID cases will indeed be rising again by about 10% in the coming weeks. Vicki?
Well, this is a double whammy then. Hospitals are getting overwhelmed as well by staffing shortages, Erica. So what do we know in terms of when we go into the hospital? Someone we love is at the hospital and it is short-staffed. How can you be an advocate for your care?
Yeah, so right now, you're exactly right. These viruses are converging at a time when hospital staffing is at an all-time low. According to Health System Tracker, this is a project of several nonprofit health groups, finding that healthcare workers are quitting at 23% rates higher than when the pandemic began. Many of those workers were simply burned out. Many others were maybe in their 50s and 60s and decided to take an early retirement. Now, hospital leaders are telling me that they are struggling to get new staffing, especially nurses. Vicki.
Yeah, it really is a struggle, and it's really important for people to speak up when they need care and to be kind. Frankly, that helps and goes a long way, too. NBC News medical correspondent Erica Edwards. Thank you, Erica.
Well, coming up, residents in Jackson, Mississippi are facing sky-high bills for water they still cannot even drink. We're going to take you straight inside the growing outrage. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, a jury has just been seated in the trial for the Russian analyst who provided intelligence that ended up in the now infamous Steele dossier. Igor Danchenko was indicted on 5 charges of lying to the FBI about where and how he received that information, which former British spy Christopher Steele then included in that 2016 dossier. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, there's a lot to sort of keep track of in terms of the timeline here, and this is the only remaining case stemming from Special Counsel John Durham's probe into the origins of the FBI's investigation into possible ties between Donald Trump and Russian interference in the 2016 presidential campaign. So just remind us, Ken, how exactly this dossier came about.
Right. The so-called dossier was a set of private intelligence reports, Morgan, prepared by Christopher Steele, a former British spy. He had been hired by an American firm called Fusion GPS, which was paid to do opposition research on Donald Trump, first on behalf of Republicans during the primaries, then for the Clinton campaign. The dossier, which was published by BuzzFeed after Trump was elected, asserted that the Trump campaign was conspiring with the 2016 Russian election interference operation. It also included a salacious allegation information about Donald Trump and prostitutes in a Moscow hotel room. Most of the claims in the dossier have not held up over time. Special counsel Robert Mueller was not able to establish a Trump-Russia conspiracy, and the hotel incident appears to have been a product of third-hand gossip. Danchenko is a Russian-born analyst living in the U.S., and he became a key source for the dossier. Prosecutors say he lied about some of his conversations when he was interviewed by the FBI. It's important to point out, though, Morgan, that the FBI did not begin its Trump-Russia investigation because of the dossier and didn't rely on it to any significant extent.
But, you know, give us a sense here, Ken. Talk to us about this hacking group. I mean, we talk about what's happening with this dossier. What are you looking for when it comes to these arguments?
So the most significant development in this trial has already happened, Morgan. On the eve of jury selection, the judge blocked special counsel John Durham from introducing a lot of the evidence he wanted to use in sort of an effort to make this trial a more sweeping expose of the dossier. In particular, the judge is forbidding Durham from using some evidence about how that Ritz-Carlton story made its way into the document. The judge called it an unnecessary and impermissible attempt to make this case about more than it is. So this is now a much simpler case about whether Danchenko told the truth on some very narrow issues. Morgan.
Yeah, absolutely. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney in Forest there. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Today, President Biden and Western leaders are committing to sending more aid to Ukraine after an emergency G7 meeting with the war-torn nation's president. This is all coming in response to Russia firing a new wave of rockets across the country, targeting civilians and critical infrastructure in Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry joins us live now from Kyiv. Cal, this is the second straight day that missiles have rained down on Kyiv, and this is a place where life was getting back to normal in a lot of ways. They hadn't seen this kind of terror since early February. How are the people there doing?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, this was a week in which school was supposed to be back in full swing. We were on our way to talk to school children yesterday when those rockets started falling down. School is now out for the week, so life has really come to a stop here in the capital almost completely, and obvious reasons why. There have been various barrages in the last 24 hours, more than 100 rockets alone fired into Ukraine as far east as Kharkiv, as far west as the city of Lviv, which has managed to stay largely out of the war thus far. There's a third of the population in Lviv currently without power. Here in the capital, people spent the day surveying the damage, of course worried about further attacks. The mayor says that further attacks can be expected. They were concerned here about what they are in the rest of the country, rolling blackouts. The energy grid was badly damaged, really brought to its knees. They're putting that off for 24 hours. But again, the mayor stressing if you hear those air raid sirens, he wants people to take cover. It is of growing concern that Russia could continue to lash out, again, as Ukraine makes those gains on the battlefield, Vicki.
And quickly, while I still have you, Ukraine's foreign minister, Cal, said the Russians are focusing their assault on the country's energy infrastructure. You spoke a little bit about the impact that's having across Ukraine. What about the rest of Europe?
Yes, so look, Ukraine was exporting energy up until today, and they stopped exporting energy today. Europe is already dealing with an energy crisis because Russia has stopped supplying many European countries with natural gas. That is going to be an issue. Those energy prices have skyrocketed. It is certainly something to keep an eye on, Vicki.
All right, Cal, we appreciate it. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry in Kyiv. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Good to have you with us this Tuesday. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Making news right now, hundreds gathered at temples in Thailand today to witness the cremation ceremony for the victims of last week's massacre, where 36 people died, including 24 children. Families bid their final goodbye, placing portraits of their loved ones on top of their coffins, some even placing children's toys.
King Charles III is officially set to be crowned on May 6th of next year at Westminster Abbey. That date is just 1 month shy of the 70th anniversary of his mother, Queen Elizabeth's coronation. The ceremony is expected to be shorter and smaller than hers, but it will be televised.
And it wouldn't be fall without a record-smashing pumpkin. That's right, you were looking at the winner of this year's World Champion Pumpkin Weigh-Off, a 2,500-pound gourd that broke the North American record. The pumpkin belonged to a horticultural teacher from Minnesota who took home the prize for a second time. Check that out.
He's got the secret formula.
He sure does. Wow.
All right, we're going to turn now to a new study on colonoscopy screenings that has the medical community up in arms.
Yeah, published in the New England Journal of Medicine, the study reports that colonoscopies can cut the risk of getting cancer by 18%, but screenings actually make no difference in the number of deaths. So which is with us now to unpack it, NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal. Dr. Sayal, first just walk us through this nuanced study. Tell us, should people actually be changing the way and the frequency with which they screen?
So those numbers that you had brought up, at 18%, nearly a fifth reduction in detecting cancer, but no difference in deaths. Those are the top line numbers, but they don't tell the whole story here. And the story is they took about 80,000 men and women in Europe, and they assigned them to, one group's going to be offered a colonoscopy, the other group is not. The problem is, out of those who were offered a colonoscopy, less than half actually did it. But if you look at those who did it, the colonoscopies cut the risk of getting colon cancer by 30% and the risk of dying it from 50%. So much better numbers, and there's some nuance here that's really important.
Yeah. So they used big numbers that address the whole population, but some of those people didn't even get a colonoscopy, is what you're saying.
Exactly, and that does reflect what happens in real life. The amount of patients I've sent to colonoscopies who, when you ask her, did you actually get it? They're like, oh, I just never got around to it. That probably sounds familiar for a lot of people, so it is important.
Let me ask you one more thing about the specifics of the study. It was a European study and tested people 55 to 64-year-olds, but they were from Poland, Norway, Sweden, and the Netherlands. According to the CDC, black men and women in the U.S. are much more likely to die from colon cancer. So did this study even look at people of color? Those are very homogenous societies over there.
Excellent point. The answer is we don't know. So if you look at the study, if you look at the fine print, it's that there's no ethnicity or race data. What they say is the ethnicity and races of those in the study reflect those in the population. So if you look at Germany, Poland, Norway, where the study was, largely white countries. So while we don't have an answer, we can assume that it's a largely white study population.
And briefly, I did want to pull up some other numbers here. The CDC also says that 1 in 5 American adults, if you're looking at the ages between 50 and 75, have never actually been screened for colon cancer. And that in this particular study, among people who were invited to get a colonoscopy, almost 60% didn't go through it, as you mentioned. So how are screenings now then becoming more important? And when you look at the nuance that you described?
And so that's the worry here, is you see these top-line numbers that colonoscopies may not be effective, and you say, oh, I don't need to get the screening. And, you know, the American Cancer Society, the American College of Gastroenterology, stomach doctors, they've weighed in on this, and they say, do not stop your screenings. And for those of you who don't want to go through a colonoscopy because it can be uncomfortable, there are other options at home, like Cologuard or FIT testing. So other options you can consider as well.
And those at-home tests work?
They work. Colonoscopy is the gold standard, but they work as well.
All right. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal, you fit so much in for us on a very important topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, frustration is boiling over in Jackson, Mississippi. Some people outraged after receiving massive water bills in the thousands of dollars range for water they say is simply still not safe to drink. Here's NBC News correspondent Zincle Asamoah.
For Virginia Evans, the water crisis in Jackson didn't just start. She's been struggling to fully pay her water bill for 6 years.
I went to the water company, and they were unable to give me any information. There's nothing that they could do to help me.
Evans says she stopped getting bills for 11 months. When she finally received one in 2017, costs accumulated, she says, to roughly $6,000.
What do you use the water for in your house?
I boil it, basically, to wash the dishes. We do the laundry, and sometimes I water the plants.
But that's it?
That's it.
In Jackson, some residents tell NBC News they're facing inflated bills for water they can't drink or use.
It is heavy.
Today, the city runs the water system and handles billing. In 2010, Siemens Corporation installed new water meters and created a new billing system. Some residents say this is when billing issues began. The city sued Siemens in 2019, alleging that at least 10,000 of the 60,000 new meters were not functioning correctly, resulting in unpaid accounts. Siemens settled for $90 million. Siemens did not acknowledge wrongdoing, and the company says it worked with the city to address challenging issues. Last week, frustration boiled over.
$1,310 water bill for a widow woman that's 82 years old, get one check a month. Come on here.
Councilman Kenneth Stokes leading a community meeting where some individuals say their water bills surpassed $17,000. The mayor's office says inconsistent billing is due to water meter and billing software problems. Each issue is being handled on a case-by-case basis.
Should residents be paying these water bills that some are saying are inaccurate for water that may be unsafe?
No, they should. Why should you pay for water you can't drink? It's not right.
Councilman Stokes now urging for more to be done.
You can't allow a state to not make sure water is safe, clean, and drinkable. You can't do that.
As for Virginia Evans, she's still making water bill payments, though unsure if she'll ever be able to pay off her balance.
I can't pay $6,000, and this is impossible.
Zincle Asamoah, NBC News, Jackson, Mississippi.
All right, well, racism is not a new issue in sports, but lately in soccer, incidents of blatant racism seem to be on the rise.
Yeah, especially in Europe, where far-right nationalist politics in countries like Italy and Sweden might be making things a bit worse. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson spoke to one former pro soccer player about what exactly is going on.
A banana thrown at a black Brazilian soccer player in Paris. Racist fans shouting, "You're a monkey," at a black player outside a soccer stadium in Madrid. And in Milan earlier this month, hundreds of fans of a visiting Croatian club team marched to the stadium, arms outstretched in a Nazi salute. Just the latest spate of racist behavior from soccer fans over the last number of weeks, a long-standing issue across the sport in Europe.
There's a famous photo of you kicking a banana peel off the pitch in 1988. Tell me about that moment for you.
I don't remember doing it, because of course that was happening every week since I started playing football in 1981.
Former soccer star John Barnes has experienced this type of racism firsthand.
Are you surprised that this kind of behavior is still happening and is still tolerated in parts of Europe in 2022?
It doesn't surprise me, no, because all we're trying to do to get rid of it is saying that everything you've been conditioned to think in terms of racial hierarchy is wrong. Why is it wrong? Because we're all created equal.
Unruly fans are routinely banned from games in England, but in other countries, bad behavior often goes unpunished. Now, with far-right political ideology on the rise across parts of Europe in places like Sweden and Italy, and many bracing for an economic downturn, some say racist fans may become more emboldened.
Football stadiums in Europe are really places where people express a lot of political opinions. So the politics and identity politics of those locations are going to really influence.
Historian Laurent Dubois has written about the intersection of soccer and culture for more than a decade. He says politics and soccer have always been intrinsically tied in Europe.
It's a visible version of what's happening broader culturally, which is a change in the makeup of the population. They're sort of saying, is this really what our country looks like or should look like? Do these players represent us?
Questions that Barnes, who lived through this kind of abuse, says won't be solved in the soccer stadium.
What needs to change, and who should drive that change?
What any football player goes through are racist incidents. The average black person goes through that every single day of his life. It is a societal problem, and we have to tackle it in society.
And with the World Cup just a few weeks away, officials here in England are cracking down. They say fans who abuse others online or in person could be banned from games and have their passports taken for up to 6 weeks, meaning they could miss the big game. Back to you.
All right, Priscilla Thompson, thank you. Right now, the Los Angeles City Council is meeting for the first time since the resignation of the council president, Nury Martinez. In a leaked audio recording, Martinez was caught making racist remarks about a colleague's adopted black son. The recordings led to a swift backlash.
Joining us now from Los Angeles is NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles. Nyala, thanks so much for being with us. The story obviously shocked a lot of people, both in and outside of Los Angeles, but there were also people inside Los Angeles who were not quite as shocked as perhaps the rest of us, given the city's history with race relations. We know that Martinez stepped down since that time as president, but she did not step down from the council. So is there a sense that that's going to be enough, or does she face removal or even recall off the city council?
Well, as of now, Morgan, it doesn't look like people are satisfied with it. As we speak, the meeting was supposed to start at 10 a.m. and now it's about 10:45, and the meeting hasn't even been able to start yet because the crowd is so loud right now calling for resignations, not just of Martinez, but also the 2 other council members on that call. So as of now, it looks like there's a lot of people in Los Angeles who aren't satisfied with things as they stand now. Martinez saying that she is taking a leave of absence from her council member role, but so far it doesn't look like the people are satisfied with that.
Nyala, what about the other 2 council members that you talked about? They were also heard on the recordings.
Snickering, laughing when she said that, right?
What kinds of consequences are they facing right now?
Well, in terms of consequences, only time will tell with that in terms of how the city council meeting goes, if it is even able to start today. But the 2 other council members on the call, Gil Cedillo, Kevin De Leon, they, like you said, they didn't say anything overtly racist on that phone call. However, for a lot of people, they say it wasn't enough for them not to just have not said anything racist, but they also expected them as political leaders within the city to also denounce Martinez's comments when she said them. And since that wasn't the case, they did release statements saying they wish, foresight is 2020. They wish they had said something to denounce it. But as of now, they haven't resigned either. So this is what it would look like here in LA. It's actually not up to the city council members to remove council members. It's actually up to voters. And that's a lengthy process. For anyone they determine they're not satisfied with, there would have to be a recall process in which at least 15% would have to sign a petition. And then.
Yeah, and just to be clear, those city council members who were in the room, it wasn't that they just did not say anything. It's that they actively laughed and they continued the spirit of what she was saying when she was saying those unkind, racist remarks.
All right, NBC News correspondent Nyala Charles watching things for us in LA today. Thank you.
And coming up next, Kanye West is sparking an intense outrage. We're going to explain the restrictions that he's now facing online. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Yeah, I love you too.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with a growing outrage surrounding the online behavior of Kanye West. The rapper's latest social media tirade included threats of violence directed at Jewish people.
Yeah, and those anti-Semitic comments, they got him suspended from Instagram and from Twitter. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz has more.
Tonight, Kanye West making headlines after posting alarming anti-Semitic statements on Instagram and Twitter. In the early hours of Sunday morning, the rap star lashing out, tweeting, "I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I am going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jew. Also, you guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who ever opposes your agenda." His Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook accounts have all been suspended. The backlash immediate, with several celebrities and organizations speaking out against his latest statements. Comedian Sarah Silverman tweeting, "Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter, and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The silence is so loud." The Black Jewish Entertainment Alliance also reacting. Ye's recent statements about the Jewish community are hurtful, offensive, and wrong. And actress Jamie Lee Curtis reacting to Kanye's statements, tweeting this: "The holiest day in Judaism was last week. Words matter. A threat to Jewish people ended once in a genocide. Your words hurt and incite violence. You are a father. Please stop." Curtis also blasting him in an interview with Hoda on the Today Show.
I burst into tears. I woke up and burst into tears. DEFCON 3 on Jewish people? What are you doing? It's abhorrent behavior. I hope he gets help. I hope his children get help from him.
The press completely killed us.
This weekend's uproar came on the heels of a controversial fashion show in Paris in which Ye debuted a line of T-shirts with the words "White Lives Matter" boldly printed across the back. He spoke to Fox's Tucker Carlson about the T-shirts.
So you made reference to the White Lives Matter T-shirt, which you brought out at Paris Fashion Week. Yeah. Why did you do that, and what did it mean?
You know, people, they're looking for an explanation, and people say, well, as an artist, you don't have to give an explanation, but as a leader, you do.
Yes, I think that's right.
So the answer to why I wrote White Lives Matter on a shirt is because they do. It's the obvious thing.
Kanye also took shots at music mogul Sean Combs, known as Diddy, saying he is controlled by Jewish people, a reference to a long-standing anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
The White Lives Matter T-shirt, I don't rock with it. Don't wear the shirt
Don't buy the shirt.
After terminating his clothing deal with Gap, Kanye also turned his ire to current business partner Adidas, making scathing remarks in recent weeks. The sports brand now reviewing their partnership and putting out this statement. After repeated efforts to privately resolve the situation, we have taken the decision to place the partnership under review. Kanye returned fire on Instagram. I am Adidas. Adidas raped and stole my designs. Today, he released a video on YouTube where he appears to show pornography to an Adidas executive.
Yeah, come on.
A friend of Kanye's repeats his claim that the company stole his designs. We reached out to Adidas for comment, but haven't heard back.
That was NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz reporting.
All right, here's what's trending now. A cheating scandal rocks Fat Bear Week. Internet trolls spam Katmai National Park's annual event with 7,000 fake online votes. Luckily, voters say the fraudulent votes were easy to spot. The organizer said that. Voting is still open. It's in the final round. It's down to bear number 747 and bear number 901.
All right. Well, the king of rock and roll's former palace is on the market. The Palm Springs home that newlyweds Elvis and Priscilla Presley rented after their 1967 wedding has a hefty asking price of more than $5.6 million. Now, get this, back in the day, Elvis paid $21,000 to rent it for the full year, and that's the equivalent of about $186,000 today.
A steal of a deal. Look at those views.
Right? Well, listen, stay here watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
More than 24 children and daycare staffers were sent to hospitals in Allentown, Pennsylvania this morning after a child went unconscious after a carbon monoxide leak. A 911 call prompted a full evacuation of the center, and every ambulance in the city responded to what the fire department called at the time a level 1 mass casualty event. According to an official, everyone who was taken to the hospital is now in stable condition. The gas company is still investigating the cause of that leak, but officials said the building did not have a carbon monoxide detector.
Only 1 in 10 firefighters across the country is female, but one California fire department hopes to change that. Aaron Heft from our Sacramento affiliate KCRA shows us how.
It's a day in the life
encouraging a love for public service and commitment to community. Sacramento City Fire's Girls Fire Camp.
I've only seen this stuff in like TVs and movies, and I thought it was so cool. I get to come here and see the stuff in real life.
Designed to train teens like Isabella Wade for a life in the fire department.
Meeting really cool people like who put themselves in danger to help other people and stuff. And it's something that I really look up to people like that.
Led by local firefighters with years of experience.
Empowerment is the core of what we do and the mission that we're trying to carry out here.
Learning real-life skills like search and rescue, first aid, CPR, and so much more.
We're using saws, we're doing hoses, we're raising ladders, we're climbing up these massive buildings.
A leader in our nation's fire service, the National Fire Protection Association, in the last few years found data that says each year more women join fire departments. But even with growing numbers, women still make up around 10% of departments. But just because data may point towards that now, the future of the industry may very well be influenced from days like today, because you may very well be looking at the future of fire.
Just seeing all these women around here who are doing so much for the fire service and being firefighters, it kind of just seeing it and believing it, you know? Just I can see them doing these amazing things, and now I can do these amazing things to help my community.
That was Erin Heft reporting. Well, across the country, millions of Americans are celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month, and here at NBC News, we are doing the exact same thing.
Yes, this week we are bringing you the stories of some of our own journalists, each of them reflecting on their journeys to the United States and the sacrifices they had to make along the way. Take a look.
My name is Camila Boehner, and I am from Caracas, Venezuela.
Mi nombre es Roberto Bolaños, soy originalmente de Ecuador.
My name is Sofia Burrell, and my family is from Argentina.
I came to the United States when I was 17 years old. I landed in New York. It was January 20th. So you can imagine, I'm from Guayaquil. The weather's over 100 degrees, and then when I arrived, there was a snowstorm. It was really hard to adapt.
I was born in Buenos Aires, and I lived there till I was 3. We were kind of back and forth for a while, but then we moved to New Jersey eventually and kind of stayed there. The intention was never to kind of stay. There was always a hope that they'd go back, but things in Argentina kind of got worse and worse.
January of 2004, we were robbed at gunpoint at my house while we were all home. My dad was outside, the rest of us were inside with my mom. I think that really scared them, and I think it was like their time to know that they had to leave.
The biggest thing is, not having any family around. It was really, really difficult for both my parents, not having a support system around. For my mom, trying to see, how she set up a business all by herself, meanwhile trying to raise us at the same time. Both my parents worked really, really hard so that, I could kind of do what I wanted in my life.
Toda la gente latina. Somos humildes, pero muy, muy trabajadores. My mom in Ecuador, she's an attorney, and my dad, he's an accountant. But when they came to this country, they didn't have a profession, so I learned from my parents the work ethics, how to work harder, how to never give up. Yo creo que esa es la mentalidad del inmigrante.
My parents have always taught us that you can't stop at anything to get whatever you want. And the fact that they moved, I think, kind of showed that's how they are. As for moving, I don't think they see it as a sacrifice at all. I think they see it as an opportunity for us to grow. I wouldn't be sitting here in this chair being interviewed by you guys on Hispanic Heritage Month if it wasn't for them. It's a life lesson more than a sacrifice.
Eso, felicidades a toda nuestra gente latina. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Tuesday, October 11th, 2022. Breaking news, trapped in the dark. Parts of Ukraine are completely out of power after a barrage of new attacks by Russia. Ukraine's president is asking the world to step in now.
Punishing a killer. Closing arguments are underway in the sentencing trial of the Parkland school gunman. How long he could spend behind bars.
Target travel, a massive hack attack on airports across America, including two of the country's biggest. Who might be behind it and why U.S. officials are so concerned.
And winter is coming, but are you prepared? Why doctors say this year's cold season could bring a surge of viruses and why some worry we are not ready. It is 11 a.m. in Salinas, California, 1 p.m. in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and 2 p.m. here in New York City. Welcome to NBC News Daily.
We're going to begin with breaking news in Ukraine. Major cities across that country plunged into darkness after a Russian missile attack. This latest attack appears to have targeted critical parts of Ukrainian infrastructure, specifically energy facilities. A rocket attack on Monday also targeted the country's infrastructure, killing at least 19 people and wounding more than 100 others.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky holding an emergency meeting today with other world leaders. He called on the G7, including President Biden, to do more to block Russia's energy exports, which are helping to fund Putin's actions in Ukraine. Leading us off this hour, NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons. He's live in Moscow today. Keir, Kyiv is once again waking up to the sound of sirens and rockets across that city. Is this the start of a renewed offensive by the Russians?
It certainly looks like that, at least in the air, Aaron. Not on the ground, of course, where Ukraine has been making progress, if you like, in the east of Ukraine over a number of weeks. But this air bombardment, this has continued now today, and President Putin has said that he intends to continue it, particularly if, as he describes it, there are Ukrainian terrorist attacks on Russian territory. That's how he described that attack on the bridge between Russia and Crimea. So it does look as if it's a new phase. There are those in the West who are describing it as desperate by the Russians, but of course the Kremlin would not accept that, Aaron.
And Keir, Russian leaders made some news today on peace talks, I understand. Where do the diplomatic efforts stand at this point?
They did. The Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, suggesting he would be prepared to meet with President Biden at the G20 and that he will talk with Turkey when they meet together later this week about the possibility of some kind of peace talks. This kind of talk has happened again and again, Aaron, so I think we have to take it with a pinch of salt, if you like. At some point, of course, there will be negotiations. Right now, I have to say, though, both sides do not seem interested in compromise.
A lot more to watch here. Keir Simmons for us in Russia today. Keir, thank you.
Let's also check in with our correspondent in Ukraine, Aaron McLaughlin, and Monica Alba's at the White House for us. Aaron, as Keir mentioned, these latest rounds of attacks in Ukraine targeting the country's infrastructure. Lviv, for example, I know is without power. How is Ukraine responding, and how are they handling the situation?
Hey, Kate. Well, Ukrainian government officials are calling for more air defense systems, the kind of advanced systems that they have been asking for some time. It was the subject of a phone call last night between President Zelensky and President Biden. It was also the subject of President Zelensky's speech to the G7 emergency meeting that was held today to address the ongoing missile bombardment coming from the direction of Russia. There is some movement to expedite things to get Ukraine those badly needed systems. Today we heard from the German defense minister say that they're going to expedite the delivery of 4 missile defense systems. This after the German chancellor approved the transfer of the systems back in June. They weren't expected until January, but that looks like it's going to change. They're going to be getting them here in Ukraine sooner. Kate.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you. Monica, let me bring you in. What came out of this meeting with the G7 and the Ukrainian president, President Biden?
Exactly what Aaron just reported. Ukraine is requesting those advanced missile systems, and I can tell you that the White House, the National Security Council spokesman said just in the last hour or two, they are working hard to make that happen. And it's 2 different kinds of missile systems that President Biden did pledge his support for, and he did tell the Ukrainian president that he wants to help him get that as soon as possible, in addition to some food and other humanitarian assistance that, of course, the United States has been providing Ukraine over the course of the war. So this G7 emergency meeting that the president did participate in, they all committed, they said, to trying to now hold Russia accountable and to continue to absolutely call them out for what they're calling these atrocities and war crimes. Kate.
All right, Monica Alba at the White House, Aaron McLaughlin in Ukraine for us. Thank you both.
Let's go to Florida now, where closing arguments are underway in the sentencing trial of the Parkland school shooter. Nicholas Cruz pleaded guilty to shooting and killing 17 people at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School back in 2018. A jury will ultimately decide whether Cruz should get the death penalty. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is live outside the courthouse in Fort Lauderdale for us now. So, Carrie, talk to us about the arguments, what we heard in court today from both the prosecution and the defense.
Well, the prosecution makes it very clear that if there was ever a case for the death penalty, this is it. Nicholas Cruz going to campus with a gun and shooting and killing 17 members of the student body, as well as killing staff members. But the defense, and we can go to the courtroom right now, the defense is presenting its side, saying to the jurors that they need to consider that maybe the death penalty is not appropriate, because when they make that final decision, death is death. This is what both sides have been saying to the jurors today.
He has never said that he didn't do that. What he did has never been in dispute. The decision that has to be made by each of you individually is how he should be punished.
And I submit to you that the right decision is a decision fortified by truth and justice. It takes into account the facts, the law, and the truth.
It's expected that the jury will likely begin its deliberation on the sentence as early as tomorrow, Aaron.
And Carrie, I know often at these hearings we hear some victim impact statements. Did we hear from any family members of victims or any survivors during this particular phase of the trial?
During this trial, during the sentencing trial, remember, this has been going on since July. This is a very long, elongated case here, where not only have we had victim impact statements, but we have actually had, on top of that, the true testimony of not only 17 family members who lost loved ones, but 17 additional who were attempted murder victims who had an opportunity to speak. So this has been a very powerful and emotional moment leading up to what will be the jury's decision again as early as tomorrow.
All right, Carrie Sanders for us in Fort Lauderdale. Carrie, thanks.
JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon predicts the U.S. could fall into a recession as early as April.
Dimon talking about his reasoning in a recent interview with CNBC.
You can't talk about the economy without talking about the stuff in the future. And this is serious stuff, okay? This is inflation, which obviously is, changing the effect of those numbers I just told you about. It's rates going up more than people expected already, and it's the war. And these are very, very serious things, which I think are likely to push the U.S. And the world. I mean, Europe is already in recession, and they're likely to put U.S. in some kind of recession 6-9 months from now.
Let's bring in NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung now talk a little bit about this. When Jamie Dimon speaks, people pay attention and listen. He cited the war in Ukraine. He talked about rising interest rates, soaring inflation. Those were his main reasons for his prediction. So what do the other economists say? What are they saying about the economy right now? What do consumers need to know?
Yeah, well, let's zoom back on Jamie Dimon's comments. The reason why people pay so much attention to him is because he's the head of the nation's largest bank, one of the largest in the world, by the way. For what it's worth, he did say that consumers and companies right now appear to be in okay shape to withstand a recession, even if one does come in the next 6 to 9 months, as he's predicting. But look, in totality, you have a lot of other economists, as you mentioned, warning similarly. And the other latest one that we heard from is the International Monetary Fund. They have a global perspective on everything. Just this morning, they projected that the U.S. economy is only going to grow by about 1% over the course of 2023. Compare that to the 5% or so that we saw last year. So the question here is whether or not that recession that is probably going to come is going to be all that severe. For what it's worth, the IMF saying the worst is yet to come. Consumers are aware of this. We saw some data this morning that shows that consumers are actually pulling back in their plans for spending over the next year. We'll have to see whether or not that bears out the recessionary dynamics that we've seen in previous years.
And the thing that's hitting everybody right now is the price at the pump. Gas prices are inching back up again. Do we know what the factors are, what's causing that, and what the outlook is?
Yeah, well, $3.92 is the national average. That's going to vary depending on what part of the country you're in, but we've kind of come away from that just above $3.50 average that we had seen earlier in the summer. And the explanation is that, look, you have OPEC, that major oil cartel that has cut production. Those cuts won't begin until November, but market pricing on barrels of oil have already shown that uptick, which means that we probably are unlikely to see the lows on gas prices that we had earlier in the summer. Certainly something that's going to be unpleasant as Americans try to plan their travel for the holidays, maybe cut back on the travel that they had hoped to do this holiday season.
We hear the warning. All right, Brian Chung, we appreciate it. Thanks.
A new twist in the Elon Musk Twitter saga, and a popular clothing store rolling out a controversial new feature.
Brian Sullivan joins us now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Brian.
Hey, good to see you guys. And by the way, I was at that OPEC meeting. It was interesting, to say the least. All right, first to Twitter. Remember that whistleblower who said that Twitter concealed major security gaps? Well, Elon Musk is now claiming that the whistleblower was ordered to destroy evidence of Twitter's wrongdoing. This according to newly unsealed court filings. Musk had been back and forth on plans to buy Twitter, but last week agreed to make the purchase. Twitter and Musk have until October 28th to come to an agreement. The future of your retirement is now up for debate in Congress. Sort of. New proposals include plans to make some 401k funds available tax-free in case of emergency and make it easier to transfer retirement savings between jobs. This is a bipartisan bill, believe it or not. They still exist, and it could pass after the midterm elections. And clothing company Hollister will let you send your online shopping cart to somebody else, like, your parents or your trusted NBC News colleagues, and have them pay for it. Company hopes the system will lead to fewer abandoned carts and improve sales. So with that, I'll say goodbye. And if I could have your private email addresses, I have a few carts I'd like to send both of you.
All right.
We'll get those right to you, Brian.
Yeah,
Thanks.
send it right away. Okay, Brian Sullivan, thanks.
The search for a missing toddler in Georgia is now a criminal investigation. Coming up, what we're learning about who is now involved in that effort. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You get one beautiful life to live.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
The search for a missing toddler in Georgia is now a criminal investigation.
20-month-old Quinton Simon disappeared from his home 6 days ago now. Dozens of FBI agents have joined the search, including members of the Child Abduction Unit. Police now say they are not ruling anything or anyone out. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky is following this story. Morgan, it sounds like there's a bit of a shift today. We had been hearing there was no foul play suspected for days over the weekend. Is it changing now? Any suspects?
Yeah, Kate and Aaron, good afternoon. This could definitely be shifting here in the next few hours. And this was a case that for about 5 days now, there has been little to no official development from authorities other than saying that they have scoured multiple areas and interviewed multiple people. But we did hear this update from Chatham County Police Department just within the last few hours. I want to share with you what they're saying because they're being as forthright as they can be right now, but saying that they've seized evidence that we believe will help move this case forward, and are now working to analyze the evidence to see where it leads us. We continue to pursue all avenues to bring Quinton home, following all leads and evidence, and there will be no further public statements today. Authorities being very clear to only share that amount of information right now. However, this is arguably the most significant development that we've heard from authorities since little Quinton was reported missing last Wednesday. Guys?
Yeah, Morgan, we're talking about Chatham County, the area around Savannah. What do we know about the search effort? How are they going about this effort to find Quinton?
Yeah, Aaron, the search has been incredibly expansive. In fact, they have talked about using helicopters with heat-seeking technology at night to make sure this is essentially a 24-hour operation. We know that upwards of 40 FBI agents scoured multiple areas in Chatham County. That's the county where Savannah, Georgia is, trying to find out any sort of evidence or lead. And I want you to hear what the police chief had to say about this search that's, at this point, still ongoing. Take a listen.
We are continuing to use every investigative resource available for us to locate little Quinton. We have conducted multiple interviews, executed multiple search warrants, and we've canvassed numerous specific geographic areas.
And as of right now, authorities still asking the public for any help in this case. That little boy, Quinton, last seen wearing a light blue Sesame Street shirt and black pants last Wednesday. And as of right now, that was the last time anyone's seen him. Kate Aaron, we'll send it back to you.
We hope they get some good clues out there. Morgan Chesky for us today. Morgan, thank you.
Fired for misconduct and then let back on the force.
Dozens of police officers in Washington, D.C. ended up being reinstated to their jobs between 2015 and 2021. That's according to a new report from the city auditor. On average, 6 of every 9 officers fired each year got their jobs back during that time. Here's CNBC's Shamari Stone.
A new 87-page audit report reveals one of the officers fired was found guilty of exposing his genitals to a woman in a parking lot in 2010. 2 more officers failed to make a domestic violence arrest, and another officer was fired 3 separate times and was arrested for assault with a dangerous weapon.
The vast majority of those who chiefs of police attempt to fire do come back on the job.
D.C. Auditor Kathy Patterson saying the issue is widespread and comes at a hefty price.
And as a $14 million price tag to the district government in back pay.
The report says the majority of the officers were reinstated after an arbitration process where third-party reviewers ruled the punishment was too severe.
But the bottom line is that we've had people in law enforcement in the district who the average Joe in the street would probably not want to be carrying a gun on his or her behalf.
15 of the officers are still employed as of last month. D.C. police officials say, quote, the Metropolitan Police Department appreciates the work of the D.C. auditor analyzing personnel reinstatements. MPD is concerned about the reinstatement of any member terminated for misconduct and the impact on public safety and trust. The D.C. Police Union firing back, saying the report is anti-police, adding, quote, the union finds in most of these cases is that MPD alleges misconduct against a member, but provides no evidence to support the allegation and terminates the member anyway.
A new hack attack in the U.S. targeting schools, hospitals, and airports. Up next, what we know about who's behind it. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, it's October, and as temperatures drop, utility bills often go up, and this year they're expected to be even higher than usual. A recent report predicted Americans will see the biggest increase in 10 years. CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Modi joins me now with some ways to conserve energy and save money. Seema, we're all thinking about it. What are some of the main reasons that our power bills are going to go up?
Kate, what's happening in Europe, the ongoing geopolitics, that is pushing the global price of natural gas prices higher, fueling nat gas prices here in the U.S. already up 75%. So what that means for Americans at home watching, it means your heating bill is going to be much more expensive this year than last. In fact, according to estimates from the National Energy Assistance Directors Association, they're expecting heating bills on average to be nearly 20% more expensive this winter compared to last year. And it comes at a time, right, where Americans are already feeling the pinch, seeing higher gas prices and higher food prices.
Yeah, and Seema, when it comes to saving, you say to do a home energy check. What does that include?
So, Kate, what we did is we spoke to a number of energy experts, including John Kilduff at Again Capital, Payless Power. What they said is when you open your door, take a look at all the areas in your house where heat can leak from. The goal is to prevent heat from escaping. So think about insulation for your windows, your doors, your air ducts, and your air filter on your home heating system. Make sure that's being changed and replaced on a regular basis so your heating system can run efficiently. And if you do leave the house for a considerable amount of time, think about lowering the temperature on your water gas heater. According to Payless Power, the water heater is the second biggest contributor to your utility bill. And lastly, if you're not using a room, shut that door. That way, again, you keep the heat inside your home as much as you can. The more you do that, the more your bill will go down.
Interesting about the water heater. I wouldn't have thought of that. Seema Modi, thank you.
Well, starting today, Amazon is using big discounts to win your holiday dollars early. Its early access sale is giving Prime members a chance to spread out your purchases as Americans stretch their dollars because of inflation. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda.
It's a season of savings unlike any other as Amazon joins the race this morning to win over inflation-weary Americans wanting to spread out their holiday spending.
Having sales like this that happen now in October and then again in November as part of Cyber, I think it's really important to give people the choice for when and how to shop.
With holiday spending now anticipated to grow at its slowest pace since 2015, Amazon is dropping hundreds of thousands of deals for Prime members in its early access sale today and tomorrow. From 80% off some Fire TVs to 70% off select Echo devices. Experts say the steepest sales will be on Amazon products. But shoppers will also find slashed prices for other brands, including Peloton, KitchenAid, Adidas, and some of the season's most coveted toys.
You've got 6 kids. How big of a deal is finding those really super sales?
Essentially, it makes or breaks Christmas.
Lorraine White was up at 4:30 this morning to start monitoring Amazon's top 100 list, which drops deals throughout the 2-day event. And we've got the top tips to help maximize your savings. First, click on the Lightning Deals button for big discounts lasting just a short amount of time, typically an hour or two.
Getting the essentials on those sales really saved me a lot of money. That's for sure.
Savings tip number 2, know what to buy now versus later. While it's important to snag your must-haves before they go out of stock, experts say you may be able to get even deeper discounts on many TVs, computers, and sporting goods over Thanksgiving weekend.
When Black Friday rolls around, those items are probably going to be bundled with some pretty hefty gift card deals.
And finally, don't let these big sales blow your budget. A new report reveals 40% of consumers are having a harder time affording their bills compared to a year ago. And credit card debt is getting more expensive with interest rates eclipsing 18%. So experts say make your shopping list early and stick to it.
Be mindful of your purchases and to do your absolute best to try to pay it off before the end of the billing period, before the interest has a chance to accrue.
One other point of caution, before you click check out, do a quick search on the item's price history with websites like Camel. That will show you just how good of a deal you're actually getting. Back to you.
All right, Emily Ikeda, still ahead, controversy over vaccine guidance in Florida. You're watching NBC News Digital.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily. The head of the Uvalde's Texas School District is stepping down. Hal Harrell made the announcement yesterday on his wife's Facebook page. He's faced months of outrage for his handling of the Robb Elementary School shooting back in May. State lawmakers blasted school leaders and police for, quote, egregiously poor decision-making that day. The superintendent plans to resign by the end of the school year. More than 24 people, mostly children, were rushed to hospitals after a carbon monoxide leak at a daycare in Allentown, Pennsylvania. This all started this morning after one of the children passed out. Local news reports say all of the poisoned kids are stable now. That center did not have a carbon monoxide detector. Las Vegas Raiders receiver Davante Adams could be suspended or fined by the NFL. Adams shoved a photographer to the ground last night after losing to the Kansas City Chiefs. That photographer filed a police report. Now the Kansas City Police Department is deciding whether charges are warranted. And Buckingham Palace just announced the date for King Charles III's coronation. Charles and Camilla, the Queen Consort, will be crowned on May 6th at Westminster Abbey. This coronation is actually a religious ceremony. The last one was for Charles's mother, Queen Elizabeth II, in 1953.
That's going to be a big day. A Russian hacking group taking responsibility for targeting more than a dozen U.S. travel websites. The hack impacting 2 of the busiest airports around the country, Hartsfield-Jackson, Atlanta, and Los Angeles International Airport. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward has been looking into all this for us. Jake, what do we know about the group claiming to be behind the hack?
Well, Kate, KillNet, as it's known, and it's one of those scary supervillain names that hackers often assign to themselves, is a specialist in what's called denial of service attacks. They basically swamp a website with more traffic than it can handle, and that's what happened to more than a dozen airports across the country. Now, it's important to point out, not the kind of thing that actually disrupts the fundamental operations of the airport. It was just the public-facing websites affected, but it has security officials, of course, concerned about rising hostilities from pro-Kremlin hackers. Here's how National Security Advisor John Kirby described his concerns on Good Morning America this morning.
We're going to investigate this. We're going to try to get to the bottom of it. And obviously, we take cyber resilience very, very seriously, regardless of what happened there at these airports. We're constantly looking to improve our own cyber defenses for our own civilian infrastructure throughout the country.
Now, of course, this attack did not disrupt airport operations fundamentally. That's a good thing. But we have seen this same group go after state websites, the kind of places where you might find election results down the line. No fundamental threat to infrastructure here, but certainly an annoyance and something that everyone wants to keep an eye on, Kate.
Jake, there's no indication, as you said, that any flights were affected. What makes this particularly significant right now, though?
Well, what's so interesting, Kate, is that in my business, you know, a few years ago, if you spoke to IT specialists at, let's say, an airport or a school or a regional hospital, they would only be able to tell you, you know, what the cost of internet services are, what a cheap router might look like. These days, they can tell you to the minute what is going on in the war between Russia and Ukraine, which it has invaded, because that is the setting that sets all of this off. These are pro-Kremlin hackers acting against countries that they perceive to be supporting Ukraine. And so it's the political circumstances here that seem to be driving this, and that's what has national security officials concerned for the future, Kate.
All right, Jake Ward for us. Jake, thank you.
Florida's Surgeon General is sparking controversy today over his new COVID guidance. He says men of a certain age should stay away from mRNA vaccines. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now. Guad, what specifically are we talking about here? What is the Surgeon General saying, and why is this becoming so controversial?
Well, Aaron, the Surgeon General shared information first on Twitter on Friday, informing that the Department of Health in Florida had done an analysis of the risks of the COVID-19 vaccine, and they found an 84% increase in risk in males 19 to 39 within 28 days following that mRNA vaccination. And this is big news because based on that, he's now made the recommendation that young males should not receive the vaccine immediately after the medical community, the scientific community has begun to question the methods of this study. We've been speaking to experts who tell us that study, the information that the Department of Health in Florida has shared, does not share details of the methodology. It has not been reviewed by peers. So there's a lot of issues. Meanwhile, the Florida state health authorities continue to make this recommendation. So you can imagine the controversy that this has caused, Aaron.
Yeah, and we know that both the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines the COVID vaccines are mRNA vaccines. So what's the message, Guad, from other doctors, from the CDC on these particular types of vaccines?
So here's where it gets complicated, right? So, you know, I've been speaking to experts in the field, and they tell me, well, what the state of Florida is recommending essentially is against what the CDC is recommending. They are not recommending against people, men 18 to 39, from receiving this vaccine. In fact, they also point out that the information that was released by the Surgeon General in Florida does not talk about the benefits of this vaccine. So as of now, the recommendation is obviously to always speak to a doctor before making a decision. But we do have to point out that what the state of Florida and the Surgeon General are recommending is not what the CDC recommends, Aaron.
All right, Guad Venegas in our Miami newsroom. Guad, thanks.
Just 28 days to go until the midterm elections, and this hour we're putting 3 key Senate races in the spotlight with control of the Senate at stake.
In Georgia, Republican Senators Rick Scott and Tom Cotton are campaigning with GOP candidate Herschel Walker. That's as he faces controversy surrounding abortion.
And in Ohio, Democrat Tim Ryan and Republican J.D. Vance faced off in a fiery debate with abortion and authenticity taking center stage. We'll check in with NBC's Jesse Kirsch in a moment, but let's start with NBC's Ali Rafa in Georgia today. Ali, you're at Herschel Walker's first campaign event since NBC News obtained text messages between his wife and the woman who claims he paid for her abortion. Has he said anything so far about that?
Kate, I can tell you during this roughly 15-minute speech by both Herschel Walker as well as these 2 GOP heavyweights, these senators, Rick Scott and Tom Cotton, abortion was only mentioned once in the form of what these 3 want to see as far as policy. Remember, these Republicans are dead set on electing someone that will vote with their policy standpoints after November, someone who they can count on if and when Roe is ever brought up on the Senate floor. floor again to be able to be codified. And that's why you see NRSC Chairman Rick Scott and Tom Cotton here today to basically leave the door open for other Republican senators, other Republican lawmakers to join them in backing Herschel Walker after this past week of bombshell allegations by a former ex-girlfriend against Walker, claiming that he paid for her abortion in 2009, pressured her to have a second one 2 years later. And so we are going to hear from Walker, Scott, and Cotton, hopefully in the next few minutes after they meet with voters here, and we'll let you know if they say anything interesting, Kate.
Yeah. And Allie, just quickly, are you talking to supporters of Walker, and what are they saying about all this?
I spoke with a couple Herschel Walker supporters, some Republicans here before the event, and they say they don't think these allegations will make any difference, that they made up their minds months ago, Kate.
Allie Raffa with us, talking over the YMCA there. Allie, good job. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's bring in NBC's Jesse Kirsch now in Cleveland. Jesse, Democrat Tim Ryan and Republican J.D. Vance held their first debate in Ohio in the Senate race there. It got pretty personal. Talk to us about what happened in that debate.
Yeah, so Aaron, we saw some of what we were expecting going into the debate. Both candidates trying to pitch themselves as more authentically Ohioan than the other. They did talk substance on issues including police reform. They talked about the war in Ukraine. They talked about defending Taiwan. They talked about abortion and also opioids and China. So they talked about a whole host of issues and the economy, but they also were trying to tie each other to their parties. For Tim Ryan, that is something he has shied away from. He is trying to keep the Democratic Party at arm's length. J.D. Vance has been okay with being seen as someone siding with former President Donald Trump and his allies, but that all got caught up in the middle of some of these more personal attacks last night. Here's one such exchange.
You're running around with Lindsey Graham, who wants a national abortion ban. You're running around with Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's the absolute looniest politician in America. This is a dangerous group, and we do need to confront it.
We're getting close to Halloween, and Tim Ryan is put on a costume where he pretends to be a reasonable moderate. I wish that you were the reasonable moderate you said you were, because then Youngstown may have not lost 50,000 manufacturing jobs during your 20 years.
So Vance trying to paint Ryan as a career politician in Washington who has had his chance and should be pushed aside and get some new blood in Washington. Also, Vance, notably, when he was being tied in with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Vance said, let's talk about something substantive like the fact that people can't afford groceries right now. So that's something we've seen from Republicans throughout this election cycle, is trying to focus on the economy and inflation issues. One other thing that was notable that stood out to us was the abortion issue. Ryan reiterated what we've heard from him on the trail in recent months, that he wants to see a return to Roe v. Wade. We know that's an issue that potentially could spark a fire under voters, get voters motivated to go to the polls. Vance seemed to give himself more wiggle room on the abortion issue than we've seen in the past. For context, Aaron, on his website, he has on his issues page, end abortion. So that is a goal listed on his website. But last night, he said he would be open to some exceptions. You saw right there some reference to the fact that he said he'd be open to something like what Senator Lindsey Graham is proposing, with some limit on abortions past a certain date. But we tried to get some clarity from Vance as to what exceptions he'd be okay with in terms of when he would be okay with abortions. He gave a specific example, but he didn't talk about broad exceptions in a generic sense, and he wasn't in the spin room after for us to get clarity. I asked his surrogate in the spin room about this, and his surrogate said he was not prepared to answer that question for the candidate. So we're still looking for an answer and clarity on that issue, Aaron.
A few more weeks to make that happen. Jesse Kirsch for us in Cleveland today. Jesse, thanks.
Hospitals and clinics are bracing for what could be a winter of viruses coming up. What's being done now so that people can get the care they'll need? More NBC News Daily right after this.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers. Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In today's modern parenting, we're going to talk about something that affects a lot of families, divorce. It can have an impact on kids who might struggle in school or feel isolated after parents separate. So what are ways to help young people cope in a divorce? Joining us now is Sherry Botwin. She's a licensed clinical social worker. She's also the author of the book, Thriving After Trauma, Stories of Living and Healing. Sherry, great to have you with us.
Thank you.
Let's talk first of all about the signs that a divorce is affecting a child, because that doesn't always happen. Right?
Yeah.
But what do you look for to know if there might be some concerns about the way kids handle it?
So you really want to watch them at school, with their friends. If you notice differences in their sleep, in their eating, if they start to become very isolated, these are all things that are warning signs that this child is really struggling.
And struggling in school, I would think, like schoolwork?
Struggling with schoolwork and also getting angry at the teachers and at their friends.
Those can all be signs.
Yeah.
So divorce can certainly be traumatic. What advice can you give parents and other family members for how to help kids through it?
I think the hardest thing for children is they think everything is their fault. So if they internalize, my parents are getting divorced because of something that I said or something that I did, that can then lead to a lot of long-term trauma, difficulty in relationships. So it's so important to tell your children over and over, the family is a family. We are getting divorced, but it is not your fault.
And reminding them of that constantly is okay.
Like 100 times a day if you need to.
Yeah. You also say to limit what is being said about the other parent. I've had this in my life where parents, they're fighting amongst themselves and then they end up getting the children and kind of caught in the middle.
Yeah, the most important thing for parents is to remember we are the adults. It's our job to protect our children and not get them involved in things that have nothing to do with them. So if you're a parent and you're angry at your ex-partner, you talk to other people about that. You don't want to say anything in front of your kids.
You also talk about, I know you write books about trauma. So how do you make sure that this doesn't become a trauma in a kid's life, that they can move on later and they're not going to talk about this with the psychiatrist when they're, 40 years old?
The most important thing is that kids have ways to talk about their feelings as it's happening. Don't shut them down. Don't make them feel bad for having their feelings. It's when kids internalize that they feel like it's their fault or they're not able to express their grief or their sadness. That's when it becomes more of a long-term problem for them, even into their adulthood.
And to end on a positive, it doesn't have to be, a terrible thing in a child's life. I mean, I would think if parents are happier apart, that can be a positive.
I've had some people say, I'm so much happier now that my parents aren't together anymore. And you know what? There's silver linings. They can hang out with each parent separately. They can start new traditions. Yeah. There's always something good that can come out of something that's really sad.
I appreciate it. Sherry Botland, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Well, we all know that winter is coming, but no one knows it better than doctors and nurses right now. Hospitals are not only bracing for another round of cold weather and COVID, they're also getting ready for high levels of flu this year. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. So, Doc, hospitals are preparing for a winter of viruses, as you've written. I know you just spoke with Dr. Anthony Fauci. What are his biggest concerns now?
Yeah, Aaron, you're right. They are preparing for a winter of viruses. And, you know, we're entering a winter now here where most people are probably not going to be masking and practicing those measures like social distancing that we're used to in the previous winters. So take a listen to what Dr. Fauci had to say about what his concerns are.
I think we all need to expect that as you go into the colder months of the late fall and early winter, that there will be an uptick in all respiratory infections, not just COVID. We can anticipate that we're going to have a flu season that might be a tough flu season.
And Aaron, he went on to add that Australia is having its hardest flu season in 5 years. So, you know, it's usually a bellwether for what will happen here, and we're anxiously waiting what's going to be the outcome.
You know, and then there's still the COVID factor we're dealing with right now, right? I mean, we have these Omicron boosters, the boosters for the Omicron variant that are out there, but some people are still getting sick with COVID despite those boosters. Do we have any idea, were you able to get any idea about when we'll have some real data on the effectiveness of this new booster, when we might need a different booster strain?
It's an excellent question, and, you know, I actually did ask Dr. Fauci this, and what he said is we're still a few months away. You know, it's not an easy thing to study. You have to take people who got the booster and who didn't get the booster and compare who's getting sick among that, so that takes a little bit of time. Unfortunately, you know, I'm hearing the same anecdotes you are, people who are getting sick after just getting the booster a few weeks ago, so we are all anxiously awaiting that data.
You've also done some reporting that hospitals are going to be strained at a time when they're also facing staffing shortages. There was one statistic that healthcare workers are quitting at rates 23% higher than when the pandemic started. What have you been able to find out about what's driving this?
To be clear, Aaron, this is part of a larger trend we're seeing nationwide. You know, we've heard of quiet quitting. This is real quitting. People are leaving their professions at higher rates than before. With healthcare workers specifically, it's 23% higher quit rate than before. And it's because of things like burnout, stress from the job. It's not because they're not capable of doing the job, but more from the stress from it.
All right, Dr. Akshay Syal, we appreciate it. Thank you. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
A mom turned entrepreneur is inspiring young readers.
Her popular bilingual children's books born out of her own life experience. NBC News Daily anchor Morgan Radford has the story.
For Susie Jaramillo,
this is Skeletina.
The story of success started on page 1 before the birth of her second child.
Like, I started Canticos when I was pregnant, and you want to raise children who are proud of who they are, who feel like they draw strength from their culture.
And then when we turn the book,
it's in Spanish.
So, the Venezuelan-American created Canticos, a series of bilingual children's books featuring traditional Spanish nursery rhymes.
When you became a mom, were there a lot of books in English and in Spanish?
No, not at all. There were no books, there were no tech products.
So what made you say, I can do something about this?
Well, I'm an artist, right? And I know how to build brands. I know how to build teams. I got this.
And she did. We first spoke to Jaramillo back in 2019, right when her company was first on the rise. Now, they've sold more than 200,000 books and grown into a multi-platform brand that includes games, videos, and even learning apps. All tools that help parents like Raul Gonzalez and Erica Giolini share traditions with their children.
Well, my wife Erica is always telling me that we should speak more Spanish to the kids. I'm first-generation Mexican, so these books are perfect for the kids to kind of pick up on the Spanish in a fun way.
Meeting a need that's bigger than ever. Latinos are now the largest racial or ethnic minority group in America, spending more than $1.8 trillion on consumer goods in 2020 alone.
What do parents tell you?
They'll come up to me and they'll say, oh my God, my kids are bilingual because of you.
A new kind of story for the next generation. Morgan Radford, NBC News, New York.
Well, have you ever heard of the Sugar Beet League? In the 1920s, thousands of Latino workers migrated to Colorado to work in sugar beet fields.
Well, when the beet season was over, they played baseball. CNBC correspondent Valerie Castro shows us how the league took shape and how it's being immortalized today.
A walk across a baseball field is more than just a stroll down memory lane for Gabriel Lopez.
At the end of the street was a hotel, a little 10 5-rooms hotel. And that's what my dad would always hit when he'd hit a home run. We would always hit that hotel.
It's a reminder of games and players of the past, the so-called sugar beet baseball leagues born out of migrant farm workers in the West, dating back to the 1920s.
After working the fields during the week, if there was still a little daylight, they would be out in the baseball fields practicing.
One such team, the Greeley Grays from Colorado, dominated the leagues. At one point, Lopez's father, Gus Lopez, was one of the players. His uncle, Alvin, team manager.
I was just about 2 feet away from him, looking out towards there where the baseball players were batting.
Frank Carbajal played with the Grays in the 1950s and 60s.
Baseball was what kept our community, if I may say, sane, because it was something to look forward to.
Recounting those years in a series of interviews with past players collected by Gabriel and his wife Jody, the couple researching and documenting the team's origins and self-publishing 2 books on the topic. Some of their work is now on display at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History.
Latinos play baseball in every territory, in every state, in every community in the United States, and so it's fundamentally part of our fabric of our communities.
Curator Margaret Salazar Porzio met with the Lopezes to develop this part of the exhibit, filled with their photos and archives.
This is their work, this is their life, and this is their heart and soul. And so it's an honor to me to be able to present it here.
What was that moment like when you walked in and saw the exhibit?
Oh, we teared. We teared up. It was amazing.
Those kind of community scholars and individuals who have dedicated their lives to this history are exactly what this exhibition is about.
The team name lives on today through youth and collegiate teams, playing on fields that at one point in time were off limits to the Grays.
Before that, why weren't they allowed to play here?
Well, because they were Hispanic people.
Histories like this don't live on if there's no one to talk about them.
Ask your grandmother, ask your mother questions, get their history, write it down, even do a videotape on it or something, do something to preserve it, because they're going to be gone and you have nothing.
Valerie Castro reporting there. So important to collect these stories to tell a fuller picture, a fuller story of our history. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Digital.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Tuesday, October 11th, 2022, breaking news plunged into darkness. A new onslaught of Russian missile attacks taking direct aim at Ukraine's power supply. What Ukraine's president says he needs now to keep fighting back.
Justice for a killer. Closing arguments being made in the trial of the Parkland school shooter. The emotional testimony from students and their families.
High alert. Websites of major airports across the country attacked by pro-Russian hackers. What's being done now to shore up America's cyber defense?
And time running out. The CEO of America's largest bank says the U.S. is at serious risk of entering into a recession. What he says the timeline could be. We begin this hour with breaking news out of Ukraine. Major cities across the country are now assessing the damage after another round of missile attacks by Russia. All of the targets have something in common. They all appear to be energy facilities. Ukraine's foreign minister believes the attacks are designed to create unbearable living conditions for civilians.
And today, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky attended a last-minute virtual meeting of the G7 world leaders, including President Biden. He's calling on them to do more to block Russia's energy exports, which are providing funding for Putin.
Let's bring in NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons. He joins us from Moscow today. Keir, it really feels like the Russian aggression has been ramping up. We've seen it the last couple of nights. What do we know about the decision-making in Moscow that's behind what we're seeing on the ground?
Well, Aaron,
Well, certainly it does, doesn't it, Kate? And we do know that, for example, in the past weeks, President Putin has been under pressure from what you might call his hardliners here in Moscow, demanding this kind of action. Over the weekend, he brought in a new general to command the operation in Ukraine, and then we've seen these strikes. I mean, keep in mind, this is a renewed offensive by Russia in the air. On the ground, it is a very, very different picture, and it's perhaps because of that this is taking place. Now, President Putin is threatening more if, as he puts it, there are continuing Ukrainian terrorist attacks on Russian territory. Of course, Kyiv would not at all describe those attacks in that way, and just part of the conflict. Kate?
And Keir, even while these missile launches happen, Russia is still talking about diplomacy, right? Are peace talks actually on the table here?
Yeah. I think you have to be a little bit cynical about it all, don't you? I mean, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov suggesting that President Putin could meet with President Biden at the G20. Russian officials tell me that they haven't even decided whether the Russian leader will go to the G20. President Zelensky will be at that G20 later this year as well, by the way. And of course, America's always said that Ukraine needs to be at the table if there are going to be negotiations. Listen, Aaron, I think, frankly, I don't think either side in this are ready to compromise at this stage. Turkey is suggesting it might be helpful in trying to bring various sides together, including the US president and the Russian leader. But in the end, there's been a lot of talk about this over a long period of time, and so far we haven't seen anything come to fruition of any real substance.
Yeah, Keir Simmons for us in Moscow. Keir, thank you so much.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondents Aaron McLaughlin and in Kyiv for us, and Kelly O'Donnell at the White House as well. Aaron, Ukrainian fighters made huge progress over the summer. We talked about that, but now we have this new round of Russian attacks. How are the Ukrainian forces preparing for whatever may be coming next?
Well, right now, according to many analysts, Ukraine is currently winning on the battlefield. What we saw over the last couple of days in terms of this barrage of missile strikes striking key cities across this country makes little difference militarily. From the perspective of experts I've been speaking to, they're continuing to make advances in the south. They made sweeping advances in the northeast. If anything, they see these missile attacks as an act of terror in the eyes of Ukrainians, inflicting untold damage on civilians and civilians only. And to that effect, that's why we're hearing from Ukrainian officials calling for more advanced air defense systems. It was the topic of the phone conversation between President Zelensky and President Biden last night, and it was the topic at the G7 emergency meeting today, guys.
Well, and let me flip and get Kelly O'Donnell's perspective from the White House point of view and what President Biden and the administration see coming out of that meeting today of the G7.
Well, they gave us a 13-point statement coming out of that meeting, which affirms the solidarity among these leaders, President Biden and the other partners in the G7, and certainly supporting President Zelensky and wanting to stress that they will continue to take steps to provide the kinds of military support, economic support, and also the economic sanctions and penalties against Russia. Now, they did not, of course, let us in to cover this meeting, so the conversations done on secure video with other leaders, the privacy of that, we don't know exactly what the exchanges were, but these leaders have been so critical in trying to provide that backup to President Zelensky in terms of the kinds of munitions and equipment that he needs, financial reinforcements to keep his government going, and trying to keep solidarity on the world stage against Russia. So this is an important meeting today, and it's showing that as the conditions have changed with Russia taking stronger steps, they're also sending a message to Belarus to not get involved. Kate?
Kelly O'Donnell for us at the White House, Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv. Thank you both.
Right now, the defense is delivering closing arguments in the sentencing trial of the Parkland, Florida school shooter. A jury will soon decide if Nicholas Cruz will get the death penalty or life in prison without parole. Last October, he pleaded guilty to murdering 17 students and staff members in that 2018 attack. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is with us outside the courthouse in Fort Lauderdale today. Carrie, how have the prosecution and defense tried to make their case in court?
Well, this is such an unusual case because he did plead guilty, and now it is up to a 12-member jury to determine whether he should get life in prison or whether he should be sentenced to death. The prosecution says it's very clear that this was premeditated, it was planned, and it was depraved. The defense saying that Nicholas Cruz had many obstacles in life, being born into a family where his mother had an addiction and that caused mental problems for him. But bottom line, the jury will make the decision. It needs to be unanimous. All 12 jurors can decide on a death penalty, or it could result in a life sentence if only one of them says, I don't believe in the death penalty here. Okay.
This has to be so painful for the loved ones of the victims. What are they hoping to see happen?
You know, there are so many different takes here. Some would like to just see the jury end this because this has been going on for 4 years and they want to see an end. 17 victims here. At the same time, there are some who are adamant that they would like to see a sentence of death. This is what Debbie Hickson, whose husband died, had to say.
The best justice that we're going to get is the death penalty.
But is that ever going to be justice for you?
Chris will never come back. So, you know, what kind of justice is there really going to be? Our life is changed forever.
It will be up to the jury, which will begin its deliberations likely tomorrow. Again, this has been going on since July, but it is impossible to determine how long it will take a jury to come to a decision on what sort of sentence they believe is appropriate, Kate.
All right, Kerry Sanders, thank you.
The CEO of one of America's biggest banks says the U.S. could fall into a recession in just a matter of months. Jamie Dimon of J.P. Morgan Chase made that prediction in an interview with CNBC, but he also says the American economy is, quote, still doing well right now. Joining us now, NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. So, Brian, I want to play a little bit of the interview with Jamie Dimon, and then we'll talk about it on the other side.
You can't talk about the economy without talking about the stuff in the future. And this is serious stuff, okay? This is inflation, which obviously is, you know, changing the effect of those numbers I just told you about. It's rates going up more than people expected already, and it's the war. And these are very, very serious things.
So Jamie Dimon usually has his thumb right on the button here to understand what's happening. Do other economists agree with what he's saying as well as his timeline?
They largely would agree with him, and we've seen even the nation's top policymakers at the Federal Reserve, the economists actually deciding where the economy goes from here with their interest rate hikes, projecting that the U.S. unemployment rate could rise to as high as 4.5 or 4.6%. That's 1 percentage point higher than the last read that we got on the labor market last Friday of 3.5%. That would imply over 1 million people losing their jobs. You have the International Monetary Fund this morning also saying they expect U.S. economic growth to only pace at 1% over the course of next year. That would certainly be an alarm bell. But Jamie Dimon also adding that it's unclear the severity of which this recession might be. Keep in mind that 2008 and 2020 were particularly vicious. The 2000-2001 dot-com bubble, for example, was comparatively smaller. But of course, no American is going to want to hear a recession, large or small, Aaron, Kate.
And we're also now hearing again about gas prices going up. A lot of people are weighted down by that. This rise again happening after OPEC's latest move to cut oil production that we heard about last week. Does the government have any more options, Brian, to try to help consumers out in this space?
Well, we've heard, Aaron, the Biden administration say that they were going to do what they could to release supply from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. But keep in mind, that reserve is already at the lowest level since the 80s. But we've already seen prices, as we just showed you, creeping closer and closer to $4. Safe to say, at least for right now, we're not going to see those above $3.50 a gallon prices that we had earlier in the summer. Certainly unwelcome news for Americans hoping to travel this holiday season.
All right, Brian Chung, we appreciate your reporting on this. Thanks.
A major railroad union is considering going on strike, and a new study reveals many drivers are using their cars the wrong way. That's an intriguing headline.
Yeah, Christina Partsinevelos joining us now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi. So let's actually start with the beginning of the holiday shopping season. Yeah, I'm already talking about it. You've got Amazon, Walmart, and Target all getting a head start with new sales and deals. The holiday shopping season is critical, of course, for retailers, but experts expect less spending across the board because of inflation. Companies are also sitting on excess inventory they've been trying to sell, so there could be some real savings out there if you know where to look. And there are new fears of a rail strike after the third largest railroad union rejected a deal. Bargaining will continue, but if the two sides can't come to an agreement, the White House or Congress may need to step in again to avoid a major economic shutdown. And lastly, a new study shows that many drivers treat their car as full self-driving, even when it's not. Experts warn that driving-assisted modes like cruise control and lane control are not the same as full autonomous driving, and that drivers need to be alert and paying attention and able to take control at any moment. Guys?
Okay. Oh, you're hiding.
You know, so if you have the lane assist and the cruise control, sometimes, you know, it's maybe with one hand.
So then, are you
no
one of those
excuse.
guys that shaves, while you're on your way to work, or
not that
This
far.
is new information, Christina. I did not.
Oh, we're out of time.
Okay, we're out of time.
Gotta go. Christina, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Stay with us. A 13-year-old that we want to tell you about is dead now after being shot in Philadelphia. The video that could hold critical clues to finding his killer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now. Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Police in Philadelphia are scouring security camera footage now. They're trying to figure out how a 13-year-old was shot and killed Monday night. He is the 26th minor shot to death in Philadelphia this year. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin is following that story for us and joins us now. So, Maya, what are police saying about this shooting and what they've learned so far?
Aaron, police are still trying to identify why this happened, but not much evidence was left at the scene. They do believe the victim was visiting friends yesterday, and officials have identified a bullet casing they believe is connected to the crime. Right now, police are looking through home security video in hopes of getting more clues. Here's what Chief Inspector Scott Small is saying.
The more information we get, especially the anonymous calls we get, it helps us to identify not only why, but it helps us identify who the actual shooter or shooters are, and then we can make an arrest.
So there are still a lot of unknown things here, but Aaron, we're hoping to get some answers soon.
Well, you know, and I know you've been digging through some of the data on this, Maya, too. One of the numbers that stood out to me, 7% of those who've been shot and killed in Philadelphia this year have been younger than 18 years old. That's according to the city's controller's office. What else did the data show? What stood out to you?
Right. There are a lot of startling numbers in that report, Aaron. This year alone, there have been 423 reported homicides, which is a 2% decrease from last year. The city has also seen over 1,400 instances of non-fatal gun violence. And we also know that 48% of shooting victims have been 18 to 30 years old, with the majority of them identifying as male. Aaron.
Maya Eaglin for us today. Maya, thank you.
It's been nearly a month now since the boil water notice was lifted in Jackson, Mississippi, but folks there say they still can't drink the tap water. And despite all that undrinkable water, many folks are facing sky-high water bills. NBC's Zincle Esenwa is following the story from Jackson.
For Virginia Evans, the water crisis in Jackson didn't just start. She's been struggling to fully pay her water bill for 6 years.
I went to the water company, and they were unable to give me any information. There's nothing that they could do to help me.
Evans says she stopped getting bills for 11 months. When she finally received one in 2017, costs accumulated, she says, to roughly $6,000.
What do you use the water for in your house?
I boil it, basically, to wash the dishes. We do the laundry, and sometimes I water the plants.
But that's it?
That's it.
In Jackson, some residents tell NBC News they're facing inflated bills for water they can't drink or use.
It is heavy.
Today, the city runs the water system and handles billing. In 2010, Siemens Corporation installed new water meters and created a new billing system. Some residents say this is when billing issues began. The city sued Siemens in 2019, alleging that at least 10,000 of the 60,000 new meters were not functioning correctly, resulting in unpaid accounts. Siemens settled for $90 million. Siemens did not acknowledge wrongdoing, and the company says it worked with the city to address challenging issues. Last week, frustration boiled over.
$1,310 water bill for a widow woman that's 82 years old. Get one check a month. Come on here.
Councilman Kenneth Stokes leading a community meeting where some individuals say their water bills surpass $17,000. The mayor's office says inconsistent billing is due to water meter and billing software problems. Each issue is being handled on a case-by-case basis.
Should residents be paying these water bills that some are saying are inaccurate for water that may be unsafe?
No. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
to look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, all bets are on in Las Vegas this week. This year's Global Gaming Expo is underway there, showcasing new products and popular favorites. This year, though, a lot of attention is being paid to sports betting in particular. CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer is live in Las Vegas for us today. So, Contessa, gaming leaders are focusing on bringing sports betting to the casino floor. Talk to us about how that would work.
Okay, well, so first of all, I should say that the casino CEOs are looking at the same thing other businesses are: inflation, looming recession, consumer sentiment. But these commercial casinos, those that are not owned by tribes, have brought in 15% more gaming revenue so far than last. And the slots, which the industry worried would start declining after COVID, up 6% for the first half of this year compared to last year. Now, the world's biggest slot machine manufacturer made a deal with the NFL for a first-of-its-kind machine. Here he is, the CEO.
NFL fans are almost 50-50% men and women. And so we looked at our business and said, we actually believe we can bring a sports game onto a casino floor to let players enjoy it and really have a good time. Now, the innovation challenge was this. You require 32 different games inside the cabinet, because the reality is the vast majority of NFL fans are displaced fans, which means you live in the city that you don't root for.
They think that they could put these near sports books in the casinos and drive sports bettors onto the slot machines and see some cohesiveness that way, Aaron.
Yeah, you know, obviously we're talking about legal gambling here, but there is still this issue of illegal gambling that happens. Does the industry have any sort of a plan to tackle that issue?
Yeah, in fact, it just came up today because the American Gaming Association just this morning released research showing that Americans spend, are you ready for this, $300 billion every year on illegal websites and machines. And the AGA says communities have to address the activity. In fact, the CEO of Penn told me the illegal market is an existential threat to the casino industry. Aaron?
All right, Contessa Brewer for us in Las Vegas today. Contessa, thanks.
Union representation in American companies is on the rise, and some new efforts are being connected to some big names. One push coming from workers under contract by an arm of Google's parent company. Nearly 24 food service workers who work at Waymo say they don't make nearly enough to live adequately in Northern California. NBC News investigative tech reporter Eli Rosenberg joins me now with an exclusive look at this story. So, Eli, this is grabbing headlines because it's connected to one of the world's big tech giants. What are these workers looking to achieve?
This is about nuts and bolts economics and power. Workers know they work for a very profitable company, one of the world's most valuable, and they want a bigger slice of the pie. They're currently making about $24 an hour there. They want raises, they told me. They also have a healthcare plan that has a pretty high deductible, in the ballpark of about $5,000, which many workers said was cost prohibitive. I didn't talk to a single worker who was able to, who had enrolled in the plan because it was so expensive. So they're trying to get, a bigger foothold, a better, more comfortable living style here in the Bay Area.
So what's the implication? Like, if these guys are successful at getting some better pay and other rights, could other employees connected to Waymo or Google try to do the same thing?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen unionizing campaigns course through tech companies in recent years. A lot of the service workers at companies like Facebook in the cafeteria, or bus drivers who ferry workers, the companies like Apple have unionized in the last 5 years. And those efforts clearly snowball and influence other workers. You know, on Friday, I went to Amos headquarters to talk to some of these workers. They were joined by some workers from Google's cafeteria nearby in Mountain View who showed up to kind of in support, to tell them a little bit about the benefits that they had gotten from their union, and they've been helping these workers out all along. So absolutely, this is part of a trend and something that we could definitely see continue.
All right, Eli Rosenberg, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Florida's Surgeon General issues a controversial new warning over some COVID vaccines, why the nation's top health officials say don't listen to him. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Prosecutors have now dropped murder charges against Adnan Syed 3 weeks after his conviction was overturned. He got a life sentence for murdering a woman back in 1999. His case gained national attention in 2014 from the podcast Serial. The charges were dropped after previously untested DNA evidence supported his innocence.
Dozens of FBI officials are on the ground in Georgia to help in the search for a missing toddler. 20-month-old Quinton Simon disappeared in Georgia last week. The local police department asked the FBI for its help the day Quinton went missing. The police chief had said that it did not suspect foul play, but they're not ruling out a criminal investigation.
The Coast Guard rescued 3 men about 25 miles off the coast of Louisiana on Sunday while they were fending off sharks. The trio was on a fishing trip when their boat sank on Saturday morning. They were in the water for more than 24 hours before finally being rescued All 3 men are recovering in a nearby hospital.
And Buckingham Palace just announced the date for King Charles III's coronation. Charles and Camilla, the Queen Consort, will be crowned on May 6th at Westminster Abbey. The coronation is actually a religious ceremony. The last one was for Charles's mother, Queen Elizabeth II, back in 1953. We are following some breaking news in the world of television and film.
NBC News has learned actress Angela Lansbury has died at the age of 96. She was an icon of the golden age of Hollywood and starred in the iconic television show Murder, She Wrote as well. Here's NBC's Ann Thompson.
Excellence defined Angela Lansbury's acting career. Not typecasting, though Hollywood tried.
Life is war. Don't count the casualties.
I was a young character actress, and these days that word is a dirty word in our business, character actress.
Her first 2 movie roles garnered Oscar nominations, but in 1962's The Manchurian Candidate, Lansbury made an indelible impression as Lawrence Harvey's manipulative mother.
Why don't you pass the time by playing a little solitaire?
Even though in real life she was just 3 years older than Harvey.
I think Manchurian Candidate was probably the best thing that I ever did on film.
Frustrated that Hollywood was making her old before her time, Lansbury went to Broadway and created the role that changed her career. Mame made her a leading lady and a full-fledged star.
I'm not like Mame at all, but I love playing her because for the first time in my life, I was admired as a woman.
For the eccentric and irrepressible Mame, Lansbury won the first of 5 Tony Awards, honored for her play and musicals, including Sweeney Todd.
What you rush, what you hurry? You gave me such a fright. I thought you was a ghost half a minute. Can't you sit you down, sit.
Born in England, Lansbury married twice, the second time to Peter Shaw for 54 years, with whom she had 2 children and became an American citizen. Her remarkable range kept her career strong as she aged. For a dozen seasons, it's Jessica Fletcher on TV's Murder, She Wrote.
Well, one of you adolescents, please tell me what's happening.
Well,
and Mrs. Potts in the big screen's Beauty and the Beast.
True as it can be.
My kind of thing has always been, try me. You know, people say, would you do so-and-so? I say, I don't know, try me. Let me read it, you know. And that's the way it's always been.
Leaving a legacy of characters that were just sensational. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
An investigation is underway today after more than a dozen U.S. travel websites were knocked offline. Now a Russian hacking group is taking responsibility for that attack. It impacted 2 of the busiest airports in this country and several others. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward is joining us now. So, Jake, there was no indication that any flights were affected by this. So can you explain what exactly makes this hack so significant?
Well, this hack by pro-Kremlin groups inside of Russia has national security officials at the highest levels of the American government sitting up and taking notice. Here's John Kirby, national security official, speaking on Good Morning America this morning.
When we're investigating this, we're looking at this. Obviously, it's of concern. Certainly, we're grateful that no airport operations were affected, no safety was put at risk. But we're looking into this, and we'll take that seriously.
So while this was as simple as just a denial of service attack, basically overloading the public websites of several airports, not this one where I'm standing, Oakland International, but several others across the country, the concern here is that that same group, which calls itself the very scary name KillNet, was in fact behind other attacks on state websites in the last few months. And we have, of course, also seen a spate of ransomware attacks, which are much more damaging, much more dangerous. And so while this one yesterday was much more of an annoyance, the concern here, of course, is that something more sinister may be coming as the Russia-Ukraine situation continues to heat up. Back to you.
All right, Jake Ward for us in Oakland today. Jake, thank you.
Florida's Surgeon General is generating some controversy over his new COVID guidance. He says men under 40 should stay away from the COVID mRNA vaccines. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins me now from Miami. Guad, this is controversial guidance to say the least. It comes from a study, I gather, from the Florida Department of Health. What did that study say?
Kate, well, the general surgeon is saying that they analyzed the risk of the COVID-19 mRNA vaccines, and they found an increased risk in young men, 84%. That is the number that has been controversial and that has had some pushback with the medical community. So they're saying there's an increased risk of 84% in cardiac-related deaths among males 18 to 39 within 28 days following the vaccine. So they are now recommending against young males from taking this vaccine. What I've heard from experts in the field is that information has not been peer-reviewed, and they're also not talking about the benefits of getting that vaccine. Kate?
So just to be clear, what we just put up on the screen is being widely disputed, yes?
That is correct. That is being widely disputed, and that is what the state of Florida has released. Yet the experts, I spoke in fact to the director of the Institute for Vaccine Safety at Johns Hopkins, who told me that has not been peer reviewed, and he also said that they have not disclosed the methodology, and that's why experts in the science community are questioning this information, Kate.
Yeah, including the CDC. Guad Venegas, thank you.
28 days away now from Election Day in the midterms, and today some top Republicans are rallying behind Georgia Senate candidate Herschel Walker.
Senators Rick Scott and Tom Cotton, both Republicans, campaigned in Georgia for him this afternoon. Walker faces that growing controversy over a woman's claim that he paid for her abortion.
In Pennsylvania, Democrat John Fetterman is speaking exclusively with NBC News as his race with Republican Mehmet Oz gets tighter. This comes as new polling out today shows Americans feel both political parties are becoming too extreme.
Noah Pransky, national political editor from our sister network LX News, is going to walk us through the polls in just a moment. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondents Ali Rafa and Dasha Burns. And Dasha, I'll start with you. You spoke exclusively to John Fetterman, running for Senate in Pennsylvania. What is he saying about the state of the race right now?
Well, Kate, let's set the stage here for a moment. In just 4 weeks from today, voters will be casting their ballots. And in fact, some already have. I'm standing in front of the Board of Elections building here in Allegheny County, where some voters are already dropping off their mail-in ballots. And this was Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman's first in-person interview since he suffered a stroke back in May before the primary. Now, I spoke to him back then. We sat down at his home in Braddock before the stroke, before the primary. This was same venue. We sat down at his home. Very different context this time around. You'll notice in the clip I'm about to play, he has a screen in front of him. NBC News agreed to closed captioning during the interview because Fetterman is still suffering from auditory processing issues as a result of the stroke. That means, Kate, that he has a hard time understanding what people are saying. But when he reads, which you'll see him reading a live transcription of my questions, when he reads those questions, he can't understand them and he can't answer them. Take a listen to what he told me about all this.
Everything about it has changed. Basically having a conversation with your wife to having a conversation with your children, just, you know, things, especially early after the stroke, the ability to really understand exactly what I'm being heard but it gets much, much better where I take in a lot. But to be precise, I use captioning. So that's really the major challenge.
Kate, we spoke to him also about crime, about abortion, and a host of other issues. You can see more of this interview tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt and tomorrow on Today. Kate?
Well, let me turn to Ali Rafa here. You've been following the Herschel Walker campaign in Georgia, Ali. He held his first event since new text messages surfaced last week surrounding this abortion controversy. What did he tell the crowd this afternoon?
Yeah, Aaron, this was actually also the first time we saw top Republicans campaign with him and show their support in person since these allegations surfaced early this week. Take a listen to a little bit of what Walker had to say when he appeared with these two.
He's a minister. Has he ever heard of forgiveness? Have you ever heard of forgiveness? Have you ever heard of redemption? So it's time for all of us to stand up. We can't continue to do this. We got to get out and vote.
That's an argument that Walker and Senators Tom Cotton and Rick Scott continue to make and hope that they reach these Republican voters before this election in exactly 4 weeks before early voting starts here in Georgia next week, Aaron.
All right, Ali Rafa for us in Georgia today. Ali, thank you. Let's bring in LX News national political editor Noah Pransky now. Noah, you have some new polling about how Americans feel Republicans and Democrats are too extreme. Take us through that.
Yeah, well, the first thing is that our new LX poll found that a giant red flag is out there for Democrats and that they aren't winning the extremism argument because just as many Americans said the Democratic Party needs more moderates as the Republican Party does. So does the other party need more moderates? Let's break it down here. 2 out of 3 Democrats say yes, 2 out of 3 Republicans say yes too. But when asked if your party needs more moderates, Democrats pretty much split on this issue. Republicans, meanwhile, pretty content with their choices, it seems.
And Noah, these feelings are likely not to change with 28 days left until the midterms, I would think. But long term, what changes do Americans want to see in our political system?
Well, our partners on this poll, a group called More in Common, has spent a lot of time with the American moderate, whose voices are suppressed by social media, who have been left behind by gerrymandering, and who often feel forgotten in today's political system. Here's their director with more.
And this speaks to something that we describe as the exhausted majority, which is the majority of Americans out there who actually want to see more moderation in politics more generally. They're fed up and exhausted by the divisiveness and toxicity that they see on both sides of the aisle.
LX News will release our full poll, which includes the reasons some groups of voters say they may not turn out this fall, tomorrow morning.
And we'll see you tomorrow afternoon then. Noah Pransky from LX News. Noah, thank you.
You can bet on that. There is more NBC News Daily right after this.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it. Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No, fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The U.S. has a serious problem when it comes to maternity care.
In one Connecticut town, women may have to drive at least 45 minutes for care after a local hospital announced plans to end birthing services. Here's NBC's Stephen Romo.
I had woken up at around 11:30 and I stood up and I was bleeding very heavily.
During her second pregnancy, Rachel Tuberville's condition became harrowing in just a matter of minutes.
I was experiencing a placental abruption and my baby was having heart decelerations.
Within an hour of arriving at Sharon Hospital in rural Connecticut, Rachel had an emergency C-section to deliver her son Colin.
I think that being so close to a hospital made it possible for everything to work out the way that it did.
But that care might not be available much longer for expecting mothers in Sharon. The hospital's owner, Nuvance Health, is currently seeking regulatory approval to close the maternity ward. In a statement to NBC News, Nuvance said it has faced continuous financial challenges and low patient volume in the labor and delivery unit. But for most people, that would mean a 45-minute drive to the nearest hospital at least.
Time is of the essence.
Dr. Howard Mortman delivers babies at Sharon Hospital and has a private OB/GYN practice. He was part of Rachel's care team after her pregnancy.
She's another example of if Sharon Hospital isn't there in that proximity, I don't know that Rachel's around. I certainly don't know that her baby's around.
Dr. Mortman also has a more personal connection.
My sister, Gail, she is disabled because of delay in care at her birth. And I said, I'm going to become an obstetrician. I'm going to dedicate myself to preventing what happened to my sister, Gail.
But maternal care has been disappearing from rural communities for more than a decade. In 2004, 898 rural counties did not have hospital obstetrics units. By 2018, an additional 200 rural hospitals were without labor and delivery services, according to researchers.
We're in the midst of a maternal health crisis. The CDC tells us that about 60% of pregnancy-related deaths are preventable.
Experts say rural hospitals in America are more prone to staffing and financial challenges because they serve a higher proportion of low-income families in areas with fewer births.
These vital resources are leaving communities that often need them most.
Back in Connecticut, Sharon Hospital must first get approval from the state to end birthing services. But Connecticut's Office of Health Strategy confirmed to NBC News that they're actively investigating whether Sharon Hospital illegally terminated its birthing services without a state-required certificate of need. In a statement, Nuvance Health said that Sharon Hospital was committed to working with OHS and that they have closely followed the process required. But as we await a decision from OHS, the labor and delivery unit remains fully open and operational. 4 years later, Rachel says she and her son are both perfectly healthy.
To me, it's scary to think about what could have happened with that extra hour added onto an already very scary situation. I don't really know what would have happened.
That sets up the issue. I want to bring in Stacey Stewart. She's the president and CEO of the March of Dimes. It's great to see you.
Great to see you, Kate.
We've talked about this before. Your organization now has a new report out today that you're sharing with us about maternity deserts.
Yes.
Tell me the key findings.
So the biggest thing to know about this at the March of Dimes is we look at this issue of maternal mortality and morbidity. And one of the things that we're concerned about in this report is the idea of maternity care deserts, counties in the country that have no obstetric care. We've seen an increase in the number of counties, which means that far too many women, especially in rural areas, are going without care.
Yeah, and people don't maybe understand that we're, in terms of ranking, we are not doing well when it comes to maternal mortality. We heard in that report that rural hospitals especially, but what else have you found about where the lack of maternal care is?
Well, rural areas are affected the most, but it's also true that about 20% of counties that are considered maternity care deserts or have limited care are also in urban areas, even in cities like New York or D.C. So it's really an issue that affects many women, especially Black and brown women, low-income women, but especially in rural areas where access is just so limited.
So quickly, we're tight on time, but how, top 3 things you want to do to address this?
Well, we've got to change policy. We've got to extend Medicaid, expand Medicaid to make sure more women have access to care. We've got to get more providers in these areas, midwives and doulas and more. Stay tuned.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, this week, players in the UK's Premier Soccer League are taking a knee. They're protesting the growing number of racist incidents coming from the stands. Now there's worry European politics and the rise of far-right ideologies might make things worse. Here's NBC's Priscilla Thompson.
A banana thrown at a black Brazilian soccer player in Paris. Racist fans shouting, "You're a monkey," at a black player outside a soccer stadium in Madrid. And in Milan earlier this month, hundreds of fans of a visiting Croatian club team marched to the stadium, arms outstretched in a Nazi salute. Just the latest spate of racist behavior from soccer fans over the last number of weeks, a long-standing issue across the sport in Europe.
There's a famous photo of you kicking a banana peel off the pitch in 1988. Tell me about that moment for you.
I don't remember doing it, because of course that was happening every week since I've started playing football in 1981.
Former soccer star John Barnes has experienced this type of racism firsthand.
Are you surprised that this kind of behavior is still happening and is still tolerated in parts of Europe in 2022?
It doesn't surprise me, no, because all we're trying to do to get rid of it is saying that everything you've been conditioned to think in terms of racial hierarchy is wrong. Why is it wrong? Because we're all created equal.
Unruly fans are routinely banned from games in England, but in other countries, bad behavior often goes unpunished. Now, with far-right political ideology on the rise across parts of Europe, in places like Sweden and Italy, and many bracing for an economic downturn, some say racist fans may become more emboldened.
Football stadiums in Europe are really places where people express a lot of political opinions. So the politics and identity politics of those locations are going to really influence.
Historian Laurent Dubois has written about the intersection of soccer and culture for more than a decade. He says politics and soccer have always been intrinsically tied in Europe.
It's a visible version of what's happening broader culturally, which is a change in the makeup of the population. They're sort of saying, is this really what our country looks like or should look like? Do these players represent us? Questions
that Barnes, who lived through this kind of abuse, says won't be solved in the soccer stadium.
What needs to change and who should drive that change?
What any football player goes through are racist incidents. The average black person goes through that every single day of his life. It is a societal problem and we have to tackle it in society.
One of the biggest superstars in basketball is passing the ball to the next generation. NBC's Stephanie Gosk introduces us to Bronny James, son of LeBron.
A new generation of basketball royalty, signing a deal fit for a king. High school senior Bronny James, the oldest son of NBA legend LeBron James, inking a name, image, and likeness contract with Nike, the iconic brand his father has worn his entire pro career. In a statement, Bronny writing, "Getting a chance to team up with Nike and continue my family's legacy both on the court and in the community is wild. It really means a lot to me." The 18-year-old is considered a top 50 player in the class of 2023.
Oh, the
deflection and the steal by Bronny James.
Bronny's dad regularly spotted at his games, cheering him on. Ohio State among the schools who have already offered the Sierra Canyon High School star a scholarship. Buckeyes fans even serenading him at a football game.
Bronny James is coming into his own as a marketable athlete. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs on him, and it just makes sense. There's a natural fit there for him with Nike.
Last year, after decades of debate, amateur athletes were given the chance to profit off their own name, image, and likeness, meaning college players, as well as some high schoolers, depending on where they live, including Bronny, can earn money from endorsements, appearances, and social media.
It's the next step for the first son of arguably the greatest basketball player who ever lived.
And Bronny is already a bankable star in his own right. He's a highlight mixtape regular, including this one, showing a side-by-side dunk comparison with his dad, as well as one of the key figures in an Amazon Prime docuseries following his high school team.
I'm just Bronny. I don't really get called LeBron anymore.
He's also a cover star, gracing Sports Illustrated with his esports squad, and alongside his dad and younger brother, Bryce.
It's been an unbelievable summer, and just seeing their growth, both as basketball players, but most importantly as young men. I'm a proud father.
A proud father whose son is following in his footsteps and reaching for even greater heights.
Stephanie Goss reporting. You're watching NBC News Daily.
A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now, Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. A masked killer takes aim and fires. A fatal attraction that leads investigators to turn towards their own. Internal Affairs, a new podcast from Dateline. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
If it's Tuesday, it's his first in-person sit-down interview since the stroke that nearly cost him his life on the campaign trail. Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman speaks exclusively to NBC News about his candidacy and his recovery. And with just 4 weeks till Election Day, candidates clash on the debate stage in Ohio, and Republicans send their reinforcements to Georgia to rally behind embattled Senate candidate Herschel Walker. And President Zelensky addresses President Biden and other world leaders in an emergency G7 meeting after Russia's massive attack on Ukraine brought death and destruction to multiple cities there. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Peter Alexander. We are officially in the home stretch, just 4 weeks now until the 2022 midterm elections. And there are plenty of developments in 3 crucial races that could determine control of the Senate. First, Georgia. The Republican reinforcements, as we noted, just arrived today to bolster their embattled Senate nominee, Herschel Walker, as he faces allegations that he paid for an abortion for an ex-girlfriend in 2009, even as he campaigns on his support for banning that procedure. Walker has denied those accusations. The head of the Republican Senate campaign arm, Rick Scott of Florida, and Senator Tom Cotton both rallying with Walker this afternoon, a clear indication of how crucial a race this is for Republicans who hope to retake control of the Senate. Another key Senate race, of course, is Ohio. The Democrat there, Tim Ryan, and Republican J.D. Vance sparring in their first debate last night, and things got heated between the two. Here's a look.
We're getting close to Halloween, and Tim Ryan is put on a costume where he pretends to be a reasonable moderate. But in fact, he said he stands up to his own party. The last 2 Congresses, Tim, you voted for Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden 100%. You consistently toe the party line on every single issue.
I have been a pain in the rear end to Nancy Pelosi. And if Chuck Schumer's the leader, 100% of the time. I will be a pain in the rear end to him, too. I'm for Ohio. I don't kiss anyone's ass like him. Ohio needs an ass kicker, not an ass kisser.
Okay, thank you, candidates. Another
well-rehearsed line, Tim.
This is a race that's polling closer than expected in a state that Donald Trump won by 8 points in 2022. But if the incumbent parties hold on in Georgia and in Ohio, control of the Senate could all come down to Pennsylvania. Democratic nominee John Fetterman sat down with my NBC News colleague Dasha Burns for his first in-person interview since he nearly lost his life to that stroke just days before his Senate primary. In the closing stretch of this contest, the Fetterman campaign is hoping it's going to be another health topic that will decide the race. That's access to abortion.
On the issue of abortion, I just want to clarify your position there. Do you believe that the government should be able to set guardrails on abortion, or do you believe that this is a decision that should only be made between a woman and her doctor?
I'm saying that Roe v. Wade should have never fallen, and that should be codified into law. You know, that's my answer on it, and to be absolutely clear.
But you say you want to codify Roe v. Wade, which protects a woman's right to abortion before viability, but allows states to enact abortion restrictions after that. So do you want to codify Roe v. Wade, or do you want to leave the decision just between a woman and her doctor?
I don't know how much clearer I can say. Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade. That's the way it should have been. That's the way it was for the last 50 years, and that's the way it should be. And we should, you know, and I would vote to get rid of the filibuster and deliver that if I was a senator or that kind of a vote.
So the backdrop to all that, as you could see, NBC News agreed to a closed caption interview as Fetterman continues to face auditory processing issues as a result of his stroke. He'll be allowed to use that closed captioning in the debate between the two men. We're going to have much more on that interview and Fetterman's recovery in a moment, but we do want to start with our NBC News reporters on the trail in Georgia and in Ohio. First, let's get to NBC's Ali Rafa. She's in Carrollton, Georgia, where Herschel Walker just wrapped up his rally with Tom Cotton and Rick Scott. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is in Cleveland, the site of last night's Ohio debate. We're going to talk to you in a moment, Jesse. But Ali, first, these 2 key senators, Rick Scott and Tom Cotton, showing up, that is clearly a message that they think Republicans need this seat if they want to flip the Senate right now. What was the message they were trying to deliver on Walker's behalf today?
Yeah, Peter, this was not only the first time that we have publicly seen Herschel Walker since these allegations surfaced on Friday. This is the first time that we're seeing in-person support by these GOP heavyweights, NRSC Chairman Senator Rick Scott and Senator Tom Cotton coming to the defense of Walker amid all of these latest allegations. And they're really trying to send a message to other Republicans that these controversies, these allegations don't matter at the end of the day, that he is the best and, quite frankly, the only only option that Republicans have right now if they have a shot at winning back control of this currently 50-50 Senate. These abortion allegations, of course, Scott and Cotton both strongly against abortion rights, standing up for Herschel Walker. And it only came up once on this stage behind me. They brought it up in an aspect of attacking Democratic opponent Senator Raphael Warnock's abortion stances. Take a listen to what both of them had to say.
Raphael Warnock and the Democrats want to make this about Herschel Walker.
His son said he threatened
Herschel
to kill
Walker
us.
wants to make this about Georgia's tomorrow.
Have you had any conversations with Herschel Walker about these allegations, and what has he told you about them?
He's denied the allegations. Have you asked? By the way, have you guys asked Warnock about the allegations against Warnock? Yes. Why don't you go ask him if he's denied those allegations?
And both of their speeches were notably less of a reason for Georgia voters to vote for Herschel Walker, more of a reason to not vote for Raphael Warnock. I also asked Senator Scott while he was here whether other Republican lawmakers have committed to coming down here to Georgia to stump for Herschel Walker. Of course, he's NRSC chairman, the leader of this effort to elect Republicans to the Senate. He said that more Republicans would be there, but he wouldn't tell me exactly who those Republicans would be. I asked him if he would be back down here in the next 4 weeks before Election Day. He did tell me yes, but Republican voters I spoke with here at this event told me they don't think any of this is even necessary. They were here today to support Herschel Walker, not see Scott and Cotton. They said they made up their minds months ago to stick with Walker.
All right, Allie, thank you very much for that, and good job with your reporting down there. Jesse, I want to get to you in Ohio right now. Again, a state that Donald Trump won by 8 points. The Democrats on the ground there say they need more national help to make this a real fight. It is still pretty much a toss-up race between Tim Ryan and J.D. Vance. What did we hear from each of the candidates, their first chance to face off in a debate that, you know, frankly, at times came down to the issue of authenticity?
Yeah, and Peter, there were certainly flashy moments. By the way, this is a state that former President Donald Trump won handily, not once, but twice. And yet we're seeing close to $30 million be poured in here in advertising money from a group tied to Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. So clearly Republicans are at least a little bit concerned that this is a closer race than it should be. The candidates were sparring on multiple issues, everything from the opioid crisis, which has been a big problem here in Ohio, to China, to jobs, and any number of other issues, the economy as well. And often, as you mentioned, this was about authenticity as much as differing viewpoints, just trying to convince voters that each other's opponent was less authentic Ohio and was entangled in these issues. For example, both candidates were trying to tie each other to being entangled with China as they criticized China. So that was what a lot of this was about. Both candidates committed to accepting the results of this election, which obviously is something still in the aftermath of 2020 and concerns about election denial tied to that's still out there in the ether. And also, notably, Tim Ryan again made clear that he believes that abortion should return to the Roe v. Wade standard. Whereas J.D. Vance, who on his website says end abortion, that is on his issues page, saying he wants to end abortion, word for word right there. He left a little bit more wiggle room last night and said he is open to some exceptions, in which case he would be okay with abortion, but he did not specify. I asked about this of one of his surrogates in the spin room after and was not given a clear answer. And again, he was on cable news this afternoon, Mr. Vance himself, and again, he danced around this topic. So he's saying that there's a little bit more room for exceptions on abortion as far as he's concerned, but he's still not being clear as to what exactly those would be in broad terms. Peter.
Jesse, appreciate your reporting there, as we noted, as you've been talking about over the course of this day as well. Tim Ryan trying to put some distance between him and the National Democrats, among other things, saying of the current president, Joe Biden, that he does not believe he should run for re-election in 2024. We appreciate your reporting on the ground. As we mentioned earlier, NBC's Dasha Burns sat down with the Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor. That, of course, is the Democratic Senate candidate, John Fetterman, his first in-person interview since he suffered a stroke in May. As his recovery continues, Fetterman is looking to reassure voters there that he's fully capable of handling the rigors of higher office. However, he has not made his doctors available to answer questions about his health. Here's more from Dasha's new interview.
You've been on this road of recovery. I'm sure it hasn't been easy. This is a serious health condition. This is a serious health issue that you experienced. What has that recovery process been like? How has it changed your day-to-day experience?
it's everything. It changes everything.
Yeah.
Everything about it has changed. Basically, having a conversation with your wife to having a conversation with your children, just things, especially early after the stroke, the ability to really understand exactly what I'm being heard but it gets much, much better where I take in a lot. But to be precise, I use captioning. So that's really the major challenge. And every now and then I'll miss a word every now and then, or sometimes I'll maybe mush two words together. But as soon as I have captioning, I'm able to understand exactly what's being asked. But even after the stroke, immediately after that, I was able to read everything and I haven't lost any memories or anything like that. It's just really the lingering issue that I have.
Yeah, I mean, I know before this you've admitted you hadn't really thought about your health very much. You hadn't taken great care of yourself. What's it like now for you? Is there some frustration in having to face this, every day?
It's not frustration. It's just a challenge, actually. And I always thought I was pretty emphatic. I think I was very, empathetic. That's an example of the stroke, empathetic. Yeah. I always thought I was very empathetic before having a stroke. But now after having that stroke, I really understand, much more kind of the challenges that Americans have day in and day out.
NBC's Dasha Burns joins us now from the ground in Pennsylvania. After that interview with John Fetterman, and to lend us some expertise on the issues of stroke and stroke recovery, we have invited Dr. Pooja Khatri, Division Chief for Neurology and Rehabilitation at the University of Cincinnati School of Medicine. Doctor, stay with us. I do want to ask you some questions about John Fetterman, of course, acknowledging that you are not specifically treating him. But Dasha, to you first. You're the first reporter to sit down and interview John Fetterman in the same room since his stroke. I want some of your observations about what you can tell us about the way that he was able to engage in that conversation and to answer questions.
Well, Peter, look, let's set the stage here a little bit, right? It's Tuesday. We're on Meet the Press now. In 4 weeks, exactly, voters are going to be at the polls. They will be casting their ballots. Right now, I'm actually in front of the Board of Elections building here in Allegheny County, where some voters have already sent in and dropped off mail-in ballots. And yeah, this was the first time that we were able to be in a room with John Fetterman since his stroke. I actually was in that very same room with him back in May, before the stroke, before the primary. And it was a very different interview, a very different conversation, and just a very different environment. You saw there we were using closed captioning technology. The screen that he was looking at was transcribing my questions so he could read them in real time. Because of that auditory processing issue, he has a hard time understanding what people are saying. Once he can read it, though, he can understand. But I'll say even those small moments, as you know, Peter, behind the scenes, when you're having some of that small talk before an interview, during some of those conversations before the closed captioning was rolling, it wasn't clear that he could understand what we were saying. And you can imagine the challenges that might present for a candidate. But I'll say I have gone to several of his rallies since the stroke, and just observationally, I've seen him improve over the course of several weeks, in terms of the length of time that he spent on stage speaking, the energy that he had, the ability to clearly communicate. And the campaign does say he's recovering, but as we talk to experts, and you're about to have a doctor on to talk about this as well, the caveat that experts will say is, look, people can recover from these symptoms, but they can't really say much without knowing details of the health condition. So we have asked for those medical records. We've asked for interviews with folks on his medical team. Those requests have been denied, both from NBC News and other outlets, Peter.
Yeah, Dasha, thanks so much. Stay with us. I want to get to more of your conversation. Dr. Khatri, though, since you're with us, you heard a little bit of our interview with John Fetterman. Of course, we're not asking you to diagnose him, but can you give us a sense of what you make of what you heard there? Is that common for stroke patients to be able to read something and comprehend it better than for them to hear it directly?
It's certainly not uncommon. There are basically overlapping circuits in the brain that affect your ability to be able to read versus hear and then comprehend that language. And so certainly not uncommon at all. And that's part of the recovery process. There's recovery where the brain is actually healing, and there's also rehabilitation where you learn to work around some of the injury to live your life fully.
So I think the simple question that a lot of Americans, certainly Pennsylvanians, may be asking is, do the speech issues necessarily mean that cognitive function is impaired? Is he able to make the same types of decisions that he would have after the stroke as he would have beforehand?
You know, it's a really common misconception. In fact, I get that call sometimes even from emergency departments. The patient is confused, and actually they're not confused at all. They're just having trouble producing their words. And we see this also in patients who make a really good dramatic recovery with some of our emergency treatments, where they'll tell us, you know, you were so nice, you were talking to me so slowly, I knew what was going on. And we can do cognitive testing that can show us that actually people are thinking just fine. They just can't get those words out. And sometimes they can write, they can read. Reading is clearly helping him. So
how important is adaptive technology for recovery? I mean, if John Fetterman becomes Senator John Fetterman, what would need to be different for him to accommodate the unique challenges that he would face?
You know, it's really early. You know, people make their biggest strides in recovery in these first 6 months, and then they continue to recover over years. So, you know, it's hard for me to predict what he's going to need by the time he were to be in the Senate. But I'll say that there are a lot of, you know, straightforward adaptive technologies like the closed captioning that he's using right now. And I can imagine that that could allow him to function well and provide an important perspective on disability and stroke in his work in the Senate.
That's a point he's tried to make on the trail as well. Dr. Khatri, we very much appreciate your spending time with us and sharing your expertise. I want to bring Dasha back if I can. Quickly, Dasha, I want to dig a little bit further into that interview with you. Obviously, one of the issues that's been a real challenge for a lot of Democrats nationwide has been the topic of crime. Republicans have been hitting them on that issue nationwide. Certainly, Fetterman has been pounded by the Oz campaign on that specific issue as well. Did you have a chance to talk about that, and what else sort of struck you?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see more of that tonight on Nightly News, and the Today Show tomorrow will address the topic of crime. And look, this is something that the experts I've been talking to actually credit some of the tightening, the shrinking lead that Fetterman has had to the issue of crime and how much money Republicans have spent on the airwaves pounding him as soft on crime. I asked him straight out, are you soft on crime? He said no. You know, one of the aspects of his job as lieutenant governor has been to be head of the pardons board, and he has voted for paroling some folks that have been convicted of serious crimes like murder. That's one thing that his opponent has been attacking him about. He told me, look, we can hold two things at once. I can believe in second chances. I can also be tough on crime. He touted his record as mayor of Braddock, where he brought violent crime rates particularly down significantly. But you better bet this is not a topic that is going away. The GOP is spending a lot of time, a lot of money, not just here in Pennsylvania, but across the country on this issue, Peter.
Dasha Burns, we appreciate your excellent reporting on the ground. Congratulations on that important interview, a chance for Americans to see for themselves what John Fetterman is like these days and how his recovery is coming. As we said, you can see more of that exclusive interview coming up tonight on Nightly News with Lester Holt. Again, tomorrow morning on the Today Show as well. And coming up right here inside today's emergency G7 meeting on the war in Ukraine, what the U.S. and its allies are saying and doing about Russia's deadly onslaught and what Ukraine's president is now asking for. The latest reporting is next, plus a one-on-one interview with the White House's National Security Council coordinator. John Kirby will join us. We hope you'll stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts. Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. The G7 held a virtual meeting today, one day after Russia launched more than 80 missiles across Ukraine, targeting both critical infrastructure and civilian buildings. Now, according to Ukraine's state emergency service, 19 people were killed in yesterday's attacks. 105 others were injured. In a joint statement, the G7 leaders today condemned the attack, calling it a war crime. President Zelensky also participated in that G7 meeting this morning, pleading for more air defense systems, but also pouring cold water on any potential negotiation with Vladimir Putin. As the G7 meets, NATO defense ministers are also gathering in Brussels. The NATO Secretary General telling reporters today that the defense alliance will proceed with its annual nuclear deterrence exercise, adding that canceling them would send the wrong signal to Moscow. I'm joined now by NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel, who is on the ground for us in Ukraine. And Richard, as we heard, part of Zelensky's ask was for more air defense systems. How successful has Ukraine been in shooting down Russian missiles? And are they asking for anything new at this point?
They are asking for more because the Russian means of attack has changed slightly. Russia is using more drones than it has been in the past. The air campaign here has always been fairly insignificant, and that is actually one of the things that has surprised me most about this conflict. It really hasn't been an air war. I'm not very far from the front lines right now, and for the last several months, I've been in areas like this, and you don't hear jets buzzing the sky. You don't hear fighter jets coming in and dropping their bombs. It's been an artillery war. It's been a war of missiles, and it is increasingly a drone war, with Russia using Iranian-made dive bomber drones, the Shahed models, to carry out attacks. And some of those attacks can be very long range. So in order to adapt to the way the Russians are attacking, the Ukrainians say they need more defensive systems. And the U.S., which has been providing some air defense systems from the beginning, has pledged to send more of those anti-missile systems, air defense systems. Germany has also said it will send 4 medium-range systems. So the Ukrainians are putting out this call. President Zelensky is personally making this appeal. And so far, at least 2 G7 nations have committed to sending systems.
And Richard, it feels like this recent aerial bombardment was really in some ways an effort to try to sort of break the will of the Ukrainian people. Clearly, their resilience has been demonstrated for months, and it hasn't worked. But it was about the worst bombardment we've seen since the early days back in February. What are you hearing from Ukrainians there on the ground in terms of their response, the will of the people there, even after this recent bombardment?
So it is like the early days without the fear. And I've heard that from Ukrainians just today. In those early days, this war began, I think it was 5 o'clock in the morning on February 24th. And we all sort of watched the Ukrainian response. There was an anticipation that the Ukrainian government, that the Ukrainian military would collapse, that would collapse in a matter of a few weeks. I was talking to Western intelligence officials, and they were privately saying that they thought the Ukrainian government would be able to hold out for about 2 weeks before it had to go underground and become a guerrilla movement. And Ukrainians themselves, who had been in a state of denial that this was actually going to happen. President Zelensky at the time was downplaying the threat of an invasion, even though all the so many Russian troops were massed on the border, over 100,000 of them. When the invasion began, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians were rushing toward the border. There were scenes that looked like World War II, with families, women and children being loaded onto trains, heading to the border, and then people leaving the country. Today, I just crossed into the country earlier this morning. It's almost midnight here now. We didn't see a single person leaving the country. So similar scale of attack that from February. No one leaving the country. There were aid stations set up, tables covered in bottles of water, humanitarian workers with their high visibility jackets on. They weren't giving out any water. There was nobody to give water to. Instead, at this stage, we're seeing hundreds of thousands of Russians who are fleeing the country, Russian men who don't want to have that knock come on their door and send them off to fight with the new draft.
Yeah, as you note, for the Ukrainian people, this is existential, and none of them are backing down from the fight. Richard Engel, be safe on the ground there now again inside Ukraine. I want to turn to NBC senior international correspondent Keir Simmons. He is in Moscow. And Keir, has there been any reaction by the Kremlin tonight to the G7 meeting that took place today and some of the tough talk that we have now heard from Western leaders, including President Biden?
Well, Russian leaders, President Putin himself, would just dismiss it, obviously. So I think there won't be really much reaction to that. I mean, ultimately, where Richard was talking about the Ukrainians feeling like this is existential, the truth is, and I've been talking to Russians, ordinary Russians on the streets, what they will increasingly say to you, many of them, not all of them, is that they feel like if Russia doesn't keep fighting, that Russia will collapse, that Russia's existence is at stake. And what that really goes to say, Peter, is that neither side is interested in compromise at this point. We have heard today from the Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, talking about maybe there could be negotiations perhaps at the G20 with President Putin and President Biden. Russian officials telling me that they're not sure actually that President Putin will go to the G20. President Zelensky will be there too later this year, by the way. So, you know, America has always been clear that Ukraine would need to be at the table. There would be an opportunity there. I don't think it's very likely. Frankly, both sides are dug in. Russia's air war now with its missiles is just simply a sign that it is determined to try to double down, despite some Western government officials suggesting that Russia is exhausted. Russia is trying to still put up an offensive, its offensive front, if you like.
Keir, I want to ask you, the NATO Secretary General said today that Ukraine needs additional air defense systems after what he's calling Russia's most significant escalation since the start of this war. Has Russia made it clear, would they retaliate if the West sends additional capabilities to Ukraine?
Oh, I mean, listen, the Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov today, President Putin, they've all been clear that they believe, and particularly, by the way, the hardliners around President Putin, who have been calling for a stepping up of the Russian campaign, if you like, for weeks, they've all been clear that they believe that this is a battle with NATO. So they won't be surprised by that news. Certainly, there is a prevalent belief amongst the Russian elite here that it is because of the weapons that have been supplied by NATO that the Ukrainian military is on the front foot. So, you know, listen, that is absolutely what they believe. And it goes back to the point that I was making, which is that many Russians think that this is an existential fight for Russia because they think that NATO wants to see the defeat of Russia. These are very, very difficult times for this country, probably the most challenging times President Putin has ever faced in his 20 years of leadership, because ultimately, and Peter, you know, I've asked since the beginning of this conflict Russian officials, what are you going to do if your strategy doesn't work? They haven't had an answer since February. They still don't have an answer to that. And so ultimately, the challenge for Russia is that question of what comes next.
Yeah, it seems like double, triple, and quadruple down at this point. It's been more of the same, and it just continues to get worse. Keir Simmons on the ground inside Russia for us tonight. Keir, thank you very much. The president's foreign policy challenges do not stop in Ukraine, as Saudi Arabia's recent move to slash oil production sparks a backlash from within the president's own party over the White House's handling of U.S.-Saudi relations. The National Security Council's communications coordinator is John Kirby, and he is going to join me next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back. The White House says President Biden is reevaluating the U.S.'s relationship with Saudi Arabia. It comes less than 24 hours after Senator Bob Menendez, who is the chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, urged the president to end all cooperation with the Saudis for underwriting Vladimir Putin's war by cutting oil production. Menendez writes in part, there simply is no room to play both sides of this conflict. Either you support the rest of the free world in trying to stop a war criminal from violently wiping off an entire country on the map, or you support him. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia chose the latter in a terrible decision driven by economic self-interest. Just a moment from now, we're going to be speaking to the National Security Advisor spokesperson, that is John Kirby. He's going to join us in a second. But first, I want to get to the Washington Post's Leanne Caldwell, Democratic strategist Xochitl Hinojosa, and Republican strategist Matt Gorman. Can you tell I was juggling there as we were waiting to see whether John Kirby made it to the camera in time? We'll pull back the curtain and be honest about that. Give us a sense what you're hearing from the Hill side right now as it relates to Russia. There's obviously, we are in this for the long haul. The president said he's not going to back down from it. What are you hearing from those that you speak to on the Hill?
Well, what Senator Menendez said is something that Democrats have been saying for nearly a week now since this decision by Saudi Arabia. Senator Menendez is obviously in a very powerful position as chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, so what he says matters. But Democrats on Capitol Hill have been furious about this. We haven't heard as much from Republicans, but this is definitely also going to be an issue that Congress takes up when they come back in November.
Obviously, we heard over the last several weeks, President Biden said privately at a Democratic fundraiser that this is the closest we've been, Matt, to a nuclear Armageddon in 60 years, dating back to the Cuban Missile Crisis right now. Some Republicans have said that he's been too casual in the way that he's talking about this issue. Don't Republicans agree that the president has done one thing effectively, at least, which is unite the Western world against Russia?
Yes, but I think also what they would caution is if the President of the United States and the leader of the free world and the largest nuclear arsenal is going to use the word Armageddon, that sends shockwaves. And so that has to be backed up by a certain level of seriousness. I'm not saying it is, but that words matter, right? We all say that. So I think that is something that took a lot of people by surprise, including Republicans. And look, if this Putin continues to escalate this war, we're going to be hearing a lot more about it, and Ukraine will be back in the news where it hasn't been for a while.
You guys stick with us for a second. I want to get to Steve Kornacki for a second, who's also joining us right now. Steve, thank you for being with us. Give us a sense to what you're hearing right now, and you're keeping a close eye, obviously, as it relates to the midterms that are coming up a short distance from now, just 4 weeks away, where Russia's, is sort of waned in terms of what Americans are keeping a close eye on.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of ways of looking at it. I think, obviously, look, the stakes, I think we all know, a 50-50 Senate. Republicans just in need of a net gain of 1 seat to get the Senate. Republicans need a net gain of just 5 to take the House here. Typically, you'd look at the president's approval rating and you'd say Republicans are well positioned to do both of those things. Joe Biden's average approval rating sitting at under 43% right now. If you look at the most recent presidents who've been in that territory, this point before their first midterm election, Donald Trump 2018, Barack Obama in 2010, go back to Bill Clinton in 94. All of them lost the House. All of them lost dozens and dozens of House seats. So by that sort of historical standard, this is a perilous place for Biden and his party to be. Where it gets a little bit more complicated right now, though, obviously, is this question of the generic ballot. When you ask folks, Democrats, Republicans, which one would you prefer to run Congress here? Typically, what we've seen is when a president has a very low approval rating, in those examples I just showed you there, the opposition party usually enjoys a substantial lead at this point in the generic ballot. But what we're seeing is the Republicans do have the lead, but it's less than 1 point. Right now, on average, it's 0.9 points. That's the Republican advantage on the generic ballot. That is an improvement for Republicans from where they were 2 or 3 weeks ago. If you went back into September, Democrats actually had a slight lead in the generic ballot. So there's been some slight movement towards Republicans here. Certainly, Republicans are hoping this would be a late developing wave. Seen those in the past a few times. 2014 comes to mind, where the Republican advantage didn't really explode until late in that campaign. So that's what Republicans are hoping for. But there is a bit of tension right now between the low job approval rating for Joe Biden and the still very competitive generic ballot that we're seeing here. And it raises the question of, we're always asking that, is something different this time than before? Democrats hope that looming presence of Donald Trump, the former president, maybe creates a new dynamic in this midterm that just hasn't been there in past midterms.
Yeah, Steve, thanks for breaking that down for us. I want to get back to our panel, if I can, on that very topic. And Xochitl, let's get to you quickly for some of your reaction to this. Obviously, one of the challenges had been for the Democrats, whether it was going to be an issue of inflation in the economy or an issue of abortion that really sort of drove this conversation. Has the Dobbs effect, that is to say, has the Roe v. Wade decision now become sufficiently far out that it has waned in its importance for those independent-minded voters that haven't made up their minds yet?
Well, I think it is because of the Roe decision. You do have a closer race. I think a few months ago, we were looking at Democrats losing not only the House, but also the Senate. What Steve was talking about, the generic ballot, will likely impact what is happening on the House. I think you'll likely see that Democrats will lose the House. In the Senate, what's happening is each of those senators have high approval ratings, especially the ones where we're defending seats, have high approval approval ratings in those states much higher than President Biden. And they are talking about issues like Roe v. Wade and abortion, and also the economy and what they've accomplished.
Let me ask you on that issue of the economy. Obviously, that's been more in the headlines recently. Saudi Arabia thumbing its nose at President Biden. It means the potential for gas prices is to go back up again. Obviously, the way gas prices go, strategists on both sides agree is often the way these elections go. Has that become a problematic issue in the waning weeks?
Well, I think that the economy and gas prices rising does not help Democrats, right? And I do think that while you have people who have started voting and, you know, we're a few weeks away from the election, the reality is what does turnout look like at the end of the day? Do we have enough people in our Democratic base that will turn out because of the Roe decision? And how does that impact and counter sort of independents who are, and others who are worried about gas prices? And they should be worried about gas prices. What Democrats have to do is show that they're doing something about it. And that's why I think you have the administration who's a little nervous about it.
Matt, how anxious are Republicans right now?
Well, we're always anxious. It's what, a month out?
That's what the Democrats say.
But no, look, I think the number Republicans look at, especially when I was at the NRCC in 2018, is the president's approval rating. 42, 43%. Unless your name is Manchin or Collins, you can't outrun a president of your own party in a midterm by 7 or 8 points. It's just not done. Typically, folks in Congress and the House and Senate stay between a point or two when it comes to that approval rating.
Leanne, what are the party leaders on both sides thinking about as they sort of imagine control of Congress in the new Congress in the beginning of next year?
Well, I guess everyone's waiting to see what that's going to look like and what that breakdown looks like.
But they're making some plans already, certainly on the Republican side.
They are making plans. And if you're a Republican, no one is jealous of Kevin McCarthy and the job that he is going to have next year if Republicans are in the majority. He has tried to keep his party together when they're in the minority, which is much easier to do. But he's going to have a lot more extreme members, most likely, who are elected, and he has to line that up with.
Is it Kevin McCarthy's job? Is that a no-brainer at this point?
If he is Speaker of the House, yes. There is no one who is actively running against him. People think it's going to be him. The question is he Speaker or is he Minority Leader? Most people think he's going to be Speaker.
Yeah, at this point, I think it appears to be the way things are going right now. I want to ask you about what we're watching take place in Georgia right now. Herschel Walker bringing in the heavyweights. He's got Tom Cotton, Rick Scott, obviously, who runs the Senate campaign committee for the Republicans right now. What struck me as I heard the reporters on the ground today, Matt, in Georgia was they'd ask about Herschel Walker and about these allegations, and they would, like a good politician does, immediately pivot, not even address it, just say, you know what I think about Raphael Warnock and the following. Herschel Walker, the challenge for him right now is he needs to make up ground, right? It's not enough just to get rid of this issue. He has to build some ground and make up some points in that tight race.
Yeah, so the Republicans I've talked to with this, they expect a little bit of a dip in the polling, like they've seen with some of these attacks that have come in the past. But these attacks in the past have resulted also then in a bump to essentially equilibrium, a margin of error race. I think they're waiting to see whether or not this is a little bit more permanent or it's also a bump in the road. And let's remember, Warnock can't get above 50%. He's about 48% after spending a lot of money. So if this ends up in a runoff, a lot of what happens in other states like Georgia or Nevada, if the majority's at stake, that will play a lot into the runoff.
I want to ask you about the John Fetterman conversation. I know we're pivoting. We're going around the horn, as they say right now. John Fetterman, for the first time, inviting a reporter, NBC's Dasha Burns, to do an interview in person. He used closed captioning. Notably, that will be allowed in the debate that he holds with Dr. Oz only a short time from now. Why? What was the thinking behind this? Is it to sort of make voters more comfortable with this? And do you think it's effective?
Well, it's absolutely right. It's an incredible interview. And I think that what the Fetterman campaign is doing is they're trying to be transparent. He's been trying to be transparent from the beginning. That is what voters want to see.
Well, he's trying to be transparent now because he was starting to see some points get shed.
Well,
no?
and we always knew that all of these races are going to get closer as you get closer to the election, and we know that. But with Fetterman, I think what's interesting is he's trying to tell people, listen, we've all had health issues in our families. We know someone either who's had a stroke or has had some health problems, and this is how I'm managing with it. I think it was smart to do the interview, especially if he's going to have to be in front of a debate. It's less of a distraction if this comes out a few, days ahead of a debate versus right as the first time they see him do this is at a debate. So from a communications perspective, I think it was well done, and he looked like a strong candidate, and moving forward, I think you want to see him sort of out there talking about the issues and this be less of a distraction.
Two last thoughts, Matt.
Real quick, if Mehmet Oz wins this race, it'll be a on crime, though. They've been pummeling him on crime, ads about that. Health will get a lot of the ink. It's a real issue, but crime is the one that will win this race for him.
And I think you're right. James Carville, as we heard, right, the Democratic longtime strategist, saying if you guys are fighting on the issue of abortion, you're not doing enough here. You got to be able to push back on issues like crime and the economy.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I'm doing a story on Northeast Republicans right now in New England, and I'm hearing the exact same thing, that abortion is probably not going to resonate in those states because there's already access to abortion there, and that Democrats need to be focusing on the economy too.
All right, we'll be looking forward to reading that in the Washington Post. Thanks so much, Leanne Caldwell. Matt Corbin, Sochi, always nice to have you with us as well. And coming up right here, John Kirby, the coordinator for strategic communications at the National Security Council. He will join us. You're watching Meet the Press now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. As we mentioned earlier, the White House says President Biden is reevaluating the U.S.'s relationship with Saudi Arabia after it announced plans to cut oil production. And joining me now is John Kirby, the coordinator for strategic communications at the National Security Council. John, I appreciate your being with us. You said earlier today that President Biden is reevaluating that relationship with the Saudis. What factors go into that decision?
Well, first, I want to apologize for being late, Peter. Poor time management on my part. I wish I had
You got other things to do. We get it.
I didn't do it right today, so I apologize. The president believes, certainly in the wake of the OPEC decision here, that and actually, frankly, from the beginning of the administration, he felt that the relationship with Saudi Arabia, while important, and it still is important, should probably be reevaluated. Certainly in the wake of this OPEC decision, he's more convinced of that now. And so we are going to review the status of this bilateral relationship, and we want to make sure the president's primary concern is to make any bilateral relationship is working to our national interest and advancing our national security. And he just wants to make sure that that's where things are with Saudi Arabia going forward.
So let me try to drill down on that. Is freezing all aspects of the U.S.'s relationship with the Saudis on the table?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president here. He hasn't made any decisions at all, except to say that he wants to take a look at the relationship. But I won't get ahead of what that might look like going forward. He wants to talk to members of Congress, and he's going to obviously give them time to get back to town. But he knows that there's many members of Congress who likewise share some concerns about this relationship. He wants to have time to consult with them as well.
At the risk of you repeating that answer, Senator Richard Blumenthal and Congressman Ro Khanna, among those Congress members, they introduced legislation together today that would halt all arms sales to the Saudis. Is that a more viable option? Is that something, not getting ahead of it though, something certainly to this point that has been among those that you would consider?
I think the president wants to take a fresh look and again, review this bilateral relationship, make sure that it's working to our national security interests. We also need to remind ourselves that 70,000 plus Americans live and work in Saudi Arabia.
Right.
They too are facing the threat from these Houthi-launched missile and drone attacks into Saudi Arabia. There are American businesses who are based in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is still a strategic partner of the United States and has been for 80 years. So I think whatever we end up doing here, the president wants to take a balanced approach.
As we witnessed when we traveled with the president to Saudi Arabia over this summer. I want to ask about Russia now. The foreign minister there, Sergei Lavrov, said today that Vladimir Putin would be open to meeting with President Biden at the G20 meeting next month. Would President Biden rule that out?
The president has answered this question himself. He said it remains to be seen, and I think that's exactly where he is right now. He hasn't committed to a meeting with Vladimir Putin. I think he's going to think about this in his own time. Right now, the president believes this is not the time for business as usual with Russia, with Mr. Putin. Given what they've done inside Ukraine, he does not believe normal is the right approach.
To be clear, in the past, he said Vladimir Putin shouldn't even be included at the G20.
Again, he's been very clear about where Mr. Putin should sit and stand on the world stage. I won't get ahead of where things are going with the G20. The president said it remains to be seen, and I think that's where we are.
The president today, in a new interview with CNN, said of Vladimir Putin that he, quote, totally miscalculated by invading Ukraine. But he also went on to say that he believes he is a rational actor. Does his being a rational actor, in at least the president's assessment, does that mean that he's less likely to use tactical nuclear weapons? Is that the president's words, or is that an intelligence community assessment that he is a, quote, rational actor here?
I think it's both. I think you just look at how Mr. Putin has behaved since before the invasion. Yeah, this was a strategic mistake. He should never have done this. He certainly did not expect the kind of resistance that he was going to get from the Ukrainian armed forces, and he certainly didn't expect the resolve and the unity in the international community to push back on him and to hold him accountable. Now, on the nuclear question, and the president's right. I mean, we believe that he's a rational thinker here. We have not seen, and we're monitoring it as best we can, Peter, we've not seen any indication that Mr. Putin has made a decision to move towards the use of weapons of mass destruction or nuclear weapons. We haven't seen his military conduct any moves that would lead us to believe that they're even preparing for that kind of an outcome. And the last thing I'll say is, and we're watching this again as closely as we can, we haven't seen anything that's caused us to want to change our own strategic nuclear deterrent posture.
I want to ask you about what we did hear from President Zelensky. He asked for additional air defense systems from G7 nations, including the U.S. Notably, the U.S. just announced it's sending 2 what they call NASAMS. These are sort of mid-range air defense systems. Why not send more, given that new bombardment that you just saw?
I would note that we've been sending air defense capabilities since the very beginning of this war, when we were talking about Stingers, which are short-range air defense systems. Back in the spring, when we helped Slovakia arrange to get their S-300, which is a long-range old Soviet system, into Ukraine. And now, of course, we're working on procuring these NASAMS, these surface-to-air missile systems, which are short to mid-range. You're right about that. And we're open to exploring additional air defense capabilities. The Secretary Austin, Secretary of Defense, will be meeting with our allies and partners in Europe here this week at another contact group. I'm sure that the issue of air defense will be coming up. There are other nations who have other air defense capabilities that the Ukrainians are more familiar with, that they could also, we could maybe help get into the country. So there's a lot of options here on the table. We're going to continue to look at this going forward because we know it's a real military requirement.
John, one last thought I want to get in with you is Bill Richardson. You know, he said over the weekend that he's, quote, cautiously optimistic that a deal will be reached by the end of this year to secure the release of Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan, of course, being held right now in Russia. The U.S. says they're wrongfully detained there. I know the administration has made clear that private citizens like Richardson, that their involvement could, quote, hinder efforts. But is the administration optimistic, especially in light of this new violence?
What we are is confident that we are serious about getting these two individuals home. And we are working very hard to bring that about. We have made a very serious proposal and laid that on the table for the Russians. And we urge them to take that because it will help get these two individuals, Ms. Griner and Mr. Whelan, home faster. We're going to keep at it. The U.S. government speaks for the U.S. government. We're going to keep at it. We're going to maintain contact with Russian officials to try to bring that about.
Do we know that they're both well at this point? Have we had any recent contact?
We don't have any indication that they aren't. Okay. We are in as close contact as we can be. There are some limits to that, as you might imagine, but every indication we have right now is that they are in good health. Good. But they need to be in good health at home with their families where they belong.
John Kirby, we always appreciate you making time for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter.
Still to come right here, new reporting on the mounting tension within the Secret Service over dozens of seized cell phones tied to the January 6th insurrection. That's coming up. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back to Meet the Press Now. There is some developing news that we have just learned. NBC News Now reporting that the Secret Service agents tried to access records of the communications seized during investigations into the events of January 6th, but were denied by their own agency. And NBC News' Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now. And Julia, just literally as we're sitting here, you've reported out some new details about what the Secret Service has been providing both to the investigators on the Hill and to those within the Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah, that's right, Peter. So we are just learning that over 1 million communications were taken from the Secret Service and given
handed to January 6th investigators. This does not include more text messages, the thing we've all been asking about since we learned this summer that many of those text messages were deleted when they updated their phones. But it does include emails, radio transmissions, and Microsoft Teams chat. We knew that some of those communications had been handed over. Most people thought maybe in the thousands, but now we understand it's more than 1 million communications.
And to be clear, why this matters, right? A lot of this, at least, or all of it, is coming from personal phones of these Secret Service.
Well, both.
Both. See, their work phones and from their personal phones,
yes.
Which is to say that for the investigators, they may get better information about what the Secret Service knew in real time as we were leading up to the dates and during January 6th.
Right, and those radio transmissions could be really interesting, too, if you think about how they're responding in real time. I mean, just take 3 big lingering questions we have about January 6th. How did the Secret Service respond to protecting the vice president? What happened inside Trump's personal vehicle when we understand from Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony he wanted to go back to the Capitol? And were there any communications that may have happened between the Secret Service and the members of those far-right militia groups? Something we weren't thinking about previously, but we learned in court last week that could be a possibility.
The Secret Service publicly said that they would refute Cassidy Hutchinson's claim. They said their agents would, but now we're going to get to see, they haven't testified. Now we're going to get to see that information for ourselves. Perhaps the investigators will, and that could give us much more information about exactly who's telling the truth here.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see that on Thursday.
Yeah, no doubt. Appreciate it very much. Julia, thank you. Yasmin Vasugian is picking up NBC News' coverage. NBC News Now. That's right now.
We are coming on the air with a message from President Biden to Ukraine. We're behind you for as long as it takes, with U.S. allies coming together for an emergency meeting to show solidarity against Russia. But the aid money may not flow forever. We're going to explain how the midterms could change that. Plus, some breaking news we're following. The DOJ wanting the Supreme Court to reject former President Trump's request to let the special master look at the classified documents taken from Mar-a-Lago. Why they're calling his ask unprecedented. Plus, a plea from the defense attorney in the death penalty trial of Parkland murderer Nicholas Cruz. Why he's begging a jury to choose life for a man who took the lives of 17 other people. And kids 8 and older will be screened for anxiety for the very first time. Why researchers say these tests are more important than ever. Plus, the stocks of popular rideshare apps are ending the day in the red after new proposed rules from the White House to help gig workers become employees. Could it affect the cost of your ride? And in tonight's original, we look at Florida's mangroves, how these trees help protect the Florida Keys from hurricanes, and why they now need help of their own. Hey, everybody, I'm Yasmin, in for Hallie. And today, in a last-minute emergency meeting, U.S. and G7 allies reassuring Ukraine that Western help is not going anywhere, that they're still willing to back the country as Russian missiles wreck multiple cities for the second day in a row. This virtual meeting happening because we really haven't seen Ukraine get attacked at a level like this before, since the early days, of course, of the war. 19 people have been killed so far, over 100 more hurt. So this afternoon, John Kirby of the White House National Security Council saying the U.S. will be giving Ukraine more air defense help. And it's coming after President Biden this morning said that the U.S. will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. So if this sounds familiar, it's because we've been hearing this messaging before from the president. And so far, it has, in fact, worked. The White House has been able to keep up bipartisan support, sending over $16 billion in financial, military, humanitarian aid as well to Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's invasion. But we're starting to see some signs that could be shifting. Now some Republicans are skeptical about why the U.S. is spending so much money on a war overseas that's now going on 8 months, with one recent Pew poll showing that more and more Republicans think the U.S. has given too much support to Ukraine. And adding more pressure, the White House is rethinking their relationship with Saudi Arabia after a Saudi and Russian-led coalition decided to cut global oil production, which, by the way, is likely to increase gas prices once again. Just weeks, of course, before voters are heading to the polls for the midterms. With that, want to bring in Monica Alba now, who's joining us from the White House. A lot to get to, Monica, to say the least. And it's notable, by the way, to say this day we're still hearing President Biden say the U.S. is ready to help for as long as it takes. But it seems like this rhetoric, it's on shaky ground, right, as I put it, given how costly it's become to provide that help with an election just weeks away.
And it's a question that was posed to the White House just this afternoon, Yasmin. If Republicans do take control of the House or Senate or both, what would it mean for the future of this funding for Ukraine? And in essence, the White House says, let's wait and see what happens. But they want to completely underscore they feel that this kind of assistance is essential and that they want to continue to provide it. But of course, we have to look at the political reality that may soon shift if indeed the GOP takes one of those chambers, and it will be a larger debate. And the other thing here, though, that you noticed and mentioned is that there could be some bipartisan support for continuing this kind of aid and humanitarian assistance. Maybe it wouldn't be necessarily this other kind of money that's going or these other missile systems. That is still up for debate. But right now, that's why they are acting as quickly as they can, according to the National Security Council spokesman John Kirby. They're working toward providing that as soon as possible. That is what the emergency meeting was about earlier today. And President Biden says that he is resolute in supporting the people of Ukraine, the president of Ukraine, as he continues to call out Russia for war crimes and atrocities. Yasmin.
Let's talk about the Saudi factor as well, Monica, while I have you. And that's, of course, the oil factor amidst all of this and the decision when it comes to OPEC. Saudi Arabia cutting oil production. It's almost certain to increase gas prices here that have been on the downside, we should say, over the last couple of weeks, right? There was some positivity when it came to that inside the White House. We also just heard Democratic Senator Bob Menendez calling for an immediate freeze on all U.S. cooperation with Saudi. How is the administration now reevaluating that relationship right now, given the fact, by the way, that Russia and Saudi Arabia are still the second and third biggest oil producers in the world, an economy, by the way, top of mind for many Americans heading into the midterm, specifically gas prices?
It's a really important angle to all of this, Yasmin. And right now, the White House says that they are evaluating all of these different options. And what's going to come first is a review in the relationship between the United States and Saudi Arabia. So what does that mean? Right now, they aren't saying who's going to lead that review, except that the president has ordered it. He is likely to speak with members of Congress, specifically some of those senators who have been calling for some specific actions. So the White House isn't ready to say what they're going to do, just that they're going to take a step back and see what might need to change. And it does seem here like this could be an administration-wide review. There could be other agencies involved. Again, the president will likely speak to members of Congress and other key stakeholders to come up with an assessment, and then he will announce that. But the White House did not provide any kind of timeline for how long this might take. It really could be weeks. It could be months. It could be, as you know, a long time, and after certainly the midterm election. So that question of gas prices on the mind of a lot of voters as they see that go up at the pump, that's not something that likely will be resolved here or reevaluated by the time they go to the ballot box.
All right, Monica Albaforce at the White House. Thank you, Monica. Great to talk to you. We're following some breaking news, everybody. The Justice Department asking the Supreme Court to stay out of its investigation into the seizure of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. The DOJ's response, it's coming after the former president asked the Supreme Court to allow the special master reviewing the seized documents to access those that are marked classified. Ken Delanian joining us now with more on this. This just breaking really in the last, I guess, hour or so, Ken. Talk to us about what this means.
Yasmin, the Justice Department is saying in this 34-page brief that Trump has not even attempted to explain how he's irreparably injured by the Court of Appeals partial stay, which the DOJ says simply prevents the disclosure of classified documents, documents bearing classification markings, in the special master review while the government appeals. So basically, the appeals court has ruled that the special master has no right to see these classified documents. And now Trump has gone to the Supreme Court and asked the Supreme Court to overturn that. The DOJ is saying, wait a second, there's no legal case for this. Trump needs to be able to show that he's been harmed by this decision. And they're saying, how could he be harmed? These are not his documents. They are calling this an unprecedented attempt to restrict the government's ability to have access to its own classified information. And now we will see whether the Supreme Court decides to take this case. And I should explain, Yasmin, that this is entirely separate from what the DOJ is doing before the 11th Circuit. They are appealing the entire special master process. And they're doing that on an expedited basis. If they win that, then the special master goes away completely. And in the meantime, they do now still have access to these classified documents in their criminal investigation.
Any indication, Ken, as to when we would hear from the Supreme Court Court on this?
No, but since this was kind of an emergency request, I think it'll be rather soon.
Okay, Kendall Lanian Fortis, thank you. So just before we came on the air, everybody, in a Fort Lauderdale courtroom, the lead defense attorney for the Parkland school shooter told the jury her client's life was literally in their hands. She urged them to choose, quote, mercy and compassion by giving Nicholas Cruz a life sentence instead of the death penalty. Take a listen.
Sentencing Nicholas to death will change absolutely nothing. You can show Nicholas Cruz all the things that he did not show those 17 victims.
Cruz pled guilty last October to killing 14 students and 3 staff members in February of 2018, one of the country's deadliest school shootings. Over the course of the trial, the jury heard emotional testimony, accounts of what happened that day from teachers, students who watched their classmates, the people they know and love, die. Carrie Sanders is joining us now with more on this. Carrie, if you would, take us inside that courtroom, especially when it comes to these closing arguments over the last 3 months. While this thing has been ongoing, the jury has seen security video of the shooting, autopsy photos, dozens, as I mentioned, witness testimony. Walk us through what more we heard in these closing arguments today.
It has been, Yasmin, it's been overwhelming for the family members, the survivors who were victimized, who decided to come and watch this for the last 4 months. And then, of course, for the 12-member jury who may actually need some psychological counseling themselves after seeing this, after hearing this, after going through what was essentially a 6 or 7 minute shooting spree that has been recounted from every angle and every detail during this sentencing phase of the trial. Of course, the gunman here, Nicholas Cruz, has confessed that he did shoot and kill 17, that he did attempt to kill 17 others. Michael Satz is the prosecutor here. He was the state attorney for a very long time. He decided to stay on and give up that political position just to finalize this case here. And today, in his closing, where he was pleading with the jury for the death penalty, he spoke minute by minute, second by second of what happened. It took him more than 90 minutes to describe what happened in that 6-7 minute period when the gunman went into the school and began shooting. And as you'll hear Michael Satz say, he believes that there is only one logical conclusion here, and that is the death penalty. This is what he had to say.
There is no brain damage. There is damage to his personality and to his character. And hate is not a mental disorder. The appropriate sentence for Nicholas Cruz is the death penalty.
The prosecutor trying to make it clear that there is no mitigating circumstance here, that the gunman, Nicholas Cruz, was the child born disadvantaged because his mother had an addiction problem. They made it very clear that he grew up in Parkland in a house with 4,500 square feet with a swimming pool, that there were the types of things that were afforded to him to have the same life as others, and that there is not a reason that anybody can understand as to why he would have gone off the rails and committed the murders as he did, Yasmin.
Carrie, can you just take me inside the courtroom quickly? The people that were there watching these closing arguments, I suspect parents of victims.
Yeah, there are parents of victims who at times during the trial and again today, as the details were explained to the jury in really graphic detail, they couldn't stand it and actually got up and left the courtroom. But those that have come here have felt that it is important that they remain in the courtroom, hear everything that is presented, and do all that they can. In fact, they've given some victim statements, but to do all that they can to make sure that the justice system lives up to the promise of the justice system. Before this, there was a very big debate of whether this should go forward. Some of the victims felt that it was just too much to endure. The defense for Nicholas Cruz had said, we will plead guilty, give us a life sentence. And the prosecutor again said, no, you go ahead and if you want to, go ahead and plead guilty, but we're going to go to the sentencing phase and we're going to ask for a death penalty. And in Florida, like most states that have the death penalty, it's lethal injection, but Florida also still has the electric chair should the inmate who is then convicted and sentenced to death decides that that's how they want to die. Yasmin?
Just for folks to understand this, the jury must in fact be unanimous for Nicholas Cruz to get the death penalty here. Kerry Sanders for us, as always.
All 12 jurors.
Thank you so much, Kerry. Appreciate it. Let's head over to the campaign trail, everybody, where right now in Atlanta, Senator Raphael Warnock is meeting with voters just as some of his anti-abortion colleagues on Capitol Hill are rushing to the aid of his Republican opponent, Herschel Walker. You see there Senators Rick Scott, Tom Cotton, laying out this show of force that says the party is not backing away from Walker despite allegations that he paid a woman to have an abortion back in 2009. This is Walker's first public appearance since NBC News obtained text between his wife and the woman that Walker says he does not know whether or not she terminated a pregnancy, dismissing what he says are lies against him.
Right now, you can see what they're doing. They'll do whatever it takes, say whatever they have to say because they want this seat right here. But I don't think they know that they woke up a bear.
Ali Rafa is joining us now on the trail for us in Carrollton, Georgia. Ali, good to see you out there. Just a reminder for folks, by the way, Walker wants a federal ban on abortions without exceptions. Pretty extreme there, to say the least. And today he's talking about everything except that.
That's right, Yasmin. Yeah, allegations as serious as these would have typically sunk in any other GOP candidate. But from what we saw today, you really couldn't even tell that there was this much controversy surrounding Herschel Walker amid these allegations that this ex-girlfriend alleges that he paid for her abortion in 2009, pressured her to have a second one 2 years later. She says they broke up when she refused. But you couldn't tell any of that on the stage when Walker appeared with these two GOP heavyweight senators, Rick Scott, Tom Cotton, both coming to his defense. And really, they didn't bring up abortion at all, at least in Walker's case. He brought up issues like inflation, high gas prices, family values, drugs on the border, issues he says are more important to voters than his past. That is something that tracks with what Republican voters here at this event told me. They said that they don't care about Herschel Walker's past. What is in the past is in the past, and they are focused on the issues at hand. They wish that this would all go away, Yasmin.
Wondering, as you're speaking to voters out there as well, Ali, if any folks are reacting at all to some of the video messages, the tweets that were put out by Herschel Walker's son.
So those allegations are mostly paid attention to by Democrats here. But even these allegations, you know, there's been a string of controversies in Herschel Walker's past since he announced his candidacy. Obviously, these domestic violence claims. He has admitted to mental health issues. Now you have these recent abortion allegations, and that is something that's not really tracking with Republicans. They're saying that first of all, they're saying that they don't believe them, and others are saying even if they were true, that it wouldn't matter because they're more focused on how he would vote if he is elected to the Senate. If a vote to codify Roe versus Wade was ever brought up again, remember that vote didn't even pass a preliminary vote to be able to be voted on the Senate floor back in February. That's what they're most focused on here, the policy, not the personal past of Herschel Walker. Democrats, meanwhile, want to keep abortion rights at the forefront, at the top of voters' minds. But they tell me that with high gas prices, soaring inflation, that's becoming even harder, especially as those prices only grow higher in these last 4 weeks until these critical midterms, Yasmin.
I'm wondering, though, as we're talking about this, right, we mentioned, of course, Herschel Walker's son, Christian, has made some allegations, certainly online. While Senator Raphael Warnock is not necessarily talking about that, there is a new ad out there from a Democratic super PAC using a tweet from his son. Let's watch that.
He threatened to kill us and had us move 6 times in 6 months, running from his violence, showing up at his ex-wife's house armed with a gun and refusing to leave.
So expand on that, Ali, if you will, a little bit. How much Democrats are actually focusing on this? I know you touched on it a little bit earlier, but then ultimately, how much, as you talk about a little bit earlier, abortion is driving this conversation.
Yeah. Voters on the ground here say they want to keep abortion at the top of people's minds, but I think it's notable that the Democratic incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock is not bringing this up, not using this allegations, these controversies to his advantage on the campaign trail. He has only brought it up once on the campaign trail when specifically asked about it, and that's because he walks a very fine line here. He said that he is for abortion rights, but he respects everybody's right to an opinion, right to whatever they want. But I can tell you, having been on the ground here the past few days watching the local newscast, this is not something that is being brought up. Issues like I said, crime, inflation, high gas prices, that is what voters are talking about here on the ground in Georgia. Yasmin.
All right, Ali Rafa for us. Thank you, Ali. Appreciate it. All right, elsewhere on the trail, everybody, a senior Democratic official telling our colleagues at CNBC that President Biden's going to join Pennsylvania Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman at a fundraiser next week. Polling averages showing Fetterman's lead, it's shrinking. He leads Republican Mehmet Oz by just 6 points. That is down from almost 11 points a month ago. Ardasha Burns sat down with Fetterman in an exclusive interview, which used closed captioning because of his ongoing recovery from a stroke back in May. And Fetterman spoke about the stakes of this election, including when it comes to abortion. Listen.
On the issue of abortion, I just want to clarify your position there. Do you believe that the government should be able to set guardrails on abortion, or do you believe that this is a decision that should only be made between a woman and her doctor?
I'm saying that Roe v. Wade should have never fallen, and that should be codified into law. You know, that's my answer on it, and to be absolutely clear.
But you say you want to codify Roe v. Wade, which protects a woman's right to abortion before viability, but allows states to enact abortion restrictions after that. So do you want to codify Roe v. Wade, or do you want to leave the decision just between a woman and her doctor?
I don't know how much clearer I can say. Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade. That's the way it should have been. That's the way it was for the last 50 years, and that's the way it should be. And we should, and I would vote to call get rid of the filibuster and deliver that if I was the senator, or that kind of a vote.
Dasha is joining us now from Pittsburgh on this. Let's talk through some of this interview, Dasha, because as I came to you a little bit earlier, I mentioned, of course, his health and how he hasn't necessarily outright addressed some of the issues that folks have concerns about, while Fetterman is saying his health is not necessarily a factor, also saying in lockstep not to expect many details about that.
Yeah, Yasmin, and he said in our interview at the same time that the stroke has changed everything. He talked about how it made him a more empathetic person, helped him to better understand what everyday Americans are dealing with. But you're absolutely right. Look, this was a very different interview from the conversation I had with him at his home back in Braddock back in May, before the primary, before the stroke. Not only was the nature of the conversation different, but the entire environment was different, right? You saw there, you mentioned it, closed captioning. That's something Fetterman needs in order to understand what people are saying. He has auditory processing issues. It's one of the lingering symptoms of the stroke, where basically he has a hard time understanding what he's hearing. So he was able to understand my questions as he was reading a live transcription on his computer screen. You saw him glancing at the screen there as I was asking him those questions. He still has some challenges with speech as well. And you can imagine how difficult that might be, on the trail, talking to voters, all of the sort of typical things that a politician deals with. Now, the campaign tells us he's well on his way to a full recovery. He maintained that he can do this job on day one if elected. And I'll say, experts that I've spoken to about stroke say that these are symptoms that folks can recover from. The auditory processing, the speech, he's well within the timeline of healing. But I'll say, at rallies where we've seen him over the course of a couple of weeks, we've also noticed some improvements. But every caveat, every doctor we talk to gives a caveat that they can't assess a patient without details. Right. We have asked for medical records. We've asked for interviews with his medical team, and those so far have been denied, Yasmin.
We know, as we've been watching this thing play out in Pennsylvania, Dr. Oz has really kind of been honing in on the health issues that Fetterman continues to deal with, and his kind of lack of transparency with that. But in your interview, Dasha, he did get a little bit reflective when he talked about really just needing to take better care of himself.
Yeah, I mean, he's talked about it a lot over the course of the last few months, kind of what a wake-up call this was. He had ignored some of his health issues. His doctor, in the letter they did release shortly after the stroke, sort of chastised him for not doing better, not following up on some of his heart issues. And he talked to me about the challenge every day of having a conversation with your wife, with your children, that things are different. And you'll see also on that debate, October 25th, he will be using closed captioning technology. He also, in our interview, committed to showing up on that debate stage with his opponent, Dr. Mehmet Oz, no matter what. Yasmin.
Dasha Burns for us. Thank you. By the way, you can see more of Dasha's exclusive interview with Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman tonight on NBC Nightly News at 6:30 Eastern on your local NBC station. All right, coming up, everybody, NASA's big news on what happened when it plowed a spacecraft into an asteroid. Did its test to save the world work? We have got the pictures for you. Plus, the rumors were true, everybody. If you didn't think so, we know. Blink-182's back with a founding member and new music. That's one of our 5 things. Stay with us.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
For the first time ever, anxiety screenings are being recommended for children 8 and older. This is coming from a panel of experts put together by the Department of Health and Human Services. The panel is also reaffirming its previous recommendation to screen kids 12 and older for depression. These recommendations, they apply to all children, by the way, even those who have not shown any symptoms. Why, you ask? Because anxiety cases in children, they are rising. A federal study showing kids diagnosed with anxiety rose by 29% from 2016 to 2020. Researchers saying the COVID pandemic may have been a major factor in that increase. Dr. Akshay Sayal is joining me now. I wonder, and because I was thinking that as I got to that, obviously the pandemic kind of feeding into this, right? The lack of the kind of the unknown, right, of the last 2 or 3 years, and the fear that a lot of these kids had. I wonder if it's also because the numbers we're seeing rise because we're more aware ultimately of mental health, right? We don't see mental health as we kind of used to, this taboo thing, right? We're now confronting it head on.
Yeah, I think not just for kids, for adults too, across the board, you're seeing people are more open to talking about mental health. You're seeing celebrities come out and say, hey, listen, I suffer from anxiety, I suffer from depression, I'm on this medication. And I think ultimately that's a good thing. You know, it's always better to have an open, honest conversation about it. And it's something that's not so easy to talk about. In terms of what this report's saying, you know, screen kids as young as 8 for anxiety and 12 for depression. You want to catch these things early because you never know if your kid may be suffering in silence.
So they're not necessarily giving guidance, though, on how to do the screening, it seems, right?
Well, so there are a couple questionnaires we use, and those questions, one of them is called a PHQ-9. So basically the questions go, you know, over the last 2 weeks, have you had a sense of hopelessness? Have you not been eating? And it's really meant to weed out, you know, somebody who may be going through a quick rough patch versus somebody who actually has a mental health problem.
So what is the differentiation between screening your kid for depression at 12 versus anxiety at 8?
So it's the task force that determined this, and they kind of go through all the evidence that they've determined. And right now, the evidence really suggests anxiety at 8 and depression at 12. You know, in the future, those numbers could change, and we could start both at 8, we could start both at 12, but for now, that's what they're going with.
And then what? Okay, so you find out your kid at 8 years old, 9 years old has anxiety. What options do you have for adults? Of course, if you have anxiety, you take medication, you feel more comfortable probably doing that. But for a child of 8 or 9 years old, that's new territory for parents.
It's new territory for parents, and I think it's a little unnerving. You know, you don't want your kid who's 8 years old who's showing signs of anxiety, you don't want to immediately jump to medication. And I think not just kids, but adults in general, we tend to use medications to solve a lot of our problems as opposed to trying other things first, just because of time and money and ease. So if they are experiencing these signs, you can try things like therapy and other things. But you really want to be referred to a specialist if you test positive on these screenings.
Big proponent of therapy myself. I go to therapy.
I think
it helps
can
me tremendously. If you can get therapy, if you can afford therapy, if you're lucky enough to be able to afford therapy, it's great to be able to talk to someone through all of it. Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
All right, so let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Iran is ramping up its crackdown in the country's Kurdish areas. People have been protesting there since the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. She was Kurdish, and she died last month while detained by morality police there. Now some oil workers are striking to stand in solidarity with the protesters across the country. Number 2, Hockey Canada says its CEO is out and its entire board of directors will step down after months of controversy. The organization has been under fire for its handling of sexual assault allegations against players on the 2003 and 2018 men's junior national teams and for how it paid out settlements. Hockey Canada says it'll put an interim management committee in place to guide it until a new board is elected. Number 3, stage, film, and television star Angela Lansbury died today. She was 96 years old, just a few days short of her 97th birthday. Her career spanned decades, including performances in 1962's The Manchurian Candidate, longtime TV show Murder, She Wrote, huge fan, and as Mrs. Potts in Beauty and the Beast. Number 4, Buckingham Palace announcing King Charles's coronation date today. It will be on May 6th at Westminster Abbey. Kings and queens of England have been crowned there for nearly 1,000 years. Number 5, the band is back together, everybody. Blink-182's Tom DeLonge, Travis Barker, and Mark Hoppus will go on tour together for the first time in almost a decade. DeLonge left the group in 2015. They also announced they will release a new song on Friday. All right, over to Wall Street. Let's talk money for a second. Stocks for some of the apps we use every day closing down after new guidelines from the White House today that may help millions of workers. You see Uber, Lyft, DoorDash as well, all ending the day in the red, the first 2 down double digits. Ouch, because these rules basically will give a clear roadmap for regulators or courts to let independent contractors reclassify as employees. That could lead to higher wages or other new protections, as well as higher prices if they pass those costs onto us, people that are taking these ride-sharing apps. Deidre Bozis, the co-anchor of CNBC's Tech Check, is joining us now with more on this. Deidre, thanks for joining us on this. This is major, right? A lot of folks kind of scratching their heads wondering, okay, is my Uber ride that used to cost $12 now going to cost $24 if, in fact, this happens? Lay out a little bit, if you could, some of these proposals, these new rules that they're proposing, how they could make a difference for gig workers, and could they, in fact, upend the business models of these companies?
They absolutely could, but I should note that we are still a long way from that point. So ride-sharing prices, they have already been getting more expensive because of things like inflation. There was a shortage of drivers. This would really upend the business models and could potentially pass on those higher costs to consumers, as you said. So right now, gig economy workers, they're considered independent contractors. So they can basically log onto the app, take out their cars and drive and earn money sort of whenever they want. This proposal from the Department of Labor could potentially reclassify them as employees. So perhaps a little bit less flexibility, but they would have more benefits and protections, things like minimum wage, medical leave, overtime pay. So that's really the key difference here, and that would add a lot of costs to the companies. Remember, these companies were built with them as independent contractors. It's going to cost them and us a lot more to change that classification.
So it's corporations essentially versus potential kind of on-staff employees. We saw what took place in California, right? Uber, Lyft, they basically launched this $100 million campaign to kill that state's efforts there. Do folks on Wall Street believe they're going to try and kind of launch this federal campaign to put pressure on the White House?
It's a great point. We saw what happened in California. As you said, they spent $100 million combined collectively, these gig economy companies. That was the most expensive ballot proposal in California history. So there's a playbook. We know what they would do. We know that they would spend a lot of money once again to fight this at the federal level. Now, a clarification, though, what drivers want, that is somewhat divided. Some drivers, they want to be considered employees for that protection and those benefits. However, some actually enjoy that independent contractor status because they believe it gives them more flexibility. Wall Street here, as you can tell by the share prices today, unnerved. They are nervous that this is going to lead to more regulatory risk, which has plagued these companies essentially for as long as they have been public companies. But, you know, in some cases, by Uber's own estimates, it could add 20 to 120% more to the fares. And we just don't know if demand is that elastic, if people are going to pay for that. And remember, this is the time, too, when the markets are really turbulent and volatile at the moment, that investors, they want to see better profitability from these companies. They still lose billions of dollars, and this certainly would not help that case. I was
just thinking that, Deidre. You say Wall Street's on shaky ground here. I'm like, gosh, I feel like every single day I'm talking about another reason why Wall Street is on shaky ground, and we're watching the markets take yet another dive. Deidre Bozis, thank you. Appreciate it. When we come back, everybody, we are going inside Russia, a place tens of thousands of men are leaving to avoid getting recruited into the military. Our own Keir Simmons spoke with a taxi driver about what's happening to the people who stayed. That's coming up next.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories, with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too. This is it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now, we know that tens of thousands of Russian men have left their country since President Putin announced a partial mobilization to recruit 300,000 more people to fight in the conflict. We've seen images like this coming out. Thousands of Russians lining up in cars to make it across the border, trying to leave for countries like Kazakhstan, Georgia, Turkey as well. But there are people who are staying behind. Keir Simmons connected with a taxi driver in Moscow to find out what folks are going through there. Keir's joining me now to tell us more about his experience. This is fascinating stuff, Keir. And I know, as you well know, obviously, you get the best information from folks that are on the ground, taxi drivers that have everybody in their car, that know the ins and the outs, the working men and women of that country. What did you learn?
It's so true, Yasmin, isn't it? Too often we journalists act like armchair generals, don't we? Like, we talk about geopolitics and conflicts as if we're playing a games console. What better way to get reality than to get into the back seat of a cab? Just to fill you in, this cab driver is a businessman who is spending his days as a cab driver now, which just tells you something about what's happening here in Moscow. But listen to what he has to say. First of all, as you're rightly say, he has some incredible anecdotes, what he's learning from people who are in his cab. He also, despite everything, has some pretty stunning things to say about what he thinks of President Putin and that operation in Ukraine. Take a listen.
A few days ago, a couple army boys were sitting here and with a lot of stars. And they said, look, it seems like we're fighting against ourselves. There was a lady, pregnant lady, probably on the 8th month, and she was going around the city trying to find the stuff for her husband.
What stuff?
Oh, look, let's say he's unhappy with army boots, so she's trying to find some special boots for him. She loves her husband, and she wants to get him the best. And we know that military can't afford the best.
Russia is fighting for itself, for its survival. Do you hear that opinion?
Yes, but at the same time, most of the people saying that Russia is too big and too strong, maybe a little slow and underdeveloped, but too big and too strong to actually get affected.
Do you think Russia faces what we say an existential threat? Do you think Russia faces?
Yes. It's clearly someone trying to move there to that level. President Putin, since the 90s, that's the best what happened to this country. And I think he's having a tough task. But the idea of rebuilding Russia as one of the major power in the world, that's a correct idea.
Fascinating stuff, Keir. Especially, I mean, we've heard this. We know President Putin has been incredibly popular in Russia for quite some time. I have to say, I was shocked to see that he would even speak to you so freely about some of these topics in Moscow.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? People are more and more now. There was real fear earlier on, around February time, when this whole thing started. More and more now prepared to speak out, prepared to criticize. I think you're right to pick up on a crucial point, which is that there is a huge support for President Putin. You heard it there, and I think that goes back, as he said, to a period of economic success here that people remember. That support is hard to erode, particularly because many Russians feel as if their country's under threat. Look, this is what Russians are saying. It's not what we're saying, it's what Russians are saying, but it's important to understand it if we're going to understand how to get solutions to this terrible crisis that we're living through right now. The thing that's really knocking people's confidence, and he talked about it a little bit at the beginning there, is that question of Russian men serving at the front. It's mostly Russian men. And, of course, that draft of 300,000 Russian men, because that's reaching into families, people's brothers, people's sons, people's husbands. That is, I think, the one thing, and we spoke to a pollster today, a Russian pollster, the one thing that is beginning to have an impact on people's view of President Putin and of what Russia calls its special military operation in Ukraine.
Well, and the fact that he said that they feel as if they're fighting themselves, which is just fascinating.
Yeah.
Keir Simmons, really good stuff. Thank you, Keir. Appreciate it. Coming up, everybody, why Baltimore prosecutors decided to drop all charges against Adnan Syed today. That is next in The Local.
Internal Affairs, the new podcast from Dateline. Listen now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Some very scary moments, everybody, for some young kids in Pennsylvania today. A carbon monoxide leak at a daycare sent dozens of kids and staffers to the hospital. The poisoning was only alerted after one of the kids fell unconscious. A staffer then immediately called 911 when firefighters showed up. Their monitors for carbon monoxide in the atmosphere quickly went off. The entire facility was then evacuated, fire officials saying there were no carbon monoxide monitors in the building. Emily Akeda is following this story for us today and joining us now. So the paramedics that arrived at the scene, calling this essentially a mass casualty event. What happened from there? And shouldn't a daycare center, by the way, have carbon monoxide monitors inside their facilities?
Yeah, so much to get into with this. So many people impacted. I'll start with the good news. Fortunately, everyone, we're told, is in stable condition right now. So that really is so important. But you can imagine what a scare this must have been for the parents, the families, the friends of all of these people involved. 27 kids were hospitalized, 5 adults hospitalized, sickened by carbon monoxide leak. The utility company says the leak was, quote, caused by a malfunctioning heating unit and blocked venting system. Here's more from fire officials.
That's the problem with CO. You won't smell it, you won't taste it, you won't see it. You're not going to know it's there until you get a meter.
Yasmin, the timing of this is really hard to believe. So there's a city ordinance in Allentown that was passed earlier this year, and it goes into effect later this month that requires daycares to have carbon monoxide monitors. Again, it goes into effect later this month. The daycare says that they were looking to make calls and they started to inquire about installing a carbon monoxide monitor, but it hadn't come to fruition yet. Officials say this really underscores the importance of those detectors.
Absolutely. I mean, thankfully, they were awake when this was happening. Had they all been sleeping, as it sometimes happens when people are sleeping.
And that firefighters, their equipment have those detectors with them, so they were immediately alerted to the high levels.
Yeah, Emily Akeda-Force, thank you so much. Great to see you, Emily.
Yeah, good to see you.
All right, NBC covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they're telling us is going on down in their regions in a segment that we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, Baltimore prosecutors dropping all charges against Adnan Syed today in the 1999 murder of his ex-girlfriend, Heyman Lee. Officials saying DNA evidence supported Syed's innocence. His case gained national attention after being featured in the first season of the Serial podcast. Prosecutors saying they reached out to the Lee family's lawyer before announcing their decision. Lee's family says they learned the charges were dropped through media accounts. Their attorney says they felt robbed of a voice. From our West Coast Bureau, wildlife officials in Washington state saying endangered gray wolves are being poisoned. They say they're investigating the deaths of 6 animals, killing an endangered species in the state carries a fine of up to $5,000 and the possibility of a year in jail. Nonprofit groups are offering more than $50,000 in reward for help cracking the case. Also from our West Coast Bureau, but really from our Midwest Bureau, a man from Minnesota broke a national record at a contest in California. He raised the country's heaviest pumpkin. How heavy, you may ask? 2,560 pounds. That tops a record we told you about in New York just last week. That would take a heck of a long time to carve. Still to come, how Florida's mangroves survived Hurricane Ian and helped protect the state from the storm. That's our original tonight.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
A strategy seemingly straight out of Hollywood seems to have paid off big, like so big that it could save us all one day. I'm talking about a first-of-its-kind mission that involved NASA slamming a spacecraft into a 500-foot-wide asteroid and shifting its orbit. These are newly released photos of this collision that happened 2 weeks ago. This asteroid was and is not a threat to Earth. So why did NASA do this? To see if the U.S. could deflect an asteroid so it doesn't hit Earth. Tom Costello is joining me now. This was so fascinating to me, Tom, because we've all seen the movie, right? We've all seen the movie version of this and wondered if, in fact, that could actually happen in real life. And in fact, it did. touting this $325 million mission as a smashing success. That's from NASA.
Yeah.
The leader calling this a watershed moment for planetary defense and for humanity. Overall, the survival of humanity. Can we go so far as to say?
I don't think that's hyperbole. I don't think that's hyperbole. I think it's accurate. I mean, listen, just remember what happened to the dinosaurs, right? They're gone. 65 million years ago, wiped off the planet because a mega asteroid hit Earth. So NASA, and not just NASA, all of our international partners really teamed together and are teaming together to have a strategy here to deflect an asteroid. This was the first test. And look what happened. Can I just make the point? Look down there at the can we freeze it if it's possible? I want you to look at the dust or the plume. There we go. Look at the dust, the plume coming off that small rock. That's the smaller asteroid that they hit. And when they did, it ejected this massive plume of dust and rock. And that trail, that plume, is now thousands of miles long in space. It worked. But here's what really matters. They wanted to knock it off course. It's in an orbit around that bigger asteroid, okay? The big asteroid's up on top, the smaller one down below. They wanted to knock it off course, off the orbit by about 10 minutes, cut its orbit down by 10 minutes to prove that it worked. They cut it off by a heck of a lot more than that, 32 minutes, that they moved this asteroid. So it's proof of concept here that they can, in theory, move an asteroid off course. And while these asteroids pose no risk to Earth, they're 7 million miles away. The point is the next one that comes our way, maybe they can use this defense or something similar to it.
So quickly here, because you talk about that dust here, right, and the rock kind of that came off during this collision. That's part of kind of the learning process of how they could actually even be more precise, right? How to actually deal with a real life eventuality of something like this happening.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And listen, this particular asteroid, no risk to Earth. Those particles, no risk. But if they see one coming, and right now they don't see one coming, then hopefully they would have decades, maybe even 100 years to prepare the planet's defensive. And we would coordinate with other countries. So that's the idea. And now we've got a blueprint